Li Chen transmigrated into a book as a rich second-generation villain, in order to change his fate of being killed by the protagonist. The system plunders all opportunities and romantic relationships surrounding the protagonist. Name: Chu Mingxi. Synopsis: the protagonist's adoptive mother. Experience: 0. Pleasure: 99. Li Chen, I didn't expect that my aunt was a craftswoman. Chapter 1. Auntie is also a craftswoman. Chongquan City, Chongquan Private School. Inside the principal's office, Li Chen leaned back in his leather chair, gently lifting his school uniform to reveal bruises all over his body. Ouch, it hurts. Not long ago, Li Chen transmigrated into this world from a book and became a rich second-generation villain. He was immediately beaten to a pulp by the protagonist, simply because he was right next to the school beauty and they had a brief eye contact. Thinking about this, Li Chen found it somewhat amusing. As a top-tier second-generation rich kid in Chongquan City, even this private school is one of the many businesses of the Li family. Unexpectedly, he was beaten up by a specially recruited student from a poor family on his own turf. According to the book's idiotic plot, the rich second-generation heir harbors resentment, seeks revenge in secret, and is ultimately killed in retaliation. But now that he has transmigrated, Li Chen immediately uses his strongest killing move. Call the police. So our protagonist was soon taken away by Uncle Hat. Ring ring. Ring ring. A piercing telephone ring shattered the tranquility of the principal's office. Li Chen answered the phone. It was the principal's secretary calling via internal phone. Young Master Li, Chu Yang's mother has arrived. The principal's secretary's voice was sweet and obsequious. Chu Yang is the protagonist of this book. Like most online novels, he is an orphan and his mother is just an adoptive mother. Okay, let her in. My father, a CEO, is extremely busy every day and rarely appears at school unless absolutely necessary. This huge principal's office naturally became Li Chen's restroom. I often bring female teachers and students here for lunch breaks. A short while later, the wooden door was gently knocked on and slowly pushed open at Li Chen's signal. Upon seeing that timid and beautiful figure, Li Chen's eyes lit up. The newcomer was wearing faded blue jeans and an ill-fitting white shirt that was so thin it was almost see-through, revealing glimpses of his purple undershirt. The oversized neckline was frayed, rising and falling with the collarbone, as if it might slip off the shoulder at any moment. Even without makeup, her looks are in no way inferior to those of top-tier celebrities. The mature woman in front of them is the protagonist's adoptive mother, Chu Mingxi. Li Chen looked up and met Chu Mingxi's gaze when a strange message appeared before him. Name: Chu Mingxi. Age: 31. Synopsis: the adoptive mother of the protagonist in Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path, and one of his concubines. Favorability: -20. A 20-year-old son and a 30-year-old mother, such an absurd setup can only be found in novels. Just as he completed his transmigration, his unique transmigrator system was activated, and he obtained an entry called Destined Villain. Destined Villain, you are born to be the protagonist's enemy, your relationship is irreconcilable. The protagonist's hostility towards you increases by 100%. The system is called the Luck Plunder System. Its purpose is to steal all opportunities and women from the protagonist, and to plunder the protagonist's luck by slapping him in the face. Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path, tells the story of the protagonist Chu Yang who accidentally transmigrates to a world of cultivation. After cultivating for millions of years and reaching the half-step emperor realm, he was reborn in the modern world. Yet he still acted like a lecherous man who had never seen a woman before, falling in love with everyone he met, and in the end, he didn't even spare his own foster mother, adding her to his harem. That's absolutely inhuman. Li Chen unconsciously rubbed the bruises on his body. Fortunately, for the sake of the plot, the author suppressed the protagonist's half-step emperor realm cultivation back to the level of an ordinary person, otherwise he would have been crushed to death by the other party with a single finger. Since he was already in an irreconcilable relationship with the protagonist, he didn't mind putting those 4 vulgar words into practice while the protagonist, Chu Yang, was arguing with Uncle Hat. Let's look at Chu Mingxi's remaining attributes. Experience: 0. Happiness: 99. The meaning of the attribute's experience and happiness was too profound for Li Chen to understand. It seemed that he could only gain true knowledge through practice in the future. Young Master Li, is there some misunderstanding? Our Xiao Yang is not that kind of person. Xu Mingxi's voice trembled slightly, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her clothes. Misunderstand. Li Chen sneered and slammed his long fingers heavily on the desk. He abruptly turned the monitor towards Xu Mingxi. The high-definition surveillance footage clearly captured the entire process of Chu Yang entering the classroom and committing the violence. If this is a misunderstanding, then did I Photoshop this video? Li Chen, shirtless and revealing bruises on his body, approached Xu Mingxi step by step. If this video is fake, does that mean I accidentally bumped into something while walking? My dad saw that your family was poor and that Chu Yang had excellent grades, so he specially admitted him to our school and waived all your fees, just hoping that he would bring honor to the school and get good grades. It's only the first day of school, and he's already hit me. If I let him off so easily, am I supposed to just hand over the school to him? Aren't you bullying honest people? With each sentence Li Chen spoke, Xu Mingxi's face grew paler. I will hand this matter over to the police for legal processing. Please go back now, Auntie. No, don't. Xu Mingxi panicked immediately upon hearing this. Xiao Yang was just acting on impulse. Young Master Li, please spare Xiao Yang this once. I'd be willing to do anything for you. Auntie, there's really no need for that. Li Chen omitted. Chapter 2 Construction requires a construction permit. The principal's office is luxuriously decorated. In addition to the office area, it also has a lounge connected by a side door. Inside, there is not only a large bed, but also a shower room and a changing room. Congratulations, host, on achieving personal achievement. Reward skill, let's get to work. Start construction, each completed project increases favorability by 10 points. A construction permit is required. Unauthorized construction without a permit decreases favorability by 10 points. Xu Mingxi's favorability plus 10. Xu Mingxi's favorability plus 10. Xu Mingxi's favorability plus 10. Xu Mingxi's affection level is maxed out and cannot be increased further. Current relationship, till death do us part. Unwavering until death, she will never betray you, and is immune to the protagonist's halo effect. Affection level exceeded, lottery function activated. Excess favorability will be converted into points. Once you have 100 points, you can participate in a lucky draw. Xu Mingxi said no, but her body was unusually obedient, instantly boosting his favorability. After several attempts, Li Chen gradually became exhausted and hurriedly started a lottery in hopes of breaking through. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 10 free attribute points. Tip: attribute points can be used to improve your own or others' attributes. For the system, both endurance and stamina should be maxed out. The system instantly understood Li Chen's intention. Xu Mingxi's experience plus 1. Li Chen and his companion stayed from afternoon until evening, and then from evening until morning, until the midday sun shone through the gauze window and reflected into their eyes, at which point they slowly woke up. Xu Mingxi's slender hand brushed against Li Chen's handsome cheek. Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xu Mingxi. The other person screamed in fright and shrank back under the covers. Li Chen found it somewhat amusing. Xu Yang is still waiting for you at the police station. It wasn't that Li Chen was kindly reminding him, but rather that he had worked tirelessly all night just to sow discord between the mother and son and to slap the protagonist, Xu Yang, in the face. Oh no, Xu Mingxi exclaimed, struggling to get up. Last night was so enjoyable that I completely forgot that Xu Yang was still at the police station. But Xu Mingxi lost her balance and was about to fall. Li Chen reached out and hugged her, thinking to himself at the same time. She can even forget her adopted son whom she once cherished like her own life. It seems she's truly immune to this intelligence deficiency aura. Recalling the plot of the book, Xu Yang was nothing but a beast. Before her rebirth, she was very withdrawn and indifferent to her adoptive mother, Xu Mingxi. Only after being reborn did they hypocritically say things like they wanted to make amends for their mistakes. If they were truly remorseful, why didn't they do that earlier? It wasn't time for him to break through to the Emperor realm yet. Because of his unresolved karma with Chu Mingxi, his Dao heart was unstable and he failed to break through. That's when he remembered his adoptive mother. He relied on his protagonist aura to become a parasite on someone else's family. If it were anyone else, they would have kicked this ingrate out the door long ago, instead of this nonsense about time travel and rebirth. Yet Chu Mingxi remained diligent and devoted, showering Chu Yang with care and attention, a feat largely attributable to the brain-lowering aura she possessed. Li Chen picked Chu Mingxi up in his arms. After suffering so many injustices over the years, it was time for her to enjoy her life from now on. Young Master Li, what are you doing? Put me down quickly. Omitted. Since you want me to release it, then I will. Omitted. Chu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. After a long while, Li Chen took a look at his attributes while washing up. Name, Li Chen. Synopsis: a rich second-generation heir from Kunming, the villain in Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path. Age, 20. Strength, 4. Constitution, 16. Reaction, 5. Points, 80. Entry: Destiny's Villain. Destined villain, you are born to be the protagonist's enemy, your relationship is irreconcilable. The protagonist's hostility towards you increases by 100%. Looking at the physique score of 16, it seems that the system added all the attribute points to this last night, and the effect was immediate. I'm 20 points short. Unfortunately, Chu Mingxi couldn't handle it and could only try again later. Meanwhile, at the Changkuan City Police Station, in the detention room, Chu Yang sat cross-legged on the hard bed, his hands forming a mudra in front of his knees. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his brows furrowed. The spiritual energy of this world is so murky. He muttered to himself, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the bed frame, it can't even complete the most basic circulation. If we could obtain that innate furnace body, this problem would naturally be solved. The image of the school beauty flashed through his mind, and his gaze began to burn. On his first day back after his rebirth, he discovered that Song Yuqing, the school beauty he used to have a crush on, was actually a congenital furnace cauldron saint body. Even in the world of cultivation, he possesses a rare physique that is only seen once in 1,000 years. One instance of dual cultivation is equivalent to a year of arduous training. However, this sacred body has a very strict limitation: it can only work if the two people are in love, otherwise, it will damage the foundation. However, he could even touch the threshold of the Emperor realm, which no one had reached for millions of years, so winning over a mortal girl would be a piece of cake for him. Chu Yang had already regarded the school beauty as one of his Dao partners, and he would never allow any woman to come into contact with his future Dao partner. Therefore, during class, he immediately noticed that the spoiled brat Li Chen often teased Song Yuqing with his eyes. How dare a mere mortal covet my woman? You have already chosen the path to your death. In the world of cultivation, he has killed at least 10,000, if not 8,000, spoiled brats from aristocratic families. In his rage, he momentarily forgot that he was no longer in a world of cultivation. They grabbed Li Chen and gave him a severe beating. The result was predictable. Without the protection of immortal energy, although he beat Li Chen black and blue, he was no match for the many hands and was pinned to the ground by a group of security guards who rushed to the scene. He was quickly punished by law and detained in a cell, awaiting further mediation. If the mediation fails, the mighty Emperor Chu will face 15 days of imprisonment. Once we get out, I need to apologize to Mom properly, make up for my past mistakes, and resolve this karmic entanglement. Chu Yang recalled his previous cultivation experiences, and thought that if he hadn't been so harsh on Chu Mingxi, I wouldn't have taken so many detours during each breakthrough in seclusion due to an unstable Dao heart. Unable to cultivate, Chu Yang could only lie in the detention cell, fantasizing about his future plans. As time passed, the sun gradually set in the west and rose again in the east. The sun was about to set in the west again. Chu Mingxi, why don't you come to see me? Chu Yang frowned, his patience wearing thin, and he changed his address from Mom to her full name. Chapter 3: Mother and Son's Breakup. Outside the police station, a sports car was parked. Arrive. Li Chen gently patted Chu Mingxi's hand, a faint smile playing on his lips, his voice so gentle it didn't sound like that of a spoiled brat who had just been beaten. Oh, okay. Chu Ming looked at himself in the rearview mirror and, as if waking from a dream, withdrew his gaze. Unconsciously, his fingertips caressed the leather seat. She glanced down at her outfit. The purple-fitted dress perfectly accentuated her slender figure, and the silk fabric shimmered like pearls in the sunlight. This was prepared by Li Chen's secretary before he left home. The secretary even thoughtfully put on some light makeup to cover up his fatigue. Throughout the journey, she was unable to concentrate. The sight of the exquisitely made-up stranger in the rearview mirror made her feel dazed. I never knew I could be as radiant as the models in fashion magazines, and I never knew that haute couture could be tailored to fit the body's curves so perfectly. For the first time in 31 years, she realized that she was not just a single mother who had toiled half her life for her adopted son, but also a beautiful woman. Thinking back to yesterday morning, she was treated coldly because she forgot to add a fried egg to Chu Yang's breakfast. But this brief time with Li Chen was 1,000 times better than any other time. Is Chu Yang worth all the sacrifices I've made? Chu Mingxi kept asking herself this question the whole way. Li Chen looked at Chu Mingxi, who was still in a daze, and did not urge her again. He was well aware of the shackles that had bound Chu Mingxi's heart for half her life. The book mentions that 15 years ago, the Chu family in the capital was defeated in a power struggle and was purged by the other 3 major families. Chu Mingxi's family had been slaves for 3 generations, and he was destined to be a servant in the Chu family from birth. From the time she can remember, she had endless work to do every day, day after day, working harder than an ox and sleeping later than a dog. Because his family had been slaves for 3 generations, he was entrusted with an important task by Chu Yang's mother on her deathbed. She took the young Chu Yang, the son of the family head, and fled to live in seclusion, raising him under an assumed name. A beautiful young woman, full of youthful vigor, unknowingly became a single mother. She works like a slave for her down-on-her-luck young master every day, doing his laundry and cooking, and still gets no appreciation. Not only do they not receive wages, but they also have to work outside to earn money and support him financially. And then they're still influenced by the protagonist's halo, constantly brainwashing themselves. Although he cursed at her, insulted her, and even tried to hit her, she knew that the young master was a kind-hearted and good boy. He treated her like that because she hadn't done enough. From today onwards, she would work 3 jobs to support him. Could a normal person come up with this? Go in. Chu Mingxi's words interrupted Li Chen's inner monologue. After getting out of the car, the two were quickly met by Chu Yang, led by the police. Long time no see, Chu Yang. Li Chen entered first and greeted everyone warmly. Chu Mingxi said she needed to use the restroom on her way there and arrived a little later. What are you doing here? The Emperor Chu, now under legal punishment, appeared somewhat dejected, a far cry from his previous swagger when he had brutally beaten Li Chen. Right now, Chu Yang just wants to leave this place as soon as possible, go home and get a good night's sleep, and then think of a way to improve his cultivation. Chu Yang's luck value -10. Note, deducted luck points will be converted into points. Li Chen was secretly pleased. He had already lost 10 points of luck value as soon as he entered the door. He hadn't even played his trump card yet. Immediately afterwards, information about Chu Yang appeared in my mind. Name, Chu Yang. Synopsis, a student, the male protagonist of Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path. Realm, none. Age, 20. Entry, chosen 1. Luck value, 9990. When the luck value is reduced to 0, the luck subitem will be automatically removed. Note, the chosen one cannot be killed by conventional means. As expected of a protagonist at the Heavenly Emperor level, even without any cultivation, his luck value is still as high as 10,000. We need to reduce his luck value as soon as possible before his cultivation recovers. I came here, of course, to pick up my precious son, Li Chen said with a smirk. Chu Yang's face darkened, and he barely suppressed the urge to beat Li Chen up again. Humph, what's the use of being eloquent? This world is a deep and complex place. You may have some influence in Changkuan City, but fortunes can change in 30 years. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. Xu Yang's tone was cold. A true man can bend and stretch. For now, we should avoid their sharp edge. Once our cultivation improves, we will surely wipe out the entire Li family. You're pretending, aren't you? Li Chen may not be as good as Xu Yang in a fight, but when it comes to verbal sparring, 10 Xu Yangs might not be a match for him. A creature that lives under someone else's roof, still here, what does it matter if it's east or west of the river? If I don't sign the mediation agreement, you won't even be able to leave this door. Also, I'm not just being glib, I'm stating the facts, Li Chen said with a smug smile. What Xu Yang was puzzled, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. No matter how many tens of thousands of years he grows older, he still cannot understand this sentence. Just then, the door to the mediation room was pushed open again. Honey, what are you talking about with Xia Yang? As she spoke, Xu Mingxi naturally placed her hand on Li Chen's arm. Xu Yang's luck value -10. Li Chen suppressed a laugh, never expecting Xu Mingxi to call him husband in front of Xu Yang. He reached out and pinched her waist. Ugh, Xiao Yang is still here. Xu Mingxi blushed and whispered coquettishly in Li Chen's ear. Xu Yang's luck value -20. After that display of affection, Xu Yang's luck decreased by another 20. That's not enough, this is just the beginning. Li Chen, from an angle that Xu Mingxi couldn't notice, secretly mouthed to Xu Yang, WCNM. As the saying goes, sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. A single, honest remark directly broke down Xu Yang's defenses. Xu Yang's luck value -50. Xu Yang stared at the two people in front of him, his eyes wide with disbelief. The intimate gestures, the unnatural way their legs moved when they walked. Who knew that Li Chen had put that vulgar phrase into practice? He almost roared, Li Chen, you beast, you just wait. When I get out of here, I'll tear you to pieces. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of the police outside the door. What's all the noise about? What's all the noise about? The police first glanced at Li Chen and his companion, then looked at Xu Yang. This is a mediation room, not your home. The police first warned Xu Yang, then asked, where are your family members? Haven't they arrived yet? I am Xu Yang's guardian, Xu Mingxi said, nestled in Li Chen's arms. The policeman's small head was filled with doubt. Well, try your best to mediate successfully, otherwise I'll detain him according to the law. With that, he left, closing the door behind him. Xu Yang, how can you talk like that? He's your father now. Xu Mingxi's gaze turned cold, apologized to Li Chen. It's okay, it's okay. The child is still young, it's normal that he can't accept it for a while. He will accept me in the future, Li Chen said with a smug smile. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Xu Yang was nothing but mockery. Xu Yang's luck value -30. No, I must apologize. Xu Mingxi's attitude was unusually firm this time. More than a decade of grievances welled up in her heart at this moment, and she had to get Xu Yang to show her attitude. Xia Yang, I don't care how you treated me before, but Li Chen is my lover now, and I hope you. Xu Mingxi looked directly into Xu Yang's eyes, her voice clear and stern, watch your mouth. Chapter 4, Achieving the Yin-Yang Harmony Skill. A rift has appeared in the relationship between Xu Yang and Xu Mingxi, their luck value has decreased by 100. Xu Yang had never suffered such humiliation before, and in his rage, he had long forgotten the purpose of his rebirth. Xu Mingxi, you lowly servant, I am your master, how dare you discipline me? There is absolutely no way I'll apologize to this beast. Xu Yang's words, lowly servant, completely shattered any remaining illusions in Xu Mingxi's heart. No wonder Xu Yang has been so indifferent to me for the past 15 years, it turns out he has always treated me like a servant. The 15 years of nurturing I had done were nothing more than a matter of course in the eyes of the other party. Without saying a word, Xu Mingxi walked up to Xu Yang and slapped him across the face. With a sharp smack, Xu Mingxi's palm turned bright red, and Xu Yang also had a handprint on his face. The Chu family is gone, and I am no longer a servant of your Chu family, young Master Chu. From today onwards, I will quit, Xu Mingxi said with tears in his eyes, feeling a sense of relief afterward. Li Chen hurriedly stepped forward to hug Xu Mingxi and distance himself from Xu Yang, fearing that this mad dog would go berserk. Xu Mingxi nestled weakly in Li Chen's arms, as if the slap had drained all her strength. Chen, let's go. Xu Mingxi and Xu Yang have completely broken ties, her luck value has decreased by 500. Watching them leave, Xu Yang became truly anxious. If you just leave like this, who will sign my mediation agreement? At that moment, regret welled up in his heart. Wait, come back. I haven't even started cultivating yet, and my mother is gone. Who will give me gold coins to support me in the future? Where do I live and where do I sleep? How should cause and effect be resolved? Mom, I was wrong. I just acted on impulse. Xu Yang shouted desperately, and his voice carried far. But Xu Mingxi never once considered turning back. Xu Yang's luck value -50. As Li Chen listened to the system notifications that kept ringing in his mind, he felt more refreshed than ever before. The frustration I felt yesterday from being beaten has completely vanished. I glanced at the system points, a total of 850 points, enough for 8 draws. Smash him. Li Chen excused himself to go to the restroom and told Xu Mingxi to get in the car and wait for him. He quickly washed his face in the toilet, squatted down in the stall, and signaled the system to start the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the cultivation method, Yin-Yang Harmony technique. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 skill points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 skill points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 15 skill points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 cubic meters of storage space. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 skill points. Ships. Storage space and a cultivation manual. Li Chen was overjoyed. Drawing lots from the latrine was definitely the right decision. Yin-Yang Harmony exercise? No way. Could it be that? With the reward credited to my account, I have automatically learned the Yin-Yang Harmony technique. Just as Li Chen guessed, this mental cultivation method is a technique that emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. He was still practicing the same cultivation system as Xu Yang. From now on, not only will you earn points from driving piles, but you can also improve your cultivation level. Xu Mingxi will have a tough time for a while to come. Moreover, the book records that the effect is even better when cultivating with a furnace or cauldron. Li Chen remembered that Song Yuqing, the school beauty, was a top-notch furnace cauldron. Now that Xu Yang's account has been suspended for 15 days, I need to hurry up and win over the school beauty, Song Yuqing. Li Chen quickly identified his next target. As for the storage space, there's not much to say, it's simply convenient for storing things, and you can put or take things in at a moment's notice. Li Chen tried it out on the phone but lost interest. It would be convenient to throw in the weapons he had someone get later. As for skill points, Li Chen glanced at them and it seemed they were for upgrading existing abilities. He plans to save it first and then use it when needed. Li Chen then evenly distributed the 25 attribute points across the 3 attributes and opened the attribute panel. Name, Li Chen. Synopsis: a rich second-generation heir from Kunming, the villain in Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path. Realm, none. Age, 20. Strength, 15. Constitution, 20. Reaction, 15. Points, 50. Entry, Destiny's Villain. All 3 attributes have exceeded 15 points, while the highest level for an average person is only 10 points. If it weren't for Xu Yang's protagonist aura protecting him, I could crush him with one hand right now. After leaving the restroom and returning to the car, Xu Mingxi was already waiting for him. Looking at the absent-minded Xu Mingxi, Li Chen held her hand. Feeling the slender fingers in his palm tremble slightly, he closed his palm and said, "Move in with me." He gently stroked the back of her hand with his thumb. If the old man saw such a beautiful daughter-in-law, he would probably be willing to take out his treasured wine. Now that she has completely broken ties with Xu Yang, there's no point in going back to that so-called home. Rather than letting her wander alone, it's better to keep her by my side. Besides, this way she can better cultivate her inner strength. But Xu Mingxi shook her head. her eyes slightly red and filled with tears.
Ah, Chen.
Her voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with self-deprecation. You're only 20, with a bright future ahead of you. You're destined to meet women who are younger, more outstanding, and more deserving of me. She suddenly leaned closer, and the faint scent of roses from her hair lingered around Li Chen's nose. And I am just an old woman who is getting on in years. Her fingertips gently touched his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart beneath. I don't want a marriage certificate, I don't want any promises, I just want you to always keep a corner for me in your heart, okay?
Feeling the warmth from Chu Mingxi's hand, Li Chen neither answered nor made any empty promises.
He simply gazed at her silently, and then kissed her.
Chu Mingxi's favorability is maxed out, points plus 10.
As Chu Mingxi said, in order to survive in this world and to avoid being killed by the protagonist, he is destined to become entangled with more people. After a long while, once she had calmed down, Chu Mingxi agreed to move to another place after being persuaded by Li Chen. Our Li family has nothing but plenty of money and houses. Before setting off, Chu Mingxi hesitated for a moment and asked softly, could you come back with me to get some things first? Li Chen naturally had no objection to this small request and nodded in agreement. The sports car sped along and eventually stopped in the old town of Chongqing City. The streets here are narrow, the buildings are low, and the walls are peeling and mottled, showing the marks of time everywhere. The low rents made this place a gathering place for migrant workers, with street vendors shouting their wares and the air filled with the smell of cheap snacks.
Li Chen locked the car and followed Chu Mingxi into a dilapidated residential building.
In the dimly lit stairwell, footsteps echoed through the empty corridor, and spider webs in the corners swayed gently in the wind, as if silently telling the story of the desolation and loneliness of the place. These stairs are a bit difficult to climb.
You can wait in the car, I can carry it myself. Perhaps out of embarrassment, Chu Mingxi's face was slightly flushed.
Li Chen shrugged, it's nothing, I just want to see the place where you used to live. Before his transmigration, Li Chen had lived in an old town like this, and walking here gave him a feeling of returning to a familiar place.
Chapter 5 Hu Shanshan. As Li Chen followed Chu Mingxi into her home, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
The place was even more cramped than he had imagined. The space of less than 30 square meters had been forcibly divided into a so-called one-bedroom, one-living room. The mottled walls still bear the glue residue from the posters put up by the previous tenant, and the mold spots in the corner of the ceiling silently tell of the dampness here. This only room was naturally reserved for Chu Yang. What saddened Li Chen even more was that in this living room of less than 10 square meters, a yellowed canvas curtain separated a corner that could barely be called a private space. The canvas curtain was half open, revealing a rusty folding bed inside. Nearly half of the bed was piled with neatly folded clothes and miscellaneous items, while the remaining small sleeping area was covered with a faded checkered sheet.
Li Chen knew perfectly well that this was Chu Mingxi's bedroom. You must be tired after driving all day. Sit down and rest for a bit. I'll be done soon.
Without saying a word, Chu Mingxi pushed Li Chen toward a chair next to the dining table with astonishing force. It's really nothing, how tiring can driving be? Li Chen rolled up his sleeves and pointed to the clutter behind the curtain. Are you tidying up those things?
I'll help you. No.
Chu Mingxi suddenly raised her voice, a suspicious blush rising on her cheeks, and forcefully pressed Li Chen into the chair. You just sit there and don't move. Li Chen was completely bewildered by her reaction and could only obediently sit still. Chu Mingxi quickly pulled the canvas curtain tight, and the curtain made a whoosh sound. Actually, you only need to bring a few sets of those old clothes to change into. Li Chen tried to ease the awkwardness. I'll take you to buy some new ones in a couple of days.
Yes, I understand.
From behind the curtain came Chu Mingxi's clearly flustered voice, accompanied by the rustling sound of fabric. Li Chen was wondering what she was busy doing inside when suddenly there was a knock on the door.
Aunt Chu. Are you home?
A clear, sweet female voice came from outside the door, her tone full of worry. Neither you nor brother Chu Yang came back last night, and I was so worried that I didn't sleep well all night. Seeing that Chu Mingxi didn't react, Li Chen had no choice but to open the door himself. The door opened, and a petite figure skipped and hopped into the room. The girl looked like a student, about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a light pink dress, with her hair in pigtails, and a pair of big, bright eyes on her round face.
She was also carrying a plastic bag containing a few apples. Li Chen's eyes lit up as system information appeared in his mind. Name, Hu Shanshan. Age, 18.
Synopsis: childhood sweetheart of Chu Yang, the protagonist of Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path, and one of his harem members.
Favorability, 0. Experience, 0. Pleasure, 0. As pure as a blank sheet of paper.
Li Chen had some impression of the character Hu Shanshan.
She was Chu Mingxi's neighbor. Her father ran a night market stall, and her mother ran away with someone else because she thought the family was poor. Because of the lack of maternal love, she likes to be close to Chu Mingxi. She has known Chu Yang since childhood, and they can be considered childhood sweethearts. In the original story, her scenes were mostly about jealousy, fighting rivals, and beating up thugs, showing off her skills. She was essentially a useless decorative character, with very few scenes later on, and was eventually taken into Chu Yang's harem. However, if it's related to the protagonist, then you can win him over and increase his favorability, while reducing his luck value. Li Chen naturally wouldn't let it go. Hey, we have a few extra apples at home that we can't finish. Here, take them.
Hu Shanshan handed the bag of apples to the back of her hand without even turning her head.
Here you go, my arm is getting tired.
Seeing that no one had taken the bag after holding it up for so long, she finally turned around. Ah!
Hu Shanshan jumped back in fright, almost bumping into the wall. Who are you? How dare you just barge into someone else's house? Li Chen's lips twitched. He wondered who was rushing into someone else's house as soon as they opened the door. Did being short give them the right to be arrogant?
Little sister, it seems like you barged in by yourself, didn't you? As he spoke, he reached out to take the bag.
Hey, these apples are for brother Chu Yang.
Hu Shanshan puffed out her cheeks angrily. Don't even think about it, go buy your own if you want some. He held the bag of apples tightly in his arms. And who exactly are you, and what are you doing at brother Chu Yang's house? Li Chen's eyes darted around, and he suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. I'm Mingxi's boyfriend, and your brother Chu Yang's new father.
WH what?
Hu Shanshan's eyes widened, her face instantly turning bright red.
She was so frightened she could barely speak. You what nonsense are you talking about? How could Aunt Chu, how could she? What do you mean, you? That's so rude.
Li Chen deliberately took a step closer. Come on, call me uncle and let me hear it.
Uncle?
Bah! Hu Shanshan stomped her feet angrily as she stared at Li Chen, who was only a few years older than her.
You're lying. You're Aunt Chu's boyfriend, so I'm your grandfather. Shanshan? What brings you here?
Chu Mingxi stepped out from behind the curtain, carrying a small backpack on her back and an iron box in her hand.
Aunt Chu, you look so beautiful today.
Hu Shanshan stared blankly at the completely transformed Chu Mingxi, her mouth slightly agape.
Silly girl, what are you looking at? Chu Mingxi smiled and ruffled Hu Shanshan's hair. Aunt Chu, is he really your boyfriend? Hu Shanshan asked timidly, pointing at Li Chen.
Chu Mingxi glanced at Li Chen, smiled, and nodded slightly. That's great, Aunt Chu finally has someone to take care of her. Hu Shanshan suddenly threw herself into Chu Mingxi's arms, her voice choked with emotion. Then she turned to Li Chen and said earnestly, Aunt Chu has suffered a lot.
Promise me you will treat her well. Hu Shanshan's favorability +10. Li Chen was stunned.
He hadn't expected that this seemingly unruly little girl would actually be genuinely happy for Chu Mingxi. On the other hand, that ungrateful wretch Chu Yang is truly a case of comparing people and getting angry.
Aunt Chu, are you carrying that bag on your way to go on a trip?
Hu Shanshan's voice began to tremble, and her small hands unconsciously clenched Chu Mingxi's clothes. Chu Mingxi was silent for a moment, then sighed softly, Shanshan, Auntie is moving away. As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Shanshan's tears instantly welled up.
Don't want. Why are you leaving? Did you quarrel with brother Chu Yang again? I'll teach him a lesson when he comes back. Please don't leave. Chu Yang, you've grown up.
Chu Mingxi gently wiped away Hu Shanshan's tears and glanced at Li Chen. It's time for me to live for myself for once. Hu Shanshan fought back tears, her voice trembling. Then, can I still come to visit you in the future? Of course. Chu Mingxi cupped her face and affectionately nuzzled her nose. You're welcome anytime. Li Chen tactfully took the luggage from Chu Mingxi's hands, went downstairs first to return to the car, and gave them space to say goodbye. Chapter 6: The Three Brothers of the Traffic Lights. With nothing else to do, Li Chen rubbed his rumbling stomach and randomly picked a pork trotter rice restaurant downstairs, intending to have something to eat first. Several bowls of steaming braised dishes were displayed in the greasy glass counter, and the familiar aroma of soy sauce made his mouth water. Boss, a large bowl of braised pork knuckle rice, extra fatty neat please. He tapped on the counter with practiced ease. Add a fried egg as well. The middle-aged boss, still reclining in his chair, didn't even lift his eyelids and lazily replied, okay. Li Chen wasn't annoyed. He casually tore off a crumpled napkin and wiped the oily plastic stool. He had only been sitting down for less than 2 minutes when the owner placed a porcelain bowl in front of him. The glistening pig's trotters were piled up like a small mountain, and the amber-colored braising sauce soaked into the rice. Fried egg. It's the same fried egg that's been sitting around for who knows how long, until it was just thrown into the brine and given a hot bath. Fragrant. He grabbed a spoon and took a big bite. The rich, yet not greasy, gelatinous texture melted on his tongue. The smell made him feel as if he had been transported back to his college days, to the days when he and his roommates would squat at roadside stalls and fight for food. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a series of piercing footsteps suddenly came from outside the store. 3 energetic young men dressed in tight-fitting clothes and skinny jeans sprinted past in loafers. The 3 of them had their hair dyed in unique ways, with red, yellow, and green colors. When they stood in a row at the crossroads, they looked like a traffic light. The green-haired guy leading the way shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss, that's it. I saw that girl go in. Damn it, she won't listen to reason, so she'll have to suffer the consequences. I'll just do her right here." And now the red-haired man behind him had a gloomy face and was swearing. The conversation between the 3 people happened to fall into Li Chen's ears, and he watched as the 3 rushed into the building where Chu Mingxi was. Li Chen felt a little uneasy. He put down his chopsticks, took out a 100-yuan bill, and slammed it on the table. "Boss, the money's here." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out of the store, and the 3 thugs had already headed straight into the building where Chu Mingxi was. Li Chen followed closely behind, and just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard a scream coming from upstairs. His heart tightened, and his face instantly darkened. They were already on the verge of death, so he quickly hurried upstairs. Upstairs, Hu Shanshan trembled as she looked at the 3 thugs who had suddenly appeared, and unconsciously took a step back. "Liaojin, why are you here?" Hu Shanshan's voice trembled so much it was almost inaudible. The red-haired thug flicked his greasy bangs, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Why?" "Well, I'm here to find you, Hu Shanshan, of course." He took a step closer. "I've been pursuing you for so long, don't push your luck." As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Hu Shanshan's wrist, and the girl let out a scream. "Get out of my way!" Chu Mingxi slapped the red-haired man's hand away and shielded Hu Shanshan behind him. "If you don't get out, I'll call for help." Red Hair was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a shrill laugh, calling for help. He turned to his 2 henchmen and winked. "Did you hear that? This woman wants to call for backup. Don't you even know? Scarface Chang from the South District is my brother-in-law." His lewd gaze swept over Chu Mingxi. "She's a bit mature, but she has a pretty good figure." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Chu Mingxi's face. "Want to hang out with us for a few days?" Chu Mingxi stumbled backward in fright, her heel hitting the edge of the sofa, causing her to fall backward. Just as the red-haired man was about to touch Chu Mingxi, Li Chen had already silently approached and delivered a flying kick that struck the man directly in the waist. Our red hair screamed as he flew sideways and crashed heavily into the wall. "Li Chen!" Chu Mingxi felt a sense of relief, and tears welled up in her eyes instantly. Chu Mingxi's favorability has overflowed, points plus 50. Hu Shanshan's favorability plus 20. Red Hair struggled to his feet, his face contorted with rage. "Damn it, what kind of bastard dares to hit me? What are you 2 standing there for? Kill him." The tall, thin, blonde-haired man reacted the fastest, immediately throwing a punch straight at Li Chen's face. A cold glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes. All three of his attributes had broken through 10 points, and the resulting boosts far exceeded those of ordinary people. At this moment, the blonde man's fist seemed weak and powerless to him, as if it were playing in slow motion. His right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the other's fist directly. Immediately afterwards, the 5 fingers exerted force, and a sharp, teeth-grinding crack was heard.
Ah, my hand.
The blonde man's face contorted instantly, and his hand shattered like cotton. Taking advantage of the opening, another green-haired thug had already circled behind Li Chen. He had somehow acquired a baton in his hand and slammed it hard into the back of Li Chen's neck. "Watch out!" Hu Shanshan screamed. But it was too late. A normal person couldn't possibly react in time. She covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear watching Li Chen being beaten.
Bang! The baton struck Li Chen squarely on the neck, but he didn't budge.
The green-haired thug behind him stared wide-eyed at the slightly bent baton in his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. That last strike was delivered with absolutely no force. One blow would have been fatal or severely injured. But the pretty boy in front of me was acting like nothing had happened, still standing straight.
Finished. Li Chen shook his neck.
His physique, which was as high as 20 points, brought him not only endurance but also an almost abnormal ability to withstand blows.
Well then, it's my turn.
Li Chen turned around, snatched the baton, and slammed it down on the thug's shoulder. The other person didn't even utter a sound before collapsing to the ground.
Upon seeing this, Red Hair's expression changed drastically. Do you know who I am? Scarface Chang from the South District is my brother-in-law.
If you dare to touch me, I'll have your whole family killed tomorrow. A cold glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes, and he swung his bat backhand, accurately hitting the red-haired man's right knee. His right leg immediately drooped limply like a noodle.
A scream echoed through the corridor.
Red Hair rolled on the ground, clutching his broken leg. If I were you, I wouldn't threaten my opponent when I'm clearly at a disadvantage.
Li Chen swung the stick again, knocking him unconscious. You're yelling like a girl, so noisy. Chen, are you alright?
Xu Mingxi rushed to Li Chen's side, her hands trembling as she examined his neck. That blow was so heavy.
It's nothing, it's just better than a mosquito bite.
Li Chen gently held her hand, feeling the coolness of her fingertips. He then turned to look at Hu Shanshan, who was huddled in the corner. "Shanshan, are you alright?" Hu Shanshan bit her lip and nodded, the fear in her eyes gradually being replaced by another emotion. Her eyes held a newfound respect and gratitude as she looked at Li Chen.
Hu Shanshan's favorability plus 10. "Aunt Chu, you should hurry up and go." Hu Shanshan suddenly grabbed Li Chen and the other woman's hands and dragged them downstairs.
Liao Zhen's brother-in-law is Scarface Chang, a notorious bully in the southern district. Hu Shanshan's voice choked with emotion. "They outnumber us and we'll be too late if we don't run now." "Silly girl, what will you do if we run away?" Xu Mingxi comforted Hu Shanshan, holding her in his arms. "What do you mean by strong scar or weak scar?" "I, your brother Chen, am here today, and I'll keep you safe," Li Chen patted his chest and assured him.
Southern District bully? Never heard of it.
As the #1 playboy in Changkuan City, no one more wicked than him has even been born yet.
Chapter 7, Xu Mingxi, the top support player in the Chinese server.
A cold smile crept across Li Chen's lips. His right hand had already pulled out his phone, and his thumb swiped the screen twice quickly before dialing a number.
As soon as the call connected, a languid and charming female voice came from the other end. "Oh, young Master Li, you're so well informed. A new batch of tea just arrived today, and you're already calling." Li Chen's eye twitched, and he caught a glimpse of Xu Mingxi looking over with a puzzled expression not far away.
He quickly lowered his voice and said, "Stop fooling around, we have something important to discuss." A chuckle came from the other end of the phone. "Young Master Li, every time you call, it's for serious business."
"What? After not keeping in touch for a while, young Master Li has switched to home-style cooking? Didn't you used to love coming here for fast food?"
Li Chen broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this female driver is really reckless. He quickly interrupted, "Aunt Hong, this is really important."
Find me someone named Scarface Chang and have him come to see me immediately.
Then they gave me another address. Upon hearing that it was serious business, the other party's tone immediately became serious. Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Hu Shanshan was ashen-faced and her voice trembled. Are you crazy?
If Scarface Chang comes, you won't be able to escape. Li Chen was both amused and annoyed, and couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. Silly girl, if I leave, what are you going to do by yourself?
Are you planning to feed the wolves with your own body?
You, mind your own business. Hu Shanshan's face was pale.
What time is it? You're still in the mood to show off. Hurry up and take Aunt Chu with you. I don't want to drag you down with me.
Hu Shanshan didn't know Li Chen's identity, but Shumingshi did, and she spoke up to persuade him. Shanshan, calm down, everything will be alright with Ah Chen here.
Since Li Chen appeared, she has never panicked again.
It's so reassuring to have a strong man to rely on.
Shu Mingshi's favorability has overflowed, points plus 20.
Hu Shanshan was about to say something when suddenly, she heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from downstairs.
It's over, it.
Hu Shanshan's pupils contracted, her lips trembled, and she shoved Li Chen into the house. Quick, go inside and hide, I'll handle this. Li Chen was somewhat moved by her flustered appearance. It is said that true friendship is revealed in times of adversity, and she was still thinking of others in this critical moment. This alone is enough to show that Hu Shanshan is not a bad person. He lifted her up with both hands, just like he was holding a child.
Hey! What are you doing? Put me down right now. I'm not a child.
Hu Shanshan's face turned red as she twisted her body, trying to break free.
Alright, go stay with your Aunt Chu.
Watch how I perform later. Li Chen smiled confidently and took the opportunity to ruffle Hu Shanshan's hair again.
Hu Shanshan's face flushed red. Li Chen's interruption had inexplicably lessened her panic.
She looked up at Li Chen's back and found the man in front of her to be rather handsome. The moment the idea popped into her head, Hu Shanshan was startled by her own thought.
What am I thinking? This is Aunt Chu's boyfriend. Hu Shanshan's favorability plus 10.
Li Chen stood in front and was overjoyed when he heard the system notification. Little brat, I'm sure I'll make you swoon. Hu Shanshan's little actions were all observed by Chu Mingshi, who was standing next to her.
As a woman herself, and at the age when she was just beginning to experience romantic feelings, how could Hu Shanshan not understand what was on her mind?
Li Chen is so powerful, she simply can't handle him.
If only Hu Shanshan could help share the burden.
The two women each had their own thoughts, but Li Chen remained pure. At the same time, a dozen thugs surged up the stairs. The man in the lead was nearly 2 meters tall, as strong as a bear, and had a hideous scar on his face that stretched from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth. As luck would have it, the red-haired man, who had just fainted, woke up at that moment.
Sister, brother-in-law?
Red Hair howled on the ground, crawling towards Scarface Chang like a wounded wild dog.
Seeing his backer arrive, he felt powerful again. Help! This bastard broke my leg.
Get the hell out of here, you're just causing me trouble. Scarface Bear, pale-faced, kicked Red Hair away again. Looking at the three unconscious traffic light brothers on the ground, I broke out in a cold sweat. He walked up to Li Chen and bowed deeply, saying, I'm sorry, young Master Li. Scarface Chang had never met Li Chen before, he had only received a phone call asking him to come here. The person who called him was someone he couldn't afford to offend, yet the person on the other end of the line spoke of this young Master Li with a hint of humility. Scarface Chang knew that he couldn't afford to offend this young man. Alright, stop with the Japanese act. I don't want to see those three in Chongqing City again. Clear. Scarface Bear felt like he'd been granted a pardon and immediately complied, dragged these three good-for-nothings away and punished them according to gang rules. No, brother-in-law Red Hair's face changed drastically. He knew he had really messed with someone this time, and he quickly begged for mercy. Brother-in-law, I was wrong, please forgive me. Where's my sister? I need to see my sister. Help! The three men with red hair were dragged out by the other thugs, their screams and pleas for mercy echoing throughout the scene. Young Master Li, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, Scarface Chang said humbly. Just as Scarface Chang turned to leave, Li Chen suddenly spoke up, "Wait." The voice wasn't loud, but it made Scarface Chang freeze, immediately stop in his tracks, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and slowly turn around. "Young Master Li, is there anything else?" Li Chen reached out and gently pulled Hu Shanshan, who was hiding behind him, to his side. Hu Shanshan kept her head down, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her shoulders trembling slightly, and she didn't dare to look up at Scarface Chang. "This is my younger sister." Li Chen's tone was calm, but every word was as sharp as a knife. "She studies nearby." He paused, his eyes suddenly turning cold. "I don't want to see her shed another tear." Scarface swallowed hard and nodded and bowed repeatedly. "Understood. Don't worry, young Master Li. Young Master Li's sister is my great-aunt. From now on, if anyone in this area dares to lay a finger on her, I'll be the first to kill him." After saying that, he looked at Hu Shanshan ingratiatingly and forced a smile that was more like a grimace. "Grandma, if you ever run into trouble in the future, just go to Nightfall Bar and mention my name, and I guarantee no one will dare to touch you." Hu Shanshan kept her head down, only giving a barely perceptible nod to indicate that she understood. She had seen this scarred man once before. He was extremely ruthless, he would beat people to death at the slightest provocation, and the people in the old town were all afraid of him. Unexpectedly, Scarface Chang was as docile as a Labrador in front of Li Chen. Seeing that Li Chen didn't say anything more, Scarface Chang quickly led his men away in a sorry state. When the footsteps completely disappeared in the stairwell, Hu Shanshan finally couldn't hold on any longer, suddenly hugged Li Chen's waist, and burst into tears. No matter what, Hu Shanshan was just an 18-year-old girl who was inexperienced in the ways of the world. Having never experienced such a scene before, it's inevitable that one's emotions would break down amidst the constant tension and relaxation. Li Chen held out his hands, looking somewhat helpless. At this moment, Chu Mingxi gently pushed his back and whispered, "Hug her." Chapter 8, Small Band-Aids, Big Uses. Li Chen was somewhat surprised, recalling what Chu Mingxi had said to him in the car earlier. "I thought Chu Mingxi just didn't mind, but I didn't expect her to be so proactive. Since that's the case, there's nothing for a grown man like me to be coy about." He gently hugged Hu Shanshan, his expression momentarily frozen. Omitted, not brought. Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that Hu Shanshan would push him away. Unexpectedly, the other party remained unmoved. After a long while, Hu Shanshan calmed down and then let go. Looking at the bloodstained baton on the ground, a look of bewilderment flashed across Hu Shanshan's face. The baton was on the ground. Could the fried dough stick that Li Chen had just put in his pocket be the leftover fried dough stick he ate that morning? Hu Shanshan's favorability plus 10. Hu Shanshan's favorability rating has reached 50, and she has gained the status feelings of love. Feelings flutter, she begins to consider your suggestions and actively seeks to get closer to you, immune to the protagonist's halo effect. Li Chen felt relieved. He had thought the favorability rating would decrease, but it actually increased. In just half a day, he raised Hu Shanshan's favorability to such an extent. After saying goodbye to Hu Shanshan, the two returned to the car. "Chen, what do you think of Shanshan?" "Ah." Li Chen's hand trembled, and he almost pressed the horn. "Shanshan is very cute. Just cute." Chu Mingxi smiled charmingly, her slender fingers tracing circles on the gearshift. "I saw it all just now." Li Chen's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, which drew a burst of teasing from Chu Mingxi. Li Chen almost missed a red light, and he quickly slammed on the brakes. She thought to herself, no wonder she's a woman whose pleasure level reaches 99 the moment she appears. Last night, I felt as if I had unleashed an extremely terrifying demon. Who could stand such a contrast? We can't remain passive like this, we must impose sanctions. Taking advantage of the red light, I decisively retaliated. For the first time, Li Chen realized that red lights were actually very short. Let me tell you a little secret about Shanshan. With the engine roaring, Chu Mingxi was unusually quiet for a moment. What Li Chen focused on driving. He just wanted to get to his destination as quickly as possible. Actually, Shanshan, Chu Mingxi's tone was somewhat seductive, is a little special. The two chatted as they drove, completely unaware that Hu Shanshan had been thoroughly sold out by her dear Aunt Chu.
The Li family, as the largest family in Chongqing City, has businesses all over the city.
In a villa not far from the private school.
What a nice view.
Chu Mingxi's beautiful eyes widened slightly, sparkling as she surveyed her surroundings. The three-story house has a front courtyard, a back garden, a swimming pool, and a very large garage. Spanning over 1,000 square meters, Li Chen used to frequently host parties here with his drinking buddies.
This place is now the perfect place to settle Chu Mingxi. Do you like it? Then let's live here from now on.
Li Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind.
I like it, but it's so big here, I'm a little scared to live here alone.
Chu Mingxi's eyelashes trembled slightly, her voice carrying a hint of fear.
It's alright, there are plenty of rooms here.
When Shanshan is on vacation, we'll have her come and keep you company, Li Chen teased.
Oh?
Let Shanshan come over. Chu Mingxi suddenly turned around, her slender fingers hooking around his neck. So, are you coming with me or with you?
Ahem.
Li Chen coughed lightly to cover his guilty conscience, and said stubbornly, of course I'll stay with you.
I'm fine with you by my side.
Shall I show you around here first? He hurriedly changed the subject.
You haven't eaten all day, let me ask the kitchen to cook you something to eat, he said with some concern.
After a busy day, Li Chen ate half a bowl of braised pork trotters with rice, while Chu Mingxi didn't eat a single grain of rice.
No need.
Chu Mingxi took Li Chen's hand and walked towards the spiral staircase, her eyes sparkling as she looked back.
Just grab something to eat later.
Ha! What candy? Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Chu Mingxi smiled but did not answer, her silk skirt sweeping across the marble steps.
Chu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. Circulating the yin-yang harmony technique once increases cultivation level by 10. Chu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. Circulating the yin-yang harmony technique once increases cultivation level by 10. Chu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. Circulating the yin-yang harmony technique once increases cultivation level by 10. Chu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. Circulating the yin-yang harmony technique once increases cultivation level by 10.
Your cultivation points have reached 100, and your cultivation realm has broken through to the early stage of qi refining. After a night of hard work, Li Chen successfully broke through and entered the qi refining realm before Chu Yang.
Open the Properties panel to view. Name, Li Chen.
Realm level, Early Qi Refining Stage, 0/100.
Points, 220. Skill points, 45.
As far as Li Chen knew, the cultivation levels in this book were still based on the old system of Qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core. It's nothing more than me taking on 3 people at once, me taking on 100 people at once, me dismantling tanks with my bare hands, and me withstanding nuclear bombs with my own body. After that, I'll continue cultivating and become number 1 on Earth, number 2, and I'll have the solar system under my protection. In the end, he wielded 2 watermelon knives, slashing from the east of the universe to the west, killing his way in and out 7 times. At the same time, the points also reached 200, but only 2 draws were needed. Without the protagonist to plunder luck, the points gained are pitifully small. All these points were provided by Chu Mingxi alone. Li Chen glanced at Chu Mingxi, who was still fast asleep, and, not wanting to disturb her, quietly got up and went to the gym in the villa. He stood in front of the sandbag, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within his body, and then suddenly threw a punch, causing the sandbag to explode instantly. Then, pick up the dumbbell from the ground, squeeze it with your hand, and the metal dumbbell immediately twists and deforms. After testing a few more things, Li Chen felt the changes in his body, which had completely surpassed those of ordinary people. Li Chen wiped non-existent sweat from his face with a towel and activated the system to start the lottery.
Chapter 9 New Skill, Hawan Finger.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 top-grade healing pills. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Hawan Finger.
Premium healing medicine, a miraculous cure for all ailments, trustworthy and reliable, and essential for home and travel. Hawan finger, an acupressure technique that can cause a surge of blood and qi, resulting in intense sexual desire. Li Chen was overjoyed.
He was incredibly lucky this time, as both items were excellent. The top-grade wound medicine goes without saying, it's a holy medicine for healing injuries. Although it's useless now, keeping it can save your life in a critical moment. Then there's the Hawan finger. How can one enter the qi refining realm without mastering techniques and skills? Li Chen took out the secret manual from his storage space and carefully read through it. The more I looked, the more disheartened I became. The text stated that if one persisted in daily practice, it would take 3 years to enter the basics and 10 years to achieve minor success. Above the minor achievement level, there are 5 levels: major achievement, perfection, and grandmaster. To unleash the full power of the Hawan finger, one must at least reach the great master level of proficiency. To draw a cultivation technique based on one's own strength and then have to cultivate it oneself, isn't that just bullying honest people? Li Chen was furious and grabbed the manual with both hands, ready to tear it to shreds. Suddenly I remembered that I hadn't used the 45 skill points I had drawn before. I quickly activated the system and started trying. Skill, Hawan finger, not yet learned, consumes 1 skill point to upgrade to beginner level. Use. Skill, the skill Hawan finger has been upgraded to beginner level. It can be upgraded to minor proficiency by consuming 2 skill points. Li Chen continued to add skill points. Next, he needed 4 skill points to improve the proficiency of the Hawan finger skill to the highest level. Continue to improve. It consumes 8 points to upgrade to the perfect level. Add. Consume 16 points to advance to grandmaster. Fill it up. Without hesitation, Li Chen raised his finger switching proficiency to the maximum level, consuming a total of 31 skill points. Suddenly, a whole new amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. Li Chen immediately understood. He gathered his energy in his fingertips, flicked them lightly, and an invisible stream of energy burst forth from his fingertips, striking the distant wall and causing it to crack instantly. After raising the proficiency to Grandmaster, the Hawan finger technique changes directly from a melee attack to a ranged attack, greatly increasing its flexibility and stealth. From now on, if I don't like someone, I'll just shoot them. Just as I was lost in thought, the phone rang. The contact name was simply Dad. Li Chen was immediately startled. His father was no ordinary man. His full name was Li Jinghua. He fought in wars, worked in gangs, and spent time in prison, but ultimately rose from humble beginnings to become the #1 businessman in Chongqing City. However, success in one's career can also mean estrangement from family. The father's busy work schedule led to a lack of discipline, indirectly contributing to the villain Li Chen's spoiled and dissolute nature. The father and son were like oil and water, and every time they met, it ended in discord. In the original story, Li Chen loses his life because he offends the protagonist, Chu Yang. Overwhelmed with grief, Li Jinghua sought revenge at all costs, ultimately turning the entire Li family into stepping stones for Chu Yang's advance into the capital. He wanted to plunder Chu Yang's luck points, so the Li family absolutely could not fall. The first step in all of this must be to repair this broken father-son relationship. Li Chen answered the phone decisively. Come to the company immediately. The voice was magnetic and authoritative, issuing a command without any room for argument. Li Chen paused. Although the person on the other end of the phone tried to conceal it, he could still detect a hint of sickly weakness in their voice. He quickly asked with concern, "Dad, your voice doesn't sound right, is it?" To everyone's surprise, Li Jinghua on the other end of the phone started cursing, "You brat, your old man is as tough as nails. I called you here to talk about serious business, not to hear you cursing me to die young." After saying that, Li Jinghua hung up the phone immediately, muttering to himself with a sigh, "When did this kid become so perceptive?" Recently, Li Jinghua's old injury flared up again, and his whole body felt like it was being bitten by ants. He tried his best to endure it just now, but he didn't expect that Li Chen would still find out. Did he just call me Dad? Come to think of it, how long has it been since he called me that? 5 years? 10 years? Li Jinghua leaned back weakly in his office chair, a sense of relief welling up inside him. Father and son are of one mind. Although they had only exchanged a few words, Li Jinghua could still sense that Li Chen's attitude had changed. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen awkwardly touched his nose, not expecting his father to react so strongly to just one sentence. Helpless, I could only quickly wash up and rush to the company. Before leaving, Li Chen went back to his bedroom to check on Chu Mingxi, since he didn't know how long Chu Mingxi's father would talk to him. Upon entering the bedroom, his gaze fell upon the sleeping Chu Mingxi. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her lips were a little pale, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and a hint of pain flashed across her brows from time to time. In just one night, Chu Mingxi generated 100 points and cultivation points for him. Remembering the top-grade wound medicine he had won in the lottery, Li Chen flipped his hand, and a porcelain medicine bottle appeared in his hand. He uncorked the bottle, and immediately the aroma of medicine filled the entire room. After only a few breaths of the medicinal fragrance, Chu Mingxi's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Li Chen carefully poured out one and placed it on the bedside table. He left another note, instructing Chu Mingxi to take the medicine and telling her that he was going to the company. I carefully pressed the note down and then tiptoed out the door. Li Chen drove at high speed and soon arrived at the most bustling city center of Changkuan City. Before me stood a magnificent skyscraper, the headquarters of the Li family's enterprise. With a nimble drift, he parked the car in front of the main entrance, handed the keys to the welcoming receptionist, and stepped into the spacious and luxurious lobby. Wherever he went, all the staff stopped and respectfully bowed to the young master of the Li family. Unlike usual, Li Chen responded to each of them with a gentle smile. This unusual behavior surprised all the employees present. Why was this arrogant young master so approachable today? The elevator lobby was packed with commuters waiting during the morning rush hour, despite having 10 elevators. Li Chen took out his ID card, swiped it lightly in the sensor area, and headed straight for the high-rise private elevator. Just as the elevator doors opened, a figure rushed out. The person seemed lost in their own thoughts and didn't notice Li Chen standing at the elevator entrance at all. The two bumped into each other unexpectedly. I'm so sorry, I really apologize. The other person gave a perfunctory reply without even looking up, and quickly walked away without stopping. Li Chen frowned slightly, but his pupils suddenly contracted the moment he saw the other person's back. System message. Name, Jiang Su. Synopsis: son of the Jiang family in Changkuan City, male protagonist of The True Young Master Awakens, everyone's in a cremation ground. Realm, none. Age, 20. Entry, chosen 1. Luck value, 3000. Goodness, another main character. Chapter 10, The Acacia Finger Establishes Authority, the young master is publicly embarrassed. Li Chen had skimmed through the book The Real and Fake Young Master. The story tells of Jiang Su, the real young master, who was separated from his parents at birth due to a hospital mix-up. He struggled and worked his way up from the bottom of society, honing his skills. Later, he reunited with his biological parents, thinking he could return to a stable life in a wealthy family, but instead, he was met with a series of melodramatic events. Jiang Su's biological parents were worried that he would become spoiled and willful due to his sudden change in status, so they adopted a repressive style of education and were strict with him in every way. On the other hand, they felt guilty towards the fake young master they had raised for many years, fearing that he would become psychologically unbalanced if his true identity was exposed, so they spoiled him in every way. The fake young master sensed that his position was threatened and secretly framed Jiang Su in an attempt to consolidate his own position in the wealthy family. Long-term suppression and injustice eventually led Jiang Su to become completely corrupted. Using the ruthless methods he learned at the bottom of society, he secretly cultivated his power and planned his counterattack step by step, eventually bringing down his biased family and the usurper. But these are two completely different online novels, so how could Jiang Su appear in Li's company? It seems the world is more complex than we imagined. The fusion of different novel worlds, perhaps due to his villainous role, means that besides Chu Yang, there will be many other protagonists coveting the Li family's small territory. Li Chen's mind raced, and he quickly found useful information from his memories. The Jiang family is a second-tier power in Changkuan City. Li Chen had even drunk with that fake young master a few times, so they were acquainted.
There were indeed reports a few years ago that she had reunited with her biological son.
Jiangsu's presence here is likely a covert attempt to seek cooperation with the Li family in order to strengthen his own power. Now that we know the other party is an enemy of our own kind, let's not worry about this or that, let's just collect some coins before we leave. Looking at the information about Jiangsu from the system feedback, his luck value was only 3,000, which was far inferior to that of Chu Yang.
Oi!
Li Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority.
Stop!
Jiangsu paused, slowly turned around, revealing a handsome yet slightly gloomy face.
A new face, huh? What are you doing lurking around my company like this?
Li Chen narrowed his eyes, and at the same time, his fingertips twitched slightly, and the Ha-1 finger technique was quietly activated. Jiangsu frowned, suppressing his anger, and forced a polite smile. I'm here to discuss cooperation with the Li group.
I just finished and am about to leave.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, his breath suddenly caught in his throat, and a surge of heat rose up, making his whole body stiffen.
His gaze drifted uncontrollably toward a female employee walking by.
Everything about it stimulated his nerves.
Ugh, he groaned, instinctively clenching his fists, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
This was only because he suppressed the power, otherwise, with Jiangsu's ordinary physique, that one finger would have caused him to explode and die.
Li Chen chuckled inwardly, but kept a straight face and deliberately raised his voice. Oh? Talking about cooperation? Why do you look so guilty?
He lowered his gaze, deliberately staring at Jiangsu's crotch, and raised his voice. And your crotch is bulging, you didn't steal something, did you? The passing employees glanced at them and whispered among themselves.
Jiangsu's luck value -10.
Jiangsu's expression changed drastically, filled with shame and anger. For some reason, his body was becoming increasingly out of control, and he was in excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't have time to waste words with you, get out of my way. Security Li Chen waved his hand, and several security guards immediately surrounded him.
This gentleman is acting suspiciously, and he's suspected of theft.
Search him, Li Chen said calmly. Jiangsu's face turned ashen, a flicker of panic rising within him.
He growled, You dare?
Li Chen scoffed, Either you take it out yourself to prove your innocence, or I'll call the police.
You choose.
The surrounding area gradually filled with onlookers.
Oh my God, his pants. Could they be hiding stolen goods? Wait, could it be? Jiangsu's luck value -30.
Jiangsu's forehead veins bulged, his breathing became increasingly heavy, and his gaze swept over the female employees around him, his desire almost overpowering his reason. His mental state had reached its limit, and if he stayed here any longer, he might do something irreversible.
Jiangsu looked at Li Chen's mocking gaze, knowing that further explanations were futile.
He steeled himself, shoved the security guard aside, and tried to force his way out.
Trying to run, Li Chen sneered, his figure flashed, and he grabbed Jiangsu's wrist with a grappling move, twisting it sharply.
The security team seized the opportunity and swarmed in.
Jiangsu cried out in pain as he was pinned to the ground by several security guards, looking utterly disheveled.
Jiangsu lay on the ground, Mother Earth omitted. Li Chen looked down at him, his eyes full of contempt. I thought he was some kind of corporate spy, but he's just a pervert. You're asking for death, Jiangsu roared, but his body trembled uncontrollably, as shame and anger almost consumed him.
The female employees watching gasped in surprise, covering their mouths.
Call the police.
This guy is probably a psychopath.
They look respectable, but I never expected them to be so disgusting.
Jiangsu's luck value -100.
Amidst the laughter, Jiangsu curled up like a boiled red shrimp, entering a state of postcoital clarity, allowing his consciousness to briefly regain a moment of lucidity. Looking at Li Chen's mocking gaze, he realized that his reaction was definitely related to Li Chen. Although he had heard of the Li family's young master's reputation before, he already felt disgusted by such a dissolute and wasteful son.
Li Chen, what a fine young master of the Li family! He was seething with rage. His visit to the Li group was ostensibly to seek cooperation, but in reality, he had already laid a trap. As long as the Li family signs that carefully modified contract, a fatal hole will appear in their cash flow 3 months later.
By then, he will not only be able to swallow up 30% of the Lee family's assets, but also take the opportunity to expand his own secretly established company.
Has the plan been exposed?
The thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it.
The contract was encrypted by professionals, and even the Lee family's legal department couldn't find any clues.
No, this spoiled brat couldn't possibly have such vision. Jiangsu sneered inwardly, he probably just doesn't like me and wants to take this opportunity to humiliate me. He felt the disdainful looks from those around him, and his nails dug deeply into his palms. Over the years, he has long since become accustomed to turning humiliation into motivation. While the fake young master enjoyed a life of luxury at the Jiang family home, he huddled in a drafty bedroom that his biological parents had converted from a storage room, munching on hard bread and drinking ice-cold tap water. While his biological parents showered the fake young master with concern, he stood by in tattered clothes, looking like a beggar.
Lee Chen.
He silently repeated the name in his mind, a cold glint in his eyes.
The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future.
Lee Chen glanced coldly at Jiangsu's feigned forbearance, a mocking smile curving his lips. With such patience, even the 4 turtles in the sewer would have to call him master.
Chapter 11 Song Family Birthday Banquet. Wine Gang.
Lee Chen raised his hand to signal, and the security captain immediately jogged over. The burly man, who was 1.9 meters tall, was now hunched over, his eyes constantly glancing at Lee Chen's expression. Just last week, he was splashed with coffee by this young master in public because he let the wrong person into the elevator.
Take this pervert away.
Strengthen company security from now on, and don't let just any Tom, Dick, or Harry in.
Understood. Don't worry, Mr. Lee.
The security captain's back was instantly soaked with sweat, and he nodded repeatedly, I'll handle it right away. After saying that, he immediately ordered his men to take Jiangsu away and contact the police. After Jiangsu was taken away, Lee Chen called Wine Gang, who was about to leave, and asked him to send him a copy of the surveillance video. Lee Chen knew that although Jiangsu had made a fool of himself in public, he had not caused any real harm to anyone.
This kind of farce at most means Jiangsu will spend half the day at the police station for a chat and receive some criticism and education.
But these surveillance videos are quite useful. For example, the shaky fake young master of the Jiang family would definitely be very interested in them.
The farce lasted less than 10 minutes from start to finish.
As Jiangsu was taken away, the Lee company quickly returned to its usual order.
After finishing his business, Lee Chen patted off non-existent dust from his hands and calmly stepped into the elevator. This morning, I easily earned 140 points, enough for one more draw. I'll save them and save them up for another draw today. Bite.
The elevator reached the top floor, and the metal doors slowly opened.
Hello, Mr. Lee.
The secretary at the door stood up respectfully. Lee Chen nodded slightly, and without pausing, pushed open the door to the chairman's office. In the spacious office, sunlight streams in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, offering panoramic views of the city skyline. Li Jinghua sat behind a large solid wood desk, reviewing documents. You're here? Li Jinghua put down his pen and looked up at his son.
Li Chen smiled and asked, Dad, you wanted to see me?
Li Jinghua's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. His unfilial son kept calling him Dad and old codger, and he hadn't heard him call him that in who knows how long. For a moment, he couldn't help but look up and take a good look at Li Chen. The usually impetuous playboy was now surprisingly calm and composed in his every move.
Sit.
He gestured to the leather seat opposite him, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. In a few days, there will be cough cough cough. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Jinghua's face suddenly turned red, and he coughed violently with his back hunched over, the veins on his temples throbbing menacingly. Li Chen's expression changed slightly. He rushed forward and gently patted Li Jinghua's back.
Dad, where do you feel unwell?
As he spoke, he simultaneously activated the system to check Li Jinghua's attributes.
Name, Li Jinghua. Realm level, innate realm.
Synopsis: the richest man in Chongqing City, a supporting character in Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path.
Age, 47. Strength, 6. Constitution, 1. Reaction, 3. Li Chen's heart tightened when he saw Li Jinghua's attribute panel. He hadn't expected that this man, who was so influential in the business world, was actually hiding his true abilities and even possessed cultivation. However, unlike him, she took the path of martial arts. They are still practicing the same old methods: innate, acquired, and transformative energy. For Li Chen, who cultivates immortality, it's nothing to mention. Even if he reaches the Grandmaster realm, he can only exchange 2 moves with a Golden Core Cultivator, and he won't be able to win more than half a move. The innate realm is the first realm of martial arts, and it is not much different from the Qi refining realm. Moreover, Li Jinghua's physique was only slightly weak. The fact that he was able to live for so long can be said to be entirely due to the internal strength he had developed through martial arts training. He recalled that his father had been coughing frequently since he was a child, and would suffer from unbearable pain all over his body when it was raining or in damp and cold weather. I recalled that when I spoke to my father on the phone this morning, his voice was hoarse, which must have aggravated his old injury. I knew your voice sounded off when we talked on the phone this morning. His voice was filled with genuine concern. This is not good. Li Chen knew he was good at winning favor and suppressing the protagonist, but when it came to business, he knew absolutely nothing. Li Jinghua can't fall, he still wants to continue being his spoiled brat and spendthrift son. Thinking this, Li Chen reached into his pocket and took the opportunity to take out a top-grade wound medicine from his storage space to prepare it. Looking at his son's worried expression, Li Jinghua felt a surge of relief in his eyes. It's an old problem, it's nothing. Before he could finish speaking, he coughed again, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Dad! Li Chen quickly took out a medicine bottle from his pocket. I met a wandering master a while ago, and he gave me this, saying it can cure all diseases. Where did this medicine come from? A hint of wariness flashed in Li Jinghua's cloudy eyes. He didn't suspect his son of trying to harm him, but rather that Li Chen had been deceived. Didn't I tell you? It was given to me by a wandering master. Li Chen opened the bottle, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire office. Such a pure medicinal fragrance. Li Jinghua couldn't help but show surprise. After retiring from the army, Li Jinghua met a martial arts master by chance and became his apprentice for a period of time. Later, unable to bear the loneliness of martial arts training, he secretly ran away to venture into the martial world, and indeed made a name for himself. But there's always someone better. He was ambushed by a master, and although he killed the opponent, he was crippled himself. Li Jinghua had no choice but to abandon his martial arts career and go into business. Relying on the connections he had built up before, he unexpectedly became the richest man in Chongqing City again. Over the years, he has sought out many renowned doctors, but none of them have been able to cure his chronic illness. Now that his old illness has relapsed, he can sense that his days are numbered. But as the medicinal fragrance entered my nose, the long-standing aches and pains throughout my body were relieved by a cool and comfortable sensation. Without even looking up, Li Chen carefully poured out a golden pill. It was only the size of a mung bean, yet it shone with a lustrous sheen. Dad, would you like to try it? When the golden pill rolled into his palm, Li Jinghua's breathing visibly faltered. He looked at his son intently, then tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Almost the instant the pill went down his throat, he froze, an expression of disbelief on his face. This. Li Jinghua's hands trembled slightly as the internal energy that had been dormant deep within his meridians for 20 years suddenly surged forth like a dragon. Those deep-seated, lingering pains are receding at an alarming rate. The broken meridians are being reconnected, and the withered dantian is regaining its long-lost vitality. Through the system feedback, Li Chen saw that after taking the wound medicine, Li Jinghua's physical condition improved dramatically, eventually stopping at 9 o'clock. My injury is healed? Li Jinghua stared at his son in shock. Li Chen smiled with relief. It seems that the expert didn't lie to me. Unexpectedly, this top-grade wound medicine was so effective. One pill cured Li Jinghua of his serious illness. Otherwise, even if they discover it, they will be helpless. Li Jinghua stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt so relaxed for the first time in 20 years. He walked to the wine cabinet, took out 2 bottles of mutai and 2 crystal glasses, and then asked his secretary to have some delicious food brought up. Come on, have a drink with Dad.
Li Jinghua shook the matai in his hand and smiled.
Li Chen raised an eyebrow. This was unprecedented.
In the original owner's memory, his father had never shared a drink with him. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Jinghua's face flushed slightly, and he suddenly said seriously, "Do you know why I called you to the company?" Li Chen shook his head, but he already had a pretty good idea of what was going on.
5 days from now is the old man Song's 90th birthday banquet. I originally wanted you to represent the Li family at the banquet.
But now, Li Jinghua took a sip of his drink, reached out and patted Li Chen's shoulder hard. "Now that your dad is alive again, I've come to understand a lot more.
Isn't the point of life to enjoy it while you can? Now that I'm alive again, there's no need for you to follow in my footsteps. As long as it's not illegal or criminal, I'll support whatever you do."
Li Jinghua's words deeply moved Li Chen.
This is what a real dad is like.
I'm just a parasite, lying low by imperial decree, and I love it so much.
Chapter 12, I told you to hire a bodyguard, and you're here selecting concubines? But as touching as he was, the Song family's birthday banquet was Chu Yang's most famous moment of showing off.
Although Chu Yang has secured a position with the royal family, his high luck value of tens of thousands of points means that unexpected events may occur, potentially preventing him from ending up in prison. Moreover, Song Yuqing, who was so obsessed with the innate furnace cauldron, came from the Song family.
The Song family of Chongquan City is second only to the Li family in strength and has a profound history.
The book says that Song Yuqing's grandfather was nearly 90 years old. As the old saying goes, grandparents love their grandchildren more.
Ever since Song Yuqing was born, the old man has doted on his granddaughter.
Taking advantage of his 90th birthday celebration, he wanted to find a good husband for Song Yuqing, hoping to see his beloved granddaughter get married before he passed away. In the original story, Chu Yang relied on his millions of years of experience to overpower a group of wealthy young men, demonstrating extraordinary insight and demeanor, and ultimately winning the favor of Old Master Song. After this incident, Song Yuqing developed feelings for him. If Chu Yang really escapes, things will definitely develop according to the plot of the book.
I must not let this happen.
To be absolutely sure, it would be best to go to the Song family.
Moreover, this is an excellent opportunity to get closer to Song Yuqing and improve her favorability.
Li Chen looked up at Li Jinghua and said, "Dad, I will personally attend the Song family's birthday banquet." Li Jinghua was initially puzzled by Li Chen's decision, but then he understood. "Good lad, I knew you still had designs on that girl from the Song family.
It's good that you go. I remember that girl's name is Yuqing, right? She's stunningly beautiful.
If you could bring her back as your wife and have 4, 5, or 6 children, that would be." As he spoke, Li Jinghua looked at Li Chen with a kind smile.
"Stop."
Li Chen quickly waved his hand, a rare hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. "I just went to a birthday banquet. Why is it like you're proposing marriage?"
Ha ha ha. Li Jinghua laughed heartily. "Do you think I don't know you?
From childhood to adulthood, whenever you've set your sights on something, you've always tried every means to get it." Li Chen rolled his eyes helplessly and changed the subject, saying, "Dad, was someone coming to discuss business just now?"
Li Chen did not reveal Jiang Su's name. As the true young master of the Jiang family, if he wanted to do something secretly, he would definitely use an alias. Yes, it's Su Jiang, the boss of the newly established Fanjiang construction.
As soon as Li Jinghua got down to business, his face immediately returned to its usual serious expression.
They've come to discuss the tourist resort project in the suburbs. Their offer is 20% lower than the Jiang family's, and they promise a shorter construction period.
However, we are still in the negotiation stage, and we can still negotiate the price down further.
Li Chen's eyes narrowed.
He didn't understand the intricacies of business, but he knew Jiang Su better than anyone else. This young master is really good at holding back. Changing the name and secretly establishing a company, they definitely won't be doing business honestly. They must have some designs on the Li family. Dad, have you ever considered? Li Chen carefully chose his words, that Su Jiang's identity might be problematic.
Li Jinghua raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue.
That man is Jiang Su, the true young master of the Jiang family who returned from a family reunion a few years ago and has never appeared in public before. Li Chen said in a deep voice, but for certain reasons, his situation in the Jiang family is very delicate. So Su Jiang is the young master of the Jiang family. Li Jinghua's pupils contracted slightly, clearly surprised by this information. Chener, are you sure this news is reliable? We've done a background check and found nothing wrong. Absolutely true. Li Chen nodded firmly. Poor Jiang Su thought he had hidden his identity perfectly, and that no one knew who he was. Little did they know that Li Chen, who possessed the system, had seen through them completely. Li Jinghua's face darkened. You mean, the Jiang family is secretly setting a trap for me? That Jiang family is something else. How dare they set their sights on my Li family? No, Dad, you've misunderstood. Li Chen shook his head. This isn't the Jiang family's intention, but rather Jiang Su's personal plan. His hatred for the Jiang family probably runs deeper than his scheming against us. Then, Li Chen recounted Jiang Su's experiences in the Jiang family over the years. Absurd. Li Jinghua slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with disbelief. Has the Jiang family gone mad? To treat their own son like this for an adopted son. Coming from a traditional family, he simply couldn't understand this practice that went against moral norms. This Jiang Su is no pushover either. He dares to scheme against us in order to get revenge on the Jiang family. A cold glint flashed in Li Jinghua's eyes. Don't worry, Dad, leave this to me. Li Chen volunteered to take on the task. I have a better way to deal with this kind of person. I'll make sure he knows the price of messing with the Li family. Li Chen only told his father about Jiang Su's matter to remind him to be careful not to fall into the other party's trap. He's the one who has to deal with reducing the protagonist's luck value. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. The previous surveillance footage had already been sent to Li Chen's phone. The company's cameras are all high-end, they can even see the pores on Jiang Su's face clearly. Making a fool of himself in public is a small matter, but if the Jiang family finds out that Jiang Su secretly came to the Li family company to discuss business, this young master will probably suffer a lot, if not die. However, Li Chen did not intend to release the surveillance video just like that. He wanted to wait for a suitable opportunity to reduce Jiang Su's luck value to the greatest extent. I really can't spare the time. It's better if you handle it. Li Jinghua pondered for a moment. There's one more thing. The new energy project that the company is working on has recently reached a critical stage. I'm worried that someone might resort to desperate measures, so I'm planning to hire some bodyguards to protect your safety. Li Chen was startled upon hearing this, and then he was taken aback. He certainly knew about the new energy project. It was the core technology for electric vehicles that the Li family was developing. In a world where gasoline-powered cars still dominate, the success of this technology would be enough to propel the Li family into the ranks of the world's top conglomerates. However, in the original text, the entire Li family, along with this new energy project, ultimately benefited Chu Yang, who took everything for himself. We don't need bodyguards, do we? Li Chen quickly declined. Thinking to himself that with his cultivation at the qi refining stage, he didn't know who would protect whom in the end. To everyone's surprise, Li Jinghua's attitude was very firm this time. I'm just informing you, not asking for your opinion. New energy projects have touched the interests of too many powerful forces, and are bound to attract the covetous eyes of some people. It is best to be cautious in everything we do. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her otherwise, Li Chen had no choice but to agree. Hiring bodyguards is fine, but I only want female bodyguards, preferably young ones. Small breasts are fine, but they have to have a nice butt. You bastard! Li Jinghua laughed and grabbed the folder on the table, pretending to hit it. Are you choosing a bodyguard or a concubine? Get out of here right now. Li Chen laughed loudly and darted out the door. The moment he closed the door, the playful expression on his face vanished, replaced by deep contemplation. The Song family's birthday banquet, Jiang Su's scheming, the new energy project, these seemingly independent events are actually interconnected. To completely change the tragic ending of the original work, every step must be carefully planned. Chu Yang, Jiang Su. Li Chen murmured the two names, his eyes gradually sharpening. What kind of bullshit protagonist is he? He's nothing. Chapter 13, Wireless Little Monster. P.S. After many revisions, it's finally published. Please bear with it, dear readers. Being anxious in advance is like eating shit in advance. Instead of wasting time worrying about this, you might as well go home and play cards with Chu Mingxi, accumulate points for the lottery. After spending more time with Chu Mingxi, Li Chen realized that Chu Mingxi was incredibly knowledgeable, with such a vast amount of knowledge that he could establish his own school of thought and teach others. He could rattle off all sorts of strange and unusual knowledge with ease, and no one knew who he had learned it from, which even Li Chen couldn't help but marvel at. With nothing else to do, I'll go home and continue my academic discussions. If a man doesn't come home, it's either because he's seeing someone else or because he's bored at home. Even Li Chen, who was known for his carefree and dissolute lifestyle, was now filled with the longing to go home. When Li Chen arrived downstairs, the security guard had already prepared his car. Li Chen climbed into the car, and the vehicle disappeared at the end of the street like an arrow. After leaving the company, Li Chen went to the farmer's market and bought a lot of river crabs. Looking at the river crabs in the bag, he muttered almost obsessively, "River crabs are good, river crabs are wonderful, river crabs have so many benefits." After muttering to himself, he drove to the riverbank and released all the crabs back into the water. While releasing the animals, he clasped his hands together and prayed to the heavens, "May everyone be healthy and have all their wishes fulfilled. May all online novel authors have their books approved." After saying that, he drove home. As sunlight streamed through the French windows and fell onto the Persian carpet, Li Chen's leather shoes gently landed in the entryway. He arrived home 3 hours earlier than expected, but he deliberately didn't tell Chu Mingxi beforehand. "I want to give the other person a surprise." He first walked around downstairs and found that Chu Mingxi was not there. Li Chen smiled slightly, imagining the sleepy little woman curled up in the down comforter. He chuckled to himself, thinking to himself, "This little lazybones, he's still not up so late." Then he turned around and went up to the second floor. As he stepped onto the spiral staircase, he suddenly heard a faint sound of running water coming from the master bedroom. Quietly pushing open the bedroom door, I found that Chu Mingxi was not in bed. I could hear the faint sound of running water coming from the bathroom, so she must be washing up. Looking towards the head of the bed, the iron box that Chu Mingxi cherished was open. Inside were various odds and ends, and next to the metal box stood an old tablet with a cracked screen. The video playing above is titled Sticky Rice, episode 663, and the time is paused at 58 minutes and 7 seconds into the video. The doubts I had before were easily resolved. This is 300 Tang poems? Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holding the bamboo slip in my hand, I could feel its warmth and smoothness, clearly indicating that Chu Mingxi had been using it not long ago. She hurriedly covered her mouth, afraid that Chu Mingxi would hear her. "Who?" Chu Mingxi seemed to hear the noise in the bedroom, and the sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped. "Is it Ah Chen?" Li Chen remained silent. He circulated his spiritual power to conceal his aura and quietly approached the door. There was a creaking sound. The frosted glass door was slowly pushed open, and white mist poured out like a tide, swirling and churning under the warm yellow light. In the hazy mist, glistening water droplets slowly slid down the texture of the skin. Chu Mingxi emerged gracefully, stepping through the misty water vapor. "That's all." "You didn't even say you were coming back," Chu Mingxi said with a light reproach. "I was just missing you, so I came back as soon as I finished my work." Li Chen inhaled the fragrance of Chu Mingxi's hair. "After studying all day, it's time to check your homework." As a promising young man with sound values, Li Chen was only thinking about actively responding to national policies at this moment. All that talk about romantic love is utter nonsense. He loved reading and only thought about serving his country and its people. The hot breath touched his earlobe, and Chu Mingxi felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if he had been electrocuted. In a daze, upon hearing Li Chen's words, she was initially puzzled. His dazed gaze fell on the metal box that had been left uncovered on the bedside table, before he immediately came to his senses. "I didn't expect you to like this," Li Chen said, playing with 300 Tang poems. No, you can't look." Chu Mingxi frantically reached out to cover Li Chen's eyes. "It's okay, what's there to be ashamed of when you're studying? I'll study with you." The moonlight of the past seemed like frost on the ground. Li Chen grasped Xu Mingxi's hand, and they roamed freely in the ocean of knowledge. They forgot the passage of time. Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of cultivation increases cultivation level by 10. Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of cultivation increases cultivation level by 10. By the time Li Chen had accumulated 40 points, it was already evening. Aiken, this is for you. Xu Mingxi struggled to get up, rummaged through the iron box for a while, and took out a jade ring, handing it to Li Chen. Just as Li Chen had accumulated 200 points and was about to draw a prize, Xu Mingxi interrupted him, taking the jade ring and examining it closely. The ring is made of the finest imperial green jadeite, which is translucent and emerald green throughout, and has the character Chu engraved in the center. Li Chen's expression immediately turned strange, as this ring was mentioned in the original text. Besides being an exquisite jade artifact, it is also a very rare storage ring. Inside is a key item that can allow Chu Yang to quickly make a comeback. Unexpectedly, Xu Mingxi didn't leave the ring to Chu Yang, but instead gave it to herself. This ring was given to me by Chu Yang's birth mother before she passed away. Xu Mingxi's voice was as soft as a falling leaf. She had specifically instructed that if Chu Yang grew up to be of good character, this family heirloom ring should be given to him. On the contrary, if he is not ambitious, he can sell it and get enough money to squander for the rest of his life. Xu Mingxi suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with bitterness. Even in my most difficult times, I never thought of touching this ring. Because, her tears finally fell, this belongs to Chu Yang, I can't be so selfish. Before she could finish speaking, she was already sobbing uncontrollably. I've treated him like family for over a decade, and he turned out to be an ungrateful wretch. Li Chen silently stepped forward, took the ring, which was still warm from his body, in his palm, and at the same time embraced the trembling Xu Mingxi. He could feel her tears soaking his shoulder, but he only hugged her tighter, letting that warmth penetrate her icy despair. After an unknown amount of time, the sobbing in her arms gradually subsided. Li Chen looked down at the faded old shirt Xu Mingxi was wearing. The collar was loose, and the cuffs still showed signs of mending. This girl, who always gives silently, seems to have never thought about herself. Mingxi, he gently wiped away her tears, let's go for a walk. Chapter 14. A true man should never show weakness to others. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Hanglong Plaza, the largest shopping mall in Chongqing City, was lit up, and the glass curtain wall reflected the last rays of the setting sun. Li Chen parked the sports car in the VIP parking space and opened the car door for Xu Mingxi. What would you like to eat? There are several good restaurants upstairs, Li Chen asked. Xu Mingxi smoothed her wind-blown hair and said with a light smile, let's go look at some clothes first. If you're full, you won't feel like moving around. She wore only light makeup today, yet she was more eye-catching than the celebrity posters on the LED screen outside the mall. The two took the elevator directly to the 5th-floor luxury goods section and headed straight for the largest clothing store. Let's go check this place out first, Li Chen suggested, holding Xu Mingxi's hand. Xu Mingxi glanced at the string of English words above. They were all foreign brands she had never seen before. Feeling a little nervous, he simply nodded awkwardly. The female shop assistant saw them from afar and immediately came to greet them. Good evening, sir/madam, the female shop assistant greeted warmly, a slight smile playing on her lips. The clothes in our store are all made of high-end, all-natural fabrics, which are very comfortable to wear. Let's go in and take a look first. If we don't like it, we can go to another one. This brand mainly sells women's clothing, and Li Chen had only heard of the store. Some online celebrities seem to be very fond of this brand, spending half a day taking photos while carrying a shopping bag. Please come in, both of you. Although Li Chen and his companion were dressed casually. But the temperament revealed in every gesture is undeniable. The female shop assistant, with her discerning eye, immediately recognized Li Chen's extraordinary status. All the styles in the store are haute couture, and some styles are only available in our store. Please feel free to take a look. Furthermore, our store also has a clothing designer who can provide clothing matching suggestions based on your body shape and temperament. If you are not satisfied, we can also tailor-make clothes for you, although it may take a little longer. We might be buying a lot, both casual and formal wear. Let's call your designer over, Li Chen suggested to Chumingshi. Okay, sir, our chief designer happens to be in the store. I'll arrange it for you right away. When the female shop assistant heard it was a big order, her smile became even brighter. They took Li Chen and the other person directly to the rest area. Please have some snacks and sit for a while. The chief designer will be here shortly. Li Chen nodded slightly and pulled Chumingshi to sit down on the leather sofa. Immediately, a shop assistant brought over some delicate snacks and tea. Less than 2 minutes later, a young woman dressed in business attire arrived. Hello, I'm the head designer of this store, my name is Xiaoya. The designer named Xiaoya introduced herself in a magnetic voice. Madam, please come this way, I'll take your body measurements. Chumingshi stood up upon hearing this. Since there was no need for custom-made clothing, Xiaoya did not take any specific measurements. He simply kept circling around Chumingshi, scrutinizing her figure with his eyes, and occasionally writing something in his notebook. Finally, he sincerely said, "You have a great figure, even better than some models." He then invited Chumingshi to sit down again, and squatted down beside her, gently asking her about her clothing preferences, such as her favorite colors and styles. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Xiaoya happened to be squatting opposite Li Chen. The buttons on his shirt seemed to be undone, with one undone, giving Li Chen a good look. After a short while, having clarified all the requirements, Xiaoya slowly stood up. Perhaps because she had been squatting for too long, or perhaps for some other reason, an unnatural blush appeared on her face. Please wait a moment, I'll go pick out some clothes for you. As she left, Xiaoya gave Li Chen a meaningful look. Does it look good? Perhaps because she had gotten used to it, Chumingshi regained her former charm. Seeing that no one was around, he pressed himself against them, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Ahem, it's just a so-so. Li Chen coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. And what about mine? Chumingshi's tone was filled with jealousy. She tugged at her collar, revealing a familiar purple inner layer. At the same time, he grabbed the Nanning New Media Center building with an unyielding grip. Okay, so this is how you play it? In front of everyone, how can a man show weakness? At this moment, regardless of who is right or wrong, the truth will be revealed in action. Thinking this, Li Chen made a sword finger gesture and pointed it at the Nanning Sports Center. Chumingshi groaned softly, her hands trembling in pain. Li Chen gasped sharply, and said plaintively, "You weren't like this before." That's different. Chumingshi's face also flushed. Xiaoya's hips are so wide open, and she walks with her toes pointing outwards. I don't care what you were like before. It's absolutely unacceptable to bring these disreputable women home. At this moment, Li Chen finally understood Chumingshi's bottom line. I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time, Li Chen pleaded. You know you're wrong, why don't you take your hand away? Chumingshi gave Li Chen a rare glare. Admitting a mistake and letting go are two different things. If you call me dad, I'll take my hand away. In an instant, the balance of power shifted. Time passed silently, second by second. Unable to resist any longer, Chumingshi parted her lips slightly and said, Dad. I've brought you your clothes. Xiaoya returned, blushing. Behind her, two shop assistants followed closely behind, pushing a specially made clothes rack that was almost as tall as a person. The clothes hanging there were all selected according to Chumingshi's requirements. Chumingshi breathed a sigh of relief, glared at Li Chen, and then got up and went to the fitting room. The fitting room was very spacious. Chumingshi even felt it was bigger than the house she and Chu Yang used to live in. Seeing that Xiaoya and the other two shop assistants had no intention of leaving, she felt a little lost. Madam, could you please raise your hand so I can help you change? A female shop assistant said as she approached. What? No need, I can do it myself. Chumingshi had never seen anything like this before, having someone help her change into clothes, just like those princesses and concubines on TV. It's alright, we've all received professional training, we won't cause you any harm, Xiaoya reassured her. You've tried on quite a few clothes. If you see one you don't like, just shake your head and we'll skip it. As she spoke, she picked up a dress and explained the fabric and how to style it for everyday wear. Xu Mingxi was a little nervous about this novel service for the first time, but as she changed into different outfits, she gradually got used to it, and the whole process was as smooth as an assembly line.
How about this one?
Xu Mingxi lifted the curtain and walked out, wearing a champagne-colored backless long dress, the silk fabric flowing like water over her slender body. Li Chen looked up, his gaze lingering on Xu Mingxi for a moment. It suits you very well.
Chapter 15: The Impermanence of Life.
Xu Mingxi smiled sweetly, turned around and went into the fitting room. The fitting room door kept opening and closing, and Xu Mingxi changed her look like a revolving lantern.
That specially designed mobile clothes rack went in and out.
From formal gowns to casual wear and sportswear, they have it all. As long as he saw someone suitable, Li Chen would nod to indicate that he would stay. The clothes gradually piled up into a small mountain around Li Chen, and the three shop assistants smiled even more brightly as they looked at the pile of clothes. Just then, the shop door was violently pushed open.
Where have you all been?
Get over here, a gruff male voice shattered the elegant atmosphere of the store. Li Chen frowned and looked over, only to see a man with a thick gold chain around his neck standing at the door with a heavily made-up young woman in his arms. The strong scent of cologne mixed with the smell of alcohol instantly filled the air. The man was in his early 40s, wearing a slightly loose white suit with a floral shirt underneath. The gold watch on his wrist gleamed under the light, and he exuded the ostentatious air typical of a nouveau riche. The woman was wearing a halter-neck miniskirt that barely covered her buttocks, and her 10-centimeter high heels made her steps appear unsteady. The makeup on her face was so thick it was almost impossible to tell her true appearance. Xiaoda's expression changed slightly, and she instructed one of the female shop assistants, Xiaolin, go and serve them. Although the female shop assistant who had previously served Li Chen and Xiaoya was reluctant, she had no choice but to agree because Xiaoya's position was clearly higher.
Excuse me, I'll be right back. The shop assistant named Kobayashi bowed slightly and left.
Li Chen noticed that her fingers were trembling slightly, indicating that this distinguished guest was a regular customer here.
Mr. Zhu, welcome. Xiaolin walked quickly towards the door. Who do you think you are, dragging your feet like that? I have plenty of money.
Zhao Dezhu tugged at his gold chain, and the smell of alcohol wafted out as he spoke.
The woman in his arms rolled her eyes and added in a shrill voice, do you know who he is? The chairman of Zhang's company is his cousin.
Believe me or not, he can shut your store down tomorrow with just one word. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's heart stirred slightly, thinking to himself that the Zhang family was truly practicing nepotism, hiring just anyone. Xu Mingxi also heard the noise and curiously peeked out of the fitting room. Li Chen waved his hand and gestured for her to continue trying on clothes. Despite her discomfort, the female shop assistant, Xiaolin, repeatedly apologized and followed behind the two men, selecting clothes. The nouveau riche woman's high heels clattered loudly as she casually flipped through the price tags, letting out an exaggerated gasp with each one she looked at. Wow, this one's so pretty. She picked up a dress and held it up against herself.
Brother Chang, I want this 1 inch. Hearing this nickname, Li Chen almost burst out laughing.
His surname was Zhu, and his given name was De Chang, which sounds like pig intestines.
Xu Dashang waved his hand and said, buy. Buy them all.
Xiaolin felt utterly contemptuous. It was the same routine every time he came.
First, let the minor internet celebrities and stars they brought pick out a whole bunch of things. When it came time to pay, they said they didn't have enough money and could only buy one item. Ironically, those gold-digging women actually enjoy it.
He made the whole store a mess, and it will take a long time to clean it up after he leaves.
Brother Chang, you're so kind.
The gold digger's voice was sickeningly sweet. Then I'll go try on the clothes first. As she spoke, she casually tossed the clothes to Xiaolin behind her, grabbed Zhu Dashang's arm with both hands, and headed towards the fitting area where Li Chen was. While the gold digger was trying on clothes, Zhu Dashang drunkenly looked around, his gaze landing on Li Chen, and then glancing at the mountain of clothes piled up beside him.
A lewd smile appeared on his face.
It's as if to say, spending so much money to pick up a girl, what an idiot.
Li Chen frowned slightly but didn't pay much attention to it. Oh dear, why are all the clothes so narrow at the waist? Do your fashion designers even know what they're doing?
The gold digger stormed out of the fitting room, blaming the clothes for not fitting properly, but refusing to mention her own body shape issues. "Excuse me, miss, we have other styles in our store.
Would you like to take another look?" Xiaolin said helplessly.
Meanwhile, Chu Mingxi also came out of the fitting room. She was wearing a pink dress, which made her skin look as white as snow.
"I want that one. The pink 1-inch.
The gold digger suddenly screamed and pointed in Chu Mingxi's direction. Chu Mingxi looked toward the source of the sound in confusion, only to meet Zhu Dachang's staring gaze. The greed in his eyes made her take a half step back uncomfortably, instinctively searching for Li Chen's figure. "I'm sorry, miss, this is a haute couture piece, and there's only one in the entire store," Kobayashi explained awkwardly. "Besides, I've already been chosen by that lady." "I don't care." The gold digger stomped her high heels, her short skirt billowing with each movement. "I don't care.
I want this one. Big brother Chang."
She shook Zhu Dachang's arm back and forth, her voice sickeningly sweet. Zhu Dachang squinted his drunken eyes, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Chu Mingxi, his Adam's apple bobbing. Although he was arrogant, he was not reckless. Just by looking at Li Chen, one could tell that he was no ordinary person and would never do anything rash under normal circumstances. But today is different.
After a few cups of horse urine wine, Zhu Dachang is the one who calls the shots in the entire Changkuan city.
Under the persistent advances of the gold-digging woman, Zhu Dachang instantly felt his blood boil. He strode towards Li Chen and said rudely, "Brother, I've got my eye on those clothes. Tell your girl to take them off." Before Li Chen could speak, Xiaolin, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to block Zhu Dachang. "Mr. Zhu, these were chosen by Mr. Li first. Please take a look at the other styles. Get out of my way." Zhu Dachang shoved him aside, and Xiaolin stumbled and bumped into the clothes rack, letting out a cry of pain.
"Do you know who my cousin is?"
"Zhang Dahai from the Zhang family."
"How dare you stop me? If you don't want to take it off, then I'll help you take it off."
Zhu Dachang grinned lewdly, walked straight towards Chu Mingxi, and reached out to grab her. Chu Mingxi met Zhu Dachang's direct gaze, and the desire in his eyes made her take a half step back uncomfortably, subconsciously looking for Li Chen's figure. Li Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. He slowly stood up, his spiritual energy circulating within him, and an immense pressure enveloped Zhu Dachang.
A hand with its distinct knuckles clamped down on the other person's wrist. The force seemed casual, yet it instantly made Zhu Dachang wince in pain.
"You fucking want to die?" Li Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire shop. He squeezed hard, and the bone shattered, then he pushed gently. Zhu Dachang staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground.
"Ay-ah-ay-ah-wah. My hand."
Zhu Dachang clutched his wrist, writhing on the ground in pain. The gold digger screamed as she ran over to help Zhu Dachang, her carefully groomed eyebrows twisted into a strange shape. "You dare to hit someone?
Do you know who brother Dachang is?
Believe me, I'll make sure you can't stay in Changkuan City." Zhu Dachang, having recovered, endured the excruciating pain and pulled out his phone, snarling, "Kid, you're finished.
I'm calling my cousin right now."
Chapter 16. The Grand Chancellor explodes into the Junior Chancellor. Zhu Dachang tapped and swiped left and right on his phone screen, but hesitated to press the call button. Li Chen could hardly be unaware that the other party was a charlatan who was merely borrowing power. He sneered, took out his phone, and dialed a number. "Zhang Lin, you have a cousin named Zhu Dachang?" "Yes, he's acting wildly in front of me now."
"Fine, you talk to him." Zhang Lin was the fake young master of the Zhang family.
Li Chen had drunk with him before and they exchanged contact information. Li Chen switched to a video call and handed it to Zhu Dachang. "Zhu Dachang, are you tired of living? That's the young master of the Li family. Apologize to me right now. Otherwise, you'll be wiped out of Changkuan City tomorrow." On the other end of the video, a slightly immature face contorted with rage as it roared furiously. Zhu Dachang's face turned even paler than a gold digger's in an instant, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He seemed to sober up all at once. Although he was indeed related to the Zhang family, in their eyes he was nothing at all. If Zhang Dahai hadn't noticed his quick wit, he probably wouldn't even have been able to become a security guard at the gate. He hung up the phone with trembling hands, handed the phone back to Li Chen, and knelt down on the ground with a thud. "Young Master Li, I was blind to your greatness, please forgive my ignorance." Li Chen walked slowly to Zhu Dashang, gently lifting the man's chin with the tip of his shoe. "The Jiang family's dog, does it even deserve to bark in front of me?" He secretly made a hand seal with his right hand, and the spiritual power of the Haohuan finger silently entered Zhu Dashang's body. The way Zhu Dashang looked at Chu Mingxi just now made him very angry. This time, I didn't hold back, but I used my spiritual power to control the timing of the attack. If Zhu Dashang wants to do that tonight, Xiao Chan will be engorged and explode. Whether he survives or not depends on his luck. Indeed, just as Li Chen had predicted, the news the next day reported that a senior executive of a certain company died after an accident at a hotel. An investigation revealed that the cause was excessive excitement, and the suspect has been arrested. She is an internet celebrity on a certain platform. "Get out of here!" Li Chen kicked Zhu Dashang over and cursed. Zhu Dashang felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He no longer cared about anyone else and fled through the door, clutching his severed hand. "Big Brother Chang." Bai Jin stood there dumbfounded. Just now at the dinner table, he was bragging about how amazing and capable he was. How come we can't even beat a young guy now? Looking at Li Chen, his clothes are simple but his temperament is extraordinary. The key is that he is both handsome and rich. She herself is a minor internet celebrity with at least hundreds of thousands of followers, so why are all the men who come to her livestream greasy and sleazy like Zhu Dashang? If there were more high-quality men like this young man, there wouldn't be so many troublesome things. Or, you could take the initiative yourself. Thinking this, the gold digger's gaze toward Li Chen grew brighter and brighter. As a woman herself, she believed she was no less than his female companion. "Hey handsome, I really love that outfit." The gold-digging woman casually lifted her short skirt, revealing half her buttocks. "How about?" "Get lost!" Li Chen laughed angrily. Is this woman out of her mind? Doesn't she have any self-awareness? "If you don't get out of here, I'll break your hand too." The gold digger's expression was obscured by her thick makeup. She wanted to say something more, but when she thought of Zhu Dashang's miserable state, she immediately chickened out. Enraged, she stomped her foot and chased after Zhu Dashang. "Let's pay the bill," Li Chen said, seeing that he had almost finished choosing the clothes. "Wait a moment." Chu Mingxi suddenly grabbed his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with a sly glint, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. "Please pick out a few more items for me, this time in smaller sizes. I'm around 1.5 meters tall." Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, listening to Chu Mingxi's demands and seeing the faint smile on her lips. He immediately understood. He had a vague idea of what Chu Mingxi was going to do, and waited patiently for her to continue. Sure enough, after Chu Mingxi finished explaining to the shop assistant, she immediately turned around and approached Li Chen, put her hands behind her back, tilted her head and showed a playful smile. "Shan Chan said she wants to thank you for helping her out of that predicament, and she wants to treat you to dinner tomorrow." She blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. "I took the liberty of agreeing for you, you won't blame me, will you? Just say you picked these clothes out as a gift." As she spoke, she gently poked Li Chen's arm with her finger. "I'll deliver it." Li Chen's eyes widened in surprise. "Aren't you going?" Chu Mingxi shook her head, then suddenly tiptoed and leaned close to Li Chen's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. "I'm on my period, you go by yourself." Li Chen gasped and took a half step back. Receiving this devastating news was like being struck by lightning. It was like Yufei seeing the gold medal, his ambitions unfulfilled and his heart filled with resentment. "Looks like I'm in for a real ordeal tonight." "Oh, right." Chu Mingxi seemed to remember something and added, "After dinner tomorrow, bring Shan Chan over directly and let her stay for a few days. I've already spoken to her dad about it." Li Chen, 6,666. The total cost for this purchase was 660,000. With so many clothes, Li Chen left the villa's address and asked them to deliver them directly to the villa. The two outfits I also picked out for Hu Shanshan were carefully wrapped in gift bags by the shop assistant. Their store didn't normally offer this service, but Li Chen spent so much money. This small request will naturally be met as much as possible. As Chu Mingxi emerged from the clothing store, she stretched and let out a long sigh of relief. this is the first time I've ever known that trying on clothes could be such a physically demanding task. She wrinkled her nose and rubbed her stomach pitifully. I should have eaten first before coming. I'm so hungry I could swallow a whole cow. Looking at her like this, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Let's go eat. He naturally took her hand, their fingers intertwined, and led her downstairs in the mall. Standing in the food court, Li Chen glanced at the dazzling array of shops, his gaze finally settling on a restaurant with a brightly lit sign. This one will do, it looks pretty good. He turned his head to look at Chu Mingxi, a questioning smile in his eyes. After eating and drinking her fill, Chu Mingxi squinted her eyes contentedly and naturally took his arm. Let's go, let's digest. The two wandered aimlessly through the mall, occasionally stopping to look at the merchandise in the shop windows, or talking in hushed tones, or exchanging a smile, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. As Chu Mingxi passed a lingerie store, she paused for a moment, then resumed her normal pace. Li Chen didn't notice anything amiss. He took Chu Mingxi's hand and gently slid his fingers across her palm. Suddenly, Chu Mingxi's expression changed. Aiken, sit down for a while, I need to go to the restroom. Upon hearing this, Li Chen naturally agreed, found a chair, and sat down to wait. Just as he was idly fiddling with his phone, a furious shout suddenly rang out, stop! In the distance, a man dressed in black could be seen running wildly through the mall, carrying a woman's handbag. 3 or 5 security guards chased after the man. Get out of the way, all of you get the fuck out of the way, the man in black charged around recklessly, and some people who couldn't dodge in time were knocked to the ground. Li Chen didn't want to get involved, but the man in black actually charged straight at him. He sighed helplessly, thinking that he should check the almanac before going out in the future, as today was full of such troubles. Thinking this, Li Chen quickly stood up and made way for the other party. Chapter 17: An Encounter with Song Yuqing. He didn't want to cause too much trouble, he just wanted to go home and rest after reuniting with Chu Mingxi. But to everyone's surprise, just as the man in black was about to reach him, he changed direction and charged straight at Li Chen. Li Chen's gaze darkened, and he coldly snorted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, he simultaneously channeled his spiritual energy, gathering it in his hand, and flicked his finger. 2 streams of spiritual energy struck the man in black precisely at his knee joints, sending him sprawling face-first into the dirt. The handbag in her hand flew out and landed in Li Chen's hand. The security guards behind him didn't notice anything unusual, assuming that the person had tripped and fallen while running too fast. Immediately following, a flying pounce pinned the man to the ground. You dare steal here? You're asking for trouble. The security guards, panting heavily, subdued the man in black. Behind the security guards, a young woman in a white dress arrived late. Thanks. The owner, who rushed over, froze on the spot as soon as he opened his mouth. Li Chen looked up and met a pair of beautiful eyes that instantly froze. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. How could it be her? The newcomer was dressed in a snow-white dress, her porcelain white skin almost transparent under the light. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her cold and beautiful face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet subtly kept people at a distance. Yet, unintentionally, a hint of the naivety unique to students was revealed. It turned out to be that innate furnace, Song Yuqing. Name, Song Yuqing. Age, 20. Synopsis: Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path, Song Family Heiress, one of the protagonist's concubines. Favorability, -80. Experience, 0. Pleasure, 0. This number made him smile wryly to himself. Among all the female characters, this was the lowest initial favorability rating. According to the system settings, -50 is considered a level of hatred that is wanting to stab someone in the back as soon as you meet them. Song Yuqing simply gave her a cold look, which in a way was already considered well-mannered. Memories flood back like a tide. The way the villain Li Chen drooled over Song Yuqing when they first met was simply unbearable to recall. At the opening ceremony, Song Yuqing, representing the new students, walked onto the stage in a white dress. The original owner stared at her graceful figure, and the naked desire in her eyes made the surrounding students frown. Later, upon learning that she was the daughter of the Song group, he reluctantly restrained his outward behavior and instead launched an even more suffocating pursuit. The craziest thing is that the original owner actually hired someone to monitor Song Yuching's every move. Whenever a boy talks to her, whether it's asking for advice or just chatting about gossip, he's bound to get accidentally hurt the next day. Over time, keep away became synonymous with Song Yuching, and her originally cheerful personality turned cold and aloof. Song Yuching quickly walked up to him and snatched the handbag from Li Chen's hand. Her red lips parted slightly, her tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. "Ha, Li Chen, your methods are getting more and more low-level." Her slender fingers gripped her handbag tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force, her chest heaving with anger, and the neckline of her white dress subtly outlining her alluring curves. But at this moment, the chill emanating from her made it impossible for anyone to appreciate her beauty. "I think you've misunderstood," Li Chen tried to explain. Before he could finish speaking, Song Yuching launched into a tirade of criticism. "Ha, I knew you'd say it was a misunderstanding. What kind of show is this now? A righteous act? Fighting against villains. Can you please stop with these pointless tricks? Let me tell you, even if every man in the world died, I wouldn't give you a second glance." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. Song Yuching's favorability -5. Li Chen was speechless. He helped her catch the thief, and she didn't even say thank you, but instead deducted 5 points of his favorability. Isn't this bullying honest people? If I have to tolerate this, then I'm Jiangsu. Stop. Song Yuching had only taken a few steps when Li Chen's cold voice suddenly came from behind her. His tone was no longer as helpless as before, but rather sharp, causing Song Yuching to pause involuntarily. "Song Yuching, aren't you taking yourself too seriously?" Li Chen sneered, his voice not loud, but every word clear. "Do you think I, Li Chen, am so idle that I'd be chasing after you all day? And staging this whole thing myself? Ha, do you think the whole world has to fawn over you?" Song Yuching turned around abruptly, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes, clearly not expecting Li Chen to suddenly turn on her. Li Chen put his hands in his pockets and glanced at her indifferently. "Today's incident was purely because this idiot was blind and bumped into me, so I just dealt with her. As for you? Sorry, I lost interest in you a long time ago." His tone was undisguisedly sarcastic, even tinged with annoyance, as if she were the one who was pestering him. Song Yuching's face instantly turned ugly. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to refute, but she was speechless for a moment. Just then, the security guard next to him suddenly shouted, "Hey! This kid has more than one wallet on him." Everyone turned to look and saw that the security guard had found 2 more women's wallets on the black-clad thief, clearly indicating that he was a repeat offender. The air froze instantly. Song Yuching's expression froze. She looked down at her bag, then at the stolen goods found on the thief, and finally realized that Li Chen had really just happened to witness it. Her accusations were completely unreasonable. Her ears felt slightly hot, and for the first time, her haughty expression wavered. Song Yuching's favorability +10. Seeing this, Li Chen scoffed, too lazy to say anything more, and turned to leave. Wait. Song Yuching suddenly spoke, her voice lower than before, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible panic. Li Chen didn't even turn his head, just lazily waved his hand. "Miss Song, is there anything else you want to say? If it's an apology, then forget it, I can't accept it. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I don't want my girlfriend to see this and cause any misunderstandings." Li Chen sat back down on the bench and fiddled with his phone. Song Yuching bit her lip, a complex emotion welling up inside her. She suddenly realized that the Li Chen in front of her seemed to be quite different from the clingy, crazy man she used to know. Sometimes people are just perverse. When Li Chen was pursuing her, she thought he was disgusting. Now that she ignores me, I feel empty inside, as if something is missing. Song Yuching's favorability +10. Li Chen, who had thought that he and Song Yuching had no chance at all, was stunned after hearing the system notification. "I never expected this aloof girl to be such a tsundere. Li Chen, I." Song Yuching's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her fingertips unconsciously caressed the strap of her handbag. She herself didn't realize why she had called out to the person she used to hate the most. She only felt her throat tighten, and the word "I'm sorry" lingered between her lips and teeth, but she just couldn't say it. Chapter 18: The Secret of a Certain Doria. She herself didn't realize why she would call out to the person she once hated the most, she just felt a tightness in her throat. The words "I'm sorry" lingered on my lips, but I just couldn't bring myself to say them. "Ah Chen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." A mature and gentle voice suddenly broke in. Chu Mingxi jogged over and naturally took Li Chen's arm. She looked at the aloof girl in front of her with curiosity, "And this is just classmates?" A distant smile appeared on Li Chen's lips as he stood up and casually tidied Chu Mingxi's slightly messy bangs. "We bumped into each other by chance and chatted for a bit." As he spoke, his slender fingers slipped between Chu Mingxi's fingers, their interlocking motion both practiced and intimate. I initially thought that his statement about being afraid his girlfriend would misunderstand was just a way to annoy her, but it turned out to be true. Song Yuqing stood there, watching the two figures gradually disappear into the distance. She subconsciously bit her lower lip, a strange, dull pain rising in her chest, as if someone had squeezed her heart. After walking a distance, Li Chen noticed that Chu Mingxi was carrying a small shopping bag. Looking at the logo, Li Chen vaguely remembered that it was called Victoria's Secret. That is, did Chu Mingxi use the excuse of going to the restroom just to buy an inner layer? "Hey, mind your own business." Chu Mingxi blushed and punched Li Chen's chest with her little fist. Li Chen was puzzled. What hadn't he seen? What was there to be ashamed of? However, Chu Mingxi didn't say anything, and he didn't ask any further questions. "I'll buy it and wear it for him to see." Hey. When Li Chen returned to the villa, the clothes he had bought earlier had already been delivered. "I'm tired, let's take a shower." Li Chen took Chu Mingxi's hand and walked towards the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Chu Mingxi gently broke free. "Have you forgotten? I'm on my period tonight." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes filled with sorrow. After a quick wash, Li Chen walked out of the bathroom and saw Chu Mingxi. He realized that she had secretly bought him a late-night snack that night. "Young master, are you hungry? I bought some snacks to fill your stomach." Chu Mingxi opened her palm, which was stuffed full of snacks. Li Chen rubbed his rumbling stomach and replied, hungry, I need to eat." The two of them ate a late-night snack. Jelly, popping candy. Chu Mingxi's happiness +1. Chu Mingxi's happiness +1. On the other side, Chu Yang was eventually released from the detention center. As the iron gate of the detention center slammed shut behind him, Chu Yang squinted to adjust to the blinding sunlight. His chin itched from not shaving for 3 days. He raised his hand to scratch it and smelled a mixture of musty and sweaty odor emanating from his cuffs. "Damn it, this lousy place." He spat and kicked a small pebble at his feet. The stones made a crisp sound as they hit the tiles on the police station's exterior wall. I thought Chu Mingxi was just saying things in anger, but I never expected that she really wouldn't care about me after that incident. I guess the other party was really angry. I only said a few harsh words. This mother is really petty. It must be Li Chen who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have suffered imprisonment for no reason. He had already won the heart of his beloved. Chu Yang recalled the innate furnace and felt a surge of emotion. He stood up for Song Yuqing and dealt with Li Chen, that sycophant. The other person will definitely see me in a different light, and may even have developed feelings for me. Thinking this way, my desire to return to school grew stronger. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle came from afar, growing louder as it approached. Chu Yang turned his head and saw a matte black motorcycle driving towards him. The rider was wearing a black leather jacket and his helmet visor reflected the sunlight, making it impossible to see his face. The motorcycle braked suddenly in front of him, the tires screeching as they rubbed against the ground. The motorcyclist first looked Chu Yang up and down, then took out an envelope from the lining of his leather jacket and handed it to Chu Yang. Chu Yang put his hands in his pockets, deliberately adopting an arrogant posture. "I never accept anything from unknown people. I, the mighty emperor of Chu, dare to act arrogantly in front of me." The motorcyclist didn't answer, and casually tossed it aside. The envelope arced through the air and landed in a puddle at Chu Yang's feet. Just as Chu Yang was about to lash out, the motorcycle roared away, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes behind. Damn it, even the composure cultivated over millions of years couldn't help but utter a curse at this moment. He bent down and picked up the envelope, which had a wet corner. Upon opening the seal, a bank card and a neatly folded letter slid out of the envelope. What I wrote in my heart: your release was no accident. Although the Chu family was defeated, some old friends still remained loyal to them. Finding the jade ring would be the Chu family's only chance to turn the tide. There's 1 million in the card, the password is 6 ones, for whatever you need. Don't ask why, time is of the essence. Chu Yang stared at the letter. A jade ring? When did the Chu family ever own a jade ring? He was still young when the Chu family was purged, and he can no longer remember many of his memories of the Chu family. All he remembered was that his birth mother had indeed worn a jade ring. But now his whereabouts are unknown. Perhaps his adoptive mother Chu Mingxi knows some clues. I remember my home is in this direction. Chu Yang strolled through the streets, seemingly having spent too long in the world of cultivation and forgotten that one could hail a taxi in modern society. As I walked down a commercial street, I saw a somewhat familiar sign and suddenly had an idea. I remember this store was a famous brand. I think it was called Victoria's Secret. Girls all like designer clothes, so buying some gifts might appease your mom. Pushing open the glass door of the lingerie store, a blast of cold air hits you. The saleswoman in her pink uniform smiled sweetly. What do you need, sir? Are you buying something for your girlfriend? Buy it for my mom. Chu Yang straightened his back and smirked. Get one of each style, in size 36D. Chu Yang didn't recognize any of the styles, but now that he was rich and powerful, he wanted them all. The saleswoman's smile froze for a moment, then she immediately recovered. Sir, you are so filial. It must be so wonderful to be your mother. Chu Yang then remembered that he had never given Hu Shanshan, who lived next door, any gifts despite knowing her for so long. Wait, make another set, also in size 32B. Imagining Hu Shanshan's expression when she received the gift, Chu Yang added. When paying the bill, the clerk smiled so broadly her eyes crinkled into crescents. Sir, you are so considerate. There aren't many men like you who care about their families these days. Chu Yang was flattered by the compliment. He lingered on the shop assistant for a moment, then casually pointed to an inner layer. Wrap this up too, it's a gift for you. Carrying his bags and packages as he walked out of the store, Chu Yang felt much more relaxed. Chapter 19. Don't all girls like designer brands? At Hu Shanshan's home. Mission accomplished, but I'm exhausted. A slightly chubby girl casually tossed her beauty blender aside, tilted her head to admire her masterpiece, and revealed a smug dimple on her round cheek. TSK, look at this makeup, I want to kiss myself. Hu Shanshan held the mirror in both hands, her eyelashes fluttering as she looked herself up and down. Suddenly she leaned closer and then leaned back, finally smiling with her eyes crinkling into crescents. Dong, with your skills you could open a studio. The person in the mirror had exquisite features and vaguely resembled Chu Mingxi. Thanks, Dong. I'll treat you to dinner another day. When Hu Shanshan put down the mirror, her fingertips unconsciously twirled around the ends of her hair. Zhang Dongdong put his hands on his hips, suddenly leaned close to her face, and his round eyes flashed with a cunning light. Oh my, when did our Shanshan become so polite? She deliberately dragged out her words. However, I am curious, which lucky guy is so good that he made our Shanshan's heart flutter and take the initiative to invite her to dinner? You're talking nonsense. Hu Shanshan's ear tips instantly turned crimson, and her fingers twisted together in a panic. It's just to thank him for helping me out of that situation before. Besides, Brother Li Chen already has a girlfriend. Yes. Her voice grew softer and softer, the last few words almost muffled in her mouth, and her neck turned bright red. Zhang Dongdong raised an eyebrow and glanced at her sideways, then suddenly reached out and poked her burning cheek. Oh, do you really need to summon me to do your full makeup just for a meal? I spent a whole 20 minutes drawing this eyeliner. Hey, Zhang Dongdong, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Hu Shanshan grabbed a cushion in embarrassment and annoyance and threw it at the pillow, but couldn't help laughing, her dimples appearing and disappearing at the corners of her mouth. She lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her skirt, a sense of relief flashing through her mind when Aunt Chu said she couldn't come. Jiang Dongdong caught the pillow, looked at her friend's reddened ears, and shook her head helplessly. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she just sighed softly and reached out to tidy up the stray hairs at Hu Shanshan's temples. This silly girl. With so many men in this world, why did she have to choose someone who was already taken? She could only wish Hu Shanshan good luck in her heart. Just as the two were laughing and joking, the doorbell suddenly rang crisply. Hu Shanshan looked up abruptly like a startled deer, her fingers unconsciously touching her freshly applied makeup. Your brother Li Chen is here. Jiang Dongdong tilted his head and drew out his words, a mischievous smile on his round face. Her eyes couldn't help but dart towards the door. She was genuinely curious about what this man, who could make her best friend so infatuated, looked like. Dong Dong. Hu Shanshan stamped her feet anxiously, her watery eyes pleading, "Please, I'm begging you, don't say anything out of line later." She quickly smoothed out the wrinkles in her skirt, tidied her sideburns, and then jogged to open the door. Shanshan, it's been a long time. I bought you some gifts. Hu Shanshan's smile froze on her face instantly. Standing outside the door was not Li Chen as expected. The person who came was disheveled and had an unpleasant smell, but Hu Shanshan still recognized the person in front of her. It was her childhood sweetheart. Somewhat surprised, she asked, "How did you get here?" Xu Yang casually tossed his bangs, revealing what he thought was a handsome smile. "This is my home, where else can I go if I'm not here?" As he spoke, he reached out to rub Hu Shanshan's head, his fingers still covered in suspicious stains. Hu Shanshan felt inexplicably disgusted by the slightly intimate gesture and instinctively moved away. Xu Yang's hand hung awkwardly in midair, his face immediately darkening, but he forced a smile and asked, "Where did my mom go? Why can't I open the door? Didn't you know? Aunt Chu has already moved out." Hu Shanshan's almond-shaped eyes widened. "The landlord changed all the locks yesterday. They moved away." Xu Yang's expression was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his lips twitched twice. "Mom is really something, she didn't even tell me the address of our new home." Her tone carried a hint of resentment, as if she hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem. "Shanshan, do you know where my mom moved to?" "Aunt Chu moved in with brother Li Chen." She stared down at the tips of her shoes, her voice barely audible. "The exact address I don't know either." When she lied, her earlobes turned almost transparently red, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Hu Shanshan is not good at lying. Every time she lies, fine beads of sweat appear on her forehead. When Xu Mingxi first moved in, she had already sent the address to Hu Shanshan, but she didn't want to tell Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang had treated her very well before, he treated Aunt Chu completely differently. At best, he would treat her coldly, at worst, he would yell at her. It was about time for this to happen. "I remember last winter, Aunt Chu had a high fever but still cooked for her son." A bead of cold sweat slid down her temple, leaving a faint mark on her meticulously made-up face. She would never allow anyone to ruin Aunt Chu's hard-won happiness. Li Chen, it's that Li Chen again." Xu Yang's face instantly turned ferocious, veins bulged on his forehead, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. His fierce appearance frightened Hu Shanshan so much that she subconsciously took a half step back, which only strengthened her resolve. Xu Yang stared at her, then suddenly narrowed his eyes, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. "Shanshan, you've never been able to lie since you were little." He took a step closer, his tone somewhat menacing. "You're sweating." Hu Shanshan took a half step back, her heart pounding, but she still forced herself to say, I didn't lie. Aunt Chu really didn't tell me the address." Xu Yang chuckled and suddenly handed the huge shopping bag in his hand to her. "Never mind, let's not talk about this. Here, this is a gift for you. See if you like it." Hu Shanshan hesitated before taking the bag, then looked down and saw that it was full of different styles of underwear. Her face instantly flushed red. "Xu Yang, what do you mean by this?" She slammed the bag to the ground, her disgust for Chu Yang reaching its peak. "You pervert. It's your own fault that Aunt Chu broke ties with you." Seeing the argument at the door, Jiang Dongdong, who was inside the house, immediately rushed over to protect Hu Shanshan.
She glanced at the brand of the shopping bag on the ground, understood immediately, and glared at Chu Yang. What do you mean?
Sending something like this, how disgusting. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Jiang Dongdong, but he spread his hands innocently and said, "What's wrong?"
"I just think Shanshan has grown up and should wear more mature clothes." "What's wrong with that? Isn't it said that girls all like designer clothes? Why is there such a strong reaction? My friend must be shy and embarrassed here."
Chu Yang happened to have another bag here. He stared at Jiang Dongdong and compared the size.
Maybe it would fit Chu Mingxi perfectly. Should he give it to her as a gift? Chapter 20, The Little Protagonist, Easily Handled.
"Young lady, I have another bag of larger ones here.
Consider it a small gift since we're meeting for the first time."
Chu Yang's blatant gaze terrified Jiang Dongdong, turning her face deathly pale, but she still bravely stood in front of Hu Shanshan.
"Get out!"
"Who wants your gift?" Jiang Dongdong yelled. Hu Shanshan was trembling with anger, pointing to the door. "Please leave immediately." Chu Yang's smile gradually turned cold, and his eyes darkened. "Shanshan, you didn't treat me like this before. I bought her so many clothes, but she not only didn't appreciate it, she even conspired with outsiders to drive me away."
She must have been instigated by someone. Li Chen's image flashed through Chu Yang's mind. "I understand, it's Li Chen, right?"
His eyes flashed with malice, his hatred for Li Chen reaching its peak.
"Li Chen must have blackmailed you into doing this."
Looking at Hu Shanshan's pupils, which were slightly dilated with fear, Chu Yang became even more determined in his mind. His gaze grew increasingly sinister. He grabbed Hu Shanshan's wrist, his voice low and dangerous.
"Shanshan, what are you afraid of? Did Li Chen threaten you?
Tell me, and I'll help you solve it." Hu Shanshan was startled by his sudden action and struggled desperately. "Let me go."
"No one threatened me, you scared me." Upon seeing this, Jiang Dongdong immediately rushed forward and shoved Chu Yang, shouting, "Are you crazy? Let go."
Chu Yang suddenly flung Jiang Dongdong away, the force of which caused her to stagger a few steps and crash into the wall. He stared intently at Hu Shanshan, his tone almost obsessive. "Shanshan, we grew up together.
You weren't like this before. Li Chen must have brainwashed you, right?"
Hu Shanshan's voice trembled as she was frightened by his ferocious expression. "Chu Yang, calm down."
"I'm very calm."
Chu Yang let out a low growl, then forced out a distorted smile.
"I just want to help you, Shanshan. Look, I don't even have a place to live right now. Can you bear to let me be homeless?"
As he spoke, he forcefully pushed open the door and barged into the room. Hu Shanshan tried desperately to hold the door shut, but she couldn't stop him at all. Seeing this, Jiang Dongdong picked up a vase from the table and was about to smash it when Chu Yang grabbed her wrist and flung her away. The immense force caused Jiang Dongdong to lose her balance and fall to the ground.
"Don't push your luck," Chu Yang said coldly. "This is between me and Shanshan, it's none of your business."
Just as he was about to burst in, a tall figure suddenly blocked the doorway, grabbing Chu Yang's shoulder with such force that he couldn't move.
"Chu Yang, that's enough." Li Chen's voice was as cold as ice.
He was also surprised. It had only been a few days, yet Chu Yang had actually escaped from the detention center. Judging from his appearance, he must have just been released not long ago, and now I've run into him again.
Chu Yang whirled around, and upon recognizing the person, his eyes instantly blazed with fury. "Li Chen? You dare show your face in front of me?" Chu Yang's luck value -10. Hu Shanshan's favorability +10. Jiang Dongdong's favorability +5.
Li Chen's gaze was indifferent. He exerted a little force on his hand, and Chu Yang immediately turned pale with pain. The force, which was far beyond that of an ordinary person, shocked him greatly. Qi refining stage. Although Chu Yang's cultivation had not recovered, he could still sense the flow of spiritual energy around Li Chen. He was immediately shocked. How is this possible?
Chu Yang's luck value -30. Chu Yang's temples throbbed.
In this degenerate age, the tradition of cultivating immortality should have been severed long ago.
Where exactly did Li Chen obtain this mental cultivation technique? Who exactly are you?
Xu Yang stared intently at Li Chen, his voice hoarse.
I've said that before. Li Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. I am your father.
Li Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried an irresistible sense of pressure.
Get out.
His gaze shifted downwards, landing on the underwear scattered on the ground, and his contempt for this Emperor Chu grew even stronger. Such conservative tastes, they're not even as good as the 2 items Chu Mingxi sent him to look at last night.
If I see you harassing them again, you'll face the consequences.
Xu Yang gritted his teeth, but couldn't break free from Li Chen's grip. Li Chen, stop trying to sow discord here. Li Chen sneered, too lazy to waste words with him, and grabbed him by the back of his collar, throwing him into the stairwell like trash.
Xu Yang's luck value -10.
Xu Yang staggered and grabbed the wall for support. Just as he was about to lash out, his pupils suddenly contracted. I noticed that the jade ring hanging around Li Chen's neck gleamed with a warm luster under the light. The patterns of the character on it are clearly visible.
Where did you get that ring around your neck?
Xu Yang immediately recognized it as the jade ring belonging to the Chu family that the mysterious man had mentioned.
That's a family heirloom of the Chu family.
Xu Yang's voice suddenly rose, and he lunged forward, his 5 fingers forming claws. Give it back to me. Li Chen slightly shifted his body, easily dodging the sneak attack, and casually straightened his collar.
You dare to steal my things? If you keep doing this, I'll call the police.
Upon hearing that Li Chen was going to call the police again, Xu Yang recalled his previous life in the detention center and reflexively shrank back. But seeing the jade ring so close at hand, he was like a gambler eyeing his chips, unwilling to back down.
However, it's not impossible if you want it.
Li Chen took off the jade ring and played with it in his hand. As your stepfather, if you're willing to call me dad, I'm naturally happy to give him to my precious son, Li Chen said with a wicked grin. Li Chen had already emptied the storage space, so the jade ring was no longer of any use to him. It was nothing more than an ornament with a storage space. Before leaving, Li Chen made a special trip to the septic tank to fill the storage space. You're asking for death. Xu Yang's eyes were bloodshot, and he had completely forgotten his composure. Like a vicious dog hunting its prey, he pounced on Li Chen. A son who hits his father will be struck by lightning. The two were of vastly different strengths, and Li Chen easily dodged the attack once again.
At the same time, spiritual energy circulated, and Hawan pointed towards Xu Yang.
Xu Yang's face flushed red instantly after being struck by a finger, the union finger? He staggered backward, his face turning from red to pale. This low-level spell wouldn't even have been worthy of tickling him in his previous life, but now it made his breathing disordered and his legs weak. However, his cultivation level has not yet recovered, and Li Chen has already reached the qi refining stage first. A wave of humiliation washed over him, and he bit his lower lip hard until he tasted blood. I am indeed no match for Li Chen now, but I will wait until he recovers his cultivation. One day, this clown will be made to wish he were never born.
Xu Yang stared at Li Chen with extreme resentment, roared, and turned to leave in anger. If he doesn't leave soon, he might lose control and do something irrational. He remembered there was a leisure club nearby, so he decided to go there first to get his acacia finger removed.
Xu Yang's luck value -50. After confirming that Xu Yang had left, Li Chen took out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, officer, I want to report someone soliciting prostitution.
The address is...
Inside the room, Hu Shanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her legs went weak and she almost fell over.
Chapter 21 Jiang family's fourth daughter, Jiang Dongdong.
Li Chen quickly helped her up, frowning as he asked, Are you alright?
Hu Shanshan's favorability +10.
Hu Shanshan shook her head, her eyes slightly red, with tears still clinging to her long eyelashes. I'm sorry, brother Li Chen, I've caused you trouble again.
Don't take things that are easy to do to heart.
Li Chen smiled gently and ruffled her hair, as if comforting a frightened kitten.
His gaze shifted to Jiang Dongdong, who was slumped on the ground. Is that your friend? Are you all right? Name, Jiang Dongdong. Age, 18.
Synopsis: the fourth daughter of the Jiang family in Chongquan City, and the younger sister of the male protagonist in The Real and Fake Young Masters. What will you regret when I become the richest man?
Favorability, 5. Experience, 0. Pleasure, 0. The Jiang family's 4 daughters. The information from the system startled him. How could 2 female characters from different worlds have come together? Moreover, judging from their intimate manner, they clearly have a close relationship. What's even more concerning is that Chu Yang only went into the detention center a few days ago, yet he's already out of there so quickly. He narrowed his eyes. There was no such person in the original work who could help Chu Yang escape. It seemed he would have to find someone to investigate thoroughly. I'm fine. Zhang Dongdong bit her lower lip, stubbornly trying to stand up, but fell back down due to the pain in her ankle, her skirt spreading out like flower petals. Only then did Li Chen get a clear look at her face, a delicately sculpted baby face with chubby cheeks. At this moment, it puffed up slightly because of anger, like a little hamster with its fur standing on end. She was slightly taller than Hu Shanshan, but more rounded and cute, with soft curves in her arms and legs, like a marshmallow that you could easily squeeze. Her uniform shirt was stretched slightly tight by her rounded shoulders, and her slightly fleshy belly was faintly visible. The legs peeking out from under the skirt weren't particularly slender, but they were shapely and cute. The inner layer even has a bare pattern. Who is that freak? He's so strong. Zhang Dongdong rubbed her reddened wrist, her voice tinged with grievance. It hurts so much. She staggered as she tried to stand up, but her ankles suddenly gave way, and she fell backward. Careful. Li Chen darted forward and reached out to firmly support Zhang Dongdong's waist. It felt as soft as a freshly baked glutinous rice ball when I touched it, and I couldn't resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Zhang Dongdong's favorability -5. Thank you. Zhang Dongdong sprang away from Li Chen's arms as if she had been electrocuted, her ear tips instantly turning crimson. She glared at Li Chen with eyes like a cat with its fur standing on end, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned down. Besides helping Hu Shanshan with her makeup, the most important reason she came to Hu Shanshan's house today was to secretly keep an eye on her. As the daughter of the Jiang family, she was never short of well-dressed men surrounding her, each of them outwardly polite and refined, but in reality, they were filthy and harbored ulterior motives. I heard that this Li Chen has a girlfriend, and he even tried to take advantage of me earlier. I absolutely cannot let him ruin my best friend's life. Before Li Chen could retract his hand, which was frozen in midair, the system notification sounded mercilessly. He blinked in surprise. Could helping someone really lower his favorability rating? Is this girl born in the year of the hedgehog? This is Zhang Dongdong, my classmate, and this is Hu Shanshan. Didn't notice the little interaction between the two and was still introducing them to each other. The moment Hu Shanshan looked over, Zhang Dongdong suddenly broke into a smile and interrupted her with a grin. I know, your name is Brother Li Chen. Zhang Dongdong answered first, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons and her lips curving into a playful smile. These past few days, Shanshan has been playing the heroic story of Brother Li Chen punching Liaojin and kicking Scarface Chang on repeat in my ears every day. She has mentioned your name at least 1,000 times today. I'm so tired of hearing it. Zhang Dongdong, what nonsense are you spouting? Hu Shanshan stomped her feet in frustration, her face turning bright red, and reached out to cover Zhang Dongdong's mouth. I didn't say that. Li Chen was both amused and exasperated by their antics, and only then did he remember the paper bag in his hand. He handed it to Hu Shanshan, saying without batting an eye, I brought you a few clothes, see if they fit. Hu Shanshan took the bag, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Li Chen's hand. She recoiled as if electrocuted, saying, Thank you, Brother Li Chen. Hu Shanshan's favorability +5. Shanshan, why don't you open it and take a look? Maybe it's underwear inside. Zhang Dongdong leaned over with a mischievous grin. Li Chen didn't understand why Zhang Dongdong was so hostile towards him on their first meeting. However, the 2 outfits Chu Mingxi chose were indeed quite nice, and he was very much looking forward to seeing Hu Shanshan's figure after she put them on. Then he suggested, Shanshan, why don't you try it too? If it doesn't fit, you can take it back and exchange it. Should we open it now? Hu Shanshan unconsciously twisted the strap of the gift bag. That's not a good idea. I felt it was a bit impolite to open the gift in front of the recipient. Hey, they've already told you to tear it down, what are you hesitating for? Zhang Dongdong urged,
her eyes fixed on Li Chen's reaction. Upon hearing this, Hu Shanshan looked at Li Chen again, and only after being encouraged by his gaze did she open the gift box. Inside were two dresses, one white and one pink. The white one has a refreshing square neckline and puff sleeves, with a light and airy skirt. The pink version features playful ruffles and pearl embellishments, making it sweet yet lively. Hu Shanshan's eyes sparkled as she gently stroked the skirt. Both the color and the style were exactly what she usually liked. Wow, that's good taste. Even Jiang Dongdong, a wealthy heiress, didn't find fault with it, and her tone softened a bit. Then, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, unlike that pervert from before, who came up and immediately offered me underwear, claiming we were childhood sweethearts. Bah! These two dresses really suit Hu Shanshan's temperament. Shanshan, go and try it. Jiang Dongdong pushed Hu Shanshan's back, gesturing for her to hurry back to her room and try it. Hu Shanshan held the dress with obvious delight, her little face flushed like a ripe apple. Upon hearing this, she thanked Li Chen again before jogging back to her room to try on clothes. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Dongdong immediately stopped smiling. She casually sat down on the sofa, crossed her arms, and her sharp eyes scanned Li Chen from head to toe 3 times like a scanner. I heard. She suddenly leaned forward, her eyes as cold as ice. You already have a girlfriend. Li Chen nodded, that's right. You have a girlfriend, yet you still bother Shanshan. Jiang Dongdong glared, suppressing her anger as she spoke. Jiang Dongdong's favorability -5. Either break up with your girlfriend, or get out of here right now. That might be a bit difficult, Li Chen said, looking troubled. Ha? Jiang Dongdong's eyebrows twitched, and her anger intensified. Jiang Dongdong's favorability -10. Li Chen was speechless for a moment, and he could roughly guess why Jiang Dongdong disliked him so much. Chapter 22. I want them all, including you. Because I want them all. Li Chen leaned back in his chair, his eyes half closed, also sizing up Jiang Dongdong. And you, I want you too. To hell with all that. I finally managed to transmigrate to this world, only to find myself as a villain. Don't be fooled by how strong he seemed when he was beating up the protagonist, Xu Yang. That's all just speculation. Maybe he'll have some kind of lucky encounter as soon as he steps out the door, his strength will skyrocket, and he could wipe him out with a single finger. Why live such a miserable life when you can't even save your own life? The acacia finger quietly gathers at the fingertip. Whenever Jiang Dongdong dared to flip the table and throw a tantrum, he would point at her and tell her to calm down. Jiang Dongdong was about to get angry when she heard this, but when she looked up, she met Li Chen's sharp eyes. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She immediately realized that the person in front of her was even more dangerous than the pervert who had delivered the innerwear earlier. You, what do you want to do? Jiang Dongdong's face turned pale, and before she could even speak, her momentum had already weakened by 3 points. Let me tell you, my dad is the owner of Jiang's construction company. If you dare to mess around, you'll be in big trouble. Ha! Li Chen sneered and stood up, approaching Jiang Dongdong step by step. Others might fear the Jiang family, but he is different. The Li family is a top-tier power in Changkuan City. Even the Song family, which is second only to them, has to avoid their sharp edge. The Jiang family is merely a second-tier family, hardly worth mentioning. It seems that Shanshan didn't tell you about my identity. A look of confusion flashed across Jiang Dongdong's eyes, which were then filled with fear. Although she was inexperienced in the ways of the world, she had heard about it from her father. In Changkuan City, there is only one family that is both wealthy and surnamed Li. Li Chen approached step by step, and Jiang Dongdong, in a panic, kicked her snow-white legs wildly, trying to get away from the danger. But he couldn't stand up quickly because of the ankle he had twisted earlier. In a moment of panic, Li Chen used 2 fingers to lift Jiang Dongdong's chin. Their eyes met. If Shanshan finds out what I just said, I'll wipe out your Jiang family. As he spoke, Li Chen forcefully pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Dongdong's favorability +5. Li Chen only let Hu Shanshan go when there was a screeching sound from her door. What are you talking about? Hu Shanshan asked. We only chatted for a few minutes before we realized that Dongdong and I had met when we were little.
Li Chen made up a joke. He reached out and ruffled Jiang Dongdong's hair. Right, Dongdong. What seemed like an intimate gesture was, in Jiang Dongdong's eyes, a threat. She lowered her head, her face flushed, and her hands gripped the hem of her skirt tightly. I felt a strange sense of thrill, even though I was afraid of being discovered by my friend. Aha! He snorted twice through his nose, as if to confirm Li Chen's words. After receiving a response, Li Chen looked up at Hu Shanshan, and his expression froze the moment his gaze fell on her. Before me stood a young girl, leaning against the doorframe, wearing a pure white dress. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her steps, like a cloud bathed in moonlight. Her exposed collarbone had beautiful lines, and her skin appeared even more translucent against the white fabric. Her usual casually tied ponytail was now loosely draped over her shoulders, the ends curling slightly. Is it good looking? Hu Shanshan unconsciously gripped the hem of her skirt, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Li Chen's gaze seemed glued to Hu Shanshan, remaining fixed on her. It suits you very well. Thinking to herself that Chumingshi had a discerning eye, she had chosen this dress as a gift at first glance. The white dress perfectly accentuated Hu Shanshan's pure and innocent charm without appearing forced. Dong. My friend, who had been so lively and talkative just moments before, had been keeping her head down and seemed somewhat distracted ever since she changed her clothes. Hu Shanshan walked over and called out to her in confusion. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Ah. It's beautiful, so beautiful, Jiang Dongdong exclaimed several times before she came to her senses. I suddenly remembered that I had something to do at home. My mom told me to go home early, so I left first. She held Hu Shanshan's hand and winked at Li Chen with her back turned. Dongdong, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you uncomfortable? I'm not feeling well, my foot. You're such a love-struck idiot, a terrible teammate, I can't carry you. Jiang Dongdong was so angry that she almost abandoned Hu Shanshan and ran away on her own. But looking into her friend's clear eyes, she couldn't bear to let her fall into the wolf's clutches. Before she could say anything more, Li Chen had already silently appeared behind Hu Shanshan. The strap on your back is a little loose. As Li Chen spoke, his gaze passed over Hu Shanshan and fixed on Jiang Dongdong. The threat was palpable. Let me tie it for you. Hu Shanshan blushed, but did not resist. In fact, she felt a little pleasure. Shanshan, you still have a dress to try on. Let's look at it before you leave. Li Chen stood behind Hu Shanshan, tying the thin ribbon as he did so. That one was also carefully selected. It's no worse than this one. Yes, there's one more thing. I'll go change right away, Hu Shanshan said excitedly. She had never worn such a beautiful and comfortable dress before. How could I not be envious of the beautiful clothes Jiang Dongdong wore before? What girl doesn't love to look beautiful? Hu Shanshan's favorability +5. Dongdong, please wait for me a little longer. After saying that, Hu Shanshan ran back to her room. Wait, Jiang Dongdong said with a mournful face, her raised hand hanging in midair, while Hu Shanshan's figure was already blocked by Li Chen. Ha! Li Chen sneered again, you've got some nerve. Then he used the same trick again. Jiang Dongdong's favorability +5. Even so, Li Chen was still somewhat moved by her sincere friendship and wanting to take Shanshan away despite the threats. It seems that Shanshan has made a very good friend. Not long after, Hu Shanshan came out wearing a light pink dress. This time she was noticeably more relaxed, and even lightly twirled around, lifting her skirt. The light pink hue accentuated her flawless skin, and her flowing skirt resembled a blooming cherry blossom. Li Chen's lips unconsciously curled up. He noticed that Hu Shanshan's eyes were sparkling, a joy that came from the bottom of her heart. After Hu Shanshan finished trying on the clothes, Jiang Dongdong smoothed out the wrinkles in the dress and asked to leave again. As she turned and took a step, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her ankle, causing her to gasp and stumble forward. Chapter 23, Riding a Bicycle to a Bar, Save Where You Can, Spend Where You Can. Hiss. Jiang Dongdong grimaced as she squatted down, only to find that her twisted ankle was swollen like a small steamed bun, looking particularly shocking against her fair skin. Dongdong. Your feet.
Hu Shanshan exclaimed in surprise and rushed over to support her, her eyes instantly turning red.
It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted you come, you wouldn't have. Stop.
Jiang Dongdong suddenly looked up, reached out and covered Hu Shanshan's mouth, her brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a mosquito. I came here of my own volition, and I beat up that pervert voluntarily, so don't give me this nonsense. Even if it happened again, I would still stand in front of you. She was about to stand up to prove she was alright. Who said my foot is injured? My foot is perfectly fine. As he spoke, he stomped his foot forcefully, his face seemingly nonchalant, but in reality, a layer of cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer and let out a loud ah. He slumped down like a deflated balloon, groaning, "It hurts, it hurts." Seeing this, Hu Shanshan hurriedly dragged over a chair and made the other person sit down.
Let me take a look at it for you. It would be bad if you broke a bone.
With Hu Shanshan there, Li Chen pretended to be a good person again, squatting down to check her injury.
No need, I'll just sit for a while and go back by myself.
Jiang Dongdong turned her face away, her ears burning red, her eyes filled with madness.
Who knew that this scoundrel would pull some kind of trick this time? Dong.
Hu Shanshan was so anxious that she stomped her feet and grabbed her fidgeting shoulders.
Why don't you let brother Li Chen take a look?
Without saying a word, Li Chen knelt down on one knee in front of her and gently but firmly lifted her ankle.
Don't move.
He spoke in a low voice, his slender fingers deftly untying his shoelaces. Jiang Dongdong was wearing a pair of white short socks. At this moment, her ankles were swollen like small steamed buns, and the sock tops were deeply embedded in her skin, leaving a red mark.
It's swollen like this, and you still say it's nothing.
Li Chen frowned and carefully took off his socks. When he saw the swelling that had turned purplish red, his eyes clearly darkened. He was genuinely heartbroken, even though he had been bullying Jiang Dongdong earlier.
But Li Chen already considers her family.
Let me check you over to see if any bones are broken.
It might hurt a little.
As he spoke, he channeled his spiritual energy into his palm and placed it on Jiang Dongdong's ankle to help relieve her pain, while gently pressing with his fingers. Jiang Dongdong lowered her head, her face flushed, feeling the warm touch on her ankle, unsure whether it was from embarrassment or pain.
Jiang Dongdong's favorability +10. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
His injuries were not serious, and he could use spiritual energy to alleviate the pain.
Ride your bike to the bar, save where you can, spend where you can.
The top-grade wound medicine obtained from the lottery was not plentiful to begin with, and using it to treat a sprain would be a waste of its potential, so it's best to save it. I used to study some traditional Chinese medicine and iron therapy, which can help relieve the pain. He naturally didn't understand anything about traditional Chinese medicine or iron therapy. He simply channeled spiritual energy into his palms to disperse the stagnant blood. As he spoke, he gently kneaded Jiang Dongdong's ankle with his palm, while simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into it.
As the warm touch spread, Jiang Dongdong felt a tingling sensation travel from the soles of her feet up her spine.
Jiang Dongdong covered her mouth to suppress the strange sensation, and the pain in her foot seemed to lessen considerably.
Looking at Li Chen kneeling in front of her, she felt a surge of curiosity.
It turns out that this big bad guy also has a gentle side. No wonder Hu Shanshan secretly harbors feelings for him.
Jiang Dongdong's favorability +5.
Li Chen knelt on the ground, and as his palm pressed down, Jiang Dongdong felt a pain spread from her ankle throughout her body. After such a long period of continuous spiritual energy output, a dense layer of sweat seeped from his forehead. Jiang Dongdong's happiness +1.
Jiang Dongdong's favorability +10. All right. Li Chen withdrew his spiritual energy.
Thanks to massage, Jiang Dongdong's foot injury has almost fully healed.
She actually persisted for an hour, that's truly a sin. He picked up the pure white sock and naturally slipped it onto Jiang Dongdong's feet. Get up and walk around, it should be fine, Li Chen said.
Mum. Jiang Dongdong responded, got up with Hu Shanshan's help, and tried to walk a little. I found that the pain in my legs had indeed lessened, although I still walked with a slight limp. I need to go to the restroom first, Jiang Dongdong said, her face flushed. Li Chen glanced at the stain on the cushion and, taking advantage of Hu Shanshan's inattention, casually picked up a nearby pillow to cover it.
Let's go eat, I'm starving.
After continuously outputting spiritual energy, Li Chen looked a little tired, and a strong feeling of hunger came over him.
Oh no, the restaurant is past the reservation time.
Hu Shanshan stared at her phone screen, her eyelashes drooping down and casting a small shadow on her cheek. Jiang Dongdong, who had just come out of the restroom and was planning to go home, suddenly stopped in her tracks upon hearing this, realizing that they must have been treating her injuries, which was why she had been delayed. A pang of guilt suddenly welled up in my heart. There's a hot pot restaurant nearby.
I know the owner. Shall we eat there?
I'll reserve a private room for you. Hu Shanshan turned to Li Chen, tilting her head and asking with her eyes, a stray hair slipping off her shoulder as she moved. Li Chen was so hungry he could eat a whole cow, and since he wasn't picky, he agreed. Jiang Dongdong finished the call in a few words, it's booked.
Just give me your name when you get there.
As she spoke, she took half a step back, her fingers already touching the bag strap. Hu Shanshan quickly grabbed her wrist, Dongdong, let's go together. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with expectation, like a small animal afraid of being abandoned by its owner.
Next time, I really have something to do at home.
Jiang Dongdong glanced at Li Chen and said with some fear.
Chapter 24. Have you seen my little bear? Let's go together.
Li Chen had already taken out his phone, his thumb sliding across the contacts. I have Jiang Lin's number, I'll just tell him. He winked at Jiang Dongdong as he spoke, a slightly threatening smile on his face. Jiang Dongdong was not surprised at all that Li Chen knew her brother. But he actually made the call, and it didn't matter that his lie was exposed. If Hu Shanshan misunderstands and thinks you don't want to have dinner with her, that would be difficult.
Thinking it over, Jiang Dongdong could only nod in agreement.
The three of them encountered another problem as soon as they stepped out of the house. Hu Shanshan's home was on the third floor. Although Jiang Dongdong can walk with difficulty now, going down the stairs is a bit of a challenge for her. She held onto the stair railing, her right leg slightly dangling in the air, and the redness and swelling around her ankle were faintly visible through her white socks. Hiss! She tried to step down a step with her injured foot, and immediately gasped in pain.
Dongdong, don't move.
Hu Shanshan quickly grabbed her best friend's shoulder, her fingers unconsciously tightening. Seeing Jiang Dongdong's expression of enduring pain, she bit her lower lip and asked, how about I carry you down? Jiang Dongdong chuckled and reached out to pinch Hu Shanshan's slender arm. Come on, with your skinny arms and legs, don't let us both roll down together.
Li Chen suggested, I'll carry you on my back.
No need, Jiang Dongdong waved her hands repeatedly, heaven knows what kind of bad idea this big bad guy is coming up with this time.
Shanshan, you can help me up, right, Shanshan?
She deliberately leaned closer to Hu Shanshan. Hu Shanshan nodded and reached out to wrap her arms around Jiang Dongdong's waist. She had only taken one step when she lost control of her strength and the two of them almost fell over. Careful! Li Chen turned around and hugged them in time. Hu Shanshan and the other woman fell into his arms. Even with their weight pressing down on him, he remained standing. Thank you, Hu Shanshan said, leaning against Li Chen's chest, her voice barely audible. Feeling her strong heartbeat reminded her of the baton she had been wielding that day, and her face flushed red.
Hu Shanshan's favorability +5. How about I carry it? Li Chen suggested again. He wasn't too worried.
He had only taken a few steps down the stairs and had already fallen like this. If something else happened, he would feel extremely guilty. Although Hu Shanshan felt a little uneasy, she still advised, Dongdong, just let brother Li Chen carry you. Jiang Dongdong just kept shaking her head, indicating that she could do it, and asked the two of them to wait for her downstairs. But Hu Shanshan's eyes were unusually firm as she helped Jiang Dongdong onto Li Chen's back. Compared to a slight pang of jealousy, she was even more reluctant to see her good friend get hurt. Jiang Dongdong resisted, but couldn't go against the two of them, so she could only half-heartedly climb onto Li Chen's back. Hold on tight. He only got up after Jiang Dongdong was ready. Li Chen felt the unusual sensation on his back, like a giant marshmallow.
The area I'm holding feels soft and squishy,
Wait,
Where's Jiang Dongdong's teddy bear?
Li Chen was momentarily stunned, his fingers instinctively searching for the bear's whereabouts. However, he was accidentally bitten on the finger by a tiger with piercing eyes and a white forehead. Jiang Dongdong's pupils dilated instantly, and her hands gripping Li Chen's neck tightened instinctively. I then remembered that the teddy bear was dirty, so I just put it in my pocket after I finished using the toilet. The remaining spiritual energy within her body was ignited, and Jiang Dongdong fell into an abnormal state. The tiger with its piercing eyes and white forehead lost control and became completely ferocious, chasing after Li Chen and biting him fiercely. Hu Shanshan, who was walking behind them, couldn't see their movements because she was 2 steps higher than them. Thinking that Jiang Dongdong was afraid of falling, he walked to stand next to them, put one hand on Jiang Dongdong's shoulder, and protected her. Seeing Hu Shanshan beside him, Li Chen didn't know whether to pull his hand away or not, so he could only let the tiger with its piercing eyes and white forehead bite him. The short staircase felt unusually long this time. By the time they got downstairs, the two of them were covered in sweat.
Jiang Dongdong's pleasure +1.
Hu Shanshan took out tissues and thoughtfully wiped the sweat from their hands. Brother Li Chen, your palms are all sweaty, you must be tired.
Dongdong, you're covered in sweat too. Anyone who didn't know better would think you carried Brother Li Chen downstairs.
Both of them turned their heads away guiltily, not daring to look directly into Hu Shanshan's innocent eyes. A strange silence filled the carriage. 3 people were crammed into one car, but 2 of them were clearly distracted. Jiang Dongdong leaned against the car window, unconsciously twirling the ends of her hair with her fingers. Hu Shanshan would occasionally steal glances at Li Chen in the driver's seat, a faint smile playing on her lips. Soon, the car stopped in front of a hot pot restaurant. At the steaming hot pot table, Jiang Dongdong mechanically stuffed food into her mouth, unable to even taste the flavor of her favorite spicy broth. Thinking about what had just happened, a mix of emotions surged within me: fear, panic, anger, and a little suppressed excitement. Hu Shanshan was very happy, and she put every piece of meat she cooked into Li Chen's bowl.
Shanshan. That's the tripe I just blanched.
Jiang Dongdong watched helplessly as the delicious food she had been eyeing for so long ended up in someone else's bowl, and pouted in grievance. During a break from eating, Li Chen checked his earnings for the day. Xu Yang generously contributed 100 luck points, but compared to his tens of thousands of luck points, it was just a drop in the ocean. With the 200 points I've accumulated, I can participate in the lottery 3 more times. Li Chen thought about it for a moment and decided to save it up and start drawing it tonight when he had saved up more.
Then he checked the 2 women's favorability ratings. Name: Hu Shanshan. Favorability: 90.
Hu Shanshan's favorability rating has reached 90, just 10 points away from the maximum, so she can continuously generate points. It seems we can find time to issue her a construction permit, which will lighten Chu Mingxi's burden a bit in the future.
Name: Jiang Dongdong. Favorability: 10.
To Li Chen's surprise, despite being bullied and threatened by him in various ways, Jiang Dongdong's favorability rating remained positive despite the ups and downs. Thinking this, Li Chen looked up with interest, only to meet Jiang Dongdong's furtive glance. Jiang Dongdong shrank back like a startled rabbit, quickly buried her head in her rice, and muttered under her breath, "So what if I ate it?
Why can't I say anything?"
The voice grew softer and softer until it was almost a whisper. I casually picked up a slice of tripe, cooked it, and put it in Jiang Dongdong's bowl.
Ha!
Jiang Dongdong stared wide-eyed at the tripe in the bowl, then at Hu Shanshan sitting next to Li Chen, her face filled with disbelief.
You put the wrong bowl in there, didn't you? Shanshan's bowl is over there. I'll compensate you.
Li Chen curled his lips into a smile, and the corners of his eyes curved slightly. Jiang Dongdong was stunned for a moment. She had never noticed before that this big bad guy who always bullied her was actually quite handsome when he smiled.
Jiang Dongdong's favorability +5.
Hu Shanshan silently bit her chopsticks, watching the interaction between the two, and a sour feeling welled up in her chest. Li Chen keenly sensed the change in atmosphere, and naturally he wouldn't neglect Hu Shanshan. He heated up another slice of fatty beef, but instead of putting it in Hu Shanshan's bowl, he blew on it and held it directly to her lips. Try it, the temperature is just right. Hu Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly as she parted her lips and took a slice of beef into her mouth. Tasty. The sauce, coated in the sliced beef, slid down Hu Shanshan's lips. Chapter 25 Li Chen's Test. When the fingertips touched her delicate skin, Hu Shanshan's body visibly trembled. Her face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. In her panic, she first glanced at Zhang Dongdong out of the corner of her eye, and only after confirming that the other was focused on cooking the meat slices did she breathe a sigh of relief. As she turned her head, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her voice was barely audible. "No, don't do this." When their eyes met, Li Chen could see a complex light flickering in her eyes. Her shyness carried a hint of pleading, yet also concealed a subtle, almost imperceptible expectation. Just as he was pushing his luck and trying to go further, a soft little hand suddenly pressed down on his wrist. "Really, no." She shook her head gently, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and obediently withdrew his hand. Hu Shanshan's fingers quietly slipped into his palm, interlocking with his. The favorability rating remained unchanged, neither increasing nor decreasing due to the previous action. On the way home, Li Chen was somewhat surprised to find that she actually lived in the same villa area as Chu Mingxi. When the car stopped in front of the Jiang family's house, Hu Shanshan insisted on helping her friend into the house. "No need to help me, we're already at my doorstep, I can walk back by myself, you guys go ahead." Just as Zhang Dongdong was about to decline, the Jiang family's front door suddenly opened. A slender man walked out of the house. He was dressed in slightly worn clothes, making him stand out from the others present. The man was clearly not expecting anyone to be at the door. He paused slightly, and when he saw Li Chen, a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes before he immediately returned to normal. Li Chen was shocked. Through the system feedback, he realized that the person in front of him was none other than the real young master, Jiang Su, who had shipped the goods on the spot at the company earlier. However, his appearance was completely different from before. Li Chen immediately realized that the other party must be proficient in something like disguise, a method that can change one's appearance. In this way, the previously saved surveillance footage becomes useless. But it doesn't matter, if the video is ruined, we can just make another one. Since we're already here during the Lunar New Year, and we've run into each other, we should at least try to maximize our luck before leaving. Good evening. Li Chen nodded in greeting, his tone as relaxed as if he were greeting an old friend. Unexpectedly, Jiang Su was quite aloof, not even raising his eyelids, and walked straight through the three of them as if they were nothing. Li Chen scoffed inwardly. What's with the pretense of being aloof? As far as he knew, as long as this young master was not kicked out of the Jiang family, he would still be a ninja turtle. They don't fight back when hit, and they don't talk back when insulted, they're easy targets for anyone to bully. Only after being kicked out of the Jiang family will he turn evil and erupt, followed by the much-anticipated chasing after relatives and cremation scene. If I want to plunder his luck points, I need to take advantage of this time and drain him dry. Hey bro, wait a minute. Li Chen suddenly raised his voice, and at the same time secretly activated the Hahuan finger, reaching out to pat Jiang Su's shoulder. Almost instantly, Jiang Su leaped and rolled, quickly widening the distance between himself and Li Chen. With his eyes fixed warily on Li Chen, Jiang Su sneered. He wouldn't fall for the same trick again. Li Chen was stunned, his hands still raised in midair. He hadn't expected the other person to have such sensitive skin and react so strongly. It seems they realized that I had secretly sabotaged things at Li's company before. However, one can't hide forever. Jiang Su was just an ordinary person without any cultivation. How can one fight against oneself? Sorry, bro, I scared you. Li Chen feigned innocence, withdrawing his hand and revealing a harmless smile. You look familiar, and I was wondering if you've been to Li's company recently. Jiang Su pursed his lips, his voice hoarse. No. Goodness, even the voice is different. If the system hadn't indicated that there was no error, he would have thought he had mistaken someone for someone else. Are you crazy? Zhang Dongdong suddenly erupted, her pretty face turning bright red with anger. She disliked her brother very much. But after all, they were still family, and Jiang Su's sudden bizarre behavior made her feel embarrassed.
She glared fiercely at Jiang Su. You don't even greet the guests, and you're still performing acrobatics here? Do you want to embarrass me enough?
Garlic bird, garlic bird. Li Chen pretended to smooth things over, but a calculating glint flashed in his eyes.
Your brother might be in a bad mood, so he came out to clear his head. Don't say he's my brother.
Jiang Dongdong's voice suddenly rose as if she had been stepped on by a cat. I don't have a brother who would steal his own sister's underwear.
Jiang Su's luck value -10. Li Chen almost burst out laughing. So that's what happened.
Although it was obvious to anyone that Jiang Lin, the fake young master of the Jiang family, had framed him, he couldn't help but admire how clever he was to come up with such a despicable trick. Jiang Su's back suddenly froze. He slowly turned around, his eyes as cold as ice. I'll say it one last time. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I, Jiang Su, have never stolen anything.
It was all framed by that bastard Jiang Lin.
Great opportunity, I'll play. Taking advantage of the moment when Jiang Su turned around to speak, Li Chen secretly flicked his finger, and the Hawan finger struck the target precisely. Jiang Su's pupils dilated instantly, a familiar feeling washing over him. Jiang Su's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints, then dilated sharply. You. He turned to Li Chen, his neck veins bulging. Jiang Su's facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His earlier guess was correct, it was that damned playboy who was behind it all. Immediately afterwards, his expression became clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before the resentment could even manifest in words, the effects of the Hawan finger technique washed over the nerves like a tidal wave.
Jiang Su's luck value -20.
Jiang Su's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and his gaze kept shifting between Hu Shanshan and Jiang Dongdong. His pupils contracted and dilated intermittently, as if he were struggling against something.
Jiang Su, what's wrong with you?
Jiang Dongdong was so frightened by Jiang Su's ferocious appearance that she took a half step back, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Hu Shanshan was also terrified after seeing this. Her face turned deathly pale, her lips trembled slightly, and her eyes subconsciously searched for Li Chen's figure.
Li Chen stepped in front of the two women, scrutinizing Jiang Su, who was on the verge of losing control, with a furrowed brow. Brother Jiang, you haven't taken drugs, have you?
These words pierced Jiang Dongdong's heart like a needle. She bit her lower lip, and the fear in her eyes gradually gave way to disgust. It's true that old habits die hard. It's one thing to do petty theft all day long, but now you're doing this too. No wonder you've been acting suspiciously lately. I knew you were hanging out with those cronies from the orphanage all the time, you must be up to no good. My dad shouldn't have let that scumbag come back in the first place.
Jiang Su's luck value -30.
Jiang Su had no mind to argue anymore. His nails dug deep into his palms, and in this brief moment of clarity, he ran towards the door like a madman. If it gets too late, and he loses control and lunges at his own sister, then his life will truly be over.
Chapter 26 Familiar Operations, Familiar Recipe.
As the courtyard gate drew closer, Li Chen's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost.
Get out of my way.
Jiang Su's heart sank, and his throat became hoarse, like that of a demon from hell. Sorry, bro. Li Chen had one hand behind his back, his eyes serious, yet tinged with a false concern. If I let you go like this, I'll be doing you a disservice. As he spoke, he kicked Jiang Su in the chest, sending him flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling twice before coming to a stop. Jiang Su's luck value -50. Jiang Su's last shred of rationality collapsed completely under the intense pain.
His gaze swept across the area, finally settling on Jiang Dongdong.
Then, he charged at Jiang Dongdong with both hands and feet, like a ferocious wild beast. In public, the stick was swung so loudly that everyone present could see it. Jiang Su's luck value -20. Ah! Jiang Dongdong screamed and instinctively tried to run away, but her legs seemed to be nailed to the spot. Her knees buckled and she fell directly to the ground. Her eyes widened in terror, her pupils reflecting the ever-approaching stick, and her breath caught in her throat.
Dongdong.
Hu Shanshan's face turned pale, and she instinctively wanted to rush over.
But how could her slender legs outrun the rampaging Jiangsu? She could only watch helplessly as he closed in on her friend, her eyes reddening with anxiety. Just then, Li Chen suddenly appeared, delivering a sweeping kick that struck Jiangsu hard in the side, sending him sprawling to the ground. Jiang Dongdong's favorability plus 20. Seeing his favorability rating rise, Li Chen was overjoyed. Everything that just happened was actually something he did intentionally. Although his cultivation level was only at the qi refining realm, dealing with an ordinary person was still a piece of cake for him. At this moment, the people inside the house finally noticed the commotion in the yard, and saw two men, one old and one young, rush out. Brother Chen. Li Chen recognized the young man. He was Zhang Lin, the fake young master of the Zhang family. And that old man, Deng, was naturally their father, Zhang Dahai. Jiangsu suddenly went crazy, he even pounced on Dongdong just now. Li Chen feigned extreme anxiety, his voice deliberately filled with panic. "Quick, help me hold him down." Before he could finish speaking, Jiangsu had already shakily gotten to his feet. His eyes were unfocused, drool hung from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Dongdong. Like a wild beast driven by its lower body, he pounced on Zhang Dongdong again. Li Chen darted forward and nimbly tackled him to the ground. "Zhang Lin, help me quickly, I can't hold him down anymore." He deliberately loosened his grip, causing Jiangsu beneath him to struggle even more violently. Zhang Lin then realized that the person on the ground was none other than his half-brother, Jiangsu. A hint of pleasure flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth almost couldn't help but turn up, but he forced out a worried expression. "Hang in there, Brother Chen. Dad, go get the rope," he shouted as he rushed over to help. Familiar operation, familiar formula, and that familiar friction sensation. The difference this time is that Li Chen took action himself. He could feel Jiangsu shudder, an indescribable sense of disgust welling up inside him. "Ha! It's filthy and slovenly." Li Chen endured the discomfort and continued acting out this meticulously planned scene. Jiangsu 100. Zhang Dahai, his face grim and the veins on his forehead throbbing, strode towards the greenhouse and soon returned dragging a rough hemp rope. The rope rustled as it rubbed against his rough palms. The three of them worked together to tie Jiangsu up tightly. Jiangsu was pinned to the ground, the thick rope digging into his flesh, but he just stared blankly with suspicious drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. Only when they were certain he could no longer break free did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and their tense shoulders relaxed slightly. "Brother Chen, what are you doing here?" Zhang Lin's eyes lit up, and his face was full of ingratiating smiles. He turned to Zhang Dahai, his tone deliberately respectful. "Dad, this is Mr. Li Jingwa's son from the Li family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dahai's wrinkles immediately smoothed out, a glint of light flashed in his cloudy eyes, and he even straightened his back a little more unconsciously. "So it's young Master Li. He is indeed a handsome and talented man. Dongdong sprained her ankle, so I gave her a ride back along the way," Li Chen explained gently, but his gaze inadvertently swept over Zhang Dongdong. Zhang Lin's gaze darted back and forth between the two, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "So that's how it is. Thank you so much, Brother Chen." He turned to his younger sister, Dongdong. "Why don't you hurry up and thank Brother Chen?" Dongdong. Zhang Lin called out several times, only to see his sister standing there dumbfounded. Her pupils were unfocused, her lips trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly she burst into tears, which rolled down her cheeks like broken beads. Hu Shanshan rushed forward, pulled her friend into a tight embrace, gently patted her thin back, and softly comforted her. "It's all right, it's all right." Li Chen spoke up at the right moment. "She must be terrified. Shanshan, why don't you help her back to her room to rest?" After the two girls left, he recounted the whole story. After the two women left, Li Chen explained the whole story. "You've completely disgraced the Zhang family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dahai flew into a rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He raised his hand and slapped Jiangsu, who was still in a daze, across the face. With a sharp crack, Jiangsu's face was slapped to the side, and a bright red handprint immediately appeared on his pale cheek. Jiangsu's luck value, 20. "Dad, Jiangsu must have his reasons for doing this." Zhang Lin offered feigned advice from the side, but his lips twitched uncontrollably.
as if he was trying his best to suppress a laugh. He must have been led astray by those people outside before, that's why he's like this.
Uncle, please calm down. I believe this was not Jiangsu's intention. Li Chen followed Jiang Lin's lead, seemingly trying to comfort him, but in reality, he was kicking him while he was down.
When I ran into him just now, his reaction was very strange, like. He paused, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopped himself.
Zhang Dahai waved his hand. Xiao Chen, please speak freely. There are no outsiders here.
Jiangsu's reaction is just like those of those fellow cultivators. Li Chen finally spoke, lowering his voice considerably.
Fellow Taoist Jiang Lin feigned ignorance. I've never heard of a Taoist person acting like this before. Fellow Taoist is slang, Zhang Dahai explained with exasperation. It refers to those who have used it.
What? Jiang Lin's eyes widened suddenly, his performance exaggerated to the extreme, even his voice rising 8 octaves. No, impossible, how could my brother touch such a thing? He said that, but he was secretly overjoyed. He didn't know if Li Chen's words were true or false, but if they were false, he hoped they were true. If it were true, he would be more than happy if Jiangsu really became addicted to drugs.
Chapter 27. What are you muttering and barking about? Dad, what should we do with him now?
Jiang Lin asked, feigning concern, his fingers unconsciously stroking the knot, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He looked down at Jiangsu, who was bound hand and foot, and his lips twitched almost imperceptibly as he tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart. Although he didn't know the cause and effect of this incident, he could guess that it was related to Li Chen. To this, Jiang Lin could only shout in his heart.
Brother Chen is awesome. No wonder he's the #1 playboy in Changkuan City.
I don't know how Jiangsu got so unlucky to offend this jinx. Fortunately, I hadn't had any conflicts with Li Chen before, otherwise he might be the one tied up now. Zhang Dahai's face was grim, and the veins on his forehead were still throbbing. Lock him back in his room first.
We'll talk about it when he's sober. No. I didn't do drugs.
Jiangsu suddenly struggled to his feet.
After the successful launch, he gradually regained consciousness. His face was deathly pale and his lips were trembling.
He stared intently at Li Chen, his eyes flashing with venomous resentment. It's him.
That bastard must have done something to me again.
It's him this time, and it was him last time too. In his haste, Jiangsu seemed to have forgotten that he had disguised himself during his previous embarrassing incident. Li Chen took a half step back, his face perfectly displaying shock and grievance.
Uncle Jiang, this is the first time I've met your son. I haven't even touched him yet, so you can't say things like that.
His voice trailed off, but his gaze inadvertently swept over Jiangsu's crotch.
Zhang Dahai followed the gaze and was instantly enraged.
There was a grime on Jiangsu's crotch.
Brute!
He roared and kicked Jiangsu in the mouth.
If you really didn't do drugs, what's wrong with you?
You even dared to pounce on your own sister.
Puff!
Jiangsu spat out a mouthful of blood, and several broken teeth fell to the ground mixed with blood and foam. He curled up in pain, but because he was bound, he could not curl up completely and could only lie on his side in a twisted position on the ground. Jiangsu struggled to lift his head, his pale face stained with blood, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and despair.
Things started to develop in the direction he least wanted to see. Dad, I really didn't.
His voice was so hoarse that it was unrecognizable, yet he still made a final attempt to defend himself.
If you don't believe me, you can have a doctor come over and give me a checkup. Enough. Don't you think I've embarrassed myself enough? You even called a doctor? Do you want the whole world to know that I, Zhang Dahai, have a drug-addicted son?
Zhang Dahai's forehead veins bulged, a string of lies, full of loopholes. Not only are you not clean living, but you also dare to bite back.
Don't call me Dad. I, Zhang Dahai, should never have acknowledged you, you beast.
He turned to Jiang Lin. Lock him up. From now on, he is not allowed to step out of the room even once. Jiang Lin immediately stepped forward and grabbed Jiangsu. He appeared gentle on the surface, but in reality he was secretly increasing the force in his hands, his nails digging into the flesh of Jiangsu's arm.
You son of a bitch, let me go.
Jiangsu struggled desperately, his violent gaze shifting between Li Chen and Jiang Lin. If I were really locked up, I would surely be abused by this heartless adopted son, and my life would be worse than death. Now that things have come to this, the only option is to sever ties with the Jiang family, which might offer a glimmer of hope. Anyway, he didn't want to stay in this heartless and hypocritical home anymore. Thinking this, he looked at Jiang Dahai, his biological father who had never fulfilled any responsibility. Recalling everything that happened after coming to the Jiang family, they were all painful memories. After recognizing Jiang Dahai, he completely lost his freedom. In order to please everyone in the Jiang family, he made concessions without any bottom line. In the end, he gained nothing but trouble, and now he's being treated as a fellow Taoist. How could Jiang Su not hate this? His eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Jiang Dahai. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have suffered so much torment. Countless emotions surged into my heart, and at this moment they completely erupted. Jiang Dahai, *****. I'm your own son. Why do you believe outsiders but not me? Now that things have come to this, is saving face more important or family ties? You're the one who caused all of this. I'm cutting ties with you. But he seemed to have forgotten that his mouth had already been swollen from being kicked by Jiang Dahai. These resolute words sounded like encrypted language to Jiang Dahai. Ah! Jiang Dahai's eyes were blank. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he could tell from Jiang Su's fierce gaze that it wasn't something nice. What are you muttering about, you dog? After saying that, he kicked Jiang Su again. What are you all standing there for? Drag him away. I never want to see this unfilial son again. Jiang Dahai called out to Jiang Lin again. Jiang Su staggered as he was dragged away, still roaring back as he looked back. The sound echoed in the corridor, gradually turning into sobs. Jiang Su's luck value -1,000. Li Chen was stunned, not expecting Jiang Su's luck value to decrease so much this time. But upon further reflection, I understood. Jiang Su's break with the Jiang family is the most important plot twist in the book. From this moment on, Jiang Su will begin to turn to the dark side and launch a frenzied revenge against the Jiang family. Ultimately, they pushed the Jiang family step by step into an abyss of no return. However, now, because of Li Chen's meddling, Jiang Su has become a fellow Taoist. He was completely locked inside the Jiang family home, never able to step out of the room again. After Jiang Lin locked Jiang Su back in his room, Jiang Dahai took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and turned to look at Li Chen with a polite smile on his face. Young Master Li, you've had a good laugh at me today. His tone carried a hint of apology. It's a misfortune for our family to have such a rebellious son. It's all thanks to your timely intervention, otherwise, who knows what might have happened to Dongdong. Li Chen smiled slightly and said humbly, Uncle Jiang, you're too kind. I just happened to be passing by. I couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Jiang Dahai rubbed his hands together, his tone slightly ingratiating. Why don't you come inside and sit down? I have some things I'd like to discuss with young Master Li. Li Chen understood that the development project he was negotiating with the Jiang family had been snatched away by Jiang Su's Fanjiang construction. Jiang Dahai's enthusiasm this time must be because he wants to get some information from me. In the living room, Jiang Dahai personally poured tea, deliberately slowing his movements, clearly considering how to start the conversation. The fragrance of Longjing tea wafted from the purple clay teapot, rising gently between the two of them. I heard that young Master Li has found another partner for the tourism development project. Li Chen sipped his tea and said frankly, indeed, a new company offered a price that was 20% lower. Jiang Dahai's fingers stiffened slightly, but he remained calm on the surface. Oh? Which company is it? I haven't heard of any new local construction company that can take on such a large project. Li Chen put down his teacup, speaking casually. A newly registered small company, I think it's called Fanjiang Construction, has a questionable background. My dad checked it out and found many loopholes in the contract, so the cooperation has been terminated. My dad has handed that project over to me now, so I can get some experience. Chapter 28 Daughter Starts Nest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dahai secretly memorized the company's name and, feeling slightly relieved, immediately seized the opportunity. Young Master Lee, our two families have been cooperating for many years. We can discuss the price again. Your father knows best the quality of the Jiang family's projects. Li Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip, the aroma of tea spreading between his lips and teeth. As he put down his teacup, a perfectly timed smile played on his lips. Uncle Jiang is right. My father often says the same thing: when doing business, you have to be steady and not just look at the price. As a long-established construction company in Chongqing City, I do indeed prefer to cooperate with Uncle Jiang. A glint flashed in Jiang Dahai's eyes, and his smile became even more fervent. That's wonderful. The person who was in charge of the negotiations had some mishaps, and now my eldest daughter has taken over the project. Why don't you young people communicate directly? An accident? Li Chen recalled Zhu Dashang, who had died suddenly from a stroke. What a coincidence! Li Chen's smile deepened as he detected a hint of flattery in Jiang Dahai's tone. It seemed that this old man wanted to use his daughter as bait. This was exactly what Li Chen wanted to do. Sure. Jiang Dahai immediately took out his phone and gestured, I'll have her add your contact information right away. Young people have more in common, so communication will be smoother. My eldest daughter has just returned from studying abroad and is still lacking in experience. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask her to do them, Mr. Li. Li Chen readily gave Jiang Dahai his number, and after Jiang Dahai wrote it down, they chatted for a few more minutes, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Just then, Hu Shanchen came downstairs, looking slightly tired. Uncle Jiang, Dongdong was frightened and just fell asleep. Jiang Dahai quickly stood up. We really owe you a lot today. I will definitely come to thank you in person another day. Li Chen also stood up and said gently, Uncle Jiang, you don't need to be so polite. It's good that Dongdong is alright. After the two said goodbye, Jiang Dahai stood at the door, watching their car drive away, his smile gradually fading. He glanced down at Li Chen's number, which he had just saved on his phone, and forwarded it directly to his eldest daughter. Jiang Dahai had also heard about the romantic escapades of this young master of the Li family, but he didn't care much about them. Young people, it's normal for them to have fun. Jiang Dahai has 4 daughters, each of whom is as beautiful as a flower. He would naturally disdain anyone else, but Li Chen was different. The Li family is a powerful family that many people would kill to get close to. This time, the Jiang family seized the initiative. If one of them is lucky enough to catch young Master Li's eye. From then on, the Jiang family's status in Chongqing City rose to an even higher level. On the other side, in the Jiang family's storage room, which was less than 10 square meters, Jiang Su was carelessly discarded on the cold floor like a rag. The hemp rope dug deep into his flesh, and bloodstains had already appeared on his wrists. He lay on his back, the mottled mold spots on the ceiling distorted and deformed in his scarlet vision. A low growl escaped his throat, and the hatred in his eyes intensified as his body twisted and turned. Finally, as the rope came loose, Jiang Su staggered to his feet, his right knee hitting the iron bunk bed with a dull thud. He shook his numb arm, and his joints made a cracking sound as if they were about to break under the strain. He staggered toward the door, the metal handle sending a chill through his palm. As expected, the door was completely locked. Zhang Lin's hypocritical smiling face flashed before my eyes. If I couldn't escape from here. That madman is absolutely capable of starving people to death. Hold! He kicked the door hard, shaking off a thin layer of dust. His fingernails dug deep into his palm, and the pain cleared his muddled mind somewhat. This storage room, filled with old and discarded appliances, has been his bedroom in the Jiang family for the past 3 years. Jiang Su kicked aside the cardboard box blocking his way and skillfully pried open a crack in the floorboards. Jiang Dahai, citing the lack of available rooms, had the servants quickly clean the place and let him stay temporarily. I never imagined that I would stay there for 3 years. His father and his family seemed to have long forgotten that they didn't even have a decent room. Jiang Su kicked aside the cardboard box blocking his way and skillfully pried open a crack in the floorboards. A hidden compartment quietly opened, revealing his last hope. Jiang Su pulled out the Nokia phone with trembling hands. The numbers on the keys were worn so badly they were barely visible. There's only one name lying alone in my contacts, Xiao Dai. Jiangsu pressed the dial button, and the call was quickly answered. Amidst the static, the girl's voice, as cold as a mountain stream, said, "Speak." Jiangsu didn't mind the other party's cold attitude and said, "ABA ABA 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 ABA." However, his mouth, which was kicked by Jiang Dahai, is now red and swollen, and he can't even utter a complete sentence. A barely audible chuckle came from the receiver, but the other party didn't understand what Jiangsu was trying to say. "ABA, ABA, 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 ABA," Jiangsu shouted anxiously, pounding his fist against the wall. "Why don't you just type it out?" the girl named Xiaodai couldn't help but say. Jiangsu was furious, and his hatred for Li Chen and the others intensified. He suppressed his anger, his fingers trembling uncontrollably as he typed. "Help me. Kill Li Chen. The message has been sent." The other party replied instantly, "Received. I remember you only have one wish left." Jiangsu felt a pang of heartache upon seeing the reply. "It's all that wretched Li Chen's fault, nothing good ever comes of it whenever I run into him." The blue light from the screen reflected his ferocious face, his back teeth grinding together. Tonight, he will make Li Chen pay for this debt with his life. Li Chen slowly drove the car into the villa's garage, and the car vibrated slightly when he turned off the engine. As soon as he opened the car door, Hu Shanshan's slender fingers gently hooked around his wrist. She tilted her head back, her eyelashes casting dappled shadows in the moonlight, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Like a lake filled with starlight suddenly ruffled by the wind, sweetness and bitterness intertwine. "Brother Li Chen." Her voice was as soft as a feather. "Thank you for saving me again today." Li Chen knew she was referring to Chu Yang sending him the inner garment, and a helpless smile appeared on his lips. "It was nothing, don't worry about it." As he spoke, he raised his hand to rub the top of her head, but Hu Shanshan suddenly turned her head away, and strands of hair slipped from his fingertips. She bit her lower lip, her eyes gradually welling up with tears, but she stubbornly blinked to prevent them from falling. "No." Her voice trembled. "I have a gift for you, please close your eyes first, okay?" Li Chen obediently closed his eyelids, but his spiritual sense as a cultivator allowed him to perceive that Hu Shanshan was cautiously approaching. As she tiptoed, the hem of her skirt made a soft rustling sound, and the scent of gardenias brushed against his cheek. A feather-like kiss landed on the corner of his lips. "Sorry." After she stepped back, she finally couldn't hold back anymore, and tears rolled down her cheeks like broken pearls in the moonlight. "I really like you, but I can't let Aunt Chu be sad." Li Chen suddenly understood why his favorability rating was always just a little bit lower. Chapter 29 Stepmother. Hu Shanshan's knuckles were white as she gripped the hem of her skirt, but she still tried her best to keep her voice steady. "Aunt Chu has suffered too much, please be sure to treat her well." Looking at the girl in front of him, who was clearly heartbroken but was still thinking of others, Li Chen felt as if his heart was being squeezed. If kindness had a form, it would probably look like Hu Shanshan right now. Even though her eyes were red and swollen like a rabbit's, she still forced a smile. After her sobs subsided, the two of them walked into the villa one after the other. Chu Mingxi was lounging lazily on the sofa, her loose loungewear revealing a glimpse of her collarbone. When she saw Li Chen and the others return, she quickly got up to greet them. She wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck and gently kissed away the lipstick residue on his lips. Hu Shanshan was stunned by the intimate actions of the two. They say raising a person is like raising a flower, and Chu Mingxi is so much more beautiful now than she was a few days ago. She almost didn't recognize him. "Shanshan, what are you daydreaming about? Hey, why are your eyes so red? Did Li Chen bully you?" Hu Shanshan shrank back in fright, her cheeks turning blushing at a visible speed. No, brother Li Chen is very good to me." "Shanshan, don't be afraid. Tell me anything, and I'll help you get justice." Chu Mingxi glared at Li Chen fiercely. Really not." Hu Shanshan lowered her head guiltily, not daring to look Chu Mingxi in the eye, recalling the kiss in the car. "That's good. It's only been a few days since we last met, and our Shanshan is getting more and more beautiful." Chu Mingxi cupped Hu Shanshan's small face and looked her over carefully. "That's right, Shanshan is starting to grow too." As she spoke, Chu Mingxi moved her hands down with her gaze. "Let me check it carefully." Hu Shanshan was startled by the sudden attack and quickly jumped away.
Aunt Chu, no, don't.
Watching Chu Mingxi and Hu Shanshan play and joke around in the living room, Li Chen's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile.
Chu Mingxi was chasing after Hu Shanshan, trying to tickle her.
In their playful banter, they knocked over a fruit plate on the coffee table, scattering fruit all over the floor. Springtime glimpses occasionally appeared, making Li Chen's heart itch with desire, yet his eyes were full of doting affection. He wanted to join them and enjoy this rare moment of warmth, but when he thought about how the matter of Chu Yang's early release had not yet been investigated, he could only sigh softly. "I'm going out for a bit, you two should get some rest," he called out to the two of them. Chu Mingxi stopped chasing, her cheeks flushed from the playful fight, "Going out so late?
There are some things that need to be dealt with tonight."
Li Chen walked over and gently pinched her cheek. "Don't wait for me, I might be back very late."
It was already late at night when I went outside.
Li Chen drove the sports car straight to Starlight, the city's largest bar.
The neon lights flickered in the night, making the word stars stand out even more.
Li Chen parked his car haphazardly at the entrance and tossed the keys to the nearest security guard. The security guard hurriedly took the keys, but dared not utter a single complaint, only bowing respectfully. "Young Master Li."
Stepping into the bar, you are immediately greeted by deafening music.
The crowd swayed and the lights flashed on the dance floor. Li Chen ignored all of this and walked straight to the deepest part of the bar. Along the way, whether it was waiters or security guards, they all bowed respectfully to him, but Li Chen only nodded slightly and kept walking. At the end of the corridor was a dark red wooden door, with two bodyguards in black standing at the door. Upon seeing Li Chen, they immediately made way, and one of them opened the door for him. The room was softly lit, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle outside. A woman in a red cheongsam is standing with her back to the door in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Hearing the door open, she slowly turned around.
"Aunt Hong," Li Chen called softly.
The woman was in her early 40s, but she was well-maintained, and a form-fitting red cheongsam accentuated her graceful curves. Her red lips curved slightly, and her eyes were full of charm. "Rare visitor, rare visitor."
Aunt Hong's voice carried a hint of languor.
"What brings our young Master Li here today?" She walked slowly toward Li Chen, her high heels making a dull sound on the carpet. As she approached, she reached out and touched Li Chen's face, the red nail polish on her fingernails particularly striking under the light.
"But it's good to move around less." Aunt Hong's fingers gently traced Li Chen's face. "Changkuan City hasn't been very peaceful lately."
Li Chen's body stiffened slightly, but he dared not entertain any thoughts.
Because Aunt Hong is the woman of his father, Li Jinghua.
According to her, she met Li Jinghua even before his mother. Now he controls the most clandestine part of the Li family's power. Several of our family's shrines were destroyed by some people of unknown origin. Aunt Hong withdrew her hand, turned around and walked towards the liquor cabinet. "That idiot Jinghua didn't even bother to get you some bodyguards." Hearing Aunt Hong scolding his father, Li Chen didn't dare to utter a sound. The fact that the Li family has been able to stand strong in Changkuan City for so many years is inseparable from the underground forces controlled by Aunt Hong behind their open businesses.
"Aunt Hong, could you help me check this out?"
Just as Li Chen opened his mouth, Aunt Hong suddenly turned around and covered his mouth with one hand.
She said with a mournful expression, "Fine, you've made me do things as soon as I arrive."
Aunt Hong let go of my hand and snorted, "I didn't expect you to be just like your father. You're always busy with Hong Hong when something's wrong, but when nothing's wrong, you don't even bother to call me." She pressed the call button on the table. "Come over and have a couple of drinks with me first, we can talk about this later."
Li Chen looked embarrassed and dared not refute.
Soon, the waiter brought over a bottle of red wine and 2 crystal glasses. Aunt Hong skillfully opened the bottle and poured the wine, the scarlet liquid swirling in the glass. She gestured for Li Chen to sit down and then pressed the call button. "Let Xiao Meng come up."
Li Chen quickly shook his head. "No need, Aunt Hong."
He still remembered what Chu Mingxi had said earlier. He would gladly comply with any small request that the other party could make for him.
Moreover, how could these ordinary women compare to her?
Aunt Hong raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Oh, you've changed your mind." She took a sip of her drink. "I didn't quite believe it when your dad told me before, but it seems you've really matured. After a few rounds of drinks, Aunt Hong's fair cheeks flushed, and her eyes became hazy. She leaned back lazily on the sofa. I'm tired. If you have something to say, just say it. Li Chen then explained his purpose. I would like to ask Aunt Hong to investigate who released Chu Yang from the detention center. Aunt Hong narrowed her eyes. Chu Yang? The guy who beat you up at school. She chuckled softly. Okay, that's easy. Having received the promise, Li Chen got up to take his leave. Aunt Hong waved her hand. Go on, remember to come visit me often. Not long after Li Chen left, the door was pushed open again. Aunt Hong looked up, smiled when she saw who it was. Did you and your son make an appointment today? Chapter 30. Why is the soundproofing in this villa so bad? Li Xinghua strode in and was taken aback when he saw the 2 wine glasses on the table. That kid was here. He just left not long ago. Aunt Hong poured Li Xinghua a glass of wine. Tell me, what do you want me to do this time? Li Xinghua sat down next to Aunt Hong and took the wine glass. I didn't expect him to come here. He took a sip of his drink, lost in thought. That kid has changed a lot lately, he's become much more mature. Aunt Hong chuckled. Yes, she doesn't even want Xiaoming to come up when I ask her. I heard he's keeping a woman at his villa. Curiosity flashed in Li Jinghua's eyes. I'm quite interested in this woman. She actually managed to make that spendthrift son settle down. Aunt Hong leaned closer and traced circles on Li Jinghua's chest with her finger. What, you want to see him too? Forget it, let nature take its course. If that kid wants me to meet him, I'll bring him home. Just don't get scammed. Li Jinghua grabbed her restless hand and rubbed his fingers back and forth. Speaking of which, that kid healed my old injury. Oh, Aunt Hong was intrigued by this. Didn't you say it was an old problem? Yes. Li Jinghua stretched his back. I feel that I'm even stronger now than when I was younger. He suddenly lowered his voice. Li Chen lost his mother when he was young, and I've been busy with work. He's all alone. I was thinking, why don't we give him a younger brother so he won't be too lonely? Aunt Hong playfully slapped him. You old lecher. It was already past midnight when Li Chen returned to the villa. The room was quiet, with only the soft light from the wall lamps. He tiptoed upstairs and pushed open the bedroom door. Xu Mingxi lay on her side on the bed, breathing evenly, already fast asleep. Li Chen. Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Shanshan is still in the next room. It's okay, this room is very soundproof. The next room. How come the soundproofing in this big villa is so bad? Hu Shanshan said, blushing. I was wide awake. With nothing else to do, Hu Shanshan started practicing her craft. Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Hu Shanshan's pleasure plus 1. Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Hu Shanshan's pleasure plus 1. Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Hu Shanshan's pleasure plus 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Chen paused, then increased the intensity, turning the volume up to maximum. Your cultivation points have reached 100, and your cultivation realm has broken through to the mid-stage of the qi refining realm. As the system notification sounded in his mind, Li Chen felt the spiritual energy within his body surging like a river. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within his body after the breakthrough, which invigorated his spirit. Outside the window, the east was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. It wasn't until the next morning that Xu Mingxi, exhausted, finally fell into a deep sleep. She was curled up among the messy bedding, her hair disheveled and plastered to her sweaty forehead, a faint smile playing on her lips. After his breakthrough in cultivation, Li Chen's previously listless spirit was once again radiant. He stretched his limbs in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his joints making a crisp popping sound. He turned and glanced at Xu Mingxi, who was fast asleep. He took out a wound medicine from his storage space and placed it on the bedside table. He then wrote a note on a sticky note with a pen, telling her to take the medicine as soon as she got up.
Li Chen casually closed the door and went straight to the gym on the first floor.
Last night, Jiangsu gained a total of 1,250 luck points. With the points contributed by Chu Mingxi in the middle of the night, Li Chen has now accumulated an astonishing 1,700 points. Without hesitation, he brought up the system interface, entered the lottery, and started the game. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Tortoise Shell Binding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the spell, Invisibility. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 top-grade healing pills. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the spell, Super Perception. Congratulations, host, you have gained 13 attribute points and skill points.
Invisibility?
Unexpectedly, this time I actually drew the god-level spell that countless men dream of, invisibility. Li Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and his breathing became rapid involuntarily. He immediately tried to cast the spell, and as his spiritual energy circulated, his body gradually became transparent, starting from his fingertips. Li Chen strode to the full-length mirror and looked at himself incredulously. He was now completely transparent, but his clothes were suddenly floating in the air.
Just as I thought.
He shook his head helplessly, his clothes hadn't disappeared along with him.
Let's upgrade the skills and see if that helps.
This lottery was very rewarding. I received 3 brand new skills, 10 bottles of top-quality healing potions, and the rest were attribute points and skill points.
Li Chen first evenly distributed his 85 attribute points among strength, constitution, and reaction.
I immediately felt my muscle definition become more pronounced, my senses become more acute, and my abilities become more enduring.
Open the Properties panel. Name, Li Chen.
Synopsis: a rich second-generation heir from Kunming, the villain in Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path.
Realm level, mid-stage Qi refining realm.
Age, 20.
Strength, 45. Physical fitness, 45. Reaction, 45. Points, 30. Skill points, 124. Entry, Destiny's Villain.
Skills: How One Finger, Grandmaster, Spirit Snake Binding, Beginner, Stealth, Beginner, Super Perception, Beginner. With 85 attribute points invested, all 3 attributes reached 45 points. Even if Chu Yang had a fortuitous encounter and his cultivation level was a small realm higher than his, he was confident that he could crush him with a single punch. Looking at his 124 skill points, Li Chen pondered for a moment and decided to max out the invisibility skill first. With 31 skill points invested, a wealth of advanced knowledge about stealth techniques flooded into my mind. He used it again, this time perfectly concealing even clothing, and even making a selected object invisible as well.
Interesting.
Li Chen curled the corners of his mouth and casually picked up a dumbbell to experiment. The iron lump gradually became transparent in his hand, and finally disappeared completely into the air.
However, he soon discovered that maintaining the object's invisibility would rapidly deplete his spiritual energy. After testing invisibility, he then set his sights on the Spirit Serpent Bind. This is a control spell that transforms spiritual energy into snakes to bind the enemy, rendering them unable to move. Chapter 31 Morning Play. Li Chen put his 2 fingers together and silently recited the incantation. Immediately afterward, a glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes, and he shouted, "Bind!" A serpent formed from spiritual energy shot out and bound a sandbag 5 meters away. However, the rope quickly dissipated, and the effect was less than satisfactory. Li Chen frowned. He finally understood.
It turned out that after drawing the skill, he also had to draw the destiny constellation.
These skills seem somewhat useless if you don't max them out. Fortunately, reality isn't a game, you just need to add skill points. With that in mind, Li Chen didn't hesitate to max out the Spirit Serpent Binding skill as well.
As he raised his hand, spiritual energy instantly transformed into 4 spirit snakes that coiled around his arm. With a thought, he pounced and grabbed the sandbag in the distance. With another hand seal, the 4 spirit snakes merged into a giant python as thick as a bull, instantly shredding the sandbag.
For snakes represent Li Chen's limit, not the limit of his skills.
charged skills have become instant cast skills, and the attack patterns can be split or combined, making the attack methods more varied. Li Chen stared at the giant python formed from spiritual energy, and suddenly an idea struck him.
You mentioned the combination of the serpent binding and invisibility, is that a viable strategy?
Without hesitation, the giant python in the distance suddenly vanished.
With maxed out skills, the giant python was as easy to control as blinking and breathing. Li Chen, feeling playful, controlled the invisible snake as it roamed around the gym.
With a sharp metallic twisting sound, the barbell rack in the distance suddenly twisted and deformed, as if being kneaded by an invisible force. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This combination move is simply impossible to defend against. Looking at the final super perception, Li Chen immediately maxed it out without hesitation. The moment the skill points were invested, Li Chen felt a buzz in his mind, and his perception range instantly expanded to the entire villa. In the past, divine sense could only vaguely detect the surrounding atmosphere. With his enhanced perception, he could even clearly see Hu Shanshan sleeping in her room. A sweet smile graced her adorable sleeping face, as if she were having a wonderful dream. 2 patches of rosy cheeks appeared on her cheeks, and the blanket was tightly wrapped between her legs, making her look quite adorable. Just as he was thinking of continuing to test his physical strength, the phone rang. Li Chen glanced at the caller ID. It was Jiang Lin calling. He answered the phone, and immediately heard an anxious voice on the other end.
Brother Chen, something bad has happened. Jiang Su has been secretly rescued. I understand. Compared to Jiang Lin, Li Chen was much more nonchalant.
He had anticipated this outcome. As far as Li Chen knew, Jiang Su, as the protagonist, still had quite a few trump cards up his sleeve. They also played a significant role in the subsequent plot. Using it ahead of time naturally led to a significant amount of his lot being plundered by Li Chen.
After hanging up the phone, Li Chen walked out of the gym.
He had promised Chu Mingxi last night that he would go to a scenic spot in the suburbs of Changkuan City with them today. The morning sunlight streamed into the kitchen through the sheer curtains, and Li Chen hummed a tune as he flipped the fried egg over. The sweat from the gym had long since been washed away in the shower, and now he was focused on preparing breakfast for 3 golden fried eggs, perfectly toasted bread, fresh fruit salad, and his special avocado sauce. So lavish a sleepy voice came from behind, followed by a pair of slender arms encircling his waist. Chu Mingxi pressed her face against his back, the fresh scent of shampoo mingling with the lazy morning air in her hair. The stinging pain from last night's exertion vanished instantly after taking a wound medicine pill. Li Chen turned off the stove, turned around and kissed her forehead lightly. Didn't we agree to go to Qinglong Lake today?
We need to eat well to have the energy to climb the mountain.
So considerate. Chu Mingxi narrowed her eyes, her slender fingers sliding across his lower abdomen. I didn't notice last night. Have your abs gotten bigger? Caught off guard, Li Chen nearly lost control of the spatula.
Hey! Watch out for the fried egg.
He pretended to be angry and grabbed her mischievous hand, but Chu Mingxi nimbly broke free. The two chased each other around in the cramped kitchen, until Li Chen finally cornered her in front of the refrigerator.
Why don't you take a look at my other parts?
They might be even bigger, Li Chen said with a smile, holding Chu Mingxi's hand. The two had a big argument.
Okay, I surrender.
Chu Mingxi wiped the corner of her mouth. Her hair was a little messy from their playful fighting. Go and wake Shanshan up, I'll take care of the rest. She took the spatula and lightly pecked Li Chen on the cheek. Remember to be gentle, she probably didn't sleep well last night either. She didn't turn down the volume last night just because guests came to her house. Moreover, in Chu Mingxi's heart, Hu Shanshan was not an outsider, but a future sister.
Li Chen wiped his hands and walked upstairs. Hu Shanshan's room was right next to theirs. He knocked gently on the door. Shanshan? Get up and have breakfast.
To his surprise, the door slowly opened a crack as he knocked. Li Chen subconsciously looked up. The scene before him made his blood freeze instantly. Hu Shanshan stood in front of the dressing mirror with her back to the door, wearing only light purple underwear, holding up a floral dress. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining the graceful curve of her back, while her wide-open, astonished eyes were reflected in the mirror.
Ah!
The moment Hu Shanshan's scream escaped her throat, Li Chen lunged forward and covered her mouth from behind. The girl's warm breath sprayed onto his palm, carrying the coolness of minty toothpaste. "Don't yell!" The door opened by itself. "I really didn't mean to." Li Chen was somewhat flustered, and he could feel Hu Shanshan's body stiff as a stone in his arms. He didn't know why, even though Chu Mingxi didn't seem to mind, he still felt a little guilty. Looking in the mirror, he saw her face turn red from her ears to her neck at a visible speed. Hu Shanshan struggled and made whimpering sounds, and Li Chen then realized how inappropriate his posture was. She quickly let go and took 2 steps back, but accidentally stepped on a cushion on the ground and almost fell over. He turned around in a fluster, his forehead hitting the half-open wardrobe door with a dull thud. Within a few items, the falling debris blocked Li Chen's view. He instinctively grabbed it, lifted it up, and took a look. There was still a trace of water that hadn't dried. Trace? Oops, I'm sorry. I'll be right out. Li Chen covered his head, no longer daring to look Hu Shanshan in the eye, and stammered, "Breakfast is ready. Xu Mingxi is waiting for you downstairs." After saying that, he sprinted away from the scene, slamming the door shut so hard that the picture frame on the wall shook 3 times. Hu Shanshan stood frozen in place, the dress slipping from her hands and falling to the ground. Her face in the mirror turned as red as a boiled shrimp. She mechanically bent down to pick up her clothes, then suddenly buried her face in the soft fabric and screamed silently. 10 minutes later, Hu Shanshan dawdled downstairs and found that the tableware had already been set on the dining table. Xu Mingxi was pouring freshly squeezed orange juice into a glass, while Li Chen pretended to be engrossed in fiddling with his phone. "Shanshan, come quickly and try Li Chen's special avocado sauce." Chapter 32 Going Out for a Trip. Xu Mingxi greeted them with a smile, her gaze subtly shifting between the two of them. Hu Shanshan lowered her head and quickly walked to the other end of the dining table to sit down. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she took the toast from Xu Mingxi. She took small bites of the bread smeared with green sauce, trying to focus on the food, but felt Li Chen's gaze fall on her burning cheeks as if it were real. "Is it good?" Xu Mingxi suddenly asked. The moment Hu Shanshan tasted the delicious food, she forgot her earlier embarrassment, and her eyes sparkled. "It's so delicious." Under the table, Xu Mingxi's smooth toes slowly moved up Li Chen's calf, startling him so much that he almost spilled his orange juice. Hu Shanshan was completely unaware of this, and was focused on poking at the blueberries in the fruit salad with her fork, stuffing food into her mouth. Xu Mingxi rested her chin on her hand, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "I could feel the muscles taut in my toes." "Surrender? What surrender?" The commotion in the kitchen was still going on. After they finished eating, Li Chen drove Xu Mingxi and Hu Shanshan to Qinglong Lake Scenic Area on the outskirts of Changkuan City. The 2 girls chatted and laughed along the way, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Qinglong Lake is a famous tourist attraction in Changkuan City, with beautiful scenery and pleasant landscape. The Li family is planning to develop amusement parks, water parks, and zoos here, which is a collaboration previously discussed with the Jiang family. After parking the car, the 3 began to tour the scenic area. Xu Mingxi wore a simple white top and jeans, while Hu Shanshan changed into the light purple dress that Li Chen had given her yesterday. 2 girls walking along the lake attracted the attention of many tourists. Compared to the 2 women, the surrounding attractions paled in comparison. Although the scenic area was located in the suburbs, the 2 women had never been there before and found everything around them very novel. They strolled along the lake, took a boat trip, and visited several attractions. Before they knew it, they had been playing from morning to afternoon, and all 3 of them were getting a little hungry. Li Chen had already booked the most luxurious lakeside hotel in the scenic area. This hotel is located in the best part of the scenic area, and the top-floor suites feature a full-glass curtain wall design, offering a 360-degree panoramic view of the entire scenic area. Every time the sun sets, the golden afterglow bathes the mountains, creating a breathtaking scene. Li Chen had booked the Guanyin Pavilion private room on the top floor, which offered the best view, 3 days in advance. Given his status, he could have had his father's secretary make the arrangements directly, but considering that this was a private trip, he declined. This time, I brought Shumingxi and her best friend Hu Shanshan out to relax. If my father's secretary were to come, the hotel management would definitely be alerted, and the general manager might even personally accompany them. He just wanted to quietly watch the sunset with the two girls. Arrive. Li Chen habitually parked his car in front of the hotel entrance. This location is closest to the revolving door, so you can directly enter the lobby after getting off the car. Before the three of them could even get out of the car, a security guard in uniform jogged over and knocked hard on the driver's side window. "Sir, you can't park here." Seeing that Li Chen did not react immediately, he impatiently raised his voice. "Please move it quickly, don't block the other guests." Li Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Through his sunglasses, he carefully examined the unfamiliar security guard. This is understandable. Although this five-star hotel is owned by the Li Group, he rarely comes here, so it's perfectly normal that the security guards don't recognize him as the young master. "Okay, I'll move it right away." Surprisingly, Li Chen did not react to the security guard's condescending behavior. Normally, he would have fired that clueless security guard long ago. But with Shumingxi and Hu Shanshan present today, he didn't want to make a big fuss. After parking the car in the underground garage, the three returned to the magnificent lobby. The light refracted from the crystal chandelier spilled onto the imported Italian marble floor, and the hostesses in Cheongsam smiled and bowed to them. "Hello, I've booked a private room at Guanyun Pavilion." Li Chen walked to the front desk and gave them his mobile phone number. After checking on the computer, the receptionist looked troubled and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, the private room you booked is already occupied." She lowered her head, not daring to look Li Chen in the eye. "There might be a problem with the system, the time displayed is incorrect." "What's the problem?" Li Chen's voice turned cold. "I'm so sorry, we can offer a full refund, or arrange a private room on another floor for you," the receptionist said apologetically. Li Chen could hardly believe his ears. How could such an absurd thing happen on my own turf? Just as he was about to lash out, the roar of an engine suddenly came from the hotel entrance. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw a red Porsche 911 arrogantly parked where he had just intended to park, followed by three Mercedes SUVs. The security guard who had previously chased Li Chen away was now bowing and scraping as he helped open the car door, his face full of fawning smiles. 5 or 6 stylishly dressed young people got off the bus, led by a heavily made-up girl in revealing clothes. As soon as she got out of the car, she started talking and laughing loudly, and casually tossed the car keys to the security guard. "Isn't this hotel yours?" Shumingxi leaned close to Li Chen's ear, poked Li Chen's arm, and teased, "Why does she look more like the master?" Li Chen's expression immediately became quite interesting. He decided to hold back for now and see who this group of people really was. Neither of them noticed that Hu Shanshan, standing to the side, had become unusually quiet. Her face was deathly pale, her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, and her whole body was trembling slightly. The girl with heavy makeup noticed them as soon as she entered. She dramatically removed her sunglasses, revealing glittery eyeshadow that was particularly dazzling under the lights. "Hey, isn't this our class's Cinderella?" Her shrill voice was particularly jarring in the lobby. "Hu Shanshan, what are you doing in a place like this?" She deliberately emphasized the word "this kind." Hu Shanshan's lips trembled. Zhang Li. "Oh my god, let me see." The girl named Zhang Li, wearing 10-centimeter stilettos, swayed in front of Hu Shanshan like she was walking a catwalk, looking her up and down at her dress. This dress, could it be a counterfeit? She reached out to touch it. "Or have you finally hooked up with some old man?" Hu Shanshan took a step back, her eyes instantly reddening. "Please show some respect." "Respect?" Zhang Li seemed to have heard a joke, covered her mouth and giggled, then turned to her followers. "Did you hear that? A penniless wretch who lives off student grants, does he even deserve to talk about respect?" Her friends immediately burst into shrill laughter. A blonde-haired boy said sarcastically, "I guess she's here to apply for a waitress job? I heard her mom ran off with someone else because she thought we were too poor, and her dad makes barbecue at the night market." Hu Shanshan's face flushed red instantly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Chapter 33. You're not the hotel manager, you're the chairman. Back in school, Jiang Dongdong always stepped forward to protect her whenever this happened. Now, she could only stand there helplessly, not knowing what to do. Xu Mingxi stepped forward to block Hu Shanshan, and Li Chen's face also turned terribly gloomy. "Watch your mouth." Li Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it made the temperature in the entire hall seem to drop several degrees. Zhang Li then noticed Li Chen. Her eyes lit up at first. This handsome man, whose clothes seemed simple yet exuded sophistication, was clearly no ordinary person. But when she discovered that Li Chen and Hu Shanshan were together, her expression immediately turned ferocious. "Oh, so you've become a rich kid's plaything." Not bad. She carried Jiang Dongdong's shoes at school, but after leaving school she groveled to a rich second generation. "What a scheming bitch." She drawled out her words, looking Li Chen up and down with disdain. "Handsome, this hotel isn't one you can just come to with a little money." She proudly raised her chin. "Do you know who my dad is? He's the deputy general manager of this hotel. He's a senior executive at the Li Group. I've booked the entire top floor for my birthday party today." Li Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh? How come I didn't know the Li Group had such a senior executive?" He specifically emphasized the words senior executive. Zhang Li misunderstood, thinking that the other party was intimidated by her background. She tossed her hair, her eyes slightly damp with a charming smile, and said, "Handsome, it's so beneath you to hang out with this country bumpkin. How about come up to the rooftop with me and have some fun?" she said, reaching out to take Li Chen's arm. Li Chen stepped aside, his eyes as cold as ice. "Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? With your ugliness, you're not even worthy of carrying Shan Shan's shoes." Yu Zhangli was so angry that her face turned red, and she suddenly raised her hand to slap Li Chen. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the hall. However, it wasn't Li Chen who got hit. He easily grabbed Zhang Li's wrist and slapped her across the face with just the right amount of force, leaving her stunned but not mentally damaged. Zhang Li staggered back 2 steps, covering her burning cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" Li Chen slowly took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the foundation off his hands. "General Manager Zhang, right? I'd like to get to know you." He also wanted to see how a mere hotel manager could become a senior executive in the company. During the argument, the security guard who had been there earlier noticed the commotion and immediately led several of his colleagues to surround them aggressively. He recognized Li Chen. The man looked well-dressed, yet he didn't dare to scold even him, a security guard. He was obviously a pushover. A smug glint flashed in the young security guard's eyes. This was a golden opportunity to impress the general manager's daughter. "It's you again. You parked illegally earlier, and now you've even hit our general manager's daughter." The security guard shouted at the top of his lungs, spitting all over the ground. He rubbed his rough hands together, thinking that if he performed well this time, he might get a promotion and a raise, while his eyes kept glancing at Zhang Li's ingratiating expression. "You're asking for it. Brothers, get him!" He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice so loud that the entire hall could hear him. But his feet, clad in cheap leather shoes, seemed rooted to the ground. The other security guards exchanged glances, none of them willing to be the first to step forward. They know perfectly well that being a security guard is just a way to make a living these days. There's no need to risk your life. Seeing that no one responded, the security guard in the lead coughed awkwardly twice and stole a glance in Zhang Li's direction. He met her fiery eyes and distorted face, and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Just as things were at a stalemate, the elevator doors opened. A middle-aged man with slick back hair and a protruding belly strode over, his shiny leather shoes making rapid tapping sounds on the marble floor. Li Chen squinted and recognized the man as Zhang Peng, the hotel manager. As Zhang Peng walked, he swayed his shoulders exaggeratedly and held his chin high, looking just like a swaggering rooster. Li Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the chairman of a group. "Dad." When Zhang Li saw that her backer had arrived, her expression changed instantly. Her previously ferocious look collapsed, and tears welled up in her eyes. Pointing to her swollen cheek, she cried, "He's the one who hit me. Look at my face." When the security guards saw their superior arrive, they immediately became incredibly energetic, each one pretending to pounce on Li Chen, but their movements were as slow as a movie slow motion, waiting for someone to call a halt. Neither of them noticed that Zhang Peng's expression grew increasingly grim as he approached, with large beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Li Chen might not remember a nobody like Zhang Peng, but how could Zhang Peng forget the chairman's only son? At the group's annual meeting last year, he had the honor of catching a glimpse of the young master's face from afar. Zhang Peng's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the spot, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop! All of you, stop!" The security guards, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, immediately stopped in their tracks. Zhang Li's eyes widened. "Dad? What are you doing?" "He hit me." Li Chen, hands in his pockets, coldly glanced at Zhang Peng. "What a grand display, Manager Zhang. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was the company's chairman." Zhang Peng immediately bent over at a 90-degree angle, his fat face plastered with a fawning smile. "Young Master Li, my daughter was blind to your greatness, please forgive her." As he spoke, he wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead with a handkerchief. "Dad!" Zhang Li screamed in disbelief. "What are you doing?" "He hit me." Her carefully styled curly hair was disheveled from excitement, and her makeup was ruined by tears, making her look both comical and pathetic. "Shut up." In his haste, Zhang Peng turned around and slapped his daughter hard across the face, so hard that Zhang Li staggered back 2 steps. "Do you know who this is?" "This is the heir of the Li Group." His voice trembled with fear. Zhang Li covered her face, her makeup ruined and all color drained from her face. She mechanically turned her head to look at Li Chen, her lips trembling but unable to utter a single word. The young man she had just scolded suddenly seemed unapproachable in her eyes. She thought of all the designer bags and luxury cars she had flaunted, and realized they were nothing but a joke compared to the real elite. The security guards were even more ashen-faced, especially the younger guards, who, being quite sensible, secretly took out their phones, opened job search apps, and browsed recruitment information with trembling fingers. He recalled his terrible attitude towards Li Chen in the parking lot and felt extremely remorseful. "Apologize. Apologize to young Master Li immediately." Zhang Peng sternly reprimanded his daughter, his voice becoming high-pitched due to tension. Zhang Li bit her lips, which were painted with expensive lipstick, and reluctantly lowered her head under the fierce gaze of her father. "Yes, I'm sorry." Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Li Chen coldly pointed at Hu Shanshan, who had remained silent, and said, "The person you should apologize to is her." Chapter 34 I accept your gift. Zhang Peng immediately shoved his daughter like she was herding livestock. "Didn't you hear me? Apologize to this young lady." The veins on his forehead bulged, fearing his daughter would cause trouble again. With tears in her eyes, Zhang Li turned to Hu Shanshan in full view of everyone. Looking at this ordinary girl she usually looked down upon, now bowing her head to admit her mistake, she trembled with shame and indignation. "I am sorry." The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. This scene caused an uproar among Zhang Li's group of cronies. The blonde girl exaggeratedly covered her mouth. "Oh my god, Zhang Li actually apologized. Aren't you usually quite arrogant? Looks like her dad isn't much of a big shot after all." These harsh comments pierced Zhang Li's heart like knives, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. Hu Shanshan looked at Li Chen, bewildered, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. Even when Zhang Dongdong stood up for her before, she could only drive Zhang Li away. She never imagined that the high and mighty Zhang Li would bow down to her. It all felt like a dream. Li Chen nodded gently to Hu Shanshan, indicating that she could make the decision herself. Zhang Li remained bowing, her neck aching terribly, her carefully styled curly hair falling down to conceal her contorted expression. Hu Shanshan took a deep breath. She knew very well that Zhang Li didn't know she was wrong, but was afraid of losing her current comfortable life. Thinking of the bullying she had suffered in the past, Hu Shanshan completely ignored Zhang Li's apology. She gently took Li Chen's arm and said, "Brother Li Chen, let's go eat." Her voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down Zhang Li and her father's spine. Li Chen didn't even bother to glance at the Zhang family members and went straight to the front desk. The receptionist was already pale with fright, and handed over the room key with both hands. "Young Master Li, the private room you requested is ready." As he was leaving, Li Chen suddenly stopped and said without turning his head, "I heard you booked the entire top floor for your daughter's birthday celebration. The company's investigation team will be here soon. We hope you can provide a reasonable explanation." His calm tone struck Zhang Peng like a thunderbolt. Zhang Peng's obese body trembled violently. Over the years, he has abused his position to embezzle and accept bribes and falsify accounts. He embezzled over 1 million yuan of public funds just to hold this birthday party for his daughter. If investigated, not only will he lose his job, but he may also face imprisonment. "Young Master Li, please, have mercy." Zhang Peng knelt down with a thud, his knees hitting the marble floor with a dull thud. Ignoring the strange looks from those around him, he pleaded tearfully, "I'm willing to return all the money, please give me another chance." But the elevator doors had already slowly closed, and Li Chen didn't even leave a glance behind. Hu Shanshan took one last look at Zhang Peng, who was slumped on the ground, and Zhang Li, who was stunned, and sighed softly. They brought this upon themselves. If they had just been more restrained, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhang Peng slumped to the ground, his expensive suit crumpled up, looking as if his spine had been removed. Upon seeing this, Zhang Li's so-called friends immediately changed their tune. The blonde girl snatched the designer bag from Zhang Li's hand. "You think you're worthy of using this limited edition? Zhang Li, you still haven't paid back the 20,000 yuan you owe me for the hotel room. They used to boss us around, why aren't they arrogant now?" Another girl exaggeratedly imitated Zhang Li's usual tone, "My dad is a high-level executive." It's hilarious. They vented all their pent-up resentment at once, and Zhang Li was pushed around like a rag doll, without even the courage to refute them. As soon as she entered the elevator, Hu Shanshan recoiled as if she had been electrocuted. Her slender fingers trembled slightly, the warmth and muscle lines from touching Li Chen's arm still lingering on her fingertips. "Yes, I'm sorry, I just got emotional." Her eyes were lowered, her thick eyelashes casting a shadow on her cheeks, and her voice grew softer and softer, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Upon seeing this, Chu Mingxi's lips curled into a playful smile. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently poked Hu Shanshan's flushed cheek. "How is it? Li Chen's arms are strong, aren't they?" The warmth from her fingertips deepened her smile. "Aunt Chu." Hu Shanshan's face instantly turned red, like a ripe peach. She glanced hastily at the lines of Li Chen's arm, then quickly looked away, her lips opening and closing several times but unsure how to respond. Looking at the helpless Hu Shanshan, Chu Mingxi felt as if he had returned to the days when he lived in the south of the city. Hu Shanshan was a girl she had watched grow up, so naturally she followed Chu Yang's way of addressing her and called herself auntie. But as Hu Shanshan grew older, the two became more like sisters who could talk about anything. A hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes as she gently hugged the girl who was half a head shorter than her. He whispered in her ear, "Help your sister with some of the burden." Chu Mingxi deliberately omitted the term aunt and changed it to sister. Warm breath sprayed onto Hu Shanshan's sensitive earlobe. Hu Shanshan shuddered, as if struck by an electric current. She then noticed that Aunt Chu seemed to have changed. Her once furrowed brows relaxed, and her every move exuded a charm that was hard to describe. "Aunt Chu, what are you saying?" Thinking back to last night, she could hardly not understand the meaning behind Chu Mingxi's words, but she was pretending not to understand. In the cramped elevator space, every word of their conversation reached Li Chen's ears. He had his back to them, but a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. A small sense of anticipation stirred within him. Chu Mingxi and Hu Shanshan have completely opposite styles. Chu Mingxi is like a charming and alluring succubus, while Hu Shanshan is a pure and innocent angel. Speaking of which, Chu Mingxi suddenly changed the subject, a sly glint in her eyes. "Your brother Li Chen helped you solve such a big problem, and you don't even know how to repay him properly." Upon hearing this, Li Chen turned around and met Chu Mingxi's mischievous gaze. The two exchanged a knowing look. "With someone helping you out, why should you back down?" Only Hu Shanshan was still seriously considering whether to treat him to dinner or give him a gift. Just as she was lost in thought, a strong, powerful hand suddenly grabbed her chin. Hu Shanshan's body stiffened instantly, and her pupils dilated slightly. When she refocused her gaze, she met Li Chen's deep, star-like eyes. My heart skipped a beat and then began to pound violently, as if a fawn was running rampant in my chest. I accept your gift. Li Chen's deep voice rang in my ears, and then he leaned closer. Hu Shanshan felt a warmth on her lips, and all her thoughts were interrupted by this sudden kiss. Brother Li Chen. Hu Shanshan's mumbled exclamation was completely swallowed up. The sudden kiss left her mind blank, with only tears of happiness glistening in her tightly closed eyes. Chapter 35. She was drunk and couldn't wake up. Hu Shanshan's favorability plus 10. Hu Shanshan's affection level is maxed out and cannot be increased further. Current relationship, till death do us part. Unwavering until death, she will never betray you, and is immune to the protagonist's halo effect. Bite. The elevator's announcement that it had reached the top floor startled the engrossed girl from her reverie. Hu Shanshan hurriedly took a half step back, her fingers unconsciously touching her numb lips. Chumingshi laughed heartily, and casually straightened the wrinkles in her long skirt. Zhang Li's little farce didn't prevent the three of them from missing the beautiful sunset at the scenic spot. The door to the private room opened, and the afterglow of the setting sun poured in like molten gold. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the surface of Qinglong Lake ripples with shimmering golden light, while the glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers on the opposite shore reflect the magnificent sunset. Waitresses in Cheongsam silently served the dishes, and the crystal turntable was soon filled with delicacies that Hu Shanshan had never seen before. Try this. Shumingshi sat down next to Hu Shanshan, constantly putting food into her bowl, and considerately poured her a glass of red wine. After a few glasses of red wine, Hu Shanshan's fair cheeks flushed with an intoxicating rosy hue. She unconsciously stroked the slender stem of the crystal glass, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. The image of Zhang Li's distorted expression as she bowed kept flashing through her mind. The thrill of being looked up to by others felt both unfamiliar and captivating. What are you spacing out for? Li Chen suddenly reached out and wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth, a natural gesture that sent another pang of heart palpitations through Hu Shanshan. Looking at the handsome profile before her, the luxurious experience of the day made her feel as if she were in a dream, a stark contrast to her ordinary life in the past. After several rounds of drinks, the night had deepened. Li Chen supported the slightly tipsy Chumingshi with his left hand, followed by the unsteady stepping Hu Shanshan as the three of them emerged from the hotel. Brother Li Chen. Hu Shanshan muttered to herself, but then stumbled and almost fell. Li Chen reacted quickly and caught her, only to find that the girl was so drunk she couldn't open her eyes, which made Chumingshi laugh. A night breeze swept by, carrying a hint of coolness. The car's taillights pierced the night sky as it quickly returned home. Shanshan. Chumingshi turned around and called out, but only heard a steady breathing sound. By the light of the street lamp, Hu Shanshan was slumped over in the back seat. Her little face was flushed, her long eyelashes cast shadows on her face, and a satisfied smile lingered on her lips as she made cute hoo-hoo snores. Li Chen shook his head and chuckled, then gently opened the car door. He bent down, put one hand under Hu Shanshan's knees and the other hand on her back, and lifted her up with a little effort. So light, does this girl never eat? Li Chen couldn't help but mutter. Chumingshi took Hu Shanshan's handbag from the car seat, tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, and gently closed the car door. The girl in his arms was as light as a feather, as if he were holding a soft cloud. A night breeze swept by, and Hu Shanshan shivered slightly in his arms, unconsciously snuggling closer to his chest. The faint scent of shampoo mixed with a hint of alcohol wafted through her hair, like a little animal seeking warmth, which was strangely endearing. Chumingshi followed behind, watching Li Chen's cautious manner, a gentle smile appearing in her eyes. Back inside, she gently pushed open the bedroom door, and Li Chen placed Hu Shanshan on the bed. The moment the girl touched the soft bed, she instinctively curled up into a ball and buried her face in the pillow. Chumingshi bent down to take off her shoes and gently covered her with the blanket. Looking at her flushed cheeks, Chumingshi couldn't help but reach out his index finger and gently poke her bulging apple cheeks. She's still as cute as she was when she was a child. Chumingshi's voice suddenly became tinged with melancholy. I remember when I first saw her, she was only this tall.
She gestured to indicate a height that was less than waist high. She's grown into a young woman now.
Li Chen noticed that Chu Mingxi's fingers unconsciously touched the corner of her eye, gently stroking it. Under the light, the almost invisible fine lines were faintly visible. If it weren't for the Chu family, Chu Mingxi's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. If it weren't for Chu Yang. Looking back on everything that had happened, she realized that she had given the best years of her life to the Chu family, only to be called a lowly servant in return. Those youthful years that should have blossomed were ultimately taken for granted in Chu Yang's eyes. Without the Chu family and without Chu Yang, she dared not imagine how wonderful her life would have been. The sorrow of passing years is the hardest to bear. Go to sleep, silly girl. Chu Mingxi stood by the bed, his fingertips brushing across Hu Shanshan's forehead, just as he had done years ago when he coaxed her to sleep. Moonlight streamed through the window, making her silhouette appear exceptionally thin. Sensing the sadness of the woman beside him, Li Chen embraced her from behind and gently smoothed her slightly trembling shoulders. He turned her around and, by the moonlight, saw the tears that had not yet fallen from her eyes. It's all in the past. Li Chen whispered, and gently kissed her lips. Perhaps the system's lottery rewards include elixirs like the youth preservation pill. Feeling the warmth from her beloved, Chu Mingxi's sadness was quickly melted away. The gloom seemed to be gradually dispelled by the temperature, replaced by an overflowing sense of happiness. A long time. What are you going to do? Chu Mingxi's face suddenly turned red, and taking a breath, she asked. Shanshan is still here. Shanshan is drunk and won't wake up, Li Chen said firmly. Chu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Chu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Chu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. As the pile driver was working, Hu Shanshan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly from the jolting. Perhaps because someone was supervising the work, Chu Mingxi was a little hesitant and quickly became exhausted, eventually being ruthlessly kicked out of the construction site by the contractor. Chu Mingxi was panting heavily outside the construction site when she looked up and met a pair of innocent, big eyes. New employee Hu Shanshan had actually arrived earlier, and looking at the giant pile driver that never stopped, she felt a mix of shyness and fear. She felt somewhat overwhelmed and could only feign drunkenness in an attempt to get away with it. But the wicked contractor Li Chen had no intention of letting her go. He dragged the inexperienced new employee into a new round of emergency construction. Hu Shanshan's favorability rating is high, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Hu Shanshan's experience plus 1. Hu Shanshan's favorability rating is high, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Hu Shanshan's favorability rating is high, points plus 10. One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Your cultivation points have reached 100, and your cultivation realm has broken through to the late stage of qi refining. Chapter 36 Killer Shadow Butterfly. After Hu Shanshan collapsed, Li Chen sat on the edge of the bed, his expression somewhat solemn. Last night, after breaking through to the late stage of qi refining, the range of my super perception increased. He could clearly see a suspicious person who had been spying on the villa for a long time. It was a girl wearing a black bodysuit, her body pressed tightly against the shadows of the villa's exterior wall. Each movement precisely avoids all blind spots in the surveillance system. Name, Ying Die. Age, 19. Realm level, transformation stage. Synopsis: one of the protagonist's harem members in the novel The Real and Fake Young Masters. What will you regret when I become the richest man? Favorability, minus 80. Experience, 0. Pleasure, 0. The moment his divine sense swept over the figure suddenly froze. It then leaped backward like a startled owl, disappearing into the green belt of the villa area in a few bounds. The power of a transformation realm expert was terrifying. The moment Li Chen noticed, the expert swiftly fled. The transformation stage is the third realm for martial artists, corresponding to the foundation establishment stage for cultivators.
It seems this is the person who rescued Jiang-su. Li Chen's eyes narrowed.
It seems this is Jiang-su's last trump card. Yingdai, nameless and without surname, grew up in the same orphanage as Jiang-su. She was small and thin as a child due to malnutrition and was often bullied by older children. Jiang-su repeatedly stepped forward to protect her and even gave her the lovely name Xiao Dai. The two supported each other through those difficult years and spent a happy and innocent time together. Later, this little girl named Xiao Dai was taken away by a mysterious assassin organization and, after brutal training, became a ruthless and elite assassin codenamed Shadow Butterfly. Years later, she found Jiang-su, who had already reunited with the Jiang family, and promised to do 3 things for him to repay the kindness he had shown her back then, after which they would be even. According to the original plot, after Jiang-su broke with the Jiang family, he used the Shadow Butterfly to eliminate his powerful enemies and rapidly grow his own power. After witnessing Yingdai's power, he cunningly asked her to teach him martial arts, thus creating an opportunity for them to spend more time together.
In the end, Yingdai is moved by Jiang-su's sincerity and becomes a member of his harem.
But now, because of his interference, Jiang-su used 2 opportunities ahead of schedule, once to save Jiang-su himself, and the other time to kill him. At this thought, a hint of killing intent flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Although he is currently no match for Yingdai, he can still move freely and easily, thanks to his own cultivation.
But if Yingdai dares to use his family to blackmail him, then she will have a way to die.
Just then, a slight noise came from the bed. Xu Mingxi turned over, and the straps of her silk pajamas slipped down, revealing her rounded shoulders. She groggily opened her eyes and met Li Chen's burning gaze.
Just because I can't beat them now doesn't mean I can't beat them in the future.
Once I break through to the foundation establishment stage, beating a martial artist will be a piece of cake.
Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10.
1 cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10.
Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10.
1 cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10.
Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10.
1 cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10.
Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10.
1 cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10. Under the cover of night, Yingdai leaped swiftly between buildings, her face beneath the black mask as pale as paper.
His expression was more solemn than ever before, which Li Chen had already taken as a joke.
With her stealth skills, she is virtually unmatched in the same realm. But just as she was about to sneak into Li Chen's residence, she was discovered. That feeling of being constantly on guard was something she had never experienced throughout her entire career as an assassin. In her fear, she quickly retreated, only slowing down once the feeling of being seen through completely disappeared.
Damn it, is this some kind of teddy bear possessed? It's like there's gunfire all day long. After advancing to the transformation stage, all 5 senses will be enhanced. Recalling the unbearable sounds she heard that night, Yingdai blushed and couldn't help but curse.
Before she set off, she had heard Jiang-su say that Li Chen knew some insidious tricks that made him difficult to guard against. Although she scoffed at this, she remained very cautious. After finding Li Chen's residence, she did not immediately make a move, but instead hid in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity.
Unexpectedly, this spoiled brat started his battle as soon as he got home, and they fought until late at night without running out of energy.
Just as Yingdai was about to make her move, she was unexpectedly discovered.
Yingdai secretly wondered if Li Chen had a powerful ally by his side.
Without the slightest doubt that the person spying on him was Li Chen himself.
With a few leaps and bounds, the shadow butterfly disappeared into the night.
Little did she know that by retreating, she would miss her only chance to kill Li Chen. The next day, which was supposed to be a school day, Xu Mingxi asked Hu Shanshan for a sick leave. The reason given was a cold, preventing him from getting out of bed.
The entire day was spent in intensive training.
During this time, the matter that Li Chen had Aunt Hong investigate finally yielded results.
Long, slender fingers swiped across the phone screen.
The message from Aunt Han was concise, containing only 2 words: Yin family.
The Yin family. Li Chen's pupils contracted slightly.
As a top family in the neighboring Qingshan city, the Yin family's influence is deeply entrenched, and its status in both the business and political circles is comparable to that of the Li family.
No wonder.
Li Chen sneered, his knuckles unconsciously tightening. The fact that Chu Yang was able to be released from the detention center without anyone noticing under his nose must mean that a force of equal power was operating in the shadows. The Yin family's move this time was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. They must have known all along that Chu Yang was the last descendant of the Chu family, but they never expected that the Yin family would be connected with the Chu family. The dark screen of the phone reflected Li Chen's gloomy face.
The Yin family would also be present at the Song family's birthday banquet 3 days later.
Since they dared to interfere, they should be prepared to bear the consequences. With this in mind, Li Chen took out a token from his storage space.
This is the item hidden inside the jade ring.
During the Chu family's heyday, Chu Yang's father, by chance, obtained a mysterious martial arts manual. He used this manual to create a team of secret guards composed entirely of martial artists, but before the team could be fully formed, the Chu family suffered a devastating blow. The secret guard was hiding in a remote mountain village. In the original storyline, Chu Yang held the token and commanded his secret guards, quickly establishing himself in Changkuan City and laying the foundation for his revenge plan. Li Chen rubbed the patterns on the token, feeling a sense of crisis from the appearance of the shadow butterfly. This sense of crisis didn't originate from him, but from his family. If the enemy secretly attacks one's family, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be unable to deal with it. It seems necessary to find some time to bring back that secret guard to protect the house. Chapter 37, Whips and Candles Arranged.
3 days later, at dusk. The setting sun, like blood, dyed the horizon a deep orange red. As dusk deepened, the city lights began to twinkle. The past 3 days have been unusually calm. The butterfly has not appeared again, as if the encounter that night was an abnormal hallucination.
Hu Shanshan also ended her short weekend vacation and walked along the tree-lined path on campus with her school bag on her back. She kicked at the pebbles at her feet, the brief joy of the weekend dissipating like bubbles. On the other side, fine beads of sweat appeared on Li Chen's forehead. He and Xu Mingxi had been cultivating for 3 days and 3 nights, and their spiritual energy was surging like a tide. Xu Mingxi's voice rang in my ears, sounding somewhat weary. Your cultivation points have reached 100, and your cultivation realm has broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment. Realm, early foundation establishment realm, 0/1000.
I've succeeded, Taoist master.
Li Chen was suddenly jolted, feeling a rumbling sound coming from his dantian. The originally abundant spiritual energy began to collapse rapidly, eventually condensing into drops of crystal-clear pink spiritual liquid, which flowed along his meridians to his limbs and bones. He exhaled a long breath, which condensed into mist in the air and lingered for a long time. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, the cultivation points required for upgrading increased tenfold.
Each increase is only 10 points, is that something a human could do?
Li Chen subconsciously looked at Xu Mingxi, who had already fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Li Chen gently brushed aside the messy strands of hair on her forehead. He had been busy cultivating these past few days, which had really made things difficult for her. Li Chen stretched his stiff shoulders, and his bones made a crisp sound. Feeling the surging spiritual energy flowing through his body, the heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. After washing up and getting dressed, Li Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still some time before the Song family's birthday banquet.
Let's start with a prize draw,
he muttered to himself, his voice carrying the ease of a breakthrough.
Xu Mingxi has been busy cultivating for the past 3 days and has contributed a lot of points. Let's start the lottery now.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 15 skill points.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 attribute points.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the magic weapon, Qiankuan Tower. A series of reward notification sounds rang out as the last of the points were used up.
They've unleashed a magical artifact.
Li Chen's eyes lit up, and with a sudden sinking of his palm, a delicate little tower appeared out of thin air.
The tower has an ancient bronze luster, and its 7-story eaves are carved with intricate runes.
Jiankuan Pagoda. The pagoda has 7 levels, containing the universe within, capable of encompassing mountains, rivers, and all things.
As the information flowed into my mind. After reading the instruction manual, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this Nez's father?
It's a pity there's only the tower body and no base. At the foundation establishment stage, one can already use magic weapons.
Li Chen bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the Qiankuan tower.
The blood droplets were instantly absorbed, and the tower trembled slightly, emitting a buzzing sound.
Li Chen could feel a special connection forming between himself and the Qiankuan tower.
With a thought, the small pagoda transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his dantian, where it floated and was nurtured by liquid spiritual energy.
In the blink of an eye, golden light flashed, and the Qiankuan pagoda reappeared in his palm.
This Qiankuan pagoda has 3 main functions. Firstly, it has storage capabilities. Compared to ordinary storage space, it also has the function of accommodating living creatures, which is better than nothing.
Secondly, there is a protective shield, used to block harm. The key feature is the third function, capturing the enemy.
When used, it can suck enemies into the tower, making them unable to escape. Imagine that when the shadow butterfly attacks again, the invisible spirit serpent bind will catch it off guard and subdue it. Then, the Qiankuan pagoda was brought out again to collect the energy, followed by the small leather whip and candles.
With a smooth combo, even the most elite assassin can be easily defeated. He.
Just as he was enthusiastically testing the 3 functions of the Qiankuan tower, the doorbell suddenly rang.
They're here.
Li Chen strode to the door and opened it, revealing his father Li Jinggua's stern face.
Dad, Li Chen greeted him with a smile. Name, Li Jinggua. Realm, acquired realm.
Synopsis: the richest man in Changkuan City, a supporting character in Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path.
Age, 47. Strength, 17. Constitution, 10. Reaction, 13.
After a few days apart, I can see that his fatherly qualities have improved in every aspect. Looking at his father's attribute panel, which had more than doubled in value, Li Chen finally felt relieved. When he came to his senses, he found his father's gaze constantly glancing behind him, his neck stretched out.
What are you looking at? Li Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Jinggua coughed lightly and looked away. It's nothing, let's go.
But he still glanced into the house with a hopeless look and muttered to himself, I thought I'd see my daughter-in-law. What did you say? At the sound of Li Chen closing the door drowned out the rest of his sentence.
It's nothing, let's hurry up, we're going to be late.
When the father and son arrived at the Song family's residence, the huge banquet hall was already packed with guests, and celebrities from all walks of life were raising their glasses and chatting happily.
As soon as they stepped into the hall, several eager eyes were cast their way.
Soon, the crowd surged in like a tide, surrounding the Li family father and son. Jingua's eyes curved slightly, and his lips curved into a perfect smile, which seemed to have been precisely calculated, making him both kind and dignified.
He moved with ease through the crowd, occasionally letting out a low, pleasant laugh.
Although Li Chen maintained a polite smile, his eyes kept drifting elsewhere. After the 7th guest, who praised him for looking more and more like his father, left, he subtly pursed his lips. Now I finally understand why Li Chen disliked attending these banquets. He was simply tired of this hypocritical way of talking. Although the banquet was ostensibly held to celebrate the 90th birthday of the Song family patriarch, given the Li family's status in Changkuan City, Li Chen and his son became the focus of attention throughout the event.
Brotherly!
A loud voice pierced through the noisy crowd. This man was none other than Song Chen, the head of the Song family and Song Yuqing's father. Song Chen strode over, his eyes crinkling with a smile, and opened his arms to greet Li Jinggua. The hem of his suit jacket billowed slightly with each step. We've been waiting for you.
Li Jinggua's eyes lit up. Brother Song.
The two embraced tightly, and Li Jinggua patted Song Chen's back forcefully, letting out a hearty laugh. Brotherly, I heard your new energy project is about to be launched, how about?
With Song Chen's arm around Li Jinggua's shoulder, the two old foxes walked toward the terrace, talking as they went.
Their backs looked like a pair of partners who had worked together for many years. Li Chen watched his father and Song Chen's departing figures, his lips twitching slightly. He looked around and found himself completely surrounded, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What will I do if you leave? Brother Chen, I know a new venue, how about we go later? Brother Chen, are you coming to the yacht party tomorrow? Brother Chen. Compared to the polite workplace banter of the older generation, the conversations of these young people are much more interesting. I finally managed to deal with it all and took a sip of champagne to catch my breath. After finally managing to deal with one social engagement after another, Li Chen felt a dull ache in his temples. He casually took a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. The cool liquor slid down his throat, finally bringing him a sense of relief. Brother Chen. A soft call suddenly came from behind him, and Li Chen unconsciously tightened his grip on the wineglass. He took a deep breath, suppressing his impatience, and turned around with a polite smile. Chapter 38. Zhang Shuichun, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. The newcomer was Zhang Lin, the adopted son of the Zhang family, and the young woman standing next to him was particularly eye-catching. A champagne-colored backless gown accentuated her graceful figure, while her long, black hair was styled into an elegant updo, revealing her beautifully shaped neck. Name: Zhang Shuichun. Age: 26. Synopsis: the eldest daughter of the Zhang family in Chongqing City, and the older sister of the male protagonist in The Real and Fake Young Masters. What will you regret when I become the richest man? Favorability: -20. Experience: 0. Pleasure: 0. And this is? Li Chen asked the question knowingly, his gaze involuntarily falling on the woman. Zhang Lin immediately understood and turned slightly to introduce her. This is my older sister, Zhang Shuichun. She just returned from studying in England. As he spoke, he gently touched the woman's elbow. Sister, this is young Master Li Chen of the Li Group. Li Chen politely extended his hand. I have long admired Miss Zhang's name. An awkward silence filled the air. Zhang Shuichun's fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly, and a hint of panic flashed in her clear, autumn water-like eyes. She instinctively put her hands behind her back, and took a half-step back like a startled deer, her skirt swaying gently with the movement. Zhang Shuichun's favorability -5. Seeing this, Zhang Lin quickly stepped forward and naturally took Li Chen's hand, which was hanging in midair, with an apologetic smile. I'm really sorry, my sister is a little afraid of men. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, young Master Li. Zhang Shuichun's voice was soft, tinged with apology. I hope you don't mind. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that androphobia was indeed a common condition in the world of novels, and that he could actually encounter this. I understand. However, he didn't show it on his face, just shrugged indifferently, and raised his glass. Come on, let's drink to our first meeting. The glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound. Zhang Lin visibly breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhang Shuichun's tense shoulders also relaxed slightly. Zhang Shuichun's favorability +3. Speaking of which, Li Chen took a sip of his drink. I've been waiting for Miss Zhang to contact me about that tourism development project. Zhang Shuichun's eyelashes trembled slightly. I'm so sorry, I just took over the company's affairs these past few days and I'm still getting used to it. She paused, her eyes darting around. In fact, she had long heard of Li Chen's reputation for being a womanizer and was afraid that he would be very difficult to deal with. She had been hesitant and had been reluctant to make up her mind to contact him. But the polite man in front of me was completely different from the rumors. He was not only elegant but also very easygoing. As expected, rumors shouldn't be taken at face value, seeing is believing. Zhang Shuichun's favorability +5. Actually, I have already drafted a preliminary plan. She mustered her courage and continued, if we can use new environmentally friendly materials, development costs can be reduced by about 20%, plus. Miss Zhang. Li Chen suddenly interrupted softly, a gentle smile on his lips, and said somewhat apologetically. This is private time. We can talk about work another day. He swirled his wineglass. I heard you studied in England? What's the scenery like there? Zhang Shuichun was taken aback, then realized her rudeness. A blush spread from her ears to her cheeks, making her skin appear even more radiant. I'm sorry, I was in too much of a hurry. She looked up and met Li Chen's smiling eyes, unconsciously relaxing. Autumn in England is beautiful, especially the maple leaves along the River Cam. Zhang Shuichuan's favorability +3. The two started chatting like that. Seeing this, Zhang Lin quietly took a few steps back and quickly disappeared into the crowd, leaving them alone. Speaking of which, Li Chen gently swirled his champagne glass, his gaze naturally falling on Zhang Shuichun. Why haven't I seen Dong Dong today? Her foot injury should be almost healed by now, right? Zhang Shuichuan's fingers suddenly tightened, causing the champagne in her glass to swirl slightly. You know my sister. A hint of wariness flashed in her eyes. How could he know Jiang Dongdong? Could it be that Li Chen didn't even spare Jiang Dongdong? What, Dongdong hasn't mentioned me? Li Chen showed just the right amount of surprise. She twisted her ankle at a friend's house a few days ago, and I took her home. Didn't Uncle Jiang tell you? Zhang Shuichuan's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. That girl, I asked her how she got hurt, but she absolutely refused to say. She lowered her head and took a small sip of champagne to cover up her earlier lapse in composure. I'm really sorry to trouble you, young Master Li. Zhang Shuichuan's favorability +3. She unconsciously stroked the wineglass with her fingertips, feeling a little guilty for her earlier suspicions. It's almost the end of the semester, and my father was worried that she would be too playful, so he didn't let her come, she explained. Her tone carried a mixture of a sister's doting affection and helplessness towards her younger sister. Li Chen chuckled and lied through his teeth, but Dong Dong is quite sensible. The day she twisted her ankle, even though it hurt terribly, she kept saying, don't tell my sister, she'll worry. Zhang Shuichun was taken aback, then a soft look appeared in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. She's been like this since she was little. She looks carefree, but she's actually very thoughtful. She raised her hand and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and the doctor also said I need to rest for a few days. Li Chen nodded, his expression serious. Although I helped her disperse the bruises at the time, she does need to rest. Zhang Shuichuan's eyes widened slightly, revealing a surprised expression. You treated Dongdong's leg injury. She tilted her head, her tone tinged with doubt. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable, young Master Li. Li Chen shrugged, looking calm and composed, without blushing or skipping a beat. My father used to have a bad back, and I learned a few tricks from an old Chinese medicine doctor. As he spoke, he seriously examined Zhang Shuichuan's figure, finally fixing his gaze on her slender, fair neck. With my divine sense over her, I could easily see that the veins in her neck were somewhat blocked. Miss Jiang, your neck seems a little uncomfortable. Shall I massage it for you? As soon as he spoke, he seemed to remember that Zhang Shuichun was afraid of men, and smiled apologetically. I was being presumptuous. He gently suggested, moving your neck around more often will help. Zhang Shuichuan's body tensed instantly, her fingers unconsciously clenching the hem of her skirt, thinking that the other person was using her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine as an excuse to approach her. Only after hearing that Li Chen had given up did she slowly exhale. She subconsciously raised her hand to rub the back of her neck, recalling the days she stayed up late studying during her studies abroad. Now that I've graduated, I've been busy with work, often sitting in front of the computer for more than 10 hours at a time. My neck has been a little sore lately. Young Master Li has a good eye. She spoke softly, and when she heard Li Chen's words, the wariness in her eyes gradually disappeared, and she began to think more highly of him. Zhang Shuichuan's favorability +5. The more the two chatted, the more harmonious the atmosphere became, and this harmonious scene naturally attracted the attention of the guests present. Many people whispered among themselves, their eyes shifting back and forth between the two and Song Yuqing in the distance. Li Chen's high-profile pursuit of Song Yuqing was no secret in their circle. Some of them used to be Song Yuqing's suitors, until Li Chen burned their butts with liquor. Chapter 39 An Opportunity in the Foot Massage Parlor. Song Yuqing stood beside her mother, mechanically dealing with the guests, but her gaze involuntarily drifted to the other end of the banquet hall. Li Chen was chatting happily with the woman in the champagne-colored dress. He didn't know what they were saying, but the woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the champagne glass. When Li Chen arrived, he didn't even come over to greet her first, and he was even flirting with other women everywhere. Her mother, Lin Xiaoyu, gently touched her arm.
Uncle Wang is saying hello to you. Ah. Oh, hello Uncle Wang. Song Yuqing hurriedly looked away and forced a smile.
Lin Xiaoyu, Song Yuqing's mother, noticed that her daughter was distracted and followed her gaze, which fell on Li Chen. A knowing smile appeared on his lips. That's the Li family's boy, I think his name is Li Chen, he's really handsome.
I remember you hated him, didn't you? How?
Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled, teasing her daughter, now that he has a new love, you still can't forget him.
Who can't forget him?
Song Yuqing turned her head away angrily, her face flushed red all the way to her ears. He's always buzzing around me like a fly, I'm so annoyed.
I hope he doesn't come looking for me. Alright, you can play by yourself then.
I'll go check if your grandpa is ready. Lin Xiaoyu had been young once too, so she was well aware of her daughter's thoughts.
She chuckled and made an excuse to leave.
After her mother left, Song Yuqing's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the direction where Li Chen was. Li Chen said something that made the woman next to him laugh so hard her shoulders were shaking. This action infuriated Song Yuqing so much that she gritted her teeth. When he was pursuing her, he drove away all her other suitors.
Now he turns around and is chatting and laughing happily with other women.
What kind of behavior is that? Before, I wished Li Chen would disappear immediately whenever I saw him, but ever since the day I caught the thief in the mall, his resolute departure has been lingering in my mind. She didn't understand why she cared so much. Perhaps they felt bad for wrongly accusing him of putting on a show. I was planning to apologize to him after he returned to school, but who knew that this bastard would disappear for several days in a row? Seeing Li Chen being intimate with another woman, Song Yuqing felt uneasy. Now, he completely ignores her, not even bothering to greet her before her grandfather's birthday banquet.
Is it because I misunderstood him once?
Why is he so vengeful? She muttered to herself, getting angrier the more she thought about it.
Or should we go over now and say sorry?
She hesitated and took half a step, but Li Chen suddenly looked up and his eyes met hers. He raised an eyebrow and gave her a half-smile.
He then turned back to continue chatting with the girl.
Song Yuqing stood frozen in place, gritting her teeth in anger.
This guy definitely did it on purpose. Yuqing.
Song Yuqing was angry, with a burning anger inside her that she had nowhere to vent. Hearing someone call her name, she instinctively turned around, but her pupils suddenly contracted when she saw who it was, Chu Yang. Her voice was clearly shocked. I heard you were in detention?
How did you get out?
For this birthday banquet at the Song family, Song Yuqing specially invited all her classmates to celebrate her grandfather's birthday, including Chu Yang. I came out here to celebrate your grandfather's birthday, of course. Chu Yang flicked his bangs, put one hand behind his back, and revealed what he thought was a very charming smile. He deliberately lowered his voice, pretending to be deep, and said, "It's been a few days, and Yuqing is still as sexy as ever." Song Yuqing subconsciously took a half step back and involuntarily shivered.
Who would immediately compliment someone on their sexiness?
I never expected that Chu Yang, who is usually not very talkative, would be so cloying once he opened his mouth. In her memory, Chu Yang had always been an inconspicuous nobody in the class. In the 3 years they were classmates, they had exchanged no more than 3 sentences in total. But just a few days ago, this usually quiet boy suddenly seemed like a completely different person. She was shouting something like Immortal Emperor Taoist companion and an ant in the class, so she couldn't help but beat up Li Chen, who was attentive to her side. The scene is still vivid in my mind. Chu Yang stood there with his hands behind his back, and with just one hand, he knocked Li Chen to the ground. She stood by and watched as the usually arrogant Li Chen was beaten and ran away with his head in his hands. At that moment, she did feel a surge of pleasure. But after calming down, she realized the seriousness of the matter. She simply couldn't understand why this person would use her name to start a fight. More importantly, the Li family's influence in the business world far surpasses that of the Song family. If the Li family were to really pursue the matter, the entire Song family would likely be implicated. Fortunately, Li Chen seemed to be targeting Chu Yang alone, and after sending Chu Yang to the police station, he didn't make things difficult for her anymore. Thinking of this, Song Yuqing's gaze towards Chu Yang became even more helpless and annoyed. She could never forget the desire that filled Chu Yang's eyes when he looked at her back then, which still made her feel a chill. Although Li Chen was arrogant, he was exceptionally attentive when pursuing her, almost to the point of granting her every request. Thinking this, she subconsciously looked at Li Chen in the distance. She remembered that once when she had a sore throat, Li Chen specially made rock sugar stewed pears to soothe her throat. However, at that time she loathed Li Chen so much that she threw all his hard work into the trash. Compared to him, he is indeed much better. Song Yuqing's favorability +5. Yuqing Chu Yon called out again. Seeing Song Yuqing's dazed eyes, thinking she was captivated by his charm, he tossed his hair again. Finding that the other party remained unmoved, he followed the direction of Song Yuqing's gaze and saw Li Chen's figure, his eyes turning cold. Has Li Chen bullied you during this time? Don't be afraid, tell me, and I will stand up for you. Song Yuqing had just come to her senses when she heard this and was immediately shocked. Seeing him staring at Li Chen not far away, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Song Yuqing's heart jumped into her throat. This is Grandpa's 90th birthday, we can't afford any mishaps. She quickly replied, No, Li Chen is very good to me. Thank you for coming to my grandfather's birthday banquet, Chu. If I can't help you, please feel free to do as you please. I'll go back to my work now. She was afraid that Chu Yang might do something strange again. He fled quickly without looking back, pretending not to hear Chu Yang calling after him. Chu Yang's luck value -100. Chu Yang stood there, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. His gaze followed Song Yuqing's retreating figure as she walked towards Li Chen, the man he hated with a passion. This spoiled brat only knows how to use underhanded tricks. I was caught off guard and fell into his trap. But things are different now. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chu Yang's lips. He had a fortuitous encounter in the foot massage city, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, successfully breaking through to the qi refining realm. If he were to face Li Chen again now, he would be absolutely certain of victory. Chu Yang's gaze fell on the jade ring hanging around Li Chen's neck, and his eyes became intense. That's a family heirloom of the Chu family. It must have been that bitch Chu Mingxi who handed the ring to Li Chen. Today, he is determined to get his family heirloom back. Chapter 42 Family Secret Guards, Lin Shisan. In the distance, Li Chen was focused on talking with Jiang Shuichun, occasionally making her cover her mouth and chuckle. Suddenly, I heard 2 system notification sounds and was taken aback. What's wrong? Jiang Shuichun noticed his unusual behavior and asked softly. Li Chen did not answer immediately. He scanned the banquet hall and immediately spotted many familiar faces. Chu Yang stood in the corner, staring intently at him. I just saw him chatting with Song Yuqing. It seems they had an unpleasant encounter, and he happily gave himself 100 luck points. Another one is Jiang Su after he disguised himself. He still wore the same Su Jiang face he wore when shipping goods in the company lobby, sitting in the corner next to a somewhat elderly businesswoman. It seems he's trying some unorthodox methods to get rid of his bad luck. Li Chen never expected that a small birthday banquet would attract 2 main figures. However, upon closer reflection, it's not surprising. It's no secret that Grandpa Song is using his 90th birthday as an excuse to find a suitable husband for his granddaughter. It's not surprising that someone like Jiang Su, who has recently suffered a series of setbacks, would come to the Song family to try his luck. When his gaze fell on the other end of the banquet hall, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. It's nothing, I just ran into some acquaintances. Li Chen responded softly to Jiang Shuichun's words, but his eyes were looking in that direction. That was Yan Shixuan, the young master of the Yan family in Shangyao City, who was chatting and laughing with several business people while holding a glass of champagne. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his vision improved, and he could see that every few seconds, the other person's gaze would unconsciously drift towards the jade ring hanging around his neck. His eyes gleamed with undisguised greed. Even more striking was the presence of a burly bodyguard in black standing behind Yan Shixuan. The man was wearing sunglasses, nearly 2 meters tall, with his hands behind his back, exuding a chilling aura of oppression.
Even from halfway through the banquet hall, Li Chen could feel that sharp aura. This was definitely not an ordinary bodyguard. Name, Lin Shisan. Age, 32. Synopsis: a member of the Chu family's secret guards in the novel Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path, one of the protagonist's subordinates. Realm level, transformation stage. Interesting. Li Chen curled his lips into a cold smile and gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. It seems that the Yin family's support for Chu Yang is not what it seems. Moreover, judging from the way the two deliberately kept their distance, Chu Yang, that idiot, obviously didn't know that the person who would help him escape was right in front of him. Moreover, their home was burgled. It seems that putting Chu Yang in detention has caused a chain reaction. The secret guards hiding in the mountain village, for some reason, were forced to enter the world prematurely. Lin Shisan had clearly sided with the Yin family and had them search for the Chu family's token. Just as he was pondering, a familiar fragrance wafted over. Li Chen didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Song Yuqing was already standing beside him at some point. Li Chen, classmate. Throughout her journey, Song Yuqing was torn between her inner thoughts and her own, and she considered turning around and leaving many times along the way. But when her gaze fell on Jiang Shuichun, who was chatting happily with Li Chen, her heart felt like it was stuffed with a ball of cotton soaked in vinegar. In the end, she bit her cherry lips and mustered up the courage to walk over. Jiang Shuichun was a smart man, and he immediately stood up tactfully. "Young Masterly, please go ahead with your work. We can talk another day." She gracefully raised her glass to Song Yuqing, a faint smile playing on her lips. But in Song Yuqing's eyes, this was clearly a blatant provocation. The gesture of raising the glass was like a victor showing off his spoils, making her feel so suffocated that she could hardly breathe. "What's up?" Li Chen didn't even look up, his tone revealing obvious impatience. After finally getting Jiang Shuichun's favorability to a positive level, this Miss Song came to stir things up again. At the same time, he sneered inwardly. This little arrogance was indeed impatient. He had only ignored her for a few days, and she had already come to him on her own initiative. "Go play somewhere else if you have nothing to do, I'm very busy." Li Chen spoke in a deliberately nonchalant tone, tapping his fingers lightly on his wineglass, adopting an attitude of keeping people at arm's length. "You." Song Yuqing was so angry that she was trembling all over. When had she ever been treated like this? But then he realized that it was indeed his fault that day, so he had to suppress his anger and take a deep breath. "I misunderstood you about what happened that day. I'm sorry." Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, and her cheeks flushed. "And thank you." The last two words were practically squeezed out through clenched teeth, and after saying them, her ears were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. However, Li Chen's reaction was like a bucket of cold water being poured over her head. "Okay, I understand." He still didn't look up, as if Song Yuqing were invisible. Song Yuqing stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that her apology and thanks, which she had mustered all her courage to give, had been met with such a perfunctory response. Anger surged to her head, and she was about to lash out when a loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the room. "Distinguished guests, thank you all for attending my birthday banquet." Old Master Song, leaning on a sandalwood cane, slowly walked into the center of the banquet hall, surrounded by people. Although the old man was nearly 90 years old, he stood up straight and had bright, piercing eyes. "Today marks my 90th birthday, and I am honored to have you all grace us with your presence." Grandpa Song stood in front of the gilded longevity character screen, his sandalwood cane tapping lightly on the carpet. "As is customary, let's go through the motions first." He gave the butler a wink, who immediately presented a gold-embossed gift list. "We cordially invite our distinguished guests to present their birthday gifts." As expected, the older people get, the thicker their skin becomes. Only he would be so brazen as to ask for gifts. Li Xingguo returned to Li Chen's side at some point, looking at old Master Song sitting in the center of the banquet hall with a rather disdainful expression. Li Chen calmly took a sip of red wine, knowing that this Master Song was not as bad as his father had described. According to the original text, the seemingly ordinary 90-year-old man was famous for his superb medical skills. It's a legend in Chongquan City and even across the country.
In his early years, he helped many high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Even though Mr. Song has long since retired from his life of crime, he is still respected by many people.
Changkuan Mining Group, a pair of jade peaches. Wanlong Real Estate, a golden Nanmo armchair.
As the butler called out the names, gasps of amazement rose and fell throughout the banquet hall.
Fanjiang Construction, Xujiang, present a 300-gram gold brick.
Li Chen found it amusing and glanced sideways at Jiang Su, who was sitting in the distance. At this moment, Jiang Su shrunk in his chair like a wilted eggplant, not daring to raise his head. Compared to the birthday gifts given by others, it was really a bit meager. His company has been targeted by the Jiang family these past few days, so it's quite remarkable that he was still able to squeeze out funds to buy a gold brick. Jiang Su's luck value -50. A gift presented by Yan Shixuan, son of the Yan family of Qingshan City. The entire room fell silent, and all the guests' eyes darted back and forth between the Li family and the Yan family. I heard that young Master Yan has just returned from studying abroad and has taken over most of the family business at a young age. That's right, much better than some spoiled brats who only know how to indulge in debauchery.
Shoo, keep your voice down, the Li family's son is over there. Chapter 41,000-Year Ginseng.
Yan Shixuan took the scroll from the bodyguard and slowly unfurled it with the help of 2 attendants. The 4 large characters "May you live as long as the southern mountain" on the 3-foot-long Shin paper are written in strong, elegant strokes, and the signature is clearly the private seal of Qinwei, a contemporary master of calligraphy. Having heard that Mr. Song is fond of calligraphy, I specially asked my mentor for this piece of calligraphy and painting. Yan Shixuan's voice was not loud, but every word was clear and resonated throughout the banquet hall.
In an instant, the entire room erupted in uproar.
Several business tycoons who are passionate about calligraphy even stood up, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of Master Qin Wei's original work. It should be noted that Qin Wei had stopped writing calligraphy many years ago, and his works often fetch astronomical prices at auctions, let alone works specially inscribed like this.
A calligraphy inscription personally written by Master Qin Wei? That's truly a grand gesture.
I heard that Master Qin has been retired from writing for many years. It's not something that money alone can buy you a piece of his calligraphy.
Of course, young Master Yan is Master Qin Wei's last disciple.
At such a young age, he not only comes from a distinguished family, but has also received the true teachings of a master. His calligraphy is so skillful that even renowned figures in the industry admire him. No wonder Grandpa Song was smiling so contentedly. Someone whispered in agreement, glancing at old Master Song, who stood in the main seat. The old man was stroking his beard, his gaze lingering on the calligraphy and painting, clearly greatly appreciating the gift. Do you think that young Master Yan is going to such lengths this time because of the Song family's daughter? A wealthy woman lowered her voice and glanced meaningfully at Song Yuqing, who was standing to the side.
Shoo! Keep your voice down.
Her companion immediately covered her mouth with a fan, but couldn't hide her excitement at the gossip. The Song family is ostensibly celebrating the old man's 90th birthday with this banquet, but who doesn't know that they're actually trying to find a suitable husband for Miss Song?
Yan Shixuan is indeed a good choice. He is outstanding in terms of family background, talent, and appearance.
He is much better than some playboys who only know how to indulge in pleasure. Someone glanced meaningfully in Li Chen's direction, their tone laced with contempt.
Exactly, what can that guy from the Li family do besides squander money? He's always so irresponsible.
Yan Shixuan had a faint smile on his lips as he looked through the crowd and straight in the direction of Li Chen. There was a clear hint of provocation in his eyes. Although the whispers were low, every word reached Li Chen's ears. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, unmoved. Just as everyone was waiting to see how the Li family would respond, a deep voice came from a corner of the banquet hall. The Chu family of Chuyang wishes elder Song a long and prosperous life, as boundless as the eastern sea and as enduring as the southern mountain. Everyone turned around and saw a young man dressed in faded casual clothes walking forward calmly. He walked with a steady gait, his brows revealing a calm demeanor that seemed out of place with his attire. He held a simple wooden box in his hands, his well-defined fingers gently supporting the bottom of the box. Where did this poor kid come from? Dressed like that, he dares to come to the Song family's birthday banquet. A bejeweled lady covered the corner of her mouth with her diamond-encrusted nails, a clear look of disdain flashing in her eyes.
The middle-aged man next to him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, squinted and stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Chu family? Is there such a family in Changkuan City? Could it be?
A young man suddenly widened his eyes, then abruptly covered his mouth halfway through his sentence, looked around, and lowered his voice. The Chu family in the capital.
Shu. His companion's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed his sleeve. You dare bring this up? Are you out of your mind?
The murmurs spread like ripples, and old Master Song's kind smile faltered slightly. His white eyebrows lifted gently, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Young friend.
The old man stroked his beard, a kind smile returning to his face, though fine wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes.
You can't just give out any name. He paused, then looked at Chu Yang with gentle eyes. I remember you are my granddaughter's classmate.
I appreciate your kindness, but please go back and sit down. As she spoke, she gestured for Chu Yang to sit in the direction he was sitting. To everyone's surprise, Chu Yang simply smiled faintly, his dark eyes remaining calm and undisturbed. He walked steadily and slowly, heading straight to old Master Song.
1,000-year-old wild ginseng.
Chu Yang slowly opened the box in his hand, his tone calm, as if he were talking about cabbages at the market.
The moment the lid was lifted, a refreshing aroma of ginseng filled the entire banquet hall.
The wild ginseng lying quietly in the box has flowing whiskers and a warm, jade-like luster, as if it were alive and radiating a faint halo.
The entire audience erupted in uproar. How is this possible?
An elderly man with gray hair was so excited that his beard trembled, and he unconsciously stretched his finger forward.
1,000-year-old wild ginseng? These days, even 500-year-old ginseng is hard to find on the market.
Where would a poor student get such a treasure?
It must be fake. Is it fake?
A young man in a suit pursed his lips, but was immediately stunned by the rich aroma of ginseng, and unconsciously took a deep breath. But this fragrance? The guests whispered among themselves, and several suspicious glances were directed at Chu Yang.
Grandpa Song ignored the other guests' questions.
His hands trembled slightly as he carefully accepted the gift box. He carefully examined the ginseng, his withered fingers gently stroking its body, and suddenly raised his voice. The reeds are tightly packed, the sea cucumber is plump, the whiskers are long and resilient, and the pearl-like spots are obvious. His voice trembled with excitement. This is indeed 1,000-year-old wild ginseng.
Thank you very much, young friend. Grandpa Song solemnly closed the box.
When he looked up at Chu Yang, his eyes were completely different, filled with a sense of inquiry and respect. The banquet hall erupted in chaos the moment the words were spoken.
Who is Grandpa Song? He's a miracle doctor. He didn't say it was fake, so it must be real. The way everyone looked at Chu Yang changed completely. There was shock, doubt, and even more disbelief. Where did this seemingly ordinary young man get such a treasure?
Chu Yang listened to the whispers around him, a disdainful smile appearing on his lips. As the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, his mastery of the art of finding auspicious burial sites in his previous life made it easy for him to locate rare medicinal herbs. The only thing that displeased him was that he, a celestial emperor who had cultivated for millions of years, was now going to offer birthday wishes to a mortal who was not even 100 years old. The banquet hall was filled with murmurs and discussions, even drowning out the praise Yan Shixuan had given when he presented the valuable calligraphy and painting. Everyone was wondering who this seemingly ordinary young man really was. Yan Shixuan was overshadowed by Chu Yang, and a shadow of gloom flashed in his eyes, but it quickly turned into a meaningful smile as he turned his attention to the Li family. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the wineglass, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. If even an ordinary student can give away 1,000-year-old ginseng, then the Li family, as the richest family in Changkuan City, must have prepared a gift that is no less impressive than that of a student, right?
Chapter 42 Half a Grain of Wound Medicine.
Although Yan Shixuan was overshadowed by Chu Yang, he was not angry. Instead, he turned his attention to the Li family. He deliberately raised his voice and said, even an ordinary student can give away 1,000-year-old ginseng. Surely the Li family, as the richest family in Changkuan City, must have prepared a gift that is no less valuable than that of a student, right? A buzzing sound immediately erupted in the banquet hall. The local guests exchanged glances, clearly thinking that these words were putting the Lee family in a very difficult position. Several businessmen who were on good terms with the Lee family had already frowned, their fingers tapping anxiously on the table. As the richest family in the area, how could the Lee family allow a businessman from another city to ridicule them in public? Isn't this a slap in their face? Immediately, some people became mouthpieces for the Lee family, speaking out to curse Yen Shirshuan. Meanwhile, the rivals who had once been suppressed by the Lee family lowered their heads and sipped their wine, a gloating smile playing on their lips. Jiang Su laughed the loudest among them, leaning back in his chair like a customer watching a play. The pent-up frustration from being publicly humiliated by Li Chen a few days ago has now transformed into a look of pure delight in his eyes and brows. You should know that 1,000-year-old ginseng is a rare treasure. Even if you have it, it is mostly used as a treasure to protect your home. Who would give it away so easily? These people are all waiting to see the Li family make a fool of themselves. Just as Li Chen was about to get up, he couldn't help but look at Yen Shirshuan and raise his eyebrows when he heard these words. This feeling is like when you finish eating and are consciously clearing the table to wash the dishes, your mother suddenly comes over and orders, "Wash the dishes after you finish eating," which is just as unpleasant. He thought to himself, why is this person so foul-mouthed? He slowly stood up. "Young Master Yen, I think you're quite handsome." Yen Shirshuan was still sneering, waiting to see the show, but unexpectedly Li Chen stood up and praised him, so he subconsciously touched his chin. Before he could even process the meaning behind those words, Li Chen casually uttered the second half, "I never expected someone with such a sharp tongue." The guests were shocked by the Li family's young master's foul language, and gasps of surprise filled the room. Yen Shirshuan was shocked that Li Chen dared to curse so openly in public, and his face instantly turned bright red. He slammed the chair aside and stood up abruptly, veins bulging in his neck. "Li Chen, what do you mean?" "Oh," Li Chen sneered, "it's one thing to be foul-mouthed, but you're also hard of hearing. Is your page the only one left on the family's household registration book? Didn't anyone teach you how to speak? Instead of wasting your time on the Li family's congratulatory gifts, why don't you reach down and feel around your lower abdomen? If you find a stick, feel it. If you find a bean, pinch it. This is much more fun than your foul mouth." Upon hearing this, the entire banquet hall erupted in laughter like a tidal wave. A noblewoman hurriedly covered her face with a round fan, but her shoulders were shaking violently. Several young people laughed so hard they fell to the ground at the table, and even the old man, Mr. Song, sitting at the head of the table, choked on his tea. Standing behind her grandfather, Song Yuqing blushed with embarrassment at the phrase "guide pinching." She bit her cherry lips, but her gaze involuntarily followed that arrogant figure. Even Li Jingwu couldn't help but laugh and scoff at it. Yen Shirshuan's face turned from red to green, looking like a fighting rooster being choked. Yen Shirshuan's face turned from red to green, looking like a fighting rooster being choked. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never heard such vulgar language before. He could only point at Li Chen with trembling hands, unable to utter a word for a long time. Song Yuqing's favorability +3. Alright, if you can't speak properly, then just keep it to yourself. Li Chen waved his hand lazily, a cynical smile playing on his lips. Watch me teach you how to act cool. He straightened his collar, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, slowly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Old Master Song. Li Chen of the Li family wishes Elder Song a long and healthy life, full of blessings and good health. His voice was clear and melodious, like a jade chime, which revealed the demeanor of a young master from a noble family. With all eyes on him, Li Chen slowly reached into his inner pocket and took out a palm-sized brocade box. He paused deliberately for 3 seconds, his eyes sweeping over the curious or mocking glances around him, before suddenly flashing a fox-like smile. "I hereby present you with the finest wound medicine. Half a grain." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the guests froze instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed. The businessmen who spoke up for the Li family stood there with their mouths agape, like fish out of water. Those who had just mocked the Li family froze in place, forgetting even to wipe away their gloating smiles. Half a grain. Has the Li family gone mad with poverty?
You dare to give wound medicine as a birthday gift.
If you're going to send wound medicine, at least send a whole bottle. The Lee family, however, were incredibly stingy, only sending half a grain.
Does adding the word top grade make half a pill equivalent to 1,000-year-old ginseng?
Even the usually composed old master Song showed displeasure, his wrinkles deepening, and his withered fingers gripping the armrests of the armchair tightly. Young friend from the Lee family, are you perhaps joking with us? Behind him, the Song family members glared angrily, and one of the younger members had already rolled up his sleeves.
Lee Chan.
Song Yuching stepped forward, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her pretty face flushed red, and she stood up without regard for etiquette. His voice trembled, whether from anger or grievance, it was hard to tell.
What do you mean by this? My grandfather is turning 90, and you're giving him half a pill of medicine? Do you think the Song family is begging?
Li Chen ignored the surrounding discussions. Before the laughter subsided, Li Chen lightly lifted the lid of the box with his thumb. Slowly opening the brocade box, a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire room, completely overpowering the scent of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. The closest guests suddenly discovered that their years-long joint pain had been cured without any treatment amidst the aroma of the medicine. My God, an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, suddenly stood up straight and moved his knees in disbelief.
My 30-year-old rheumatism doesn't hurt anymore.
The middle-aged businessman with a beer belly next to me suddenly clutched his lower back and exclaimed, "My herniated disc, is it healed?" This medicinal fragrance, the elderly man in the tang suit in the front row suddenly took a deep breath, his cloudy eyes suddenly clearing. My asthma has actually cleared up. The guests erupted in chaos.
This isn't just some kind of wound medicine, it's practically a miracle cure, someone exclaimed in surprise. Amidst the uproar, Li Chen calmly closed the box lid.
He looked up at the head of the table, where old Master Song had already stood up, his aged hands trembling slightly. Song Yuching, who had just been furious, was staring blankly at him, her cherry lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of pearly white teeth.
Now.
Li Chen surveyed the silent banquet hall, his gaze finally settling on Yin Shishuan, whose face was ashen.
Is there anyone who thinks this half pill is inferior to that ginseng?
This is. Old Master Song suddenly stood up, his sandalwood cane clattering to the ground. Having studied medicine for many years, he had seen countless medicinal herbs. Just from the aroma of this herb, he could smell no fewer than 10 rare herbs that had long since disappeared. Although taking this half pill of wound medicine cannot prolong life, it can cure stubborn diseases and restore vitality to the body.
Chapter 43, Performing on Stage.
The old man's trembling hand reached out halfway and then withdrew, asking uncertainly, "This medicine, is it really for me?"
The 90-year-old man was filled with childlike trepidation, afraid of hearing a single no.
Li Chen smiled slightly and presented the brocade box with both hands. "It is only right to give this small gift for Elder Song's birthday."
Grandpa Song was overjoyed.
He forcibly suppressed the urge to swallow the wound medicine on the spot and accepted the brocade box with both hands. He cautiously peeked through a crack to make sure the half pill was still there before closing it with peace of mind. He stuffed the brocade box into the inner pocket and subconsciously patted his chest, looking just like a child hiding candy. Don't be fooled by his seemingly robust health at 90 years old, it's all an act by Mr. Song.
In fact, his body was already overdrawn and plagued by illnesses.
He was only able to survive with the help of medication, and it was difficult for him to even step out of the Song family compound. For so many years, the Song family has relied solely on him.
If he were to fall, the Song family would inevitably be devoured by other families.
He did this to buy more time for the Song family to make full preparations, otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry for Song Yuching's marriage. With this wound medicine, he could plan more carefully to ensure that the Song family would not suffer annihilation after his death. Old Song held Li Chen's hand tightly, his lips moved, and after a long pause, he finally uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Song Yuching bit her lower lip hard, staring at Li Chen's tall figure, feeling as if something was blocking her chest. Thinking back on my impulsive words, I felt deeply remorseful, realizing that I had wronged him again.
Song Yuching's favorability plus 50. Xu Yang's luck value minus 100. Jiang Su's luck value minus 20.
Xu Yang's wine glass had developed cracks at some point, and amber-colored wine was dripping through his fingers.
Yen Shixuan's face turned pale and then flushed, as if he had swallowed a fly.
Both of them had the same anger and resentment in their eyes.
Because this is Chu Yang's storyline, he loses far more luck points than Jiang Su.
Song Yuqing's favorability towards Li Chen also saw a significant increase, finally returning to a positive level. After Yen Shixuan's outburst, the atmosphere at the originally harmonious birthday banquet became somewhat delicate. The light and shadow cast by the crystal chandelier flickered on the faces of the guests, and whispers spread like tiny ripples throughout the hall. Li Chen leaned lazily against the sofa in the corner, toying with a wineglass in his hand, waiting for the grand finale of the banquet. Just as everyone was speculating what trouble the Li and Yin families would cause later. The lights suddenly dimmed, and a spotlight shone on the center of the hall. The servants quietly carried in a rosewood zither. The instrument has a warm, lustrous sheen, and the strings appear like flowing silver threads under the light. Song Yuqing slowly made her entrance wearing a light blue cheongsam. The modified cheongsam cut is just right, preserving the traditional charm while outlining her slender figure. Several inked bamboo branches were embroidered on the hem of her skirt, appearing and disappearing with her steps. She bowed to the elderly Mr. Song, who was seated at the head of the table, and the pearl hairpin in her hair trembled slightly, shimmering with a soft glow under the lamplight. After taking her seat, her slender fingers gently stroked the strings, and the clear and melodious music flowed out like a mountain spring, instantly calming the tense atmosphere. As the music ended, the guests were still immersed in the sound of the zither. She then took the brush handed to her by the servant and began to write on the rice paper. Before long, a picture of the god of longevity holding a peach appeared on the paper. The brushstrokes were lively and expressive, and the benevolent smile of the god of longevity was so lifelike that even the well-traveled guests couldn't help but marvel. This painting of the god of longevity holding a peach is presented to Grandpa.
May you have boundless happiness and longevity. Excellent.
Excellent. Old Master Song stood up excitedly, walked to the front of the stage, and took the scroll. Chinger's painting skills have improved again. The guests were full of praise, and the atmosphere of the banquet reached a climax. Song Yuqing accepted everyone's praise with a faint smile, but her eyes kept unconsciously drifting towards the corner. There, Li Chen was leaning lazily back in his chair. When he saw her looking over, he raised his wineglass and a playful smile appeared on his lips.
This action made Song Yuqing's heart skip a beat.
She hurriedly turned her face away, but felt her ears burning slightly. Seeing this, Li Chen's smile deepened, and he gently swirled his wineglass. Dealing with a haughty girl requires a balance of firmness and leniency, ignoring her altogether will backfire.
Song Yuqing's favorability +3.
As the system notification sounded in his mind, Li Chen looked at the figure who was pretending to be calm but whose neck was flushed with a faint pink, and a triumphant smile flashed in his eyes.
Grandpa Song didn't notice his granddaughter's unusual behavior.
He cleared his throat, his voice booming like a bell. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my birthday banquet," said Old Master Song in a loud voice.
"Besides celebrating my birthday, there is another important matter to announce today." The audience immediately fell silent, everyone perking up their ears.
"My granddaughter Yuqing has reached marriageable age, and I hope to take this opportunity to find her a suitable young man."
As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of many young men in the audience lit up.
Song Yuqing is not only a famous beauty in Chongquan City, but she is also the only son of the Song family in this generation. Whoever marries her will gain the entire Song family. With a wave of his hand, Grandpa Song lifted 4 tables onto a high platform, where a guqin, a chessboard, the 4 treasures of the study, and painting supplies were placed.
"Next, I'd like to see what talents the young talents here have.
Let my granddaughter choose 2 of the 4 arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, to showcase and broaden her horizons." His gaze swept across the entire room, lingering briefly on Yen Shixuan, Xu Yang, and others, but ignoring Li Chen. After all, he had a great reputation. Although the top-quality wound medicine he gave out outshone everyone else present, not only Elder Song, but everyone present did not believe that Li Chen would be better than Yen Shixuan and the others in terms of talent. These words immediately caused a stir among the audience. Those playboys who usually indulged in debauchery looked at each other in bewilderment, most of them were idle and irresponsible. They are not good at any of the traditional arts, but they are proficient in all kinds of musical instruments and singing, and they are all suffering from severe kidney deficiency. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to go on stage and make a fool of themselves. Just then, Yen Shixuan strode onto the stage. As the young master of the Yen family and a student of the calligraphy master Qinwei, he has a unique advantage in this competition. He confidently picked up a brush and began to write and draw on the rice paper. With the final stroke completed, the 4 characters "May you live as long as the southern mountain" were clearly visible. Yen Shixuan put down his brush, bowed to Elder Song, and said, "I've made a fool of myself." Grandpa Song pulled Song Yuqing closer to take a look and couldn't help but praise, "That's bold." His brushstrokes are vigorous and powerful, and his skill is in no way inferior to that of Master Qin. He ordered his men to hold up the calligraphy and paintings for the guests to appreciate. A chorus of praise erupted. Chapter 44 Performing on Stage, 2. Young friend Yen, there's one more thing. Which one would you like to choose? Old Master Song asked curiously. Yen Shixuan shook his head. I am a junior with limited talent and knowledge. It is already difficult enough that I have made some achievements in calligraphy under the guidance of my teacher. As for the other 3 things, I am really powerless to do them. I am ashamed. Yen Shixuan smiled warmly, speaking modestly, but a hint of fervor flashed in his eyes as he swept his gaze toward Song Yuqing. He knew perfectly well that everyone present was a bunch of good-for-nothings, and that his calligraphy alone was enough to win over the Song family's daughter. Then he looked at Li Chen in the distance, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Recalling Li Chen's insults, Yen Shixuan's Adam's apple bobbed a few times, but he ultimately chose to swallow back the sarcastic remark that was on the tip of his tongue. They were afraid that Li Chen would utter some outrageous and vulgar words again. Li Chen, sitting in the audience, paid no attention to Yen Shixuan's provocation. In his eyes, this young master of the Yen family was nothing more than a clown. He was waiting for Chu Yang to come on stage so he could put on a good show and slap the protagonist in the face. Just then, something unexpected happened to Li Chen. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses calmly stepped onto the stage. My name is Su Jiang, and I would like to offer my skills in playing the zither and painting. Song Yuqing frowned slightly. She didn't remember this person being on the invitation list. However, when Jiang Su's fingers landed on the guzheng, her doubts were immediately replaced by surprise. That was a performance of Guangling San, and the skill and profound artistic conception were comparable to those of professional performers. During the painting session, Jiang Su completed a painting titled Landscape Like a Painting using the splashed ink technique. The painting was both grand and delicate, winning applause from the audience. Grandpa Song nodded repeatedly, his eyes flashing with approval. Good. That's what you call real talent and learning. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting that there were indeed some truly talented people in Chongquan City. Yen Shixuan, who had just returned to his seat, also had a gloomy expression. His self-deprecating words just now seemed to have hit him right in the heart like a boomerang. Jiang Su on the field also glanced at Li Chen, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Although he has suffered setbacks recently, if he can get in touch with the Song family, he will be able to turn the tide. Li Chen, sitting in the audience, was both amused and exasperated. Why did they always have to watch him after their performances? It's like he's holding a marriage contest. Pretending. A deep voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned around and saw Chu Yang, the ordinary student who had given away the 1,000-year-old ginseng, stand up with a disdainful sneer on his lips. Humph, anyone can talk big. If you have a better talent, why not show it off? Jiang Su glared, suppressing his anger. Chu Yang smiled contemptuously. With his millions of years of experience, his knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people. In his eyes, these so-called young talents present were nothing but a fart. Thinking this, a faint hint of arrogance played on his lips as he calmly walked onto the stage. The guests in the audience held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the mysterious student. Some people whispered among themselves, while others unconsciously leaned forward, all curious about what other surprises he might bring. Chu Yang's fingers gently touched the strings, and with a slight tremor in his fingertips, an unprecedented melody flowed out like a clear spring. His eyelids were lowered, and his long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under the light, making him seem to blend into the guzheng. The sound of the zither sometimes fell like pearls onto a jade plate, and sometimes resembled crashing waves on the shore. The guests gradually lost their focus, some gazed into the distance with their chins in their hands, while others closed their eyes in rapture. In a daze, the image of a young man in a green robe carrying a sword appeared in everyone's minds, his robes fluttering as he displayed an air of arrogance that looked down on all others. The last note faded into the air, and the banquet hall fell into a brief silence. A chorus of exclamations erupted immediately. What kind of music is this?" A middle-aged man stared wide-eyed, not even noticing that his wine glass was tilting. "Oh my God, what if I can't hear anymore?" The young girl clutched her heart with both hands, her eyes slightly red. "Did you see that? That boy with the sword," someone exclaimed excitedly, tugging at their companion's sleeve. An elderly man with white hair staggered onto the stage, his wrinkled hands trembling slightly. Please enlighten this, sir," he said, his voice shaking. "I have studied the guzheng for decades, and have never heard such a captivating melody. I wonder who composed it." Xu Yang raised the corners of his lips slightly, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. "This piece is called Eternal Life, but it's just a little thing I made in my spare time to pass the time." Then he asked the servant to bring paper, pen, and ink. When he picked up the pen, his brows furrowed slightly, but his eyes were unusually bright. The painting still depicts a young man in a green robe, but this time the young man is holding a sharp sword to slay an evil dragon. With the embellishment of the brushstrokes, the long sword's sharpness is fully revealed, and streaks of blood seem to actually drip down from the tip of the sword. As he finished the last stroke, he gently blew away the ink, and looked up with a playful smile. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Some people unconsciously took a half step back, while others gripped the armrests of their seats tightly. The dragon's scarlet vertical pupils seemed to pierce through the paper, and several timid guests had already turned pale, with fine beads of sweat seeping from their foreheads. This is incredible." A collector took off his glasses and wiped them repeatedly, wondering if he was seeing things. "Compared to this painting, those masterpieces are like children's books." "Ink painting can actually create such a powerful effect," the elderly scholar murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. Old Song squinted, his gaze sweeping over Chu Yang, growing more and more appreciative with each look. He turned to his granddaughter and whispered, his eyes crinkling with kind wrinkles, "Yuqing, what do you think of your classmate? Xu Yang has mastered the zither in painting to an unparalleled level. Not to mention Changkuan City, no one in the world can surpass him." A hint of unease flashed across Song Yuqing's expression. Indeed, Xu Yang's current behavior did not meet her requirements for a partner. However, subconsciously, her gaze once again turned to the direction where Li Chen was. Xu Yang's gaze followed Song Yuqing's eyes, and when he saw her looking at Li Chen, his previously triumphant smile instantly froze. His lips twitched slightly, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. "What's so great about Li Chen that everyone's on his side? Since that's the case, I'll see what real skills this playboy has." He turned to look at Li Chen, a hint of mockery on his face. As a top family in Changkuan City, the Li family must be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why don't you go up on stage and show everyone your skills? These words caused a stir throughout the room. The guests looked at each other in bewilderment, some whispering and others exchanging meaningful glances. Who doesn't know that Li Chen is a notorious playboy? This is clearly a blatant provocation. Chapter 45. Today I'll show you my skill. Seeing that someone was leading the trouble, Jiang Su naturally followed suit. Young Master Li is proficient in everything from racing cars to drinking, and he's also a master at playing the piano and painting. This remark caused a burst of laughter. Li Jing's face darkened. How could he not be angry that his son was being ridiculed in front of him? Just as he was about to get up, a slender hand gently rested on his shoulder. "Father, let me do it myself." Li Chen's voice was neither hurried nor slow. He first glanced at Jiang Su casually, which startled Jiang Su. Thinking that he was about to be tricked, Jiang Su scrambled to hide under the table. Puff! Someone burst out laughing first,
and then the entire banquet hall erupted in laughter. The mockery that was originally directed at Li Chen now turned entirely towards the disheveled Jiang Su. Jiang Su's luck value -10. Li Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You're acting all high and mighty now, but wait until I've finished showing off, then you'll be crying again." After thinking it over, he ignored the clown and turned to look at Chu Yang. "Let's end the trash-talking segment here." Li Chen walked calmly into the arena, showing no panic in the face of Chu Yang's provocation. "All those skill points I've been hoarding are for today. It's just playing the piano and drawing a picture, as if anyone can't do it. A mere trick, yet you dare to show off your meager skills before an expert? Today I'll demonstrate my true abilities to you." This remark caused a burst of laughter. Everyone had witnessed Chu Yang's performance just now, which was even better than those masters. If it weren't for the fact that your Li family is rich and powerful, they would only flatter you with a few words. Chu Yang's performance just now was truly amazing. "You, a notorious spoiled brat, really think you're something special." Ignoring the disdainful glances coming from all directions, Li Chen walked straight past Chu Yang and sat down in front of the guzheng. Long, slender fingers gently gripped a string, and with a snap, the string broke. The jarring sound acted as a fuse, and the guests could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Chu Yang said disdainfully, "You can even break a zither string, Li Chen, you'd better not embarrass yourself." Yan Shixuan, sitting in the audience, scoffed, "This is the level of yours? You dare to challenge me? Isn't Li Xiao's forte just empty talk? As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to him, an old master song." Having received such a generous gift from the Li family, couldn't bear to see Li Chen being ridiculed, so he quickly stood up to smooth things over. "Oh dear, these strings are old and worn out, which has spoiled everyone's mood. Nephew Li, how about we play another day?" "No need." Li Chen suddenly chuckled, interrupting Elder Song. His cheat program has been credited to his account. Skill, guzheng, not yet learned, can be upgraded to beginner level by consuming 1 skill point. With 31 skill points invested, countless exquisite techniques for playing the guzheng come flooding in, seamlessly integrating fingering, rhythm, and emotional expression. When he placed his hands on the guzheng again, the awkwardness from before was gone, and his fingertips trembled slightly involuntarily, as if the instrument had become an extension of his body. "Who says you can't play a guitar if the string is broken?" Li Chen raised his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. He suddenly tightened his grip on the strings, snapping the broken string taut, and then lightly plucked it with his fingertips. "Zheng!" A clear, melodious voice burst forth like a spring, startling several guests in the front row who all straightened up. Immediately afterwards, his 10 fingers began to dance gracefully among the broken strings. His nimble fingers sometimes skimmed the water like a dragonfly, and sometimes crashed against the shore like waves. The broken guzheng was given a surprising vitality in his hands. The melodious tune poured down like moonlight, instantly enveloping the entire banquet hall. Beautiful music poured out from the broken guzheng, reaching the ears of everyone present. The guests' expressions gradually froze. In their minds, a shy girl in a school uniform is holding an umbrella and strolling along a misty school path. The sound of raindrops hitting the bluestone slabs, the girl's soft humming, and the faint scent of gardenias, everything felt so real it made my heart flutter. At the most touching moment of the scene, the girl suddenly stopped and looked back. That fleeting smile as she turned back brought tears to the eyes of many middle-aged people present. All the innocent memories of my student days flooded back to me. That was their youth, which they could never return to, and the softest regret hidden in their hearts. As the last note faded away, Li Chen's fingers hovered above the strings, trembling slightly. An eerie silence fell over the entire banquet hall, with only occasional gasps escaping the ears. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Chu Yang clenched his fists so tightly that he didn't even realize his nails were digging into his flesh. His pupils contracted sharply, and his face was filled with disbelief. The scenes that the music evoked also filled his heart. With millions of years of experience, he is more knowledgeable than others, and the way he conveys his emotions through the music is the essence of music. Over the millennia of cultivating in the world of immortals, Chu Yang has witnessed countless people of extraordinary talent,
including many masters of the zither. He had unconsciously compared those people to Li Chen, and to his astonishment, he found that none of them could surpass Li Chen. Even he himself was the same. Xu Yang's luck value -500. Jiang Su's luck value -30. Song Yuqing's favorability +20. In the corner, an elderly music professor with white hair trembled as he took off his glasses, his cloudy eyes glistening with tears. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, he could only clap his hands silently. "May I ask, young Master Li, did you also compose this piece?" Li Chen nodded. "This piece of music was inspired by my feelings just now, so let's call it After the Rain, the Sky Clears." As he spoke, he turned to look at Song Yuqing not far away. The guests in the banquet hall followed his gaze, first frowning in confusion, and then suddenly realizing what he meant. The dignified Miss Song gradually overlapped with the umbrella-holding girl depicted in the song. Several female guests simultaneously covered their slightly parted lips, their eyes flashing with surprise and understanding. Song Yuqing trembled violently, her eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and 2 blushes suddenly rose on her cheeks. The moment her eyes met Li Chen's, she hurriedly turned her face away. But she couldn't help but repeat softly, "After the rain comes sunshine." The voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it carried an undeniable flutter of excitement. This is impossible." Yan Shixuan's face turned ashen. He must have had someone else compose the music for him. He never expected that he would be the first to appear, but instead become the last one to finish. Li Chen ignored the questions and walked straight to the painting table that had been prepared to the side. Before anyone present could react, he had already picked up a paintbrush. The system notification sounded in his mind as soon as he drew the first stroke. Skill, painting, not yet learned, can be upgraded to beginner level by consuming 1 skill point. Fill it up. Chapter 46 Attacked. Li Chen silently chanted in his heart, and all the skill points he had accumulated were used up in that instant. Just like when I was playing the piano, knowledge and skills related to painting flooded into my mind. Knowledge and skills related to painting flooded his mind like a tide, and the brush in his hand moved like a dragon playing in the water, leaving ink marks on the rice paper. Everyone held their breath at that moment. From the moment Li Chen played After the Rain, the suspense of this farce was over. Most of the people present were looking forward to what surprises Li Chen would bring them next. Those young masters who were on good terms with Li Chen were even more dumbfounded. Was this still the same spendthrift Li Chen who used to frolic with them? As the ink on the paper gradually takes shape, the image of a vibrant young girl leaps off the page. In the painting, Song Yuqing is wearing a school uniform, black-rimmed glasses, and a ponytail, and is turning her head to smile. That smile contained both a girl's shyness and youthful vigor, even the slight curve of the corners of her eyes was precisely captured. The figures in the painting seemed to move under the diffusion of ink, appearing lifelike. This was exactly how Li Chen looked when he first met Song Yuqing, and Song Yuqing recognized him at a glance. At that time, she regarded this as the beginning of a nightmare. Li Chen's domineering and arrogant behavior made her want to avoid him at all costs, and she felt disgusted by him. At this moment, a strange emotion welled up in my heart. Song Yuqing's favorability +20. Looking at his granddaughter's shy appearance, Grandpa Song already knew what she was thinking. The outcome of this marriage contest is no longer in doubt. As long as their granddaughter is happy, the Li family is undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Li Chen's talent today far surpasses that of all the other young talents present. "Gentlemen," Grandpa Song announced loudly, "thank you all for your wonderful performances. I have already made my decision. Today's competition has come to an end, and the banquet is also drawing to a close. Please enjoy yourselves." Xu Yang, Yan Shixuan, and Jiang Su stood to the side, their expressions shifting between anger and uncertainty. They had prepared meticulously for many days, but at this moment they were reduced to being mere foils for Li Chen. Xu Yang's luck value -1000. Jiang Su's luck value -20. Yan Shixuan's fists were clenched so tightly at his sides that they turned white, his nails digging deep into the soft flesh of his palms, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. The Li family and the Yan family have a long-standing business rivalry, and she has been frequently compared to Li Chen since birth. But as Li Chen became engrossed in the bright lights and revelry, she herself had long since lost all respect for this young master of the Li family. But today's contest felt like a resounding slap in the face. That dissolute playboy, who spent his days indulging in pleasure, effortlessly trampled all of his years of hard work underfoot. Yan Shixuan stared intently at Li Chen in the center of the arena, his jawline taut and his temples slightly bulging. His eyes flashed with intense killing intent. 13. The Chu family's heirloom is on Li Chen. Kill him. The burly man in black behind him shuddered upon hearing this, then silently retreated. Song Yuqing remained standing in front of the painting, her fingertips gently touching the paper, as if she could sense the artist's feelings. She looked up at Li Chen and found him staring at her, his eyes no longer frivolous, but deep and unfathomable. Why, she asked softly, why suddenly? Li Chen smiled slightly, leaned close to her ear and whispered, because I've been waiting for this day when you'll get to know me again. Having lived 2 lives, he can still easily seduce a college girl. Song Yuqing's favorability plus 20. Song Yuqing felt her ears burning and her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly lowered her eyes, but couldn't hide the blush rising on her cheeks. The lights in the banquet hall gradually dimmed, and servants began to guide the guests away. But everyone knows that after tonight, the relationship between the Li family and the Song family, and even the entire business world, will undergo earth-shattering changes because of this birthday banquet. The night was as dark as ink. The Li family's black sedan had just driven a short distance from the Song family manor when the streetlights outside the car window cast blurry halos on the rain-soaked road, like clusters of floating will-o'-the-wisps. Inside the car, Li Jinghua leaned back in the leather seat. Perhaps it was due to his age, but as soon as he relaxed, his eyelids kept drooping. Li Chen, sitting to the side, was unusually clear-headed. He looked at the scenery passing by outside the window, his face terribly gloomy. Dad, we're being watched. What? Li Jinghua suddenly opened his eyes wide, all sleepiness gone. He turned to look out the window, his cloudy pupils instantly becoming sharp. Before the words were even finished, more than 10 black figures darted out from both sides of the road, instantly blocking the entire highway. The leader was nearly 2 meters tall, and even just standing there, he was more than a head taller than his accomplices. His muscular arms held a giant bow, which gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Li Chen recognized him at a glance. It was Lin Shisan, Yan Shixuan's personal bodyguard. The rest of the people must be the Chu family's secret guards who entered the world ahead of time. Charge them. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Jinghua shouted sharply, his forehead veins bulging. The driver slammed on the gas, and the engine roared like a wild beast. Just as the distance between the two sides was rapidly closing, Lin Shisan's lips curled into a sinister smile, and he drew the bowstring to its fullest extent. Whoosh! The arrow was incredibly fast. As it rubbed against the air, it emitted a series of piercing whistling sounds, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost in front of the chariot. Although the black sedan was bulletproof, it was as fragile as paper in the face of those sharp arrows. Get down! Inside the car, Li Chen grabbed his father's shoulder and shielded him with his body. At the same time, the defensive array of the Qiankuan Tower was activated, and a pale golden light screen unfolded at the critical moment. In that split second, the arrow struck the driver in the driver's seat with pinpoint accuracy. Even so, the arrow continued its trajectory, piercing through the seat along with it, and was finally stopped when it hit the protective shield. Damn it! Li Jinghua slammed his fist on the seat, staring intently at Lin Shisan through the cracked car window, his eyes burning with rage. If you don't die today, I will wipe out your entire Yin family. The middle-aged man, who had experienced the ups and downs of the business world, turned to his son with a grim face and said in a deep voice, I'll rush out first, and you find a chance to escape quickly. Li Chen's eyes welled up with tears, and he felt a surge of emotion. But he knew better than anyone that these men in black were after him. Just as these people rushed out, the system had already transmitted information into his mind. The lowest cultivation level among them was the innate realm. Although Li Jinghua's old injuries had healed, he was still no match for these people. Dad, I'm sorry. Li Chen suddenly struck, delivering a precise chop to the back of Li Jinghua's neck. Under his father's astonished gaze, he said softly, this time it's your son's turn to protect you. After carefully placing his unconscious father inside the Qiankuan Tower, Li Chen slowly raised his head. Moonlight streamed through the broken car window, illuminating his face and outlining a cold, chiseled profile. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a chilling smile. What a Yin family! What a Lin Sher-san! You've already made your way to death. Chapter 47, 3 against 1, and 3 of them were killed in a counterattack. Do they even know how to play? Boom! The car door was blown off by a tremendous force. Li Chen's figure flashed out like a ghost. The 2 men in black who approached first didn't even have time to blink before they were struck in the chest by 2 palm strikes imbued with spiritual power. 2 sharp cracking sounds were heard, and the 2 were sent flying backward like kites with broken strings, spitting out a jet of blood in midair. Set up the formation. Lin Sher-san let out a loud shout, his voice booming like thunder. His forehead veins bulged, and his eyes, like copper bells, were bloodshot. The remaining men in black moved at the sound, their footsteps scraping the ground with a harsh screech. They quickly formed triangular battle formations in groups of 3, their movements as synchronized as if they were one person. Li Chen recognized from the original text that this was the 3 talents killing formation, a combined attack technique of the Chu family's secret guards, which had been used to kill countless powerful enemies who were far stronger than themselves. But a disdainful smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and the spiritual power of the Foundation establishment stage surged like a tide in his meridians. He made a hand seal, and a faint golden light emanated from his body. The Qianquan Tower, appear! With a clear shout, a delicate little tower, about an inch tall, shot out from his body and grew taller in the wind above his head. Golden light poured down like a curtain of water, enveloping Li Chen. Bang bang bang! The guard's weapons struck the light barrier, but it was like throwing mud into the sea, failing to even stir up the slightest ripple. Spirit Serpent Bind. Li Chen formed hand seals, and his spiritual energy transformed into 3 giant azure pythons as thick as bulls, which roared out from his arms. Before the 3 men in black could react, they were tightly bound by the giant python. With a few sharp, teeth-grinding crack sounds, the 3 bodies were twisted into unbelievable angles, and blood gushed from their 7 orifices, splattering onto their companions' pale faces. This is the transformation realm. One of the guards exclaimed, "No, something's not right. What kind of move is this?" Before he could finish speaking, the giant python of spiritual energy had already pierced his chest, spraying out a cloud of blood. Lin Sher-san's expression changed drastically, and the muscles on his rugged face twitched uncontrollably. Although he guessed that Li Chen was hiding his strength, he never expected it to be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, his brothers had suffered heavy casualties. Ah! Lin Sher-san roared to the sky, his muscles bulging, and his shirt ripped open with a rip. He stomped his legs hard on the ground, and the asphalt road surface immediately cracked and collapsed. He charged toward Li Chen like a cannonball, his fist tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Li Chen neither dodged nor avoided him, he was waiting for him. Spiritual energy condensed into a dazzling golden light in his right fist, colliding with Lin Sher-san with a thunderous roar. He had never practiced any offensive spells, what he used was merely the most basic charged-up attack. Just as Li Chen had exhausted his old strength and had not yet generated new strength. The air behind him suddenly distorted, and a pitch-black dagger silently pierced his back. The assassin Shadow Butterfly, who had been lying in wait for many days, finally made her move. Even more terrifying, Xu Yang appeared on the treetops not far away at some unknown time. A long sword appeared in his hand, gleaming with a blinding white light. As he swung it, a crescent-shaped sword aura pierced through the air, snapping the grass and trees in its path. 3 deadly attacks are coming at you at the same time. Li Chen remained calm and composed. With his super perception, he had already noticed the arrival of the 2, and the Qianquan tower above his head immediately shone brightly. The tower trembled slightly, emitting a clear, melodious hum. With a clang, Shadow Butterfly's all-out attack aimed at her vitals was easily blocked. The dagger struck the golden protective shield, sparking a burst of sparks. Beneath the mask, her almond-shaped eyes widened suddenly, and blood streamed from the mouth of her hand. Chu Yang's seemingly fierce sword energy vanished without a trace after hitting the protective barrier, as if it were child's play. At the same time, the force of Li Chen's punch had already reached Lin Sher-san. Besides his superb archery skills, Lin Shusan's greatest strength was hard qigong. He looked at Li Chen's punch with disdain, intending to take it head-on and catch Li Chen off guard. But the moment the fist struck, Lin Shusan's pupils suddenly contracted. The fat on his face twitched violently, and an unprecedented fear flashed in his eyes. No, this is impossible. But it was too late to dodge. In a panic, Lin Shusan tried his best to circulate his internal energy to resist, but it was too late. Boom! With a muffled thud, Lin Shusan's burly body exploded like a porcelain doll, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Shusan's fate was already sealed. If he couldn't be killed even after all that, wouldn't all those attribute points have been wasted? After quickly eliminating one, Li Chen turned to look at the shadow butterfly that was closest to him. Upon seeing this, Ingdia's pretty face beneath the mask turned deathly pale. She lightly touched the ground with her toes and darted backward like a swallow. Li Chen snorted coldly. He had been on guard against Shadow Butterfly for a long time, and this time he would not let her escape again. Several serpents, imbued with invisibility spells, instantly coiled around him. As Ingdai leaped into the air, she suddenly felt a tightness in her ankle, followed by a tremendous force pulling her to the ground. Li Chen made a hand seal, and the Qiankuan tower above his head suddenly shot out a golden light, shining on the silver butterfly. In that split second, no matter how much the shadow butterfly struggled, it was ultimately sucked into the tower. Foundation establishment stage? How is that possible? Chu Yang's expression changed drastically. It hasn't been long since I last fought Li Chen. In just a few days, this, a spoiled, dissolute young man, has unexpectedly broken through to the foundation establishment stage. As he thought this, a hint of fear appeared in Chu Yang's eyes for the first time. Looking back over the millennia of the cultivation world he once lived in, even someone as talented as him couldn't compare to Li Chen now. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Chu Yang turned and fled without hesitation. How could Li Chen let this opportunity pass? He channeled all his power and unleashed a palm strike from a distance. Wherever the fierce palm wind passed, deep furrows were plowed into the ground. At the critical moment, Chu Yang gritted his teeth, took out an ancient bronze mirror, and threw it behind him. Boom! The palm strike collided with the bronze mirror, shattering the protective magic item instantly, but it managed to block a fatal blow. Chu Yang used the recoil to accelerate his escape, leaving only a trail of blood in the air. He got away again. Li Chen frowned. Chu Yang truly lives up to his status as the protagonist. In just a few days, he not only advanced to the qi refining realm but also acquired so many magical treasures. Knowing that Chu Yang still possessed the Child of Destiny attribute, and since he couldn't kill him anyway, he was too lazy to continue the pursuit. After dealing with the remaining guards, Li Chen spared one survivor. Under Li Chen's interrogation, the survivor learned why he had defected to the Yen family. It turns out that the Chu family's secret guards had already split up. Lin Shusan led his men to massacre the old guards who were loyal to the Chu family, and now they have defected to the Yen family. It's a cycle of cause and effect, Li Chen muttered to himself. If he hadn't intercepted and disrupted the storyline, Chu Yang wouldn't have been able to subdue the Dark Guards for so long, which led to the Dark Guards' misfortune. This force is now useless. The ground was a scene of devastation, with severed limbs and pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. He expressionlessly took out his phone and dialed that familiar number. We were attacked. As soon as the call connected, Li Chen's voice was as cold as ice. Chapter 48. You want to take my life? I'll wipe out your entire family. The sound of a glass shattering came from the other end of the phone. Aunt Hong's breath hitched, but she quickly regained her composure. Location. After Li Chen gave the coordinates, only heavy breathing could be heard on the phone. Suddenly, a deafening slam of the door was heard, followed by the roar of a car engine. In less than 5 minutes, a convoy of 18 black SUVs roared in. Before the car had come to a complete stop, a red figure shot out like an arrow. Aunt Hong wore a scarlet trench coat, her long black hair danced wildly in the night wind, and her beautiful face was as cold as ice. She quickly scanned the scene, and when she saw the horrific sight, her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Without asking any further questions, she immediately directed her subordinates to begin the cleanup. Group A, guard a 500-meter radius. Group B, handle the scene. After everyone had dispersed, An Hong turned to Li Chen, her voice eerily calm. Who did this?
The Yen family.
When Li Chen uttered those two words, the temperature around him seemed to drop sharply. Aunt Hong's long, slender fingers clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Have they gone mad? She turned to look at Li Jinghua, whom Li Chen had released from the Qin Kuan Tower. Jinghua. Dad's fine, he was just knocked unconscious by me. Li Chen said softly, the situation is urgent, it would be too troublesome to explain. Aunt Hong's gaze returned to the corpses scattered on the ground, and she vaguely understood the meaning of Li Chen's words. Her voice trembled slightly. All of these, are they all by yourself? Li Chen did not answer, but looked up towards the southeast, where the Yin family manor was located. In the moonlight, his profile was as sharp as if carved by a knife, and his eyes flickered with a chilling golden flame. Take good care of my father, he suddenly said.
Aunt Hong's heart tightened. What are you going to do?
Kill.
Those two simple words sent a chill down the spine of Aunt Hong, a veteran of many battles.
She was about to say something when she saw a dazzling golden light suddenly emanate from Li Chen's body, and he slowly rose off the ground.
Wait! The Yen family is now.
Aunt Hong reached out eagerly, but only managed to grasp a wisp of breeze. In the night sky, Li Chen streaked across the sky like a shooting star and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Aunt Hong looked up at the direction he left in, and for the first time felt that this child she had watched grow up was so unfamiliar. Sister Hong, her subordinate's soft voice pulled her back to reality. Aunt Hong's eyes suddenly turned cold, her voice like a knife. Who dares to divulge a single word about tonight's events? She scanned the crowd. Die. Changkuan City and Qingshan City are only a little over 100 kilometers apart. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Li Chen's spiritual energy surged like a river, enough to support him in flight for a long time. The night wind howled, stirring his robes. At full speed, the Yen family manor came into view in just half an hour. At this moment, Yin Shixuan is probably still on his way back, completely unaware that death has already befallen him. Li Chen stood in mid-air, looking down at the magnificent Yin family manor, which resembled a palace. His eyes gradually turned icy, and the corners of his mouth tightened into a cold, hard line. If it weren't for the fact that I'd been in seclusion with Chu Mingxi day and night these past few days, cultivating diligently, I'm afraid that tonight, it won't be those secret guards who will be shattered into pieces, but rather the Li family father and son. Since you intend to take my life, Li Chen muttered to himself, his voice so low it was almost inaudible, yet it carried a chilling aura.
I will then exterminate your entire family.
With a single thought, his super perception enveloped the entire Yin family. In an instant, the breathing and heartbeat of all 53 people, 5 guard dogs, and 3 pet cats in the manor flashed into my mind. He saw old Master Yen reviewing documents in the study, Madame Yen having an intimate conversation with the butler in the secret room, and several young people laughing and joking around a card table in the side hall. In his eyes, the flame of each person's life was like a candle flickering in the wind, easily extinguished with a snap of the fingers. Even the snakes and rats sleeping in the cellar had nowhere to hide. Li Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile, a smile that dimmed even the moonlight. He slowly raised his right hand, and the transparent serpent silently slithered in. The sentries at the 4 corners of the manor froze simultaneously, then began to twist at an eerie angle, blood gushing from their 7 orifices, before finally losing all life. After dealing with the outer security, his figure began to become transparent and blurry, as if melting into the moonlight. When my toes touched the ground, I had already blended perfectly into the night. He activated his invisibility spell, and his figure transformed into a wisp of breeze, drifting into the Yin family mansion. Wherever they went, the patrolling bodyguards fell silently like waves of wheat, without even having time to trigger the alarm. The slaughter begins. Meanwhile, Yin Shixuan, still on his way, was completely unaware that his one wrong decision had brought utter destruction upon his family.
What on earth is Lin Shixuan up to?
Inside the luxury car, Yin Shixuan's hand gripped his phone tightly and then relaxed repeatedly. The screen showed 17 missed calls, all to Lin Shixuan, who was known as the Master of Internal Energy. Since receiving the target locked message an hour ago, the other party has vanished as if they've disappeared into thin air. Gazing at the scenery rushing past the car window, he had no heart to appreciate it. The lights of Qingshan City in the distance grew closer, but Yan Shishuan's unease intensified. My right eyelid kept twitching, as if it were warning me of something. He irritably loosened his tie, but still felt short of breath. A few days ago, Lin Shisan led his bodyguards to the Yin family. It was a gloomy, rainy afternoon when this middle-aged man, as strong as a bear, appeared in the Yin family's conference room like a ghost. He publicly demonstrated his amazing skills of retrieving objects from a distance and breaking metal and stone with his palm. Even more terrifying, he was able to catch a bullet aimed at his forehead with his bare hands. When he showed off his skills, Yan Shishuan realized what it meant to have a world beyond the heavens and a mountain beyond the mountains. The image of that brass bullet spinning in Lin Shisan's fingertips is still etched in Yan Shishuan's mind. At that moment, his scientific worldview, which he had built up over the past 20 years, collapsed. It turns out that such incredible abilities exist in this world. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Shisan reduced the granite sculpture 10 meters away to dust. With a light touch of his toes, he was able to take 7 steps in mid-air. These abilities, which completely defied common sense and physics, utterly overturned Yan Shisan's understanding. He immediately developed a strong fascination with martial arts, and Lin Shisan also expressed his willingness to help him find the Chu family's relics. He would then teach Yan Shishuan martial arts, making him a martial artist among men. Lin Shisan stroked the jade thumb ring on his thumb and said, "As long as young Master Yan helps me obtain it, I guarantee you will reach the innate realm within 3 years and achieve the transformation realm within 10 years. This promise kept Yan Shisun awake all night. He imagined himself one day being able to scale walls and leap across rooftops, even injuring people with a single leaf. At that time, business rivals and political enemies will all seem as insignificant as ants in his eyes. If that's the case, the Yin family will rise to a new level with this power." Chapter 49. I am Brothandel, you can also call me the Bloodhound. He could almost see the Yin group expanding out of Asia under his leadership, his father announcing at a family meeting that he would inherit the entire business, and the obsequious faces of his uncles who had once looked down on him. The Li family's mere existence and their mere new energy technology are utter nonsense. Thinking of Li Chen's always calm and collected face, Yan Shishuan felt a burning hatred. Why should that nouveau riche who rose to prominence through technology patents be able to sit on equal footing with him at the Chamber of Commerce? Once I obtain the power of a martial artist, my first priority will be to make the Li family father and son kneel before me and beg for mercy. At that time, Yan Shishuan's eyes burned with fervor, and he immediately mobilized the entire clan to search for the whereabouts of the Chu family's relics. He mobilized all of the Yin family's connections, from police files to black market information. In the end, he even considered sending someone to the capital to secretly infiltrate the former site of the Chu family to search for them. The entire city of Qingshan was turned upside down in search of the legendary ring. Until recently, he found Chu Yang, the last surviving member of the Chu family. When Yan Shishuan's men found him, he was in a detention center in Changkuan City. He used some methods to get him released from the detention center, but didn't get any useful information. This extinguished the hope that had just risen in Yan Shisun's heart once again. Just when he was in despair, he unexpectedly discovered that the Chu family's heirloom was on Li Chen during the Song family's birthday banquet. When Li Chen raised his glass, the emerald green ring engraved with the character Chu was gleamingly displayed around his neck. Yan Shishuan suddenly stared intently at the ring. He knew that this must be the Chu family heirloom that Lin Shisan had mentioned. With this ring, he could step into the ranks of martial artists and completely transcend ordinary people. Yan Shishuan seemed to already feel the sensation of true energy flowing through his body. At that moment, his inner desires were magnified infinitely, and he finally couldn't hold back anymore. He instructed Lin Shisan to assassinate Li Chen and seize the ring left behind by the Chu family. Remember, do it cleanly. After the birthday banquet, before leaving, Yan Shishuan once again instructed, the news about the car accident involving the Li family father and son must be published tomorrow. Another hour passed, and Yan Shishuan muttered to himself with some unease, he claims to be some kind of master of the transformation realm, but how come it's been so long since he killed Li Chen and there's still no news? He dialed Lin Shisan's number again, but all he heard was a cold, unresponsive tone. This feeling of being out of control made him extremely uneasy. "How much longer until we get home?" "It'll be ready soon, young master." The driver in the front seat replied, "You'll see the manor after you turn that corner." As the car drew closer to the Yin family home, Yen Shirshuan grew increasingly agitated. For some reason, he always felt that the manor in the distance was unusually quiet. At this time of day, the manor should have been brightly lit, but now, apart from a few streetlights, the main house is completely dark. Even more strangely, the phone suddenly lost signal. It felt as if a dark cloud was pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. When the car finally drove into the manor gate, Yen Shirshuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his blood seemed to freeze. Under the moonlight, a tall, slender figure stood in the center of the fountain with his back to them. Beneath the man's feet lay a small hill made of the Yin family's corpses. He was toying with Lin Shirsan's head in his hand, and dark red liquid was slowly spreading across the cobblestone ground. "Stop the car! Back up! Move the car!" Yen Shirshuan lunged forward, his fingernails digging deep into the leather seat. Li Chen raised his left hand, releasing his spiritual energy without restraint. The car suddenly seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and the entire front of the car collapsed instantly. The moment the airbag deployed, Yen Shirshuan saw the driver's neck bend at a right angle, and his eyeballs pop out of their sockets due to the high intracranial pressure. "This is impossible." Yen Shirshuan kicked open the deformed car door and rolled to the ground. He felt a sticky sensation in his palm and looked down to see that he was pressing against a headless corpse. That was Butler Fu. The old man was still holding the calming tea he had prepared for the young master. The night breeze carried Li Chen's whisper, "Is young Master Yen looking for Lin Shirsan?" A ball-shaped object rolled out of the shadows and stopped at Yen Shirshuan's feet. By the car headlights, he could see that it was Lin Shirsan's ferocious face. The top of this expert's head was neatly cut off, his eyes widened, and his gaze was filled with fear. What are you?" Yen Shirshuan staggered backward, his expensive custom-made leather shoes slipping in the pool of blood. He looked up and suddenly caught sight of the head hanging on the fountain statue. Old Master Yen's cloudy eyes were staring at him with unseeing disbelief. You took my father." His legs gave way and he knelt in the blood, vomiting violently. "I am Brothandel, you can also call me the Bloodhound." A playful smirk played on Li Chen's lips as he strode through the pool of blood, each step landing on a member of the Yen family. "Young Master Yen, aren't you going to take my life?" He reached out and grabbed at the air, and Yen Shirshuan was pulled into the air like a puppet on a string by an invisible force. "Why are you shaking like a stray dog now? Do you even know who I am?" Yen Shirshuan twisted wildly in the air, his expensive suit being torn to shreds by his spiritual power. "My maternal grandfather was the previous head of the Zhao family in the capital. Even if you kill me, my grandfather would never." Snap! His right arm suddenly bent at an odd angle, the bone piercing through his flesh. "Ah!" Amidst screams, Li Chen slowly manipulated his spiritual power, disassembling his limbs one by one as if playing with a toy. "The Zhao family," Li Chen sneered. "When they find this place, they will only find 53 skeletons that have been gnawed by wild beasts." Yen Shirshuan was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, he caught sight of something hanging on a treetop in the distance. That was his mother's head. Her meticulously maintained curly hair was still adorned with the pearl hair clip he had given her for her birthday. This discovery completely shattered him, and he began to curse incoherently, "Li Chen! You bastard! I'll tear you to pieces." His tongue was suddenly pulled out by an invisible force, and a small snake, about the thickness of a little finger, condensed at Li Chen's fingertip. Still so foul-mouthed. Li Chen's gaze was icy, staring at Yen Shirshuan as if he were a dead object. The snake slid down his throat, and Yen Shirshuan convulsed, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. Li Chen grabbed Yen Shirshuan by the hair and dragged him into the Yen family mansion like a dead dog. Yen Shirshuan felt a tightness on the top of his head, and his scalp felt as if it was being torn apart. He cried out in pain, but it did not earn him a shred of pity from Li Chen. They walked steadily and unhurriedly into the house. As it was dragged, its flesh scraped against the ground, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Upon entering the house, her once smooth and well-maintained skin was torn and bleeding from the friction of the pebbles. Li Chen threw it forcefully, and Yen Shixuan was flung out like a rag. Under the immense force, his scalp finally gave way and tore completely. A tuft of hair remained on Li Chen's hand. Chapter 50. The most important thing for a family is to be together. Yen Shixuan knelt on the ground, blood gushing from the wound on his forehead. Warm blood trickled down his brow bone and congealed into dark red blood beads on his eyelashes. He didn't even dare to blink, staring intently at the 52 heads neatly arranged in front of him. From the white-haired grandfather to the infant niece, every pale face was frozen with the final terror. Under the moonlight, those wide-open eyes seemed to still be silently accusing. "Watch them." Li Chen's voice seemed to come from the underworld, as soft as a whisper, yet it sent a shiver down Yen Shixuan's spine. "These people all died because of you." Yen Shixuan's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his eyes filled with endless regret for his momentary greed. The throat, ravaged by the serpent, emitted a hissing sound like a broken bellows. I was wrong." He crawled 2 steps like a stray dog, his forehead hitting the ground hard. Please let me go, I'm willing to be your slave." Li Chen squatted down and slowly wiped Yen Shixuan's expensive suit with his scalp-covered fingers. "Spare you." He chuckled softly, his fingertips suddenly gripping Yen Shixuan's crown, "so that you can seek revenge later." Under his control, hundreds of hair-thin serpents emerged from between his fingers and slithered down his bloodied scalp into his skull. Yen Shixuan's body suddenly stiffened, and his neck, with its bulging veins, twisted backward at an unbelievable angle. "Ah!" Yen Shixuan suddenly let out a scream that sounded inhuman, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, and his fingernails scratching bloody marks on the floor. "Kill me, please, kill me." The pleading had turned into a breathy sound, and pink foam kept spilling from the corners of her mouth. A dark stain gradually spread between his legs, and the fishy smell mixed with the stench of blood filled the air. Li Chen rose gracefully, the moonlight casting his shadow on the wall, twisting it into enormous demonic wings. He strolled leisurely to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs like a nobleman enjoying a play. "What's the rush? The most important thing for a family is to be together. I will reunite you all." He rested his chin on his hand, looking down at the enemy who was as foolish as a dead dog. A cruel smile flickered in his eyes. "However, these little cuties will keep you company for a long time." Yen Shixuan's convulsions gradually weakened, and each breath was accompanied by a muffled sound as if his internal organs were rupturing. His pupils began to dilate, yet he could still clearly feel the serpents swimming merrily in his veins, gnawing at his internal organs like a honeycomb riddled with holes. As the last wisp of life faded from his contorted face, Li Chen stood up and gently dusted off non-existent dust from the corner of his clothes. After dealing with the Yen family's affairs, Li Chen returned to Aunt Hong's bar under the cover of night. The moment he pushed open the door, the warm light and the familiar aroma of wine wafted over him, washing away the lingering smell of blood on his body. "Are you all right?" Li Jingwa stepped forward and patted his son's shoulder heavily with his rough hand. His eyes were red-rimmed and his voice was terribly hoarse, but he forced himself to stand up straight. Li Chen shook his head, but his gaze passed over his father and landed on the beautiful figure in the corner, Mingxi. Chu Mingxi looked up at the sound, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under the light. Her lips, which she had been pursing, turned slightly pale. Only after she had carefully examined Li Chen from head to toe and confirmed that he was unharmed did her tense shoulders relax. "I was afraid the Yen family had other plans, so I went to pick her up in person." Aunt Hong walked over with a wine glass in her hand and explained. Li Chen was not surprised that Aunt Hong and the others knew about Chu Mingxi's existence, nor did he intend to deliberately hide it. He rushed forward, pulled Chu Mingxi into his arms, and buried his face in her soft hair. The familiar body temperature gradually dispelled the lingering murderous aura on his body. "It's late, you should go back and rest." Li Jingwa gently wiped away the dried blood from his son's cheek with his rough hands. Li Chen shook his head and pulled Chu Mingxi to sit down. "This matter concerning the Yen family isn't so simple." His voice was deep as he recounted the Yen family's motives and the origins of the men in black, even revealing the true identities of Chu Yang and Chu Mingxi. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The Yin family was unrighteous first, so don't blame us for being unjust. Li Jinghua slammed his fist on the table, his knuckles cracking, his eyes blazing with fury. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Our Li family isn't going to be trifled with. Hearing this, Li Chen felt much more at ease and left the bar with Chu Mingxi. Watching his son and Chu Mingxi walk away hand in hand, the tough man's eyes softened, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. My child has really grown up. The Yin family is backed by the Zhao family of the capital. This matter is not easy to resolve. Aunt Hong sighed worriedly, her fingers nervously rubbing the rim of her wineglass. So what if the Zhao family is involved? I'm not afraid of them. Li Jinghua's eyes widened, looking like a tiger with its fur standing on end. Our Li family has been bullied to the point of being bullied, and we have no reason not to fight back. As far as I know, the Zhao family has quite a few enemies. But, Aunt Hong frowned. But Li Jinghua suddenly grabbed Aunt Hong's waist, laughing like a scoundrel. Hong, when did you become so timid and hesitant? As he spoke, his large hand wandered restlessly. When you were young, you had a much more volatile temper than I did. Let me check if anything is wrong. Aunt Hong's ears turned bright red, and she slapped his hand away. You scoundrel, you're always so unruly. I'm talking about serious matters. I'm doing legitimate business. Li Jinghua was not ashamed at all. Instead of restraining himself, he became even more brazen. Back home, Li Chen suddenly noticed that Chu Mingxi had a jade bracelet on her wrist, which gleamed with a warm luster under the light. This was given to me by my uncle. Chu Mingxi gently rotated her wrist, and the jade and the light intertwined to create a mesmerizing halo. She lowered her head, but couldn't hide the sweet smile on her lips. Li Chen's pupils contracted slightly. This was clearly the jade bracelet that often appeared in his mother's portrait. He had tried to take it out to look at it before, but his father had scolded him severely. Unexpectedly, the two exchanged such an expensive gift on their first meeting. It seems the father is very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Thinking about it, his heart warmed, and he hugged his lover even tighter. He chuckled softly in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her reddened earlobe. It seems the old man is eager to have a grandson. They say like father, like son, so after a fierce battle, you have to treat yourself. After a series of dramatic events, Chu Mingxi was ultimately overwhelmed and defeated with a high-pitched scream. Looking at the peaceful sleeping face of the person beside him, Li Chen was wide awake. After tonight, the Chu family's secret guards will be completely wiped out, and this line of operations will be rendered useless. Chapter 51 Night Trial of Shadow Butterfly. The safety of those around me has become a problem again, and even if I hire ordinary bodyguards, they are basically useless in a crisis like today. While Li Chen was racking his brains, a sudden inspiration struck him. Wasn't the one imprisoned in the Qiankuan Tower the perfect candidate? He's good-looking and a skilled fighter. If we could successfully turn him to the enemy, wouldn't he be the perfect bodyguard? Li Chen thought it was feasible more and more, but the only problem was that Ing Die's affection for him was negative. However, it is not difficult to control Ing Dai. Having read the plot carefully, he knows very well where Ing Die's weakness is. Without further ado, he summoned the Qiankuan Tower and entered the tower amidst a golden light. The Qiankuan Tower has 7 levels, each a separate space, and no one except Li Chen can freely move between them. Shadow Butterfly was imprisoned alone on the top floor. As soon as Li Chen's figure appeared, a cold light flashed, and Ing Dai, holding a dagger, thrust it straight at Li Chen's heart. Just a hair's breadth away, dozens of slender chains suddenly extended from the void, instantly binding the shadow butterfly in midair. Looking at the motionless shadow butterfly, Li Chen's gaze roamed freely over her body. She had shoulder-length short hair and wore a black mask with a red butterfly painted on it. The black, fitted vest couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. Her exposed skin was a healthy wheat color, covered in scars, which instead gave her a wild beauty. Her eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were fixed on Li Chen. A few strands of messy hair fell down, but they couldn't hide the icy coldness in her eyes. She twisted and turned violently, hurling vicious curses at everyone. Ignoring her curses, Li Chen reached out and removed her mask, revealing a cold and beautiful oval face. What's most eye-catching is the beauty mark under his left eye, which adds a touch of charm to his aloof demeanor. With a flick of his finger, Ingdie's clothes were silently torn apart. The inner layer that was showing was slightly childlike. So you like Capibula after all? After carefully appreciating the work, Li Chen offered his comments. Humph, is that all you've got? A hint of disdain flashed in Ingdie's eyes. Although she had never tried it before, she was not afraid at all now that life and death were at stake. He even considered no fewer than 100 ways to kill Li Chen with his body. However, Li Chen did not let his lower body control his thoughts. He simply tapped his finger lightly and applied the Hahuan finger technique to Ingdie. At the same time, the chains manifested by the Qiankuan tower slowly tightened, creating alluring curves on Ingdie's taut skin. Silver Butterfly let out a muffled groan, her teeth clenched, and she lost all will to curse. She immediately remembered that this was the despicable tactic Jiang Su had mentioned. In a moment of carelessness, Shadow Butterfly's mind was disturbed, and Capibula was drenched in a cold water. She panicked and instinctively tried to tighten her thighs, but because she was entangled by the chains, she couldn't even do such a simple action. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The Qiankuan tower was completely silent, except for the sound of water droplets falling on the floor, which sounded like Ingdie's heartbeat. Shame, anger, resentment, and pleasure, a mix of emotions, shifted across her face. Li Chen gently lifted her chin, carefully admiring her stunningly beautiful face, which seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by an artist. Black Feather Organization S-Class Assassin, codename Shadow Butterfly, 19 years old, at the transformation stage. Li Chen read out Ingdie's information from the system, reciting each word as if it were his own, almost as if he knew her ID number by heart. With each word he uttered, Ingdie's pupils contracted slightly. However, I still prefer to call you by your old name, Xiaodai. Li Chen smiled wickedly and released his grip on Silver Butterfly's chin. Who are you? Despite the discomfort caused by the Hahuan finger technique, Ingdie managed to squeeze out a complete sentence from her throat. Li Chen smiled elegantly and placed his hand on Ingdie's head, enjoying the smooth feeling of her hair passing through his fingers. Under the influence of the Hahuan finger technique, this small movement almost made her hum aloud. Silver Butterfly bit her tongue hard, and the intense pain brought her back to a sliver of clarity. Li Chen was not surprised by this result. Who I am. Recalling what he had learned in etiquette class, Li Chen bowed gracefully to Ingdie. Miss Ingdie, you must have a bad memory. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Chen. I am the target that your childhood sweetheart specifically named and even used the 3 chances you gave him to kill. As soon as she finished speaking, Ingdie's pupils contracted sharply, a long-lost sense of fear surged into her heart, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She never mentioned her relationship with Jiang Su to anyone. Even the 3 things that were verbally promised were known to this person in front of him. How could he know? Although Ingdie remained silent, Li Chen had already guessed from the slight twitching of the muscles on her face that her mind had been disturbed by his words. The most ingenious form of punishment is never physical suffering, but the silent, agonizing torment of the soul. For a top assassin like Shadow Butterfly, brute force is meaningless. But if you were to peel back the layers of her most secret memories and read them to her word by word, the harm caused by that would be countless times greater than forcibly taking her. Li Chen recalled the original plot while speaking casually. You were born in a season of heavy snowfall, but were abandoned by your heartless mother at the gate of the orphanage. Just when you were about to freeze to death, the orphanage director found you, and you were saved. Li Chen's voice was very soft. As he spoke, his fingers moved down from Ingdie's head, brushing across her cheeks, and finally pinching her pointed chin, rubbing his thumb between her lips. The head of the Shadow Butterfly was also firmly fixed in place by chains, unable to move even an inch. She could only circulate her inner energy with all her might to resist the invasion of the Hahuan finger, striving to maintain the last shred of consciousness. Although you were lucky to survive, you were left with health problems, often getting sick, and you are much smaller than other orphans. Therefore, you are often bullied by others. Li Chen spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he were chatting with an old friend about gossip. But his words made Ingdie feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She tried many times to force herself to calm down, but the sensations brought by the Hahuan finger kept eroding her remaining will. When you were 10 years old, you were adopted by the assassin organization Black Feather. After 5 years of arduous training, you learned all the assassination techniques. At the same time, you also received your first assassination mission, an assassination mission that you will never forget.
No, please stop reading it.
A trace of pain flashed in Ingdia's lifeless eyes. This was a past she had never mentioned to anyone and least wanted to remember. But Li Chen did not stop. He even took advantage of Ingdi's slightly parted lips while she was speaking, and slipped his fingers into her mouth, teasing her tongue. This action caused Silver Butterfly's eyes to widen suddenly, her angry gaze mixed with a hint of confusion. She strained her jaws, trying to bite off Li Chen's fingers. But they discovered that the other person's hand was harder than steel, and even their teeth were throbbing with pain.
Chapter 52. The murderer is the murderer.
Ignoring the resentment in Ingdia's eyes, Li Chen carefully felt the sensation from his fingers.
The mission information is very detailed.
Your target is a woman named Han Mei. She is divorced and has a daughter suffering from leukemia who needs to be taken care of. Even though she was abandoned by her husband, she still did not give in to life. She worked several jobs and worked hard to raise money for her daughter's medical treatment. You know perfectly well that this woman has not done anything heinous, and you also know that this mission is completely meaningless, but you still did it without hesitation. This is the first mission Blackfeather has given you, and it is also your trial mission. Only those who complete the mission are qualified to become a true assassin.
That night it was raining.
Han Mei was cooking porridge for her feverish daughter when you silently put a steel wire around her neck. The woman struggled to look towards the children's room, and then breathed her last in despair. The voice that entered Ingdia's ears was like the whisper of a demon. Every word was like a sharp blade, constantly piercing her heart and then churning it wildly. Li Chen deliberately paused here, allowing her to savor the pain from her memories.
He continued. However, after completing the task, you begin to feel an unprecedented emptiness and regret.
You secretly returned to Han Mei's residence and found a diary that recorded the hardships Han Mei endured raising her daughter Xiaoyun alone, as well as Xiaoyun's despair when she was diagnosed with leukemia and urgently needed treatment. At that moment, your cold heart trembled violently. Only then did you realize that you had killed not only an innocent woman, but also a mother who deeply loved her daughter. Just when Silver Butterfly thought it was about to end, Li Chen's devilish whisper came again. Out of guilt, you appeared as a distant cousin and adopted the orphan Xiaoyun.
And he spent all his savings on Xiaoyun's treatment, stayed with her day and night, and even took on more dangerous missions to pay for the high medical expenses.
Let me think about it. Li Chen's voice stopped again, and he pretended to think. I remember now, just 2 days ago, you transferred Xiaoyun to Changkuan City Hospital, and she's currently in a VIP ward on the 9th floor. As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his head, his face almost touching Silver Butterfly's, staring into Shadow Butterfly's eyes. Am I right? You beast, come at me if you dare. Panic began to spread through Silver Butterfly's heart. She roared hysterically, and tears of fear streamed from her eyes. The feeling of helplessness, of having all her innermost secrets laid bare like a cocoon, almost suffocated her.
Xiaoyun is innocent, please don't hurt her.
As she spoke, Silver Butterfly sucked on her fingers, the only thing she could do to please the other person.
Xiaoyun is innocent and kind.
She regards you as her only family member and often says with a smile, Sister, you are the angel sent by heaven to save me. But she didn't know that the angel sent by heaven to save her had killed her mother with his own hands. Li Chenmo watched her actions, his gaze fixed directly into her eyes. A murderer is a murderer. Do you think you can make up for your mistakes by playing some tricks of mutual redemption?
I didn't.
Li Chen's last words completely tore away the last veil of shame from Ingdi's heart. At this moment, the soul-crushing torment reached its peak, no matter how skilled Silver Butterfly was as an assassin. When the secrets deep in one's heart are ruthlessly exposed, one can no longer hold on and breaks down in tears. She didn't know how Li Chen knew this information, nor why he knew so much detail, even repeating every single word Xiaoyun said. At this moment, the Silver Butterfly felt only deep despair. It was as if the person standing in front of her was no longer an ordinary human being, but an absolute, invincible demon. But this wasn't the end of it. Li Chen was preparing to take another drastic measure. He leaned close to Ingdia's ear, his voice so soft it was as if he were whispering sweet nothings. Tell me, what would Xiaoyun do if she knew you were the murderer of her mother? As soon as she finished speaking, Ingdia's pupils widened suddenly. No, we can't let Xiaoyun know. Please don't tell Xiaoyun. I'll do anything for you, even be your slave. Under immense pressure, the top assassin's sanity was finally shattered. But Li Chen ignored him and his figure gradually disappeared amidst silver butterflies' pleas for mercy. Shadow butterflies favorability -20. Ingdia's affection for you has dropped to its lowest level. Current relationship, mortal enemies. Back in the real world, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although his behavior just now was a bit excessive, he didn't feel any psychological burden. As he just said, a murderer is a murderer. The reformed one, cluck. There's no such thing as laying down the butcher's knife and instantly becoming a Buddha. Destroying the shadow butterfly spirit is only the first step, the next step is to give it a good kick and a treat. The so-called jujube is actually a top-grade medicine for treating wounds. One pill, and it will cure you of any leukemia. However, there's no rush for the next step. Once inside the Qiankuan Tower, Shadow Butterfly has virtually no chance of escaping. Detaining him for a few days will be the most terrifying form of torture as time goes by. The inner torment he endures will be the most agonizing experience. Anyway, even a master at the transformation realm wouldn't starve or die of thirst so easily. Lost in thought, I realized that dawn had already broken. The Song family's birthday banquet was quite a show, and afterwards, he and Chu Mingxi were busy with various tasks, bringing their points to 2,000. Li Chen quietly got up and went to the gym to prepare for another round of lucky draws. Before starting, he first sorted out the problems he needed to face. The first thing that came to mind was the massacre of the Yen family. Although the Yen family has been eliminated, their backer, the Zhao family in the capital, will certainly not let the matter rest. The classic scenario of beating the young leads to the old applies here, so Li Chen isn't too worried about it. Although the Zhao family was more powerful than the Li family, they were just minor characters in the original story. Moreover, he remained invisible throughout the entire operation, handling everything cleanly and efficiently. Even if the Zhao family really has the ability to trace it back to him, it will take them quite some time. By the time they come knocking on my door, I estimate I'll have already broken through to the Golden Core stage. By then, there will be no more than 10 people in the whole country who can rival him, and it will be easy for him to control the Zhao family. Secondly, there is the threat posed by the two main characters. Jiang Su's luck value has already reached its limit, and there is not much value left to extract. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon become the first chosen one to be eliminated. Xu Yang's chance to make a name for himself at the Song family's birthday banquet was completely ruined by himself, and his luck value plummeted by more than 1,000 points. What's even more amazing is that Song Yuqing, who has an innate furnace physique, has become increasingly fond of him, which has led to a closer relationship between the Song family and the Li family. As the story unfolds, Li's company's new energy technology will soon be available. If we can get the Song family's full support, this plan is almost guaranteed to succeed. What we really need to be wary of is the mysterious force that Aunt Hong previously warned us about. They are secretly purging the Li family's underground forces. This is the most pressing hidden danger that needs to be guarded against right now. Chapter 53 features a fully upgraded lottery system, allowing players to obtain Master Servant cards, revised. Host's cultivation level has been detected to have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The lottery function has been fully upgraded. Li Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. Such a good thing? Let's go for a 20 pull straight away. Congratulations, host, you have gained, plus 10 cultivation points times 8. Congratulations, host, you have gained, plus 10 to your skill times 9. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 function card, Master Servant card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a function card, Myasthenia gravis. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare function card, the Blame Shifting card. Function card. Li Chen frowned, realizing that things didn't seem so simple. What kind of fancy stuff is this? He flipped his hand, and 3 cards, 2 silver and 1 gold, appeared in his palm. Master Servant Card, Usage Conditions, the target must voluntarily accept the contract. Effect, after the contract is signed, the target will completely obey your commands. Myasthenia gravis, after use, all living beings within a 5-meter radius of the user will experience weakness in their limbs for 1 minute. Li Chen was a little confused. Why was there a card of a different color among the 3 function cards? He specifically looked at the gold one, which had 4 large characters written on it: shift the blame eastward. Fault shifting card, I think he's the one who did it. Using this card will greatly increase the credibility of your statements. Hiss. After seeing the effects of the 3 cards, Li Chen couldn't help but gasp. This was far more effective than any martial arts manual. Furthermore, it seems that this upgrade has removed attribute points from the prize pool and replaced them with cultivation points. Li Chen expressed his gratitude for this gesture, saying that the more the merrier. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, the required cultivation points increased tenfold. Even Teddy can't keep up. The fact that one can now obtain cultivation points through lotteries has solved my immediate problem. Just as Li Chen was drawing lots, the news of the Yin family being wiped out had already become a trending topic on social media. The Yin family, the richest family in Qingshan City, had a large number of members, but they were all brutally murdered overnight, not even sparing the silver dragonfish in the pond. When the police arrived and saw the mountain of headless corpses outside the gate, even the most experienced veteran detective couldn't help but vomit. It took a while for them to adjust before they recovered. As soon as they entered the mansion, they witnessed an even more horrifying scene. 52 heads were neatly arranged, and in front of those heads knelt the corpse of Yin Shixuan, the son of the Yin family patriarch. His scalp was torn off, and his facial features were distorted, clearly indicating that he had suffered extremely horrific torture before his death. Such a horrific incident immediately attracted the attention of the authorities, and the higher-ups ordered that the murderer be found at all costs. However, as the investigation deepened, even more bizarre things happened. Those who were collecting clues at the scene discovered that inside this huge Yin family mansion, not to mention footprints, not even a single hair could be found, and all the security equipment malfunctioned at the same time. The whole incident is shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, in the capital city, the Zhao family held an emergency family meeting. Zhao Hong, the patriarch of the Zhao family, sat in the main seat, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He struck the ground heavily with his sandalwood cane, producing a dull thud that instantly froze the atmosphere in the study. The Yin family was wiped out, and your sister died tragically. This matter must not be left like this. Zhao Hong's voice was hoarse, and his eyes flashed with furious fire. I don't care what methods you use, you must find the murderer and make them pay for their crimes. The second son, Zhao Er, spoke with a grave expression. Father, this matter is indeed shocking, but what Zhao Hong's sharp gaze swept over. That's your sister. Now her whole family has been brutally murdered. Are you just going to stand by and do nothing? Zhao Er coughed lightly. Father, of course we want to avenge my sister. But as you know, 10 years ago, we agreed to split the Chu family's matter equally among the 3 families. However, the Qian and Sun families suddenly joined forces and caught us off guard. Now we are really overwhelmed. Zhao Shan, the third son, lowered his voice. Moreover, judging from the situation on the ground, someone who can do this is probably not an ordinary person. Our Zhao family is currently facing internal and external troubles, and it is really not advisable to make enemies. Zhao Hong suddenly stood up and slammed his cane on the desk. You bastards! Are you just going to stand by and watch your family's blood feud go unpunished? The blood feud must be avenged, but... Zhao Shan looked aggrieved and wanted to explain further. Third brother. Before he could finish speaking, his eldest son, Zhao De, interrupted him. My sister was killed. We can't ignore this. I'll send someone to take care of it right away. Upon hearing their elder brother speak, the 2 brothers exchanged a glance and remained silent. Get out! All of you, get out! Zhao Hong roared, waving his hand in a rage. The 3 brothers exchanged a glance and silently left the study. In the corridor, Zhao Er wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His sister's death was a huge blow to him, and his father is really angry this time. Zhao Shan's expression was complicated. Brother, my sister has been married for so many years now. Do we really have to go through all this trouble to take revenge? Zhao Er lowered his voice. Revenge? Revenge requires finding the right person first. I've inquired, and the police turned the Yin family upside down but couldn't find a single hair. Now our family isn't like before, where we could just let a little bit of profit slip through our fingers and a bunch of people would be willing to risk their lives for the Zhao family, Zhao Shan said. I heard that before the Yin family's downfall, Yin Shishuan attended the Song family's birthday banquet. Do you think it could be? Watch your words. This matter ends here, Zhao De interrupted sharply. Pass down the notice, no one in the Zhao family is allowed to act without authorization in the near future. Then she sighed softly, I know our family's situation. I only agreed verbally because father is angry and has just recovered from a serious illness. I just wanted to calm him down first. If father asks about this again in the future, just say that I was in charge. The massacre of the Yin family caused an uproar throughout Qingshan City. Meanwhile, the culprit, located in the neighboring city of Changkuan, remained completely unperturbed. Li Chen casually turned off the news push notifications on his phone. With nothing else to do, he decided to go to the hospital to see the girl Ling Dai had adopted, take some photos together, and give her some stimulation. Li Chen drove and soon arrived at Changkuan City Hospital. Knowing the exact address, there was no need to search. I parked the car and headed straight to the 9th floor of the inpatient department. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Li Chen held a bouquet of flowers in his left hand, a fruit basket in his right, and a capable bag identical to the one Ling Dai had tucked under his arm. He saw it on the way and bought it. Inside the fruit basket was the Qiankuan Tower. If Li Chen wished, the shadow butterfly imprisoned inside could see the images outside. Ignoring Ying Dia's heart-wrenching roar, after turning the corner and going deeper down the corridor, Xiao Yun's ward was at the end of the corridor. Name, Han Yun. Age, 18, Part 4. Realm, none. Synopsis: Ying Dia's sworn sister, one of the main character's harem members in The Real and Fake Young Masters. What will you regret when I become the richest man? Favorability, 0. Experience, 0. Pleasure, 0. Chapter 54. Sign a contract with me and become my assassin maid. Revised. In the line of numbers next to Han Yun's age, there was an extra mathematical problem composed of a mysterious code. Li Chen simply ignored it. After all, in the world of novels, all the opposite sexes related to the protagonist are 18 years old. The ward door was ajar, and through the crack, Li Chen saw a girl who was so thin she was almost unrecognizable, curled up on the hospital bed, her oversized hospital gown hanging loosely on her body. Because of her long-term illness, her skin was sallow, her cheeks were sunken, and her hair was sparse, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. This person was none other than Han Yun. After being abandoned by her husband, Han Yun's mother changed her daughter's surname to Han, just like her mother. Around her hospital bed, several doctors in white coats were looking at her solemnly. Ms. Han, your medical bills are already 3 days overdue. If you don't pay soon, we will have to suspend your treatment. The doctor in the lead, with gray hair, spoke first. Dean Wang, could you please make an exception? My sister must be in some kind of predicament. Han Yun subconsciously bit her dry, chapped lips, her voice barely audible. Ms. Han, it's not that I'm unwilling to make an exception, but hospitals also have their difficulties, a hospital director said in a low voice. Li Chen had some impression of this doctor. He seemed to be the director of the hospital. His father's back injury had relapsed before, and the doctor had personally treated him. However, the treatment had little effect. The few people in white coats surrounding the hospital bed were like an insurmountable wall. Han Yun raised his head, his helpless gaze sweeping across their faces one by one. Some were indifferent, while others turned their heads away out of pity. But no one was willing to stand up for her, and tears silently streamed down her face. Nurse, please help Miss Han pack her luggage and process her discharge. The hospital director's words were like a death knell. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door of the ward. Dean, wait a minute. Han Yun's thin, skeletal fingers weakly grasped the dean's white coat. Please, just one more day,
please wait one more day.
Sister said she would come. Han Yun's voice choked with emotion, sounding like a plea, yet also like she was trying to encourage herself. After her mother died, she was like a bouncy ball. In the eyes of those relatives, she was like a plague, being ruthlessly kicked around.
Everyone wants to get rid of this time bomb.
Only the woman who claimed to be her distant cousin didn't look down on her, took the initiative to find her, and adopted her. They also gave her the best treatment.
My sister is definitely different from those other relatives. She must have been delayed by work, which is why she hasn't come yet. It's not that she doesn't want me. Han Yun's body trembled uncontrollably, and she kept encouraging herself. His thin figure looked as if a gust of wind could blow him away.
I'm sorry, Ms. Han, but a hospital is not a charity. Rules are rules, and there's nothing I can do about it, the hospital director said resolutely. Inside the Qiankuan Tower, the iron chains rattled softly with her sobbing.
Her usually icy face was now streaked with tears.
Please. Her voice was hoarse and her forehead was pressed against the cold ground. Save Xiaoyun, she will die if she is not treated. All the insults he had hurled at Li Chen on the road had now turned into humble pleas.
I just hope he can step in and help Xiaoyun. Li Chen's consciousness slowly coalesced inside the tower, looking down at the once arrogant assassin.
His long, slender fingers gently stroked his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. You're really willing to do anything.
Words are meaningless. If you sign this contract, why shouldn't I help you?
Li Chen chuckled softly, and the master servant card transformed into a golden contract in his palm. The chains loosened their grip on her right hand, and the contract floated down in front of her. Silver Butterfly trembled as she picked up the contract, reading each word of the harsh terms, which meant eternal enslavement.
I'll sign.
Without hesitation, she bit her thumb, and the moment her blood pressed her fingerprint onto the contract, it shone brightly, turning into two golden rays that merged into the souls of the two people, becoming a brand.
Good.
Li Chen smiled with satisfaction and gently lifted Silver Butterfly's chin with his fingertips. Call me master so I can hear it.
Master, my master.
Silver Butterfly's pupils contracted sharply, and the name slipped uncontrollably from her lips. As soon as she finished speaking, a murderous intent suddenly burst forth in her eyes, and her slender fingers unconsciously assumed an attack stance, as if she were about to slit Li Chen's throat in the next second. After she finished speaking, a murderous intent flashed in her eyes, as if she would slit Li Chen's throat in the next second.
With a slight thought from Li Chen, the ferocity in Silver Butterfly's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by clarity. Although the master-servant contract has taken effect, her affection level towards herself is still negative. Chapter 55. Your sister?
She went on a business trip to Antarctica. Dear readers, we have recently made minor revisions to Chapter 53, changing the sincerity card to the master-servant card, and rewritten Chapter 54, removing Jiangsu's storyline and modifying the content.
We recommend reading the latest version for the best experience.
At this moment, he could clearly sense the fluctuations of every thought in Silver Butterfly's mind. If she had the slightest change of heart, he could render her immobile with a single thought.
I'll punish you later.
So aloof, yet you call me master and still harbor murderous intent towards me. I'm going to buy 10 maid outfits later, so you can wear them for me every day.
Li Chen thought viciously to himself.
The chains remained tightly bound to the shadow butterfly, showing no sign of loosening. He regained consciousness, saw that the time was right, straightened the wrinkles in his clothes, and pushed open the door to enter.
Dean Wang? It's been a long time.
The people in the ward were startled by the sudden sound of the door being pushed open and all turned to look. Dean Wang squinted his dim old eyes, and when he saw who it was, the wrinkles on his face instantly smoothed out.
Young Master Li.
He hurriedly took off his reading glasses and wiped them, his voice trembling slightly with surprise. Long time no see.
How is your father's back injury? Thank you for your concern, Dean Wang. My father's back injury has fully healed.
Li Chen smiled and extended his hand. I didn't expect to meet you here. Dean Wang immediately put on a warm smile, grasped Li Chen's hands with both of them, and unconsciously bent his waist slightly. Young Master Li, it is truly an honor that you remember me. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with flattery. Han Yun, lying on the hospital bed, stared wide-eyed at the old dean who had just been cold and ruthless, suddenly becoming so humble, and couldn't help but clutch the corner of the blanket tightly. She discreetly observed the unfamiliar young man, his still slightly angry eyes occasionally flashing with curiosity. Shout I had to go on a business trip last night and asked me to come and look after her sister. Li Chen's gaze fell gently on Han Yun. Dean Wang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He recalled the amazement he felt when he last met Sister Han Yun, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. It seems someone has settled this mess. Young Master Li knows Han Yun? Oh dear, why didn't you say so sooner? Han Yun is a good kid, it's just that his condition is a bit. Li Chen interrupted him. I accidentally overheard your conversation just now. His gaze was fixed on the dean, and his tone suddenly became serious. Dean Wang, how much medical bill does Han Yun owe? This Dean Wang turned his head away guiltily. It's around 150,000, mainly because. Before he could finish speaking, Li Chen took out a black card from his pocket and casually handed it over. Settle this debt first. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power. The treatment costs will be settled monthly at my company. All of Han Yun's treatments will use the best available, so money is not a problem. Dean Wang held the black card as if it were a priceless treasure. Thank you, young Master Li. You truly have the heart of a bodhisattva. His humble demeanor drew sidelong glances from the other accompanying doctors, some of whom found it hard to believe that this was the same stern and unsmiling hospital director they knew. Han Yun's favorability plus 10. Shadow Butterfly's favorability plus 10. The shadow butterfly inside the Qiankuan Tower naturally witnessed the entire process. After completing the contract, Li Chen could have easily packed up and left. But he still chose to keep his promise to himself, which touched Ding Dia's heart a little. Head nurse, go and settle Miss Han's bill for young Master Li, the hospital director instructed the person next to him. After saying that, he turned to Li Chen and said, young Master Li and Miss Han can continue their conversation. I'll go now. Call me anytime if you need anything. Young Master Li, why are you helping me? Han Yun mimicked the way the dean addressed Li Chen, his tone soft yet tinged with wariness. During her short life, there was never a precedent of outsiders visiting her. Whether it was when her mother was alive or after she was adopted by her sister. Your sister has gone on a business trip unexpectedly, so she asked me to take care of you for a while. Li Chen repeated what he had just said in a gentle tone, and naturally put down the fruit basket. She skillfully arranged the fresh flowers in a vase on the windowsill, and then magically produced a capybara doll from behind her back. She specifically told me to make sure I brought this to you. Li Chen's gaze passed over Han Yun, and he keenly noticed two capybara dolls with different designs next to the pillow. It seems that this impromptu decision had an unexpected effect. Thank you, thank you. Han Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. She took it with both hands and hugged it tightly to her chest. His tense shoulders finally relaxed, and the last trace of wariness in his eyes vanished. The capybara doll was her sister's favorite, and also her own. This little shared hobby was known only to the two sisters. Young Master Li, do you know where my sister is? I haven't been able to contact her since last night. Han Yun raised his thin head, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope mixed with anxiety. The short sentence seemed to have exhausted all of Han Yun's strength, and he spoke with heavy breathing. Your sister went on a business trip to Antarctica. Li Chen scratched his head and made up an absurd excuse. The signal is bad over there, so we can't get in touch for now. As he spoke, he gently ruffled Han Yun's sparse hair. I'll give her a few days off to spend with you when she gets back, okay? Yes, Han Yun nodded vigorously, then suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he had just realized something. So, young Master Li, are you my sister's boss? I guess so, Li Chen smiled gently. That's wonderful. Before she could finish speaking, tears welled up in Han Yun's eyes, and her thin shoulders trembled uncontrollably. So my sister really was away on a business trip. I thought she never wanted Xiao Yun again. Han Yun's favorability plus 10. This naive young girl, who had endured so much depression and helplessness, finally broke down. She hugged Li Chen, and her tears quickly soaked her clothes. Li Chen gently embraced Han Yun, patting her back lightly with his hand. His palms felt the thin, bony body beneath the hospital gown. No matter how cold and ruthless he was, he couldn't stop the sudden pang of pain in his heart. After a while, when Han Yun's emotions had calmed down a bit, Li Chen asked softly, "Are you thirsty? I'll go get you a glass of water." Han Yun nodded shyly. She had hugged Li Chen without realizing it because of her emotions. This was her first time having contact with a man. Han Yun's favorability +3. As Li Chen turned to pour water, he subtly dissolved the wound medicine powder into the water. Han Yun's body was too weak, so he could only proceed slowly. If she had taken the whole pill, its immense potency would have killed her. "You scoundrel, what are you trying to do?" The shadow butterfly inside the Qiankuan Tower witnessed the whole thing, but misunderstood Li Chen's intentions and launched into a new round of angry curses. Li Chen was too lazy to explain, and on a whim, he simply muted her microphone. Shadow butterfly's favorability -10. Ignoring the system's notification sound, Li Chen handed the water glass to Han Yun. Chapter 56, Thick-skin clothes are perfect for going out, preventing wardrobe malfunctions. Lace is perfect for wearing at home, pleasing to the eye. Thanks. Han Yun stretched out her slender arm, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably as soon as they touched the cup. The water glass wobbled in her hand, about to spill. "Let me help you." Li Chen swiftly took the water glass and sat down on the edge of the bed without giving anyone a chance to refuse. A hand gently supported Han Yun's thin back, carefully bringing the rim of the cup close to her chapped lips. Han Yun looked shy, her ear tips slightly red, and she sipped her drink in small sips. As the wound medicine took effect and spread throughout her body, her pupils involuntarily dilated, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. A warm current spread from my stomach to my whole body, and my originally sallow skin gradually turned a healthy blush. This scene naturally caught Ying's eye, and her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Even the most foolish person could see that Li Chen was saving people, not harming them. "Are you feeling better?" Li Chen asked softly after Han Yun finished the last sip of his drink. My palm gently stroked the distinct joints of the spine. "Mum." Han Yun leaned back against the headboard, his breathing becoming steady and strong. She tilted her head and suddenly asked, "Young Masterly, what is my sister going to do in Antarctica, which is so far away?" "Go, to sell cotton-padded coats." Li Chen casually pulled up a chair and sat down, continuing to fabricate outrageous lies without changing his expression. "Ha? I heard there are polar bears over there." Han Yun's eyes widened, a hint of worry flashing across his face. "Won't my sister get eaten?" That might be a bit difficult." Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of his eyes. "Guess why polar bears are called polar bears?" Why? Han Yun blinked curiously. "Because it's in the Arctic. If you want to eat your sister, you'd have to swim halfway around the world first." Han Yun was amused and burst into laughter. We chatted for a while longer. "Young Masterly, I'm a little sleepy." Han Yun yawned slightly. Her eyelids started to droop, but she still stubbornly refused to fall asleep. "You should rest for a while," Li Chen said, getting up to help Han Yun lie down. "Young Masterly, will you come to see me again in the future?" she asked dazedly, tugging at Li Chen's sleeve. "Yes, I will come again tomorrow." Li Chen bent down to tuck her in, his warm hands enveloping her slender fingers. "Then, it's a deal." A sweet smile curved Han Yun's lips. Finally unable to resist sleepiness, she held Li Chen's hand tightly in her small hand, feeling the warmth from his palm, and drifted off to sleep. Han Yun's favorability +5. Once he confirmed that Han Yun's breathing had become even and deep, Li Chen's consciousness sank into the Qiankuan Tower. With a light tap of his fingertips, the chains binding Yingdai receded like a tide, revealing red marks on her wheat-colored skin. Yingdai staggered, instinctively rubbing her wrist, and looked at Li Chen with a complicated expression. Upon closer inspection of the man Jiang Su had described as a demon, Li Chen realized that he wasn't as bad as Jiang Su had made him out to be. Thank you." Her voice was a little hoarse, completely different from the murderous aura she had when they first met. Shadow Butterfly's favorability +20. "What medicine did you give Xiao Yun just now?" Ingdai pursed her chapped lips. Even through the Qiankuan tower, she could tell at a glance that the powder was extraordinary. You mean this? Li Chen opened his palm, and a golden pill the size of a thumb lay quietly in his hand, with a fine scratch on it. A top-grade wound medicine, which I found by chance on the ground. Ingdie's pupils contracted sharply, and her body leaned forward before she could think, her slender fingers reaching out to grab the pill. As the Black Feather Organization's top assassin, she naturally knew that there were some rare and precious treasures in the world that were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. For years she traveled the world searching for a cure for Xiaoyun, but she never expected to meet her in this way. Why? But just as he was about to touch the pill, Li Chen skillfully dodged it. You can take what I give you, but you can't take what I don't give you. Also, you should call me Master, not you. Master, Master, Ingdai squeezed out the title through gritted teeth, a blush of shame rising on her neck. She clenched her fists, her voice barely audible. You could have just killed me completely, why did you help me? Help you? Li Chen smiled wickedly. Stop flattering yourself. In my eyes you are nothing but an ant, yet you really know how to flatter yourself. His laughter was like a devil's whisper, making Ingdai shiver involuntarily. I haven't forgotten that you were the one who tried to assassinate me. Li Chen's gentle demeanor vanished, his gaze lingering on Ingdai's cold and beautiful face. I'm sparing your life now only because you're somewhat attractive. It wouldn't be bad to have you as a slave for fun. As for Han Yun, I'll save him if I want to. However, if I sense any murderous intent from you towards me again, then you will all die together. Ingdie's delicate body trembled slightly. Li Chen's threatening words made her feel fear once again. Through the emotions conveyed by the contract imprinted on her soul, she knew that Li Chen, this devil, would definitely keep his word. Master, could I see Xiaoyun? Just once. After a long silence, the longing in her heart finally overcame her fear, and Ingdai lowered her head, pleading humbly. No. Li Chen refused decisively, lightly lifting her chin with his finger, because you're not being good. But. As he spoke, he changed the subject, sliding his finger along his lips to feel the temperature inside his mouth. If you behave well, I might consider arranging a meeting between you. Li Chen said that because of the devil's whisper, now that he had Shadow Butterfly's weakness in his hands, he should make the most of it. Ingdie's favorability towards Li Chen did not drop further due to his rejection. Her eyelashes trembled violently, but she did not resist. Instead, she obediently sucked on his finger. This once arrogant assassin is now so docile it's heartbreaking. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Li Chen did not make things difficult for them. After regaining consciousness, he briefly released the shadow butterfly. The girl gazed greedily at her sleeping sister, her eyes glistening with self-reproach and tears. I have only myself to blame for how I have fallen to this point. 10 seconds later, a flash of golden light, and she was pulled back into the tower. Li Chen glanced at the sleeping girl on the bed, turned around and walked out of the ward, his footsteps fading into the empty corridor. He drove slowly out of the gate, merging into the flowing river of cars in the city. The night was as dark as ink, and the hospital's outline gradually blurred in the deepening twilight. At a certain intersection, the steering wheel was turning in his hands, but not towards home. The car eventually stopped in front of a mysterious shop. Give me 10 maid outfits, short skirts, good quality, price is not a problem. Li Chen pushed open the door and entered, speaking directly to the receptionist. I also need 10 pairs of thick black pantyhose and 10 pairs of black lace garter stockings. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen said, give me 10 more sets of innerwear, roughly the same size as you, any color will do, just something sexy. These clothes are naturally from a silver brand, including thick black tights to wear outdoors to prevent accidental exposure. A lace camisole is a nice touch to wear at home. Chapter 57 Son Yuqing's Visit. A short while later, the receptionist returned, swaying her slender waist as she pushed a shopping cart that was crammed full. Young Master Li, what do you think of this outfit? She deliberately dragged out the last syllable, knowing that Li Chen was a regular customer, and even changed into a new outfit herself. As she spoke, she placed one hand on her hip and lifted her skirt with the other, revealing glimpses of her inner garment. Her eyes sparkled with a subtle, teasing gaze. Not bad, really not bad.
His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sliding down her slender neck to her jade-like feet encased in black stockings. It has to be admitted that this receptionist's figure management is indeed in place. She has curves in all the right places. This set is fine. Wrap it all up for me. He looked away, his tone returning to its usual calm. We have many new styles in our warehouse, wouldn't you like to take a look, Mr. Lee? Seeing that Li Chen didn't make an impulsive purchase as usual, the receptionist reluctantly took a step closer, her perfume wafting towards her. I'll try it myself and show it to you. She bit her lower lip, her eyelashes fluttering, her fingertips lightly brushing against Li Chen's sleeve, and spoke slowly and meaningfully. No need, this one is fine. Li Chen took a half step back without making a sound, a polite but distant smile on his lips. He knew perfectly well that wildflowers could never compare to the fragrance of cultivated flowers, and he wasn't just muttering like that because he'd heard Chumingshi say that. After paying the bill, I turned and left without looking back, leaving behind only a dashing figure and the crisp sound of wind chimes, amidst the mournful gaze of the receptionist. As soon as he stepped out of the store, Li Chen couldn't wait to enter the Chinkuan Tower again. Put them on. He casually tossed several exquisite shopping bags to Ngye's feet, stood aside with his arms crossed, and his eyes held an undeniable dominance. Ingdai crouched down, her slender fingers trembling slightly as she unwrapped the package. When she saw the lace-trimmed inner layers and several identical maid outfits, her ears instantly turned crimson. She carefully picked up one of the items, held it up to her body, and couldn't help but admire Li Chen's sharp eye. The size was just right. Put them on, Li Chen commanded impatiently. Dare to show any murderous intent towards me? From now on, you'll wear this outfit. This is your punishment. Ingye's body trembled, and she dared not have the slightest dissent in her heart, so she could only obediently do as she was told. You master, could you please turn around? Silver Butterfly was starting to get the hang of it and was about to change when she met Li Chen's burning gaze and immediately became flustered. Cannot. A playful smile appeared on Li Chen's lips as he leaned leisurely against the tower wall, his gaze roaming over her body without restraint. My things are mine, I can look at them however I want. As a servant, you have no right to choose. Ingdai took a deep breath and resignedly closed her eyes. As she removed the last bit of her covering, Li Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. I didn't expect her to be a white tiger. It's true that the colder and more beautiful she is, the greater the contrast. As the two emerged from the Qiankuan Tower, Ingdai subconsciously tugged at her skirt. Her long, beautiful legs were encased in thick black stockings, and every step she took made her toes curl up in shame. This once fearsome top assassin now looked like a lost little girl, head bowed helplessly, her ears flushed red. You drive, let me test your skills. Li Chen plopped down in the passenger seat and gestured for her to get in. As a top-tier assassin, Shadow Butterfly's proficiency in various modes of transportation is naturally a required skill for any assassin. The car travels fast and smoothly on the road. Not bad, very stable. Li Chen nodded, it's time to increase the difficulty. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly as he savored the silky texture of the pantyhose. The car, which was driving smoothly, suddenly veered off course and was pulled back by the Shadow Butterfly. That's not good enough. You need to practice your driving skills, Li Chen criticized. Unlike others, Shadow Butterfly has been exercising for a long time, resulting in firm yet elastic flesh. If Chumingshi is like a soft, fluffy marshmallow, then Ingdai is like a chewy, bouncy gummy candy. The car swayed and wobbled as it barely made it back home. As soon as Li Chen got out of the car, his gaze was drawn to the unfamiliar mint green sedan in the garage. He frowned slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the car door. Had guests come to his house? My super perception instantly unfolded, and the scene inside the villa spread out in my mind like a painting. Only after confirming that Chumingshi was safe and sound did his tense shoulders relax slightly. But when he saw who the visitor was, his expression immediately became subtle. It was Song Yuqing. A playful smile appeared on Li Chen's lips. Sensing the state of the two girls, he couldn't help but shake his head. As Li Chen led Ingdai through the corridor, the scene in the dining room made him pause. Chumingshi was waving a wine bottle,
her cheeks flushed red like ripe apples, and her eyes lit up instantly when she saw him.
Ah Chen, you're back, hiccup.
She swayed as she tried to stand up, but almost tripped over her own skirt. Even from a distance, Li Chen could smell the strong odor of alcohol.
Meanwhile, Song Yuqing was already completely defeated.
Her snow-white school uniform collar was slightly open, and her hair was disheveled and stuck to her flushed face. He slumped limply on the dining table, with several empty wine bottles lying in front of him.
Li Chen smiled helplessly.
He wondered what Song Yuqing wanted to do at his house, and why she had inexplicably started drinking with Chu Mingxi.
Ah Chen, come quick. Chu Mingxi staggered over and clung to Li Chen's arm like a koala. Ha!
Her flushed cheeks suddenly froze as she noticed a young woman dressed as a maid standing next to Li Chen.
Who are you?
She tilted her head and leaned closer to Ying Dai, the smell of alcohol hitting her face. Before anyone could answer, she clapped her hands and laughed. Oh well, we're all sisters here now, come and have a drink. As she spoke, she grabbed Ying Dai with her left hand and pulled Li Chen with her right, stumbling and dragging him toward the dining table.
Come on, let me introduce you all. This is my newly adopted godsister, Song Yuqing.
Chu Mingxi forcefully turned Song Yuqing's shoulders, and the latter sat up straight like a puppet. Forced to turn on, Song Yuqing barely opened her hazy eyes, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural blush.
Li Chen classmate.
She tried to focus her gaze and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. I'm here to learn the piano from you.
Chapter 58 The Strength of a Top-Grade Furnace.
After saying that, as if his battery had been completely depleted, his head slumped down heavily again.
She couldn't sleep all night after hearing Li Chen play After the Rain at the birthday banquet last night.
Even in class today, I was distracted, with that beautiful melody constantly echoing in my mind.
Finally, school was over.
She grabbed a few notebooks and rushed to Li Chen's house. But unexpectedly, Li Chen, who used to hang around in front of her all the time, disappeared, and finding him became incredibly difficult. When she arrived at his house, Uncle Jinhua told her that Li Chen lived in a villa there. Upon arriving at the villa, Li Chen was nowhere to be seen, but instead, the woman he had been hiding there was there.
Since he didn't come, that's the end of the matter.
Unexpectedly, the woman grabbed her and said she was lonely here and wanted to chat with her.
Instead of talking, Song Yuqing was completely won over by the woman's gentleness and thoughtfulness.
The two hit it off immediately, and their way of addressing each other changed from this woman to sweet Mingxi's sister. Before we knew it, the sky was gradually darkening. Having arrived here, the matter should have ended. But Mingxi insisted that she finish dinner before leaving. Originally, Song Yuqing was a little reluctant, but with a little tugging, she ended up sitting at the dining table without even realizing it. Watching Mingxi busy in the kitchen, a hint of envy flashed through her mind. Soon, several side dishes were served, and while they were eating, Mingxi's older sister inexplicably took out a bottle of wine. At first, she tried to make excuses, saying things like she was still a student and that she was driving. But Sister Mingxi was just too enthusiastic. Despite her attempts to stop her, she still ended up drinking a few glasses of wine. By the time she came to her senses, things had already turned out this way.
Ah!
Chu Mingxi, his eyes blurry with drunkenness, tilted his head and approached Song Yuqing like a curious kitten.
Little sister, didn't you come to deliver study materials? How did it turn into piano lessons? Oh, I get it, you're lusting after Ara Chen's body.
She suddenly widened her eyes as if she had just realized something, and drew circles in the air with her finger. Before the other person could react, she started laughing to herself again, her voice thick with the smell of alcohol and drawn out.
Hey young man, what's this set you're getting?
She became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, and Chu Mingxi's vulgar words echoed throughout the restaurant.
You should have said so earlier. We're all sisters. Let me tell you, Ah Chen is so fierce, I can't stand it alone. Come on, I'll let you go upstairs. Tonight I'll let you mmm. Cough cough cough.
Li Chen's ears turned red, and he stepped forward to cover her mouth. She felt Chu Mingxi's warm breath on her palm, and she even mischievously licked his palm with the tip of her tongue.
All right, you're drunk. Go back to your room and rest.
He had barely steadied himself when Chu Mingxi clung to him like an octopus. The restless little hands would poke his chest one moment and then explore dangerous areas the next, making Li Chen gasp. Li Chen sighed in despair, resignedly supporting the drunken little vixen as she rubbed against his neck. The warm breath sprayed onto his collarbone, making his Adam's apple bob involuntarily. Shout I, go help Song Yuching upstairs to rest. Li Chen scooped Chu Mingxi up in his arms and turned to give instructions to Ying Dai. Chu Mingxi squirmed restlessly in his arms, her hair falling loosely in his embrace. No need. I'll just stay for a while and then leave. My family doesn't allow me to stay out overnight. Song Yuching waved her hand, her voice muffled but filled with stubborn insistence. Seeing this, Li Chen stopped insisting, nodded slightly to signal Ying Dai to follow, and then carried Chu Mingxi upstairs. In the bedroom, Li Chen gently tucked the blanket around Chu Mingxi, his fingertips brushing against her flushed cheeks. As he turned around, his eyes instantly sharpened. From now on, your primary responsibility is to protect Chu Mingxi's safety. His words were imprinted deeply into Ying Dai's mind through the imprint on her soul. Yes, master. After doing all this, Li Chen went downstairs alone. Song Yuching slumped back onto the dining table, and Li Chen sighed softly, walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Get up, I'll take you home. No need, I can go back by myself. Song Yuching struggled to lift her head, her hair sticking to her sweaty forehead. She tried to stand up, but stumbled and almost fell. Come on, by the time you sober up, it'll be dawn. Li Chen picked her up in his arms without saying another word. Song Yuching gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Her burning cheeks pressed unconsciously against his chest, her breath carrying a faint scent of wine. Feeling the touch between my palms, I have to admit that Song Yuching is indeed very tempting. A true man has things he will do and things he will not do. What Ying Dai can do, Song Yuching may not be able to do. Horseback riding is like seeing a doctor, you have to treat the symptoms to get the cure without any side effects. As Li Chen gently placed Song Yuching in the passenger seat and bent down to fasten her seatbelt, his wrist was suddenly grasped by a slightly cool hand. Ugh, it's so stuffy, can you help me relax a bit? Song Yuching frowned, her other hand unconsciously tugging at her collar. Ha! Loosen what? Li Chen tilted his head in confusion, wondering what they were muttering about. I was just about to lean closer to hear what she was saying. The next second, Song Yuching unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her school uniform shirt, revealing a tight white belt underneath. She writhed uncomfortably, the straps already leaving faint red marks. Hiss! Li Chen gasped, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. I never expected that Song Yuching, who is usually so reserved, would actually be such a broad-minded person in private. So broad was that among all the women Li Chen knew, none could compare to even a fraction of Song Yuching's. Is this the power of a top-grade furnace? This is what you asked for, not something I did randomly. He muttered to himself, but his fingers honestly probed inside. After some careful searching, I finally found the knot for the belt. As he unwrapped the layers, the beautiful scenery before him made Li Chen forget to breathe. It took him 3 times longer than usual to barely button up the buttons. Clearly, this shirt is no longer up to its purpose. Li Chen coughed lightly, hurriedly went back into the house to get a coat, and gently covered her legs. Oops, my hand slipped. I'll cover her up when we get home, Li Chen explained to himself. As he spoke, he drove Song Yuching's mint green sedan slowly through the night. During this journey, Li Chen looked at the right side rearview mirror unusually frequently. He was surprised to find that every time he drove over a speed bump, it would sway like water. The city is so well developed now, there isn't a single pothole along the way, Li Chen muttered discontentedly. Why are you looking for trouble? This sudden response startled Li Chen so much that his hand trembled and the steering wheel almost slipped. He turned his head and saw that Song Yuching had woken up at some point and was looking at him with dazed eyes. The next second. Ah! A scream, like a sound wave, almost pierced Li Chen's eardrums. Chapter 59 The New Protagonist, Martial King Wu Feng. Song Yuching clutched her chest tightly with both hands, her eyes instantly turning red. Perverted, shameless, scum. Her voice trembled with shame and indignation, and the effects of the alcohol dissipated considerably under the sudden stimulation. Hiss, stop yelling, stop yelling. You said it yourself, asking me to help you solve it. Li Chen gripped the steering wheel with one hand, but covering his left ear with the other wasn't an option, nor was covering his right ear. No matter how he explained, Song Yuqing remained relentless, yelling and grabbing all the way. Li Chen was completely unharmed, but her fingernails almost flipped off. Alright, stop fooling around. Suddenly, Li Chen's face darkened, and his voice was frighteningly cold. Song Yuqing shrank back into her seat like a frightened rabbit, all her imposing manner gone, and only dared to mutter softly. What's so fierce about it? We've been cornered. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, his face terribly grim. With his super senses activated, 2 SUVs lined up behind him and rushed towards Li Chen and his companion at full speed. A large truck was blocking their way in the middle of the road. Even more terrifying was that a one-eyed young man was sitting inside the truck. Name, Wu Feng. Synopsis: the protagonist of The Rogue Dragon King, dominating the world. Realm, Martial King. Age, 20. Entry, Chosen 1. Luck value, 30,000. The aura emanating from that one-eyed man was extremely terrifying, far beyond what Li Chen could currently contend with. Martial King Realm? How could that be? Li Chen couldn't help but gasp. The Martial King Realm was a top-tier existence in the entire novel world, and there were no more than 10 people who could contend with it. Even for the immortal Emperor Chu Yang, crushing a Martial King is something that only happens later in the novel. But why is it appearing so early now? Li Chen instinctively felt a chill that penetrated his body, rushing from his spine to the top of his head, making him feel cold all over. Upon hearing this, Song Yuqing's expression turned serious. Only then did she realize that their car was the only one traveling alone on the wide road. Although she wasn't as powerful as Li Chen, she knew this was definitely not normal. What to do? While feeling lost, Song Yuqing subconsciously looked at the man sitting next to her, and a sense of security immediately rose in her heart. Li Chen remained silent, caught in a life-or-death crisis, with no time to delve into the background of the Chosen One. The skill points are used to max out driving skills. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful drift completed the U-turn. With a formidable leader guarding the front, only the rear offers a glimmer of hope. Hold on tight. After saying that, Li Chen stepped on the gas pedal almost to the accelerator, and the car shot off like an arrow. The engine roared along the quiet street, the pungent smell of rubber filling the air. In just a second, Song Yuqing saw 5 large SUVs approaching them head-on from directly in front of them. The distance between vehicles is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The passenger window of the car at the front rolled down, revealing a dark gun barrel. Bang! The bullet grazed the rearview mirror, leaving a spiderweb-like crack on the windshield. Ah! Song Yuqing could no longer hold back and screamed. But Li Chen's speed did not decrease at all, and a collision was imminent. Hold me! Before Song Yuqing could react, Li Chen grabbed her waist. A golden light burst forth from Li Chen's chest, instantly enveloping the two of them. In the instant they disappeared, the out-of-control car collided violently with the SUV at the front. The explosion sent flames shooting into the sky, and the shockwave overturned 4 other SUVs. Amidst the flames, a golden speck of light shot out rapidly, flying towards the distance. Just then, on top of the heavy truck, Wu Feng, a one-eyed man, curled up a cold smile. Oh! He was a burly man with an eye patch over his right eye and a ferocious black dragon tattooed on his bare left arm. This young master of the Li family has truly surprised and delighted me. However, that's all for now. As early as when Li Chen used his super senses to scan him, he had already sensed something. It seems that this young master of the Li family is not as useless as the news said. As he spoke to himself, with one step he took, the air seemed to solidify, supporting him as he stood steadily in the void. Wu Feng took a second step unhurriedly, but his figure instantly moved forward dozens of meters. He seemed to be taking a stroll, but each step covered a distance that was unimaginable to ordinary people, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with the flying golden tower. Inside the Qiankuan Tower, Li Chen sat cross-legged, fully unleashing the tower's power. The walls, covered with ancient runes, emitted a soft golden light under the influence of spiritual energy. Whereas this Song Yuqing looked around, trembling. Li Chen kept his eyes closed, having no time to pay attention to Song Yuqing's problem at that moment. Sensing the situation around him with his divine sense, his expression instantly hardened. Oh no! He's caught up. Before Song Yuqing could ask who he was, the entire space suddenly shook violently, as if it were being shaken by a giant. She collapsed to the ground, staring in horror at the flickering runes on the surrounding walls. Outside, Wu Feng stood in midair, his right hand clenched loosely. An invisible force imprisoned the golden tower in midair, preventing it from breaking free no matter how it trembled. The game of cat and mouse has come to an end. Go down! He grinned maliciously, raised his leg, and kicked the tower. The Qiankuan Tower, like a baseball being hit, hurtled down on an abandoned factory below. The reinforced concrete roof was pierced like paper, and the tower only stopped when it was deeply embedded in the underground soil. The space inside the tower spun around, and Li Chen and Song Yuqing were thrown about. When the tremors finally stopped, Li Chen discovered that the runes on the tower wall had dimmed considerably and were covered with cracks of varying sizes. What kind of monster is he? Song Yuqing's voice trembled. Li Chen's face turned deathly pale, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood gushed out. The magic weapon was damaged, and he also suffered a backlash. Li Chen gave a wry smile. I don't know, but it's highly likely they're after me again. I've really dragged you into this mess. If I manage to escape alive, I'll treat you to a meal another day to make amends. What time is it? You're still joking. Song Yuqing's eyes reddened, and she hurriedly hugged Li Chen. You'll be all right. I'll call someone to come and rescue us right away. It's no use. Li Chen shook his head. There were only a handful of people in the country who could beat him. Even if they knew Li Chen, they were either in remote mountains or military strongholds. By the time the reinforcements arrived, his grave was already 3 feet high with soil. As the two were discussing their strategy, a deep voice pierced through the tower wall. Young Master Li, why hide like this? Why not come out and have a chat? Wu Feng said in a teasing tone. There's no need to go out. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm listening. Li Chen snorted coldly inside the tower. The other party even knew his name, so it seemed that the real body was coming for him. Your little tower is interesting, but it can't stop me. Chapter 60. When in doubt, use military boxing. Wu Feng narrowed his eyes, his fleshy face contorting into a ferocious smile. Seeing that Li Chen was hiding and wouldn't come out, he made up his mind to teach him a lesson first. As he spoke, he grabbed the small golden pagoda, and as he channeled his inner energy, his palm emitted a teeth-grinding crackling sound. The surface of the Qiankuan pagoda was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and golden light flickered on and off. The tower finally succumbed to the pressure and exploded with a deafening roar, scattering fragments everywhere. Li Chen and his companion reappeared, his eyes twitching slightly, a pang of heartache gripping his heart. The magical artifact I finally managed to obtain was so easily crushed, I wonder if the system can even repair it. Who are you? Song Yuqing's face turned deathly pale, and her slender fingers unconsciously clenched Li Chen's sleeve, almost shrinking into his back. I am Wu Feng, the leader of the Owl Wolf Gang. Wu Feng clasped his hands in a respectful bow. His gaze swept back and forth over Song Yuqing, his thick eyebrows twitching with ill intent. Even with a large coat, Song Yuqing's imposing stature was still undeniable. I have come to invite you two to stay at my residence for a few days. Once the Li and Song families have handed over all their assets, I will allow you to leave. Wu Feng's arms were covered in tattoos, yet his bandit-like demeanor clashed sharply with his refined, scholarly air. It seems that the person Aunt Hong mentioned recently who was cleaning up the underground forces is this one. No need for a short stay. Li Chen subtly moved to the side, completely blocking Song Yuqing behind him. We're not used to living in other people's houses. With that, he took Song Yuqing's hand and turned to leave. But just as they turned around, a gust of wind swept by, and Wu Feng appeared, blocking their way. Chief Wu, you're too kind.
No need to see us off. We'll be going now. Li Chen's pupils contracted sharply, this speed far exceeded his expectations. Since young Master Li is not giving us face. Wu Feng's lips curled into a smirk, and the wolf's head tattoo on his right arm twisted and contorted in a ferocious grimace as his muscles taut. Then don't blame me for using force. The moment Wu Feng finished speaking, alarm bells rang in Li Chen's mind, and the thought of using myasthenia gravis just arose in his head. Wu Feng's palm strike was already at his chest, and in his haste, he could only barely circulate his spiritual energy to defend against it. With a dull thud, Li Chen's chest visibly caved in. A mouthful of blood gushed out, but he remained rooted to the spot, his feet leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the floor. He heard Song Yuqing gasp in horror behind him, but Li Chen gritted his teeth and held on. They absolutely cannot retreat, otherwise, given Song Yuqing's mortal body, even if she doesn't die, she will be severely injured. Song Yuqing's favorability plus 30. Those who give without receiving anything in return are called simps, those who receive something in return are called love sacrifices. Li Chen. Song Yuqing's tearful cry made Li Chen's lips involuntarily curl upwards. That slap was truly worth it. Young Master Li, you are truly a man of great talent. Wu Feng's fake smile suddenly froze, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He used 50% of his strength in that palm strike, which should have severely injured Li Chen. Unexpectedly, the other party accepted the offer and even protected Song Yuqing behind them. Wu Feng's face was gloomy, he hated it when others were better at pretending than him. I hope young Master Li can withstand this blow. If one strike isn't enough, then let's try another and see how long you can withstand it. As he spoke, he gathered power in his right palm again, and his true energy condensed into a visible vortex in his palm. Just as the palm strike was about to touch Li Chen's chest, he had no chance left. Function card, myasthenia gravis activated. Wu Feng suddenly felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and his fierce palm strike instantly turned into a light, fleeting caress. What's even more ridiculous is that he can't even control his facial muscles and can only maintain a comical, blank expression. Like Wu Feng, Song Yuqing also fell because she was too close to Li Chen. Get the hell out of here, Li Chen kicked out with his foot, the sole of his shoe landing squarely on Wu Feng's face. That fierce-looking face instantly twisted and deformed, and the whole person flew backward like a broken sack. Wu Feng's luck value minus 20. Li Chen took the opportunity to swallow the wound medicine, and a sickening cracking sound came from his chest as his bones realigned. The sunken chest cavity recovered completely at a speed visible to the naked eye. With nearly a minute left before the muscle weakness subsided, Li Chen, seeing Wu Feng still suspended in mid-air, couldn't resist the opportunity to kick him while he was down. He charged forward with a sinister grin, delivering a set of military-style punches right to the face. The yin-yang harmony technique is powerful, but it doesn't have any accompanying fist techniques or killing moves. The only thing Li Chen can use now is the military boxing that his father forced him to practice when he was a child. Although the opponent's muscles were weak, King Wu's physical strength remained. The punches that landed on him felt like tickles, but each one hit his old face precisely. It's not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Seeing that the fight was almost over, Li Chen flicked the Hawan finger repeatedly at Wu Feng, a dozen times in a row. With 10 seconds remaining, Li Chen scooped Song Yuqing up in his arms and leaped into the night sky. A cold wind howled past, and the buildings beneath our feet rushed past. What do we do now? 10 seconds later, Song Yuqing, who had regained her mobility, tightly wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck, her voice still trembling slightly. So many bizarre things had happened tonight that she was no longer surprised by Li Chen's ability to fly. What should we do? Go report it to the police. If you're in trouble, go to the police. Li Chen spoke as casually as if they were discussing what to have for dinner. Song Yuqing's eyes widened, initially thinking the other person was joking to ease the tension. It wasn't until she saw the police station sign flashing in the night and Li Chen actually landed nearby that she realized he was serious. I want to report this to the police. Li Chen dragged Song Yuqing and stumbled into the police station lobby, pretending to be panicked and shouting at the top of his lungs. Someone is trying to kidnap us. The man in the hat on duty was startled.
After clarifying Li Chen and the other man's identities, cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. The Yen family massacre had barely taken place a day ago, and now the heirs of the Li and Li families were nearly kidnapped. Uncle Hat felt an unprecedented heat on the hat he had worn for 10 years. He immediately contacted the bureau chief. Only 2 minutes had passed since the phone call started when a middle-aged man in a crisp police uniform strode over. Li Chen's gaze, however, bypassed the middle-aged man and landed on the girl in casual clothes behind him. Name, Yang Meng. Age, 25. Realm level, Ming Jin stage. Brief introduction: member of the Huaxia Divine Martial Arts Club, and one of the Protagonist's harem members in Rebirth, Urban Immortal Path. Favorability, 0. Experience, 0. Pleasure, 0. Yang Meng is a core member of the Shenwu Department, a national special martial arts organization. Born into one of the 3 reclusive families, his father was one of the 3 most famous martial kings in China. Li Chen came to the police station to report the case specifically because of her. Even a powerful king like King Wu, could he possibly defeat a nation? Wu Feng, that bastard, why did he have to carry out the kidnapping right after the Yin family massacre was reported? He's practically a scapegoat delivered to our doorstep. Chapter 61: The Chosen One Takes the Blame. Li Chen stammered as he recounted what had just happened to the bureau chief. That man claimed to be the leader of the Owl Wolf Gang, and his name seemed to be Wu Feng. When he got to the crucial point, he suddenly lowered his voice and leaned close to the bureau chief's ear mysteriously. And he can fly. These words, seemingly addressed to the bureau chief, were actually meant for the martial artist in the transformation realm behind him. Sure enough, Yang Meng's ears twitched involuntarily, and a hint of seriousness flashed in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief's expression changed drastically, and he unconsciously glanced at Yang Meng behind him. He then waved his hand and said, "Everyone, get out." His voice carried an undeniable authority. Yang Meng stepped forward, her cool gaze sweeping over the 2 of them. "Mr. Li, Ms. Song, may I speak to you in private?" After saying that, she turned and walked into the inner room, her ponytail swaying gently behind her head. The bureau chief also gestured for Li Chen and the other person to follow. Upon arriving at a secluded office, the bureau chief respectfully opened the door for Yang Meng. After the 3 entered, he tactfully withdrew and gently closed the door behind him. Song Yuqing looked a little awkward and shrank closer to Li Chen. When she realized what was happening, she found that she had subconsciously grabbed the hem of Li Chen's clothes. She hurriedly let go, her ear tips turning slightly red. Yang Meng strode straight to the office chair with her long legs. Her 1.8-meter tall figure gave her an imposing presence. She leaned back lazily in her chair, casually draping her long legs over the desk, her black leather pants outlining her perfect leg lines. "You said that person can fly, what's that all about?" She stroked her chin with her slender fingers, her sharp gaze fixed on Li Chen. "It's called shrinking the distance to an inch." Li Chen didn't mince words and directly used a term that only martial artists could understand. Sure enough, before Yang Meng had even warmed up the chair, she suddenly put her legs down again, and the office chair creaked as if it couldn't bear the weight. She leaned forward, her brows furrowed. "Shrinking the earth to an inch? You didn't just read too many novels and make up this random phrase, did you?" she asked again incredulously to confirm. "No, it's called shrinking the earth to an inch, the mark of the true martial realm." Li Chen was more direct this time. The martial arts realms are divided into innate, acquired, transformation, manifestation, true martial, and martial king. As he spoke, he controlled the spiritual energy within his body to simulate the aura of a martial artist at the transformation stage. Yang Meng's pupils contracted slightly as she re-examined the rumored playboy in front of her. "I thought Mr. Li was cynical, but I didn't expect him to surpass me." Li Chen's father was a special forces soldier. Although he was later discharged due to injury, there are still records of him in his file. Yang Meng was in charge of investigating the Yin family's affairs, and before coming here, she naturally reviewed the information on the Yin family's competitors. So, that person named Wu Feng is a true martial realm cultivator. Her fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, and her gaze became serious. "No, he is a martial king." "Impossible." Yang Meng was startled and slammed her hand on the table, causing the documents on her desk to bounce. Her chest heaved violently, and her voice rose 8 octaves. Is the martial king realm like cabbage on the roadside? You just call anyone who can shrink the earth an inch a martial king. Born into a reclusive family, she knew all too well what kind of talent and opportunity was needed to reach the martial king realm. The martial king realm is the highest level of martial arts. Those who can cultivate to the martial king realm are all exceptionally talented individuals who have the advantage of favorable timing, location, and human resources. How could Wu Feng, who appeared out of nowhere, be a martial king? Believe it or not, but... As Li Chen spoke, he activated his blame-shifting card, giving Yang Meng a meaningful look. The method used to wipe out the entire Yin family is not something that someone at the true martial realm could do. Yang Meng's body trembled upon hearing this. She had seen the on-site investigation results of the Yin family massacre. It was done so flawlessly that there were no fingerprints, footprints, or even a trace of residual internal energy at the scene. To do it so cleanly and efficiently is something an ordinary person could never do. The Yin family was wiped out, but the heirs of the Li and Song families were almost kidnapped. The two cases overlapped in her mind, and they both had one thing in common: they targeted local powerful families. What exactly is Wu Feng trying to do? If the other party is truly King Wu, how could you possibly escape? Yang Meng's voice trembled slightly. This hypothesis was too terrifying, and even she, an elite member of the Divine Martial Department, felt a chill run down her spine. I don't know, maybe he went astray during his cultivation. Li Chen shrugged, looking completely innocent. When he tried to grab me, he suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground, and I took the opportunity to escape. Yuqing, don't you think so? Li Chen turned to look at Song Yuqing, giving her a cryptic look. Song Yuqing nodded, her long eyelashes drooping down to conceal the strange look in her eyes. She keenly sensed Li Chen's implication and swallowed back the words she was about to say. Yang Meng unconsciously bit her thumbnail, scribbled haphazardly on the notebook with her pen, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She tore the paper in several places, and the ink smudged everywhere. If Li Chen's words are true, the appearance of a ruthless and unfamiliar martial king in China, committing all sorts of evil deeds, would be no less terrifying than a natural disaster. The thought made her breathing quicken. I need to report to my superiors immediately. She slammed the notebook shut, her voice heavy with unprecedented seriousness. The seriousness of this matter has far exceeded the scope of her authority. The chosen one takes the blame for you. Wu Feng's luck value -5,000. Li Chen suppressed a smile as he listened to the system notification. The aura caused by the destruction of the Qiankuan pagoda dissipated considerably in an instant. Calm down, calm down. You can't laugh while you're still at the police station. This feature card is really useful, it easily brings in 5,000 luck points. It even absorbed the crisis that might befall it. Although he believed he had handled the Yin family matter flawlessly, it was always good to have someone take the blame for him, as it would save him a lot of trouble. After that, Yang Meng asked some more detailed questions intermittently. By the time Li Chen and the other person came out of the police station, it was already dawn. The representatives from both companies had been waiting at the bottom of the steps for quite some time. Xingqing. Lin Xiaoyu rushed forward and hugged her daughter tightly. Her trembling fingers gently stroked Song Yuqing's cheek, her voice choked with emotion. You scared your mother to death. Are you hurt anywhere? Tell your mother. Tears welled up in her reddened eyes and eventually slid down her cheeks. Song Yuqing could no longer suppress her emotions and buried her face in her mother's shoulder, her thin shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Song Chen silently stepped forward, his broad arms encircling his wife and daughter, his chin resting on his daughter's head, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. What are you looking at? Let's go. Li Jingguo walked gruffly to Li Chen's side, but his eyes kept glancing at his son. Chapter 62 teaches Shaodai arithmetic. Dad. Li Chen spread his arms wide exaggeratedly, revealing the bloodstains on his clothes. Your son is vomiting blood, can't you even show some concern? Pooh. Li Jingguo turned his face away. Spitting out a little blood is no big deal. He's still full of energy. He turned and walked towards the car, but his back looked somewhat stiff. Aunt Hong smiled and gave Li Chen a hug. "Your dad has a sharp tongue but a soft heart." She lowered her voice. "When I first received the news, his hands were shaking so badly that he couldn't even button his clothes, and I had to help him pull up his pants." "What nonsense! Get in the car." Li Xinguo leaned out of the car window, his bronze face flushed red, even his ears were bright red. Inside the car, Li Chen recounted the events in detail once again. After listening, Li Xinguo patted his son's shoulder heavily. "Good lad. Escaping from King Wu's clutches is something you can brag about for the rest of your life." He laughed heartily, pretending to be carefree, and patted his son's shoulder forcefully. Li Chen felt his father's hand on his shoulder trembling slightly. "Oh." Li Xinguo tapped the armrest lightly, his eyes gleaming. "Even the martial kings at the pinnacle of martial arts are getting involved in kidnapping. It seems our Changkuan city is about to get lively." The car slowly drove into the villa area, dropped Li Chen off, and then drove away. He strode toward the master bedroom, and as soon as he stepped onto the second floor, he saw Yingdai standing silently outside the door like a sculpture. Li Chen gave her a cold glance and gently pushed open the door. Xu Mingxi was still fast asleep, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol. "You've been here all night, haven't gone out, have you?" Li Chen closed the door behind him, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it sent a shiver down Yingdia's spine. Yingdai responded, unconsciously straightening her back. Li Chen narrowed his eyes and slowly approached. Yes, master." Yingdai stiffened and replied humbly. "I'm asking you one last time." Li Chen suppressed his anger, emphasizing each word. "You really stayed here the whole night and didn't go anywhere?" Under the master-servant contract, Li Chen could clearly sense the location of the shadow butterfly. Half an hour after he and Son Yuqing left, Yingdai secretly went to the hospital. "I didn't get back until half an hour ago." Of course, this function is one way, only Li Chen can sense the location of the shadow butterfly. She, however, was completely unaware of this, relying solely on her years of experience as an assassin, believing that her actions were sufficiently discreet. Little did they know that Li Chen found it utterly ridiculous. "No." Yingdai replied firmly without the slightest hesitation. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences." Li Chen sneered, his eyes icy cold. Just last night, he was nearly assassinated and barely escaped after a great deal of hardship. This servant, however, turned his back on my words and went out alone for his own selfish gain. How could Li Chen not be furious? What is the punishment for lying and disobeying my orders? Upon hearing this, Yingdai pursed her lips tightly and stubbornly stared at Li Chen. "If it's not there, it's not there. Whether you want to kill or punish me, it's up to you." She was certain that Li Chen had no evidence and was not afraid at all. Her tone was sincere, as if she had really stood guard here all night without sleep, and that Li Chen was the one who was being unreasonable. Lying is one of the essential lessons for an assassin. Her teacher once said that people unconsciously make some small movements when they lie, such as rubbing one's nose, scratching one's head, or speaking haltingly. However, to convince others of your lies, the first thing to do is to overcome these little gestures, speak fluently and coherently, and look the other person directly in the eye. Looking into her sincere eyes, Li Chen almost believed her lies if he hadn't known the truth. "Seal up." His gaze was icy cold. This wasn't a game of cops and robbers anymore, everything required personal and physical evidence. With a command given, Yingdai felt her inner energy recede like a receding tide. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and a hint of panic finally appeared in her eyes. That long-lost feeling of weakness and powerlessness enveloped my entire body once again. I really didn't. Even so, Yingdai persisted. Hands on the wall, Li Chen's voice was icy cold, sounding like a demon from the deepest hell to Yingdai. He had barely finished speaking when... No, stop now. To Yingdia's horror, she discovered that although she was fully conscious, her body was moving uncontrollably. Having lost her support, she felt as helpless as when she was a child, bullied by other children in the orphanage. Following Li Chen's orders, Yingdai braced her hands against the wall, pressed her chest as close to the wall as possible, and naturally sticked her lower body out high. She looked around anxiously, trying to see what was behind her. No, please, Xiaodai will never do it again, please. Ingdia's ears turned red and her eyes filled with tears. At this moment, it was as if a second personality had awakened. Little Butterfly, the orphanage girl, was all alone and helpless, and that became the dominant force in her mind. I've already given you a chance, Li Chen said coldly. Unfortunately, you didn't behave. The original text mentions that Ing Dai has a dual personality. After being adopted by an assassin organization, she was subjected to brutal training conditions. He gradually developed a cold-blooded and ruthless dark personality, becoming a professional assassin. However, when she is seriously injured and loses all her cultivation, her original weak and helpless Xiaodai personality will reappear. A habitual liar, punishment, 100 slaps. Master, Xiaodai knows she was wrong, please don't. Xiaodia's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Even his tone of voice was completely different from before, and he spoke with a childlike naivete. No matter how much Xiaodai begged for mercy, Li Chen remained unmoved. Raise your hand high. Smack. Without the protection of true energy, Xiaodia's flesh on one side instantly became red and swollen. Little Butterfly, with her childish accent, kept begging for mercy in agony. 100 times. Count it yourself. If you count wrong, start over. As he spoke, Li Chen raised his hand and struck again. This time it's the other side. Smack. Tu Xiaodai counted the number in a high-pitched voice, her voice trembling with tears. Who taught you to start counting from 2? Let's start over. Smack. 1. 2. 3. Li Chen raised his hand high again, and as he lowered it, he changed from patting to pinching. 4. The area was already red and swollen from several punishments, and this scratch hurt even more than the beating. Oh. You've already started counting before I've even hit you. Trying to slack off? Start counting again. Xiaodai was already in tears, and hearing Li Chen's words was like a bolt from the blue. Amidst those mournful pleas for mercy, the count began anew. 1. 2. 3. 99. 100. Xiaodia's consciousness was already blurred, and she couldn't remember how many times she had started counting again. Chapter 63 Dual Personalities, Multiple Experiences. When the last 100 was squeezed out from her chapped lips, she finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The Mid-Autumn Festival was covered with shocking bloodstains, which looked particularly glaring against the backdrop of fair skin. Li Chen looked down at her, grabbed her chin, and forced her to raise her head. The touch from my fingertips was cold and slippery, covered in cold sweat. I know I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Xiaodai said weakly, tears still clinging to her eyelashes. The maid outfit was already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, and even her stockings were so wet they could be wrung out. She nodded weakly, like a child who had done something wrong. Okay, let's drop the matter of lying. Li Chen released his grip and gently stroked her pretty cheek. This sudden gentleness eased Xiaodia's tense nerves slightly. However, the next second, the devilish whispers rang in her ears again. Disobeying the master's orders and abandoning one's post is far more serious than lying, so how should one be punished? Master, spare me. I will never dare to do it again. Xiaodia's pupils suddenly contracted. She moved closer to Li Chen's wheat-colored arm and hugged his thigh tightly, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls. If you keep hitting her, Xiaodai will die. Please spare Xiaodai. Xiaodai will definitely obey master's orders from now on. When he begged for mercy, his voice was trembling with sobs, and his shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. I might spare you this once. Li Chen looked down at Xiaodai at his feet. Her upturned face was streaked with tears, and her reddened eyes were filled with pleading, making her look like a little white rabbit caught by a hunter. He couldn't resist bending down and pinching Xiaodia's cheeks, forcing her lips to open slightly, revealing 2 adorable teeth. Then we'll see how you perform from here on out. Feeling the softness on my calves, I couldn't help but feel a little stiff. Poor thing, I've thought it through.
Thank you, master. Xiao Dia's shoulders relaxed, and she tried to force a smile, but her cheeks were pinched and turned into a funny pout. The arms that were holding Li Chen's thigh tightened unconsciously, as if afraid that he would change his mind. All right, let go now. Li Chen took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to pin her to the ground. I'm going to take a shower, come with me. After the big battle, he desperately needed to vent his frustration. He couldn't bear to see Mingxi suffer from his violent side, so he had Xiao Dai do it for him, which was also a good test to see if she really obeyed him. Li Chen strode ahead, gesturing for Ying Dai to follow quickly. The villa also features a large bathroom on the first floor, complete with a heated bathtub, sauna, massage room, and all sorts of amenities. Feeling the water vapor in the air, Li Chen's agitated heart relaxed slightly. Take off your clothes. Li Chen opened his arms slightly, waited for a while, but made no move. She couldn't help but turn around and saw Xiao Dai standing there, her little hands clutching the hem of her skirt, looking somewhat lost. Is this another instance of disobeying my orders? Li Chen frowned, his tone turning icy cold once more. He didn't have the authority to use the master-servant contract. This contract could only serve as a constraint. If he wanted Xiao Dai to obey his orders willingly, he still needed to train her. Ha, you can't even withstand this little test. Xiao Dai's delicate body trembled. The stinging pain from before had not yet subsided, and Li Chen's words once again stirred up the fear in her heart. Yes, yes, master. Her voice was barely audible, but her tall figure was now huddled up like a child who had done something wrong, moving closer to Li Chen. Those hands, which had been holding knives for years, were now clumsily unbuttoning their clothes, a stark contrast between their mature and sexy bodies and their youthful movements. When it came time to unbuckle the belt, a small problem arose, and her slightly trembling hands suddenly paused. As the clothes slipped off one by one, Xiao Dia's fingers suddenly froze when it came to the belt. She knelt in front of Li Chen, fine beads of sweat appearing on her nose, whether from the heat of the bathroom or from nervousness, it was hard to tell. Her slender fingers groped futilely at the metal buckle, afraid that if she was even a second too slow, she would be punished again. Don't rush, there's a small clip underneath. Li Chen took a step closer, his warm breath spraying onto the top of her head. He guided her fingers to a small protrusion on the inside of the belt, allowing Xiao Dai to see the structure of the belt more clearly. Press here, and then gently pull to release it. His voice was as gentle as if he were teaching a child to read and write. Xiao Dai listened and did as instructed. Master, I succeeded. Xiao Dai raised her head, a hint of joy flashing in her beautiful eyes. Without pausing, she pulled down. This line serves as a separator. Before she could react, a euphemism for slapping landed on her delicate face. Xiao Dia's eyes widened instantly, and she froze on the spot, even her breathing stopped. It's a Labubu doll. It almost covers half of her face. Warm, fluffy, and super cute. Ah! Xiao Dai cried out in surprise, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. The moment the wound was touched, she jumped up as if she had been electrocuted, eventually stopping on her knees, her eyes welling up with tears from the pain. When she came to her senses, Li Chen was already comfortably soaking in the bathtub, his lazy voice drifting through the steam. Come here and give me a shoulder massage. The command echoed in the empty bathroom, startling Xiao Dai out of her daze. She hesitated for only a moment before obediently crawling to the edge of the bathtub and letting Li Chen's head rest on her thighs, which were covered in black stockings. When your gaze sweeps across the water, the popular Labubu doll playfully peeks half its head out from the surface. Because she was so cute, the tips of her ears instantly turned bright red, almost to the point of bleeding. Take off your clothes. Li Chen rubbed his head in dissatisfaction. The stockings were nice, but the clothes were a bit uncomfortable. Li Chen's view was blocked by the mountains, so he couldn't see her expression. Xiao Dia's hand froze instantly, he could clearly feel the small hands that were massaging his shoulders suddenly turn icy cold and tremble. If you can't even do something this simple, you might as well accept your punishment. Xiao Dia's breathing suddenly stopped. After 3 seconds of silence, she resignedly stood up, her fingers trembling as she unbuttoned her clothes. As the clothes slipped off, the body, riddled with bullet holes and knife wounds, was exposed to the misty steam. Li Chen squinted, admiring the striking scene.
The contrast between her battered body and her ashamed and helpless expression was chilling. After an unknown amount of time, until Xiaodia's legs were so numb that she lost all feeling, Li Chen lazily sat up. He stretched his muscles, and water droplets slid down his strong back muscles.
All right, get up and scrub my back. Li Chen still didn't let Xiaodai go.
His tone left no room for doubt. He lay down on the massage table and closed his eyes to rest. Xiaodai bit her lower lip, enduring the soreness and numbness in her legs, and shakily picked up the bath sponge. Warm water washed over Li Chen's back, and she moved very carefully, afraid of hurting him.
The back rubbing process went surprisingly smoothly.
When Li Chen rolled over and lay on his back, Xiaodai unconsciously looked away.
Lift the lamp and wipe it clean. You'll need this later.
Li Chen closed his eyes comfortably, his voice tinged with a hint of languor. The second half of the sentence flashed through his mind, but he didn't say it aloud.
Time passed by, second by second. I don't want to say the same thing twice.
Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the coldness in his gaze made Xiaodai shiver.
If you feel wronged, you can choose not to do it.
You can also find the medicine to treat Han Yun on your own. Xiaodia's fingertips dug deeply into her palm. After the first breach of the bottom line, the so-called dignity had already been shattered. She reached out her hand, trembling, and finally picked up the lantern. Water droplets dripped from the ends of her drooping hair. It was impossible to tell whether they were sweat or tears. A spoonful of water was poured over Li Chen, the warm water flowing down his chest, the glistening droplets sparkling under the light. It washes away the non-existent grime from its body.
Well done.
Li Chen gently rubbed Xiaodai's slightly damp hair with his palm.
This little butterfly personality is much more docile than the original shadow butterfly, although its combat power is almost zero.
Li Chen sighed inwardly, but quickly felt relieved. He wasn't the type to want everything. Being able to experience two completely different personalities at the same time is a kind of fun.
His fingertips slid down her hair and gently stroked Xiaodia's cheek.
I am a person who clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. If you do something wrong, you will be punished, and if you do something well, then you will naturally be rewarded.
Award.
Xiaodai looked up, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of anticipation and confusion. Her delicate nose wrinkled slightly, as if she were contemplating this unexpected gift.
Wasn't that just a test to make amends?
In fact, just as she suspected, the reward was merely an excuse. Before she could even figure it out, a pair of strong arms had already reached under her knees and roughly lifted her up.
Startled, Xiaodai gasped softly and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck.
Her pointed chin rested on Li Chen's shoulder, their chests pressed tightly together, and they could even clearly feel each other's heartbeats.
Construction without a permit, Shadow Butterfly's favorability -10.
Chapter 64. If you agree, I will be your most loyal dog. The rough handling left Xiaodai with no chance to struggle. At that moment, the bathroom seemed to be running at double speed.
Circulating the yin-yang harmony technique once increases cultivation level by 10. Shadow Butterfly received cultivation feedback, cultivation +10.
The yin-yang harmony technique not only enhances Li Chen's cultivation level, but also provides him with a cultivation partner. Previously, this benefit had not been effective because Chu Mingxi and others were not martial arts cultivators. The pure spiritual energy was fed back into Xiaodia's body through the connection point.
Shadow Butterfly's personality returned. She clenched her teeth, stubbornly refusing to utter a sound. Construction successful. Shadow Butterfly's favorability increased by 10.
One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10.
Shadow Butterfly received cultivation feedback, cultivation +10. Construction successful. Shadow Butterfly's favorability increased by 10.
One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10.
Shadow Butterfly received cultivation feedback, cultivation +10. Construction successful. Shadow Butterfly's favorability increased by 10.
One cycle of the yin-yang harmony technique increases cultivation by 10.
Shadow Butterfly received cultivation feedback, cultivation +10.
After experiencing the benefits of the yin-yang harmony technique for the first time, Dai became more cooperative. Li Chen, who was also driven to madness by his desire to improve his strength, had his nerves, which had been somewhat relaxed after successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, tightened again because of Wu Feng's appearance. Under the crushing power of that overwhelming strength, Li Chen realized what it meant to be outmatched. In this world where novels and fiction are intertwined, even the slightest slackening could lead to disaster.
He's the one who will die.
3 hours later, Li Chen was still standing, his attack speed at maximum.
This solo match had entered a one-sided massacre phase.
Dai had lost count of how many times she had woken up from unconsciousness. She was trapped in the spring, and if she showed her face, she would be instantly killed, with little chance of turning the tide. That wonderful feeling had long since vanished, leaving only the intense stinging sensation. The shadow of defeat loomed over her. Waves of super minions surged up the high ground, but she held on desperately to the crystal.
The atmosphere of despair was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating.
Her heavy breathing echoed in the bathroom, her sharp nails digging tightly into Li Chen's back.
Kun.
Just when Dai was in despair, her teammate finally logged on. A beautiful figure appeared behind Li Chen and gently hugged him.
It's all right now.
Xu Mingxi's voice was as gentle as a warm current on an iceberg, and she ended Li Chen's kill streak with just a basic attack.
He tossed the shadow butterfly hanging on his body off like trash.
She turned around and hugged Xu Mingxi tightly, his strong arms almost made her breathless.
Mingxi.
Li Chen called her name softly, inhaling her fragrance, and his previously agitated heart finally calmed down. Looking into her worried eyes, Li Chen felt guilty and uneasy, and responded with a light kiss.
Xu Mingxi's favorability has exceeded expectations, points plus 10. Circulating the yin-yang harmony technique once increases cultivation level by 10.
This time, Li Chen opted for a much more conservative build, using Last Whisper as his primary item. After the game ended, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The pent-up emotions in my heart were released. Seeing Yingdia's red and swollen face, Li Chen felt a pang of guilt. He gently lifted her chin and placed a wound medicine into her mouth. The medicine took effect quickly, and Yingdia's furrowed brows gradually relaxed as she fell into a deep sleep.
Who is this girl?
Xu Mingxi approached barefoot, then curiously squatted down to examine the stranger on the ground. Her name is Dai, you can also call her Xiao Dai.
From now on, she will be your bodyguard.
Li Chen briefly explained the origins of the shadow butterfly to Xu Mingxi and recounted the thrilling encounter the previous night. Xu Mingxi listened quietly, her fingers gently tracing Li Chen's chest. Every time she heard of danger, her fingers would tremble slightly, and her heart would ache as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand.
After settling Dai in, the female assassin didn't wake up until the sun was setting.
She went straight to Li Chen, without any hatred for the rough treatment she had received. Her eyes were unusually clear.
Do me a favor.
Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looking her over with a half-smile. It's really a reversal of the natural order, with servants actually starting to order their masters around. Ignoring his taunts, Dai knelt on one knee, her voice firm as iron. Help me destroy Black Feather, and I will be your most loyal dog from now on.
Destroy Black Feather? Don't think I don't know that Black Feather's leader is a martial king realm expert.
You're trying to send me to my death. Li Chen remained unmoved.
Not now.
Dai shook her head, her black hair swaying gently with the movement.
As long as the master agrees to this condition.
Her eyes were sharp as knives, yet they also carried a resolute determination to go all in.
From now on, I will be your most loyal dog. Chapter 65 Drink more yogurt. Interesting. You're so sure I can destroy Black Feather?
A playful smile appeared on Li Chen's lips as the latest attribute panel of Shadow Butterfly flashed through his mind.
Shadow Butterfly's favorability, 30. Realm level, mid-stage of transformation realm.
Under his vigorous guidance, Dai also tasted some success, breaking through to the mid-stage of cultivation. The favorability rating also skyrocketed from -100 points to +30. The increase in his favorability finally led this cold-blooded killer to open his heart to him.
You're different.
Yingdia's voice was still cold, but her eyes were no longer as wary as when they first met. From the day she adopted Han Yun, the seed of betraying Yu took root in her heart. But the leader of the Black Feathers, her teacher, was a powerful martial king realm expert. If she were to escape rashly, not only would she be punished, but Han Yun, who was associated with her, would also be dealt with. She could only bury this thought in her heart until Li Chen's cultivation nourished it this morning, and only then did this crazy idea sprout again. "You are very strong, but in a way that is different from ours." As she spoke, her eyes unconsciously shifted downwards as she looked at Li Chen, and the tips of her ears turned slightly red. She would never forget that feeling. In that instant when they were intimately connected, an energy beyond her comprehension flowed into her body, causing her cultivation, which had stagnated, to begin to stir. Before this, her teacher, the terrifying leader of the Black Feather organization, had told her personally that with her talent, she could only reach the transformation realm. Over the years, she never believed it and continued to study and practice diligently while carrying out her missions. But as time went on, facts proved that what her teacher had told her was right. Feeling this mysterious energy flowing into Li Chen's body rekindled her desire to improve. The cultivation barrier, which had remained as solid as a rock for many years, began to crack under the impact of this force. Each irrigation caused the crack to widen, eventually allowing her to break free of her constraints and enter a new realm. Not only that. To her even greater surprise, when she woke up, the excruciating pain in her body had completely disappeared. The injury, which should have required 3 to 5 days of bed rest, not only healed completely, but even the old scars disappeared without a trace. As her fingertips brushed against her smooth skin, she immediately understood. This man must have many more of these healing remedies, otherwise why would he squander them so recklessly for such a minor, non-fatal injury? That only means that there is a large stock of such miraculous medicine, so much of it in his eyes that he could eat it like candy. This guess made Ying Dai tremble uncontrollably. Mysterious martial arts techniques, a powerful physique, an inexhaustible supply of elixirs, and a variety of bizarre and ever-changing props. That moment made her heart race. The man who enslaved her before her possessed unfathomable strength and was destined to surpass even the martial king in the future. Most importantly, he still had the medicine to cure Han Yun. Ying Dai took a deep breath and made her final decision. As for Jiangsu, she has already fulfilled 2 of the 3 promises made to her childhood playmate, rescuing him from the Jiang family and teaching him martial arts. Assassinate Li Chen? Now that she can barely take care of herself, this agreement is naturally null and void. Very well, I promise you. Li Chen looked directly at the shadow butterfly. Don't disappoint me. Shadow butterfly's favorability plus 30. Thank you, master. Ying Dai knew it was her turn to express her loyalty. She knelt on the ground, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and an unusual flush appeared on her usually aloof face. She slowly crawled closer like a tamed cat, and under Li Chen's gaze, she gently bit the zipper with her pearly teeth, her movements awkward yet devout. As a servant, the job is vast and tedious, including washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and washing furniture. After surrendering, on her first day on the job, she began her first deep cleaning experience. Master, my master. She spoke indistinctly, a few drops of glistening liquid spilling from her lips. Jiangsu works in a residential complex in the north of the city. Every Wednesday he comes to me to ask for guidance on cultivation. To gain her master's trust, she had to make some sacrifices. This was her pledge of allegiance to Li Chen. From this moment forward, she will wholeheartedly follow Li Chen's instructions. Li Chen leaned back on the sofa and let out a comfortable sigh. He had already deduced Jiangsu's current location not long ago from the original text. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that Ying Dai took the initiative to speak up immediately elevates his emotional value to the maximum. As a reward, Li Chen treated Ying Dai to yogurt. Ugh! Is it delicious? Kashi yogurt, a brand name product. Good, delicious. Ying Dai's cheeks sank slightly as she sipped the yogurt from the bottle. Whether it's truly delicious or not, only those who have tasted it will know. Li Chen only drinks fresh milk. Time passed by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, Ying Dai had already drunk a row of 3 bottles. Master, I can't drink anymore. She rubbed her slightly sore jaw, her clear, cool voice tinged with a hint of grievance.
Can't drink anymore? I don't think you've had enough.
Li Chen took out another row of brand new yogurt, opened one, and held it to Ing Dai's lips. Keep drinking, until it's time to eat. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Ing Dai had no choice but to comply, her eyes occasionally drifting towards the kitchen. Xu Mingxi was the one cooking. Li Chen had advised her to just let the servants do it. But Xu Mingxi refused with unusual firmness, because she wanted Li Chen to be able to eat the food she cooked herself.
Because these are the only two things she is good at.
Incidentally, Xu Mingxi passed by and saw Ing Dai drinking yogurt, so he joined in and drank a bottle as well. And gave Ing Dai some tips on drinking yogurt. They were enjoying their drinks when the doorbell suddenly rang. The sudden doorbell rang, which felt like a pardon to Ing Dai.
I'll go open the door.
She hurriedly wiped her mouth, her voice still slightly sticky, and then ran towards the entrance as if fleeing.
Tisk. Li Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance and impatiently pulled up his pants.
Annoyed at being interrupted, he frowned, but still followed.
Officer Yang.
When Ing Dai opened the door and saw that dashing figure, Li Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised.
What brings you here? Please come inside. Chapter 66. Two women make a drama.
He stepped aside to make way, his tone carrying just the right amount of surprise.
Yang Meng wore a fitted black sportswear outfit that accentuated her athletic figure.
She waved her hand, refusing decisively. No need, I'll just say a few words and then leave. She spoke in a businesslike manner, her gaze sharp as an eagle.
The higher-ups have given orders to send people to protect your safety before Wu Feng is arrested and brought to justice. I'm here to inform you that you should try to minimize going out unless absolutely necessary.
Upon hearing this, Li Chen was immediately filled with gratitude, realizing he had unexpectedly gained a group of people to guard his home.
I see.
Thank you for your hard work these past few days, Officer Yang. With his enhanced perception, he immediately noticed several hidden martial artists near his home, each wearing an insignia belonging to the Divine Martial Department on their shoulders.
These people must be Yang Meng's colleagues.
As Yang Meng smelled the fragrance of photinia flowers wafting from inside the house, her eyebrows furrowed, and her gaze shifted suspiciously between Li Chen and Ing Dai. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He wanted to leave, but then he felt that the girl in the maid outfit looked somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Yang Meng narrowed her eyes, her voice tinged with probing.
No.
Ing Dai slightly raised her chin, instantly reverting to her usual aloof demeanor, her hands unconsciously clasped in front of her lower abdomen.
Would you mind letting me see the left side of your lower abdomen? Yang Meng suddenly stepped forward and asked a question.
This abrupt request made Li Chen raise an eyebrow, unsure of her purpose.
Cannot.
Ing Dai refused decisively, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes.
Yang Meng's eyes sharpened instantly. I now suspect that you are an assassin we are hunting.
Please cooperate with the police investigation, ma'am. You say so, but where's the evidence? Ing Dai sneered, her aura suddenly turning icy, and the atmosphere instantly became tense.
Li Chen had roughly figured it out.
It seemed that the two had a grudge before, but Yang Meng had never seen Ing Dai's true face, so she was still suspicious.
Officer Yang, you can't just accuse someone without any evidence.
Li Chen stepped forward and stood in front of Ing Dai.
Xiao Dai is my maid. If you have solid evidence, we will naturally cooperate. But if you abuse your position, then you can expect to receive complaints. Yang Meng's favorability -3. It's all so long-winded, you'll understand once you read it.
Yang Meng clicked her tongue impatiently, and before she could finish speaking, she reached out and grabbed Ing Dai's hem. Ing Dai's pupils contracted sharply, and her internal energy instinctively began to circulate. But in that split second, her true energy suddenly vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. At the same time, Yang Meng's wrist was firmly gripped by a large, iron-like hand. His gaze suddenly turned icy. This Yang Meng was far too reckless, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, showing a complete lack of respect for others. Capturing King Wu was no child's play, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to complete. Considering that he would have to deal with Yang Meng for a long time to come, if he let her do as she pleased, she would become completely lawless. "Let go of me!" Yang Meng's face flushed red, and the veins on her arms bulged. She struggled with all her might, but found that Li Chen's hand did not move at all, as if it were welded to her wrist. He was so angry that his face turned red. He hadn't expected Li Chen to be so powerful, despite his refined appearance. She tried with all her might, but she still couldn't break free from that bastard's grasp. If something really happens, it's hard to say whether they will protect Li Chen or Li Chen will protect them. Tisk. Yang Meng gritted her teeth, and seeing that force was not working, she started to reason with him. "When that assassin was escaping, I slashed him in the lower abdomen." She paused, then glared fiercely at Ying Dai. "I can tell at a glance whether it's her or not." Li Chen sneered and increased the force of his grip by 3 points. "Ha, if you want to find fault, you can always find a reason. This time I'm showing you your lower abdomen, next time will I chop off your head so you can have a proper checkup." "Following your logic, my house was also broken into before. When I was running away, I slapped him in the chest. The thief's build is a bit like yours. Why don't you pull up your clothes and let me see?" Li Chen went all out, showing no sign of backing down. If they dare to take action so readily, in a few days they might just tear the roof off his house. "We have to teach those tigresses a lesson." You. Yang Meng stomped her feet in anger, pointed at Li Chen's nose, her fingers trembling, and stammered for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. This despicable man is clearly being unreasonable, yet he manages to make his arguments sound perfectly plausible. Because that's what she just said, it's like she shot herself in the foot. Li Chen leisurely enjoyed watching her embarrassed appearance, then suddenly changed the subject. "Since you insist on watching, it's not impossible. But in return, you also need to show me whether you are the thief who escaped that day." This. Yang Meng was speechless for a moment, biting her lower lip, her chest heaving violently, her face turning pale and then red. "This proposal sounds fair and reasonable, but can it actually be the same?" Li Chen leaned leisurely against the doorframe, enjoying the rare sight of this tough woman being humiliated. "To deal with this reckless nature, we must use the method of fighting fire with fire." "Officer Yang, my owner is asking you a question." Ying Dai had regained her usual aloofness, a faint, mocking smile playing on her lips. "What? You're scared now?" Yang Meng stared intently at Ying Dai's contemptuous gaze, her back teeth grinding together. She became increasingly convinced that the woman in front of her was the assassin she had been hunting. Yang Meng is easily provoked. Ying Dai's words stirred her blood and anger, and she became emotional. Who said I wouldn't dare? Come on then." Upon hearing this, Ying Dai didn't hesitate and promptly lifted her clothes. Her flat, smooth abdomen was exposed under the light, without even a trace of a scar. Seemingly determined, they gave Yang Meng no time to back out. No. How could that be? Yang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Although the assassin always wore a mask with a butterfly pattern, she had already clashed with her opponent several times. That figure, that look, it was exactly the same as the woman in front of her. She couldn't possibly mistake her. Her intuition told her that the person in front of her was the killer she had been hunting all along, but how could she explain the scars on his body? She couldn't resist touching it, and after confirming that there were no signs of disguise, her worldview seemed to collapse at that moment. "All right, it's your turn, Officer Yang." Ying Dai slowly straightened the hem of her clothes, her gaze towards Yang Meng filled with amusement and provocation. "You're not going to back out, are you?" Yang Meng's ears were bright red, but she still stubbornly refused to speak. Who said I changed my mind?" As Yang Meng spoke, she closed her eyes and pulled up her clothes. Li Chen's eyes twitched as he watched. He only wanted to scare this impetuous woman away so that Yang Meng would restrain herself in the future. He did not expect her to be so fierce and pull him away so easily. 3 seconds later, Yang Meng hurriedly pulled her clothes up, her neck flushed with embarrassment. "That's enough. I'm leaving now." No matter how thick-skinned she was, she didn't want to stay in this place any longer. "You pervert. Yang Mang glanced at Li Chen as she left, her voice filled with disgust. She hated these rich playboys the most, and after meeting Li Chen last night, she thought he would be different. I never expected them to be cut from the same cloth. I was so foolish to have taken on this task. Chapter 67 Black Feather. Did you kill Yang Meng's entire family? She seems very eager to capture you. As soon as he closed the door, Li Chen couldn't wait to gossip. He was genuinely curious about how characters from two different novel worlds could have become enemies. This is the second time this has happened. The first time was with Hu Shanshan and Zhang Dongdong. The two characters are clearly from different novels, and not only that, their identities are also vastly different. One was the daughter of a wealthy family, while the other was just an ordinary child from a commoner family. But in this world, they became best friends who could talk about anything. It seems as if these fictional forces had all made a pact to appear in Changkuan City. Furthermore, they all have different thoughts about the Li family, to which Li Chen, the villain, belongs. It's as if the Li family is a gold mine that no one is guarding, and all the main characters want to get their hands on this wealth. Xu Yang, Jiang Su, and even the newly introduced Wu Feng are all examples of this. As far as Li Chen knew, a mere new energy technology was not enough to explain everything. If it were just Jiang Su, the urban tycoon type of protagonist, it would be understandable, but Xu Yang and Wu Feng are both extraordinary. What they pursue is not as superficial as wealth. Li Chen's expression grew increasingly solemn as he thought about it. He felt as if a giant hand was tightly gripping his neck from behind the scenes, forcing him into dangerous situations and forcing him to grow up quickly. Reporting to Master, because during the last mission, I killed the target she was protecting. Although she slashed me once, I slashed her back once. Ingdai folded her hands in front of her, her tone returning to its previous aloofness. As he finished speaking, a victor's smile appeared on his lips. No, I mean, how did you two meet? Li Chen considered his words carefully before asking. How do we know each other? Because she's a soldier in the Divine Martial Department, and I'm an assassin from the Black Feather Organization. Ingdia's tone remained cold, and she tilted her head in confusion as she spoke. Coupled with that icy, aloof face, there was a strange contrast. Li Chen was stunned by what he saw, and his bodily functions were awakened once again. Master. Ingdia's pretty face flushed slightly when she saw his reaction. He thought to himself that rich kids are just too hot-blooded. They reacted again right after he finished treating them. How will we live from now on? But the master is really strong. Ingdai lowered her eyes slightly, secretly observing Li Chen out of the corner of her eye, savoring the shock of the morning. Cough cough. Li Chen snapped out of his reverie at the sound of the DVD playing. Tell me more about the Divine Martial Department and the Black Feather Organization. Li Chen glanced towards the kitchen and saw that Chu Mingxi was still busy inside. Seeing that there was still some time before lunch, they took Ingdai to the tea room. Do you know how to brew tea? Li Chen turned around and suddenly said something. It wasn't that he really had feelings for Ingdai again, it was just that the smell of Fatinia on her breath was really strong. I wanted to make her a cup of tea to rinse her mouth. Ingdai was startled by his actions and her delicate body trembled. She paused for 2 seconds before replying. Reporting to Master, I have studied Kung Fu tea, Gaiwan tea, and Japanese tea ceremony. As a top assassin, in addition to being able to kill, some disguise skills are equally important. She is not only knowledgeable about tea, but also about music, chess, calligraphy and painting, astronomy, biology, physics and many other fields. This was done solely to get closer to the target and carry out the assassination. If you know how, that's fine. There's tea over there, just brew some. Li Chen shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. After saying that, he plopped down on the main seat and waited for Ingdai to make tea. Upon hearing this, Ingdai silently did as she was told. My tense shoulders relaxed slightly, but a faint sense of loss welled up inside me. Just as this emotion arose, he was startled again. She should have hated him for taking away her precious first time so forcefully. Yet, I can't bring myself to hate them, and I even have a little bit of anticipation for the next time. This must be because it can improve one's cultivation level. Ingdai absent-mindedly brewed tea,
constantly trying to justify her filthy thoughts. The teacup handed to Li Chen slipped from his hand and spilled all over him. "Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please punish me."
As Ingdai knelt on the ground, looking down at him, a captivating curve appeared at her neckline.
"Forget about the punishment, just wipe it dry." Li Chen swallowed hard, then waved his hand, signaling Ingdai to get up.
"Thank you, master," Ingdai said, somewhat disappointed. As she spoke, she quickly grabbed a clean towel, and while still kneeling, moved to Li Chen's side and gently wiped him.
At first, Li Chen didn't realize it, but after Ingdai wiped her pants for the 6th time, Li Chen finally understood her thoughts. "Alright, I'll wipe the rest myself."
Li Chen snatched the towel from Ingdai's hand.
"Go sit over there, I have something to ask you."
He poured himself another cup of tea and placed it opposite him, then pointed to the seat, indicating that Ingdai should sit down.
Although he was somewhat excited, he wouldn't grant Ingdia's wish.
He still has some important things he wants to ask her.
"Tell me about the Black Feather organization first."
Since his transmigration, he has only learned about this world through the settings in novels. However, as more main characters appeared, he found that the characters in the story began to deviate from the trajectory set in the book. He urgently needs to update his understanding of the world.
Shadow Butterfly is undoubtedly the best window. She belongs to Black Feather and walks in the darkness year-round.
They also frequently interact with martial arts organizations like the Divine Martial Arts Department.
Their understanding of the world is clearly superior to that of others.
Most importantly, they are completely obedient to themselves, unafraid to deceive themselves or conceal information.
Koroba, they're a bunch of lunatics.
As Ingdai recalled the past, she picked up the teacup on the table and drank the scalding tea in one gulp, but it still couldn't dispel the chill in her heart. That was the most painful memory she didn't want to recall. They specifically target children who have no parents and lock them up in dark, sunless places for training from a young age. They learn to disassemble guns at 10, kill people at 12, and Black Feather practices a system of survival of the fittest. Every year, an extremely brutal assessment is held, in which all the children are randomly dropped onto a deserted island to fight each other. Only those who survive to the end are qualified to return to Black Feather. Those who can survive to adulthood, there are monsters.
Including me, it's the same. Ingdai looked at her trembling hands.
In order to live, she knew that her hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent people. The leader of Black Feather is very mysterious. Every time he appears, he wears a completely black mask. No one has ever seen the leader's true face, and no one knows whether he is male or female, old or young.
All I know is that her cultivation level is Martial King. Within Black Feather, we all call her Teacher. Chapter 68 Song Yuqing checks in.
"Where is Black Feather's headquarters?" Li Chen asked, taking a sip of tea.
Ingdai shook her head. "I don't know.
Every time we go on a mission, they make us wear a special hood that allows us to breathe but not to see any useful information about the outside world." Her desire to improve was ignored by her master, and she lost interest, but she still mustered her spirits and recounted her experiences in Black Feather. "Over the years, all I've known is that the headquarters is probably in an underground facility." Li Chen was still pondering Ingdai's words and didn't notice her subtle emotions at all.
"Based on the information we've gathered so far, it's basically consistent with the original setting."
In fact, Li Chen, having read the novel, knows much more about it than Ingdai does.
He asked this question mainly to compare it with the original text and see if there were any discrepancies. "How much do you know about the Divine Martial Division?"
After a long silence, Li Chen looked up and saw that Ingdai was no longer in the seat opposite him. Immediately afterward, a rustling sound came from under the table, and a small head appeared below Li Chen. Ingdai straddled him like a nimble cat, her soft, delicate body writhing restlessly, her voice so sweet it could drip honey. "Master, my lord, I beg you, I want to improve, please whip me, let me become the king of martial arts." Her eyes were glistening with tears, her cheeks were flushed like the sunset, and her slender fingers were restlessly drawing circles on his chest. But ever since he tasted the sweetness given by Li Chen, whenever he thinks of the true energy that keeps flowing into his body, he feels that long-lost feeling of fullness in his dantian. It nearly drove her to ruin. In Black Feather, she naturally learned how to please men. she could impersonate anyone she wanted. She used to scoff at these things, but now they'd become her most powerful weapon. She tried hard to recall the skills she had learned, determined not to believe that none of them could pique the stone's interest.
No, my questioning is not over yet.
Li Chen ripped the shadow butterfly off his body and carelessly tossed it on the ground. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his strength was much greater than hers. Watching her deliberately feign gentleness to please him gave him a sense of exhilaration, as if he were playing a real-life version of Sylvie.
Want it? I won't give it to you. It's all about playing hard to get. 7 times in and 7 times out.
Continue to tell me about the Divine Martial Arts Department, and whether there are any other similar martial arts organizations in this world. Li Chen calmly sat down again, pretending to be serious as he picked up his teacup and sipped his tea. The Divine Martial Department is a martial arts organization established by the Dragon Kingdom itself to deal with extraordinary criminals that ordinary police cannot handle.
Ingdai had no choice but to obey.
Besides the Divine Martial Department, other powerful countries also have their own martial arts organizations, such as the Knights Templar in Europe and America, and the ninjas in Japan. Every time a name came out of her mouth, Li Chen's headache grew a little more. These were the kinds of organizations that frequently appeared in other novels. Each faction originates from a different novel, so how many more chosen ones are there in this world? Will they target him, the destined villain, and cause him some trouble? After Ingdai finished speaking in one breath, Li Chen covered his head.
My head is so big, it's so annoying. Master, I've told you everything I know.
Could you give me a reward? Ingdai pleaded, feigning a pitiful and humble demeanor.
A prize? A prize? My foot. Li Chen suddenly looked up and glared at the sexually active woman with some annoyance.
What I give you, you must take. What I don't give you, you can't mention a single word about. Since you like rewards so much, go to the kitchen and get yourself a cucumber as a reward. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. As soon as I stepped out, the doorbell in the entryway started ringing incessantly.
Li Chen wondered who it was this time. Could it be that Yang Mang, that woman, was resentful after he saw her so thoroughly and wanted to come back and cause trouble?
She started the trouble first, and she refused to accept defeat, but she's really difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, her father was a martial king, and he couldn't do anything about it. While secretly fretting, Li Chen had already arrived at the entrance hall, took a deep breath, and opened the door.
Song Yuqing?
Song Yuqing was wearing a school uniform, and there were several suitcases of various sizes at her feet. She nervously brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead and tucked it behind her ear. Li Chen tilted his head in confusion. Why was this school beauty girl always running to his house every few days lately, without any apparent reason? He glanced at the luggage on the ground, wondering what the other party was up to this time.
Some people asked with curiosity, Miss Song, were you kicked out of your home, or did you run away from home? With all these bags and packages, are you here to lay low? You're the one who ran away from home, your whole family ran away from home.
We call this moving, Li Chen said, his mouth moving faster than his brain. He had barely finished speaking when he started to complain.
Song Yuqing was furious.
Li Chen was truly a dog's mouth that could never produce anything decent. He didn't even greet her upon meeting her, and his first words made her so angry she was almost dying.
Was he playing the piano and painting at his grandfather's birthday banquet just for fun?
Didn't Officer Yang tell you just now? Song Yuqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. To better protect our safety, he asked me to move in with you for the next few days. Li Chen was a little confused.
What kind of operation was this? What kind of logic was this? Officer Yang said my house is too big, and to protect it thoroughly and without any leaks would require too much manpower.
In addition, the main force is chasing that wanted criminal named Wu Feng, which has led to a shortage of manpower.
So he sent me here.
Your villa is much smaller than my house, which makes it easier to protect.
Song Yuqing thought Li Chen hadn't understood, so she gave a long explanation.
Li Chen felt something was wrong, his mind was blank, and he could only come up with 2 words in the end.
Great news.
The top quality furnace and cauldron live under the same roof as me, as the saying goes, being near the water tower, one gets the moon first.
This is the perfect time to plan your strategy. Eat her. I see. Li Chen feigned an expression of sudden realization.
Then I look forward to your guidance during this period, Miss Yuqing. As he spoke, Li Chen stepped aside and gestured for them to proceed.
Humph, that's more like it.
Song Yuqing tossed her long, flowing hair and stepped inside. Xiao Dai, come out and help Miss Yuqing move her luggage.
Just put it in the room next to mine.
Seeing that Li Chen ignored her, Ying Dai went to the kitchen to help out after leaving the tea room. Hearing Li Chen call her, she thought something good had happened and excitedly jogged over. Who would have thought that this wicked master would actually treat her like an ox, making her help carry luggage? Who is this? Song Yuqing looked at the unfamiliar face with some curiosity. A hint of amazement flashed in her eyes, she vaguely remembered seeing him before.
Her name is Xiao Dai. You met her last night.
She is my newly hired maid.
You can ask her for anything in the future.
Chapter 69 Peaceful Times and Rare Lottery.
Ah Chen, have we had a guest?
Xu Mingxi's voice came from the kitchen, accompanied by the crisp sound of a spatula colliding with a wok. She was wearing a light blue apron tied around her waist as she peeked out from the kitchen. Underneath her apron, she wore a beige loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt and light gray casual pants. Despite it being a simple set of loungewear, it couldn't hide her innate gentle and graceful temperament. A strand of hair slipped out of her hair bun, adding a touch of everyday life to her.
Ha! Yuqing.
Xu Mingxi's eyes lit up, and a gentle smile bloomed on her face.
Sister Mingxi.
Song Yuqing responded crisply, her little leather shoes making a cheerful rhythm on the floor. She jogged over and naturally took Xu Mingxi's arm, their actions as intimate as if they were sisters who had known each other for many years. Since their unexpected encounter yesterday, the two have hit it off immediately. Xu Mingxi admires Song Yuqing's youthful optimism, while Song Yuqing is captivated by Xu Mingxi's sisterly gentleness and thoughtfulness. The two often lose track of time when they chat.
Yuqing has arrived at just the right time.
Xu Mingxi gently brushed the stray hairs from her forehead with her free hand.
Didn't you say you wanted to eat sweet and sour pork ribs yesterday? I tried making some. Come and try it.
The two women walked hand in hand toward the restaurant. Song Yuqing chattered about the interesting things that happened on the way, while Xu Mingxi occasionally let out a soft laugh.
They tacitly left Li Chen standing in the entryway, not even sparing him a glance. This was exactly what Li Chen wanted.
Song Yuqing was going to stay here for a while, and what he was most afraid of was some kind of conflict. He followed slowly behind, watching the backs of the two women. Xu Mingxi was elegant and composed, while Song Yuqing was lively and spirited, creating a pleasing scene. It seems they get along well now, which saves him the trouble of explaining.
For dishes and a soup were already laid out on the table, steaming hot.
Xu Mingxi's culinary skills have always been outstanding. She can make even simple home-style dishes taste delicious.
Song Yuqing sniffed dramatically, her eyes curving into crescents. It smells so good. Mingxi's cooking is even better than a Michelin-starred chef. You're so sweet-talking.
Xu Mingxi smiled and pinched her cheek, the gesture as natural as if she were treating her own younger sister.
Shall we two sisters have another couple of drinks tonight?
As Xu Mingxi spoke, she reached for the wine glass.
No, no.
This action startled Song Yuqing, who waved her hands repeatedly, still vivid in her mind how she had behaved so badly while drunk last night.
Let's do it another day, I have school tomorrow.
All right then, Xu Mingxi said with some regret. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she perked up instantly. If it's all right, let's do it another day. You'll be staying at my house for quite a while. Now it was Song Yuqing's turn to feel like her world had collapsed. Until you can dodge the first day of the month but not the 15th, you can only obediently pinch your nose and reply, okay. The two sat down side by side, seemingly with endless topics to discuss, and soon began chatting back and forth. They talked about everything from the latest movies to new products in shopping malls, and from cosmetics reviews to interesting things happening around them. The topics jumped around so much that Li Chen, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't keep up. Their laughter, like the clear chimes of wind chimes, echoed throughout the restaurant. After carrying her luggage, Dai appeared in the corner of the restaurant at some point, standing in the shadows with her hands clasped together. "Shout I, are you done with your work? Come on over, we've all been waiting for you." Mingxi noticed Dai's arrival, patted the chair next to her, and greeted her. Bowls and chopsticks had already been set out in that spot, and Mingxi had even thoughtfully prepared a bowl of steaming hot pork rib and corn soup. Master, Dai couldn't help but glance at the lively dining table, then cautiously looked at Li Chen. As an assassin, she was already destined to spend her future life in solitude. It wasn't until Han Yun unexpectedly entered her life that a glimmer of color appeared in her otherwise gray existence. It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, not only in terms of material things, but also in terms of one's spiritual life. Her interactions with Han Yun made her increasingly weary of the lonely life of an assassin. Now that they've escaped this predicament, they naturally crave this warm and lively atmosphere more than anyone else. Li Chen nodded knowingly. "Let's sit together." Although he was called a servant, he never truly treated Dai as a servant. This was nothing more than an excuse to recruit her and make her obey his orders. Upon receiving permission, Dai's eyes lit up, but she still maintained a respectful demeanor and quietly took her seat. Under Li Chen's pressure, she changed out of her usual sharp black outfit and put on a maid outfit, which made her look much softer. After Song Yuqing finished reading, the way she stared at Li Chen was a little strange. Her eyes seemed to be constantly cursing him for being a pervert. "Eat more. I can tell you're a heartless boss who always exploits you. How come you're so thin?" Looking at Dai's somewhat thin body, Song Yuqing felt sorry for her and kept putting food into her bowl. "Why don't you switch jobs and come work for me? I guarantee your pay will be 10 times, 100 times, better than what you're getting here." Li Chen picked up the soup bowl to hide the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Is the shadow butterfly thin? You haven't seen how ruthless she is when she kills people. With those small arms, a 200-pound fairy can lift one in each hand with ease." At first, Dai was a little reserved, but surrounded by the warmth of the two women, she quickly joined the conversation. Although she didn't say much, she always hit the nail on the head when she spoke. Li Chen sat quietly in the main seat, barely touching the food in front of him. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze shifting between the three women. The setting sun shone through the sheer curtains onto the dining table, casting a soft glow on everyone's silhouette. This is the everyday life he wants to protect. Under Mingxi's gentle and persuasive mediation, there was no infighting as expected. Instead, a reassuring harmony prevailed. Li Chen picked up the soup bowl and drank it all in one gulp, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. The tea was made by Mingxi, a pork rib and corn soup with a delicate fragrance and just the right amount of sweetness, just like the atmosphere at the moment, leaving a lingering impression. Seeing that the three women showed no sign of stopping, he quietly left his seat. The 5,000 luck points plundered from Wu Feng haven't even been used for the lottery yet. Host points detected, 5,000. Rare lottery draw activated. Rare lottery draw, 1,000 chance per draw. Want to participate? Has this system been upgraded again? Li Chen was puzzled. The updates were happening far too frequently. Those function cards from last time seemed a bit useless, but they actually work exceptionally well. The upgrade fee has increased to 1,000 per upgrade. It's unclear what changes this will bring. Tip: rare draws have a higher chance of yielding high-level rewards. Forget it, whatever, let's smoke. As soon as a crisp system notification sound rang out, Li Chen felt as if his body had been completely drained. 5,000 points vanished in an instant. Chapter 70: The Ultimate Strike, Universal Harmony. The end? Smoke. Li Chen said boldly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare reward, the 1,000-mile chase card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare reward, the 1,000-mile chase card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare reward, the 1,000-mile chase card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare reward, Protagonist Annihilation card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare reward, a health card. 1,000-mile chase card. After use, take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Protagonist Annihilation card, upon use, strips all protagonists' chosen 1 attribute entries. Health card, after use, everyone will enjoy good health and live a long life. Li Chen's eyes widened, and with a wave of his hand, the Protagonist Annihilation card was activated instantly. Then came another series of system notification sounds. The protagonist Chu Yang's luck value has reached 0, and the Child of Destiny attribute is no longer valid. The protagonist Jiang Su's luck value has reached 0, and the Child of Destiny attribute is no longer valid. The protagonist Wu Feng's luck value has reached 0, and the Child of Destiny attribute is no longer valid. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was overjoyed. The chosen one of destiny was gone, so he would simply kill him. Thinking about how he activated the 1,000-mile pursuit card 3 times in a row. 3 golden beams shot out from the system space, like 3 unsheathed swords, drawing brilliant trajectories in the air. The card grew taller in the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 3-zhonglong golden streak of light, shooting straight into the sky with a piercing whooshing sound, and disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Wherever the golden light passed, even the falling leaves were split in 2 by the sharp force. Li Chen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the direction where the golden light had disappeared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This time, let's see where you can escape to. Less than 3 minutes later, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the courtyard. Yang Meng returned, her forehead damp with sweat, and the slight rise and fall of her chest beneath her police uniform showed that she had run all the way back. She stood in front of Li Chen with a strange expression, her almond-shaped eyes filled with disbelief. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Thank you for your trouble. It seems that Chu Yang and Jiang Su will meet the same fate. At this point, all the chosen ones were eliminated. Half a month later, the new energy technology press conference was held as scheduled. The Song family and the Li family reached a cooperation agreement, and their business flourished, with Li Jingguo receiving a constant stream of business orders. The Li family is thriving. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed into the villa through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden halo over the revelry. Li Chen gathered all his female confidants here. Xu Mingxi leaned lazily against the bench, Ying Dai lay sprawled in the bathtub with her black hair cascading down, and even the 2 sisters, Jiang Shuichun and Jiang Dongdong, unusually abandoned their reserve. With Li Chen's strong support, Jiang Shuichun completely cured her fear of men. It turns out that she wasn't afraid of men, but rather that her body was too sensitive. Whenever she came into contact with a man outside her family, she would experience a sudden, intense climax. Champagne bubbles danced joyfully in the glass, the rustling of dresses mingled with giggles. One thrilling scene after another unfolded in the candlelight, until the last bit of strength was drained, and everyone scattered like flower petals. Li Chen stood in the center, his gaze gently sweeping over each sleeping face. He took a deep breath and finally used the last function card. The dazzling golden light rippled outwards like water, gently caressing everyone's body, ensuring lasting health and a worry-free life to 100 years old. As the light faded, Li Chen gently covered them with a thin blanket. Under the moonlight, those contented sleeping faces were his most precious treasure. The end.